Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate your company. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, there is a lot happening right now, even as we mark the 100th day of the Dr. RUTO administration and Kenya Kwanza for that matter. Different Kenyans have different views and takings on the 100 days of Dr. William Ruto. I believe you also have your take and we wish to hear from the same. But today I want us to start this show a little bit different. And so I want you please to invite as many as you can, let them join in. We will start with a word of prayer before we dive into the issues at hand. So karibisha wawili watatu tafadhali, hakikisha kwamba wote tuko hapa. Tunaamini pamoja tukiomba kwa ajili ya nchi hii na Wakenya kwa jumla, kwa sababu mambo mengi tu yanatendeka ambayo yanatisha, na msaada wa karibu tulionao ni Mungu mwenyewe anayeona gizani kama vile mwangazani na anayeona kesho kana kwamba ni leo. Imani yetu kwake na kutazamia yeye ndiko kutatupatia usalama tunaohitaji na wokovu kutokana na wasiwasi na kutokuwa na uhakika wa kesho. So naomba tuendelee kukaribishana tafadhali tunapoanza kipindi kwa pamoja. Welcome everybody. Let us all dive into the conversation. Unfortunately, we have issues with our Facebook channel, and so we are streaming on Twitter. The Facebook account, one of the Facebook accounts is still under maintenance, and so we will not be there. So remind those people who follow us on Facebook to join us via YouTube or Twitter, because or just follow the Mtembei TV page. That's where we are streaming, not the profile. Thank you very much. And on that note, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege to belong to you and to be called by your name. We thank you that you knew us from eternity past to eternity future. Thank you that you are the one that put this nation together and made it what it is. We look unto you for everything. There is nothing we can do for ourselves without your enablement. We ask you in the name of Jesus that you will rescue this nation from wrong hands and be able to establish it for our children and for our children's children. The evil intended, planned, schemed against this nation, the Bible says they will surely gather, but not with me. They will take conspiracy together, but not by me. And Bible says that whatever they have conspired, it shall come to naught. We decree by the authority of God's word and by the power of the blood covenant, every evil planted, every evil planned, every evil schemed against this nation to make this nation fail. We decree in the name of Jesus that you will arise to defend your people. You will arise to defend this land. You will arise to fight whatever it is that fights this nation, whatever it is that wants to destroy the land. Lord, the Bible says if we will humble ourselves and pray, you will hear from heaven. You will save the land. We pray today in the name of Jesus that you will save this land for us. You will deliver this land for us. You will deliver this nation for us, to the glory and honor of your name. We give you thanks and bless you even as we reach out to you for wisdom. We reach out to you for understanding. We reach out to you for peace and tranquility. That Jehovah God, in the name of Jesus, that the truth that makes free will come forth, and the people of this nation will walk in the liberty that you have ordained for them by the power of the blood covenant. We give you thanks and bless you even as we start out our discussion tonight. We ask for your guidance, and we ask that Jehovah God, our eyes be opened to see what we must see in order for us to decide what we must decide and take the right action in helping this nation become what you ordained it to be from eternity past. We love you, we bless you, be magnified and be glorified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. Thank you so much for making time to join us on the show tonight. I believe that you are set for what we must do, and that is take full responsibility on the direction the nation takes and do what we must do in order to save the day. So karibu sana. Leo hii tunaangazia kuna madai ya kwamba kuna wale ambao wangependa sana Raila Odinga atoke katika uongozi, ama anakuwa kizuizi kwa mambo fulani ambayo wangependa wayatekeleze, lakini kwa kuwa yeye yupo hata wakubalia. Kwa hivyo wanataka kufanya chochote kile kumuondoa ili waendelee na mipango yao. Ni madai ambayo yana uzito fulani, lakini ningependa tu tuiangazie kwa kina. Why do they want Raila out of the way? What is the problem with Raila Odinga? Is he stopping any development agenda? Is he stopping any progressive decision for this great country? Let's look at that keenly and be able to tell each other the truth. It is important that we look at this keenly. And of course, Sakaja, stay put, Nairobi si ya mama ya mtu. Kuna wale ambao wameamua kufrustrate governor wa Nairobi kwa sababu wanataka interest yao ikashughulikiwe kinyume na mipangilio ya Nairobi. I understand there are some MCAs that are in protest against the governor's decision in securing the city, in decongesting the city, and making sure that buses flying out of Nairobi don't get into the city center. Mambo kama hayo tutaangalia hiyo pia. 100 days of Dr. RUTO administration, Raila Odinga says, is hell on earth. I don't know what you take of the same. And let's talk and let's tell each other the truth. This country must be safe in God's hand, and our children's children must enjoy this country, not endure it. Thank you so much. The link to use to get in the studio is now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will get talking. I want to appreciate Maulin Mirenja. Thank you so much. Karibu sana kwa kuwahi katika studio leo na kutazama kipindi na kukifuatilia. Tatu Juma, hi to you. Thank you so much. Kuna Asha Omar, karibu sana. Kuna Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad, karibu sana. Thank you so much. Of course, Brian Richard, hello to you. Thank you for making time for us. GFHGG, hi to you. Are we having Thanksgiving this Sunday? RUTO Sunday routine. Hiyo sijapewa fununu, labda uwe nayo ukatufahamishe, lakini si unajua. Okay, thank you so much. Diana Gianna, hello to you, welcome. Alafu kuna nani mwingine huyu? Viki Odunga, Ondunga. Uh, Amen. Thank you so much. Nani mwingine huyu? Okay, karibuni sana. Tunaendelea kuwahimiza tafadhali wale ambao huwa mnatufuata kwa Facebook, kuna mushkili na account yetu ya Facebook. Kwa hivyo tupate katika Twitter handle Mtembei TV au YouTube, and then Mtembei TV Facebook page. The profile account is still under maintenance. So please, let's all apply ourselves to the same and begin to function rightly, do what is required, and tell Kenyans what they need to know in order for them to lead the life they must lead as a free people, and not scared of who is threatening them and want to make hell out of them. So I will play a video just to kick us into this discussion. Those of you following us, please make sure you are inviting somebody. Don't watch alone. There is a lot at stake. We need to have the country rallying right into proper understanding. Kevin Ochieng keeps asking, is this live? Yes, of course.
Saying, and I don't care what people will say about me, because I'm not here to please anybody. Neither am I here to listen to the voice of men to please men. I prophesied that Raila Odinga will be the president. I am here standing on the truth again, that what I heard was from God. What happened until what happened happened. Those who are involved, they know themselves. They know where they sat. They know when they sat. They know how they sat. And they know how they exchanged what they exchanged. But I'm here to let them know. The cup of God fills slowly. When God chose David, he had a right to kill Saul that very night, but he didn't do it. Even after David was chosen, still Saul reigned for over 17 years. But when the time of God came, Saul with his whole house died. I don't care whether people say I'm a prophet of doom, I'm a prophet of lies. I don't care. But as long as I hear the voice from God, I will speak it. And when I hear it again and again, I will speak it. Now there is a plan. There is a plan of killing Raila Odinga. Silent poison killing. And the person who will be used is a person very close to Raila. Very close. As I was praying, I was shown right now, as I was praying, not yesterday, just now after talking to you people, I've seen a structure of a building with pillars. It has a floor, but the walls are not covered. The pillars and the slabs, pillars and slabs. But at the center of the slab, I saw a casket, maroon in color, tied with ropes, being lifted up. In my mind, I thought that the Lord is reviving me. Just now, I thought because of this prayer, God is reviving me, lifting me up, because I saw the casket. It was being lifted up, tied with ropes. Then that's what I thought. Then immediately a voice tells me, it's not what you are thinking. This is what is going to happen. Then I'm being told he's going to die. Stop it. Now Lisa. Then I asked, who is this going to die? Then I'm being shown Raila again. Then I'm being told, stop it. He's innocent. this will provoke curse of blood to Kenya. And Kenya might become like Somalia for a long, long time. Don't spill the blood of an innocent person. Please, those who are sitting in those cocoons, please, I'm begging you as a prophet, think about these little children. Think about the people of tomorrow. Think about our children who are still young. They are innocent. They are not politicians. Don't put a curse on our children. If Raila's blood will be shed, it will be done in secret, in silence, but the Lord will confirm with his wrath. Already God still has an issue with Kenya. Don't add more. Find peace among Kenyans. That might make him to relent his judgment. It's just a matter of time. It's a matter of time. You can't play with his will in August, then he strikes in January. He's not that kind of a time with him. He is the owner of the time. He does what he wants when he wants because he's the master of time. Nobody fixes time for him. So as a church, let's pray over this. I know there are people who will criticize this and names more. But I will not be terrified to speak what I see and to announce what I hear. We have brothers and we have sisters. Let's not allow some few greedy people to spill a bigger curse. Because even what we haven't fixed it yet. I told you here, yes, RUTO has the government, but he doesn't have the keys from heaven. He has the government, he doesn't have the keys. And all of you can tell, you don't need to be prophets, you can tell where this country is going. You can feel, you can see. And now, more worse, they are planning. It is too innocent blood to be shed on this land. My work as a prophet is to say, have I not said? And what more should I do? To keep quiet now, because I've said. Choices are ours. We stand in the gap and pray over it, or we let it happen. And maybe when it happens, it will be too late to be reversed. We can do it now. So that the few people who are planning casts of fire, may God send angels to stop them. May God stop them, because they just don't know what that blood will become to this land. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for continuing to follow the broadcast. I trust it's adding value to you. I want us to ventilate on this as people and be able to judge matters as they are. The Bible says when there are two or three witnesses, a matter is settled. Well, we got this prophecy initially, and then there has come another one in similar manner from a different place. And so this, in the biblical sense, needs a matter to be considered because there are two witnesses. I'm preparing the other one, I'll be playing shortly. But what I want us to see is that we have a constrained few people in this great country or in the world who would want to do everything anything to stand in the way of what is good just to perpetuate their evil. Now, that needs to be a concern for anyone who wishes good for this country and for the world as a whole. A few people that would want to stop good from happening to people simply because they must execute their evil plan. Now, that is a very, very dangerous attitude, that you don't allow anything to stand in your way. You will kill whoever you must kill. You must clear everybody you must clear, because you must execute your intended plan. Things don't work like that. This world was never created to function that way. So we want to take responsibility as Kenyan people and other people of goodwill that wants to see the country Kenya progressing and the world as a whole becoming a better place, that we begin to deal with these evil people who want to cause evil to others at the expense of getting out of the way anything that will portray or stand as a hindrance to their evil plan. And so let's not get into issues of fighting, okay, or claiming that this is not true, this is not true. You are free, and you are entitled to everything. And like I've always said on this platform and elsewhere, no prophet is an infallible. That means prophets are subject to error. They can make mistakes. They are normal human beings. They are not superhuman beings. So no prophet is infallible. Okay, that means every prophecy should be judged against all the required prophetic test. And if it passes the test, then it's good. If it doesn't pass the test, it was wrong. And that is it. So, but I want us to look at it critically. Like I said, the Bible says 2 or 3 witnesses, a matter is settled. Where there is 2 or 3 witnesses, a matter is settled. And so there is another prophecy from another man of God that seems to be speaking exactly what this is about, and a little bit more elaborate. And so I want us to weigh these two things together and be able to analyze these manenos, because it cannot be 2 different men of God speaking about the same person in a similar manner, and we ignore that. That cannot be ignored according to biblical requirements. Na wale ambao mngependa kuingia kwa studio mkachangia masuala haya, karibuni tafadhali. Naona wengi katika comment section wanasema Raila is safe. Why should a Christian kill Raila through prophets? There is no, Ken, you can't say that. It seems you're here with another agenda. We are not talking about killing Raila. We are talking about warning. Okay? When a warning is given, you heed to the warning. You don't fight the messenger. You listen to the message and apply the same. The safety of Raila Odinga is not in the hands of anyone, but in the hands of God. The Raila Odinga has survived many things, many things. He has died many deaths. So we shouldn't get naive and begin to get personal on this one, and begin to stone the prophet simply because we don't like the message he has brought. Let us be sober on this and be able to articulate there is something wrong with this country. There is something wrong with the governance of this country and the future of this country if we don't take good care in looking at these matters keenly. So karibuni kila mmoja, tafadhali tumakinike pamoja, tukatekeleze yale ambayo tunapaswa kuyatekeleza, na tusikubali kubebwa na hawa ambao wangependa kuficha mpaka maovu yenyewe. Hiyo haifai na ikubaliki. Lazima tuwe watu ambao tutasimama na ukweli, hata kama huo ukweli ni uchungu, ama huo ukweli unatuumiza, ama huo ukweli hauko more comfortable with us. It doesn't make any difference. If we must escape, then we must adhere to what is given as a prescription for our escape. So kwa vyovyote vile tukubali tukubali kuelekezwa ipasavyo ili tukamakinike kwa pamoja. So I don't want anybody running into, easy conclusions about this, that men of God wants to kill Raila Odinga, or their prophecies about killing Raila Odinga. That's not it. Let us not chase after the rabbit when we can have an antelope. It is important that we remain focused. But so I know we are dealing with uh, Westcon anasema these are propagandist bloggers, okay, headed by Dennis, of course, na wanataka kudeviate the conversation ili tusiongee kwa kina, na hapo ndio nimekatalia. Mimi nataka tu analyze hii maneno vizuri. Who is seeking the life of Raila Odinga and why? Is it the international community? Is it the local arrangement? And why? Why is he a stumbling block? Is a stumbling block to who? What do they want to do that Raila Odinga doesn't want done? And is it for the good of this country, or is it for the evil of this country? And anybody who seeks to clear people on the way so that he can do what he wants to do, then that person is not a good person. That person is evil to the core, and he needs to be stopped by all means. And if you're going to pray, we will pray. If you're going to fast, we will fast. If you're going to demonstrate, we will demonstrate. If you're going to picket, we will picket. But we will not let this country go the wrong direction on our watch. That is not acceptable. That will not take place under our watch. So whoever has an evil plan against this country and wants to execute that evil plan, and he wants to clear anybody that has noticed that he is up to evil, then we will deal with that person. The Bible says, you shall not suffer a witch to live. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Msimruhusu mchawi aishi. Yule mtu ambaye hataki watu waishi vizuri, hataki nchi iendelee mbele. Na ningependa tu tukubaliane, okay, kama nyinyi wale watu mmetoka sehemu ambazo kuna uchawi ama kunasemekana kuna uchawi. Angalia tu hizo sehemu, okay? Kuna sehemu kadhaa, sitaki kutaja wapi, lakini kuna sehemu ambazo inajulikana kuna wachawi. Na ukiangalia hiyo sehemu yote, maendeleo hakuna, okay? Kama nyumba ni zile za nyasi, zile ndogo, alafu kwa sababu ya huo uchawi na kutumika katika ushirikina, kuna vile ambavyo maendeleo hayapo. Na kuna wale watu ambao hawataki maendeleo, au ndio naita wachawi, okay? Najua kwamba Raila Odinga ameitwa mchawi kisiasa miaka mingi, lakini hakuna mtu ambaye anapenda maendeleo ya nchi hii kama Raila Odinga. Hakuna mtu amechangia kuendelea kwa nchi hii kama Raila Odinga. So Raila Odinga angekuwa mchawi kweli, angekuwa anazuia ugatuzi, angekuwa anazuia maendeleo ya barabara, angekuwa anazuia mambo haya yote. Lakini kuna wale ambao ni wachawi, licha ya kuwa wana mdomo ambao unatumika kuita wengine wachawi. Wale hawataki maendeleo ya wananchi, hawataki wananchi wakuwe na amani na wakuwe na ile starehe ya kuwaza mawazo yao, kupanga mipango yao na kwenda nje kutekeleza majukumu yao, wapate hela zao, wajilishe. Wangependa kuifanya hii nchi ikwe nchi ya kuombaomba, okay? Ili kila mtu awe akienda kwao akiwaomba wamsaidie hiki, wamsaidie kile, wasimame na yeye hivi, wasimame na yeye vile. Hiyo sio kuendelea kwa nchi. Nchi ambayo itaendelea ni nchi inajisimamia, na huko kujisimamia kunatokana na nini? Wananchi kuwa na uwezo wa kujisimamia, okay? Ili kila mzazi anajua kama ni mkulima atapanda mimea yake, atauza mimea yake itatoa hela za kutosha kuelimisha watoto wake, kukulisha jamii yake na kuvalisha jamii yake, hata hitaji msaada kutoka kwingine kule. So tusipokuwa na jamii zimejisimamia, tusipokuwa na wananchi wamejisimamia, hapo ndipo tutakuwa nini? Walemavu kama nchi. Na hizi siku 100 za Kenya Kwanza zinaonyesha wazi kwamba Kenya Kwanza inataka nchi ambayo inategemea misaada, nchi ambayo inategemea nchi zingine. Now, hiyo ndio njia ambayo tumekwepa miaka mingi tukijaribu kujinasua kutokana na nini? Kutegemea mataifa mengine, kutegemea watu wengine ili tusimame kama nchi. Lakini tunaona hizi siku 100 za Kenya Kwanza ni kama Kenya Kwanza inataka kuturudisha pale mahali ambapo tunategemea nchi zingine kwa kila kitu: mavazi, chakula, masomo, matibabu. Now, hiyo sio direction ya nchi yeyote kwenda. Every person yule amepata mtoto anajua kwamba huyu mtoto nitambeba, huyu mtoto nitamlisha, huyu mtoto nitamvalisha, lakini haitakuwa milele. Okay? Atamaliza utoto, aingie kubalehe, akuwe mtu mzima, na kisha kuwa mtu mzima, huyo aliyekuwa mtoto aliyekuwa akikutegemea. Okay? Itafika wakati ambapo sasa wewe unafanya nini? Unamtegemea. Ama atafika kiwango ambacho yeye atakuwa nini? Anajitegemea. That is the whole pride and the joy of every parent. Mbona sisi tuko 60 years old, lakini Kenya Kwanza inataka kuturudisha kwa kuwa watoto ili tukabebwe tena, tukalishwe tena, tukavalishwe tena, tukafanyiwe kila kitu kana kwamba sisi ni watoto. Nchi komavu ina watu wengi ambao wanajifanyia biashara zao, wanajifanyia kazi zao, wanajisimamia kifedha, kijamii, kila hali. So naomba tu kama kila mmoja tuwe soba usiku wa leo, tuangazie ni nani huyu ambaye anataka Raila atolewe ili aendelee na mipango yake. Mipango hii ni ipi ambayo inazuiwa na Raila Odinga? Tungependa tujue, okay, ili tuelewe ni nini hiki ambacho Raila Odinga amekuwa kizuizi kwacho, na ni muhimu sana mpaka imefika kiwango ambapo wanaanza sasa kutishia maisha yake. Ni nini hiki ambacho ni cha muhimu sana ambacho kiwezi kufanyika wakati Raila Odinga yupo? We need to know that, and we need to be able to understand everything in its proper perspective. Okay, let's listen to the part B of this prophecy. I told you two. The Bible says where there are 2 or 3 witnesses, a matter is settled. Let's listen to this dimension of this prophecy. Then we will leave for you to judge. But something is wrong with this country, and we must get it fixed. Thank you, everybody. Keep inviting somebody. Let's talk together.
And this is a prophecy and prophetic alert over Kenya. And this is a word of caution to one Raila Odinga to watch out, because there's a trap to muzzle him. A word of caution to one Raila Odinga to be on a watch out, because there's a trap to muzzle you. I don't reach him. I've never met him. I don't even know if he knows me, but this word should reach him. Neno hili likamfikia. And this one also should go to all those whom God has burdened. If you have been burdened of God, to pray for this man. He's a man that there's a reason for him being there. And he's one that is a victim that you may not want to continue looking into. But where Kenya is right now, he remains the only impediment for this current this current administration, he remains the greatest impediment to this current administration in their quest to be oppressive, in their quest to do the things they are bound to do. As things are, and if you follow the prophets I've shared before, that this current administration will be a mockery, will be full of jokes, and they will do things that will make many to wonder. And the current administration has bought and has compromised so many, including the church. So the church cannot be relied upon, plus the clergy. And the only hope that remains as a safe, as a watchdog and as a restraining factor were a few voices like the civil society. They too, most of them have been muzzled. I saw something like a trance, and this trance I see something like a crocodile having its mouth wide open, and everybody was being swallowed in. This crocodile with a mouth wide open is actually the spirit that is driving and at work behind this current administration. So there's everybody being swallowed in, people being swallowed in, politicians. I mean, the church already has been swallowed in, the clergy. So there be none that will have a voice to speak and condemn the ills that this current administration will suck themselves into doing. And it will be like a highway of death, a real highway of death. You can imagine how drivers drive across the expressway and super highway. That's the craze that we shall be seeing of this current administration. It will be a highway of death. So with that one said, we will have needed, the nation will need some sober mind, some godly minds, some godly voices, and some personalities that can remain standing, although we are a nation in the judgment. And that particular figure or hope that Kenya may have as at the moment, though so much, though there's not much hope for the nation, is the man Raila Odinga. So there's a conspiracy of foreign. I saw a conspiracy of some foreigners and foreign powers to influence, and they're already doing so, to have the man muzzled and reduced to a voiceless figure. And that will be the end of him. That will be the end of him. Is the only impediment that, and the only restraining voice at the moment. Though the opposition has been weakened, and there isn't such an opposition at the moment, formidable opposition, that will help keep this government in check. They'll be rogue. The current, the captain will be rogue. His princess will be rogue, and they'll be like they have gone berserk. Just count, just keep your eyes watching. And as such, you have seen, and you'll be seeing many reasonable voice of reasons that is being kind of bought, compromised, and so that they clear the way. for this administration to do all that they need to do. So there's a lot of foreign there's a lot of foreign influence, foreign powers are currently working very hard because Kenya will see a sale for a price of a bread. The things that Kenya owns or possessions that Kenya prizes. That includes parastatals. That includes things we look at, jewels of the nation that will be sold. And so there will be a buying spree. There will be a scramble by these foreign powers that will be fronting some certain elements. And this is in line with other prophets I've shared before, where we'll see Kenya being milked. It's like a Shylock going for the steak of a man. So Kenya will see a lot of prized possessions either charted away or they are sold off in quest for this government to keep afloat. These are prophecies I shared before. And the only hope that Kenya has at the moment is one Raila Odinga. Someone passed this word to him that, and plus those who are praying for him, that he is facing a trap. There's a trap that is well set for him to fall into. And once he falls into that trap, he'll be muzzled. And for us as a nation, you'll be like sheep meant for slaughter. The church, Kenya, please, there's no hope in the church clergy. There's no hope. The judgment is already eating Kenya. And you shall face hunger, drought, tough economic times. Life will be hard for the next 14 years in this republic. This is the judgment that God told me to release over the nation some time back. And it's born out of our own pride and our own mistakes and refusing to settle for the will of God. So being the only man remaining as a hindrance on the path for this administration to do their ills, there is a calculated effort and there's a well-calculated schemes to isolate him. And that will be the process of cutting him down to size. And that will be the end of him. Let him watch out. Let him watch out for the offers and the goodies that will be dangled at him. Let him be on the watch out. His handlers, his advisors, and those who instruct him should hearken to this, because his voice may be out. His voice may be shut out sooner than what was already expected, sooner than as it was expected. It will be sooner, too soon. So there is a conspiracy for that. And as I speak, what God showed me, it's already at work. It's been working. And it is actually foiled. It is covered. There are things that are disguised. And this current administration, they are witty, crafty, and very shrewd, doing things with a certain subtlety to beat the purposes of God. Intercessors who were actually praying for the remnants, because our prayers are for the remnants. keep the man in your prayers. Keep the man in your prayers. There are a lot of efforts to either isolate him, eliminate him, remove him, and just have him be past tense. Because of security reasons, I mean, I'll go deeper so much on that. I'll actually leave it for the wise ones to interpret. But I'll say what will be sufficient enough to make intercessors and spiritual watchers to know how to pray. Hallelujah. 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 Already, Kenya, we were already eating judgment. If you never knew, GMO is part of the judgment that is eating Kenya. It's part of judgment. And we shall experience as a nation crop failure and drought. That will happen. That will really happen. When I talked about the locusts last year, some elements laughed at me. That was last year, but one. I said that over 24 counties of the Republic of Kenya will be invaded by locusts. And it happened. As a result, Kenya's bread basket, our harvests that will be harvested even this time will fall far below. It is falling far, far below what Kenya has always harvested, plus what Kenya has targeted. That will call for imports, just in line with the prophecies that I released. This current government behaves as though they don't recognize prophetic warnings. But that's because they are in judgment. The one that will suffer, person that will suffer, are the innocent citizens. The citizens, whom I don't want to say that they are innocent. You reap what you sow. And so for the sake of the remnants who were there, for the sake of those remnants, we'll need to be releasing these alerts so that you know how to be praying.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I trust all is well wherever you are. I'm still waiting for the people to participate into the conversation in the studio. But I see different reactions about those prophecies, and which, in my opinion, you are entitled to your opinion, you're entitled to your checks. God punishing this country because of leaders and some of the evils that have taken place, which is far from, I mean, especially I want to invite Ken. I want to invite Ken into just checking out the history of this country. There are so many evils that have been done because of politics in this country than anything else. We have had good people go down for politics. We have had massacres taking place in this country because of politics. We've had, innocent lives taken because of politics. Those pile up. They pile up. When the cup gets filled, the wrath of God is released. And it can come in many forms. Okay? If you are a good student of the Bible, you know that God does not only punish through thunderstorm and brimstone and other things. He can punish a nation by setting a wrong leader over that particular nation. That can be part of God's judgment. Yeah, just like Israel will misbehave, then God will go and collect Nebuchadnezzar, come and take them to captivity. Okay, Nebuchadnezzar is used as a tool by God to punish Israel. okay, by taking them to captivity. And so we need to be more clear about our understanding of things. And then, of course, I saw somebody claiming that these are YouTubers who are looking for subscribers and viewers on their channel. You could be right. I don't doubt you. You could be right. I don't doubt you. But I think there is much more to this. There is much more to this than just somebody looking for views. We know the videos that look for views. You have gotten those alarming uh, fake news videos that you hear that so and so is dead, only to discover the person is not dead, or one of the wherever celebrities is reported as having had an accident when the person has not. Those are the things that are sensational and for looking for views. Nobody would want to go into the extent of saying God has said this or God has shown me this simply because to get views. I think that will be one of the shallow way of looking at it. But all in all, we are free to doubt, we are free to question, we are free to investigate. What makes me take these prophecies not likely is because two witnesses, a matter is settled, the Bible says. Secondly, what is happening generally in the country right now? Is it pointing towards this particular direction? Are we having these kind of things happening right now? Now, that gives me some courage to say there is something about these prophecies that should not be taken lightly. And that means, as Kenyan people, let's not bury our head in the sand and pretend that everything is all right when for sure nothing is all right at all, only for us to come at the 11th hour and begin to say that we saw, we had, we wish we did, we wish we said. So I would that we all look at the whole scenario of our governance right now. Is Kenya in the right hands? We're looking at the 100 days. That's where everybody's pushing me to. The 100 days of William Ruto administration. What have we gained? What have we lost compared to what we have gained and what we have lost? Are we in a profitable position, or we have gone down in a degree? Thank you so much. I want us to start out the conversation. Thank you those of you who are joining us. Please let's keep the conversation going now. Endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu. Samahani wale ambao mnatufuata kwa Facebook, kuna mushkili na akaunti yetu moja ya Facebook inashughulikiwa. In the meantime, tuko live kwa Twitter and Facebook, I think page, and then YouTube channel. So kama unataka kuingia studio, ingia ukitumia YouTube channel. Hapo ndio utapata nini, Facebook, also Facebook page, lakini hiyo ingine ya profile inashughulikiwa. Thank you. Let's move on. Tumsikilize Dada Roda. Give us your opening remarks as we move forward. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. How are you? Hope you have a very good day today, Thursday. Today I'm better than yesterday. My influ is getting better. I bought today very strong medicine. Yeah, but I had problem because when I was coughing, I was pain in my bone. That is a flu. And nowadays they can say it's COVID, So I'm better than yesterday. And thank God. So I hope my Christmas will be cool. you know, yeah. So I hope everybody's fine. Everybody watching us, welcome and feel at home. And we love you very much. You take your time to watch, even to take that time to buy even that bado. It's called that money you put in the internet and you watch for us. It's something we don't take for granted. We are so humble. You take that time and to buy even internet is something we are so thankful for you to watch for us, and we love you so much. Be in our community. This is a community we want to grow and we stand for our country, because that's our that's why we are arena to focus with the political arena. If they do wrong, we stand. If they not do the right, we must tell them. We are like opposition. We must stand with them. We must tell them, because if they do wrong, we have. That's why we are here. If we don't care, we don't. Some people, they don't care, but we care. In fact, we need to be very proud of ourselves. Some people, they don't care. Yeah, some people, even when tell them about your country, like Kenya, they no, I don't know what to hear. I don't know what to get stressed. I don't know what. I don't know what. No. I remember I talked with one woman. She was male, or she lived here. She was very angry with me. She was saying, no, I don't want. If you want to die very quickly, focus about Kenya. I told, yes, I will focus. I love my country, and I want to see Kenya go the right things. The system is working, the education is working, everything is going proper, and that's what I want. But if I see my country is going well, like for example, I used to see a country like Somalia go bad way, a country like Mali in West Africa, how they go. Do you think I feel happy? No, I don't like it. Do you think those people, they come from Mali, they feel happy when they see their country is mess? Nobody wants to live in a country everything is mess, everything is corrupt, the system is not working. You cannot be happy. If you love, we must love our country. That's where we are born. That's why we are called a Kenyans. So we don't want to see a country like the way I saw Haiti, those countries. So let us stand together as a brother and sister, to stand in our country as brother, because we love one another and we are Kenyans. So what I want to say, I don't see any change, because yesterday you said we must focus with the topic. I have not seen anything change for 100 days. Something I have seen 100 days, I have seen only the RUTO traveling for those he take the office. From September, he have been traveling all the time. I don't know how was it the 2013 when the former president, he take the off duty, he travel. He did. I was expecting him, he would stay in the office. Because he have never been the president. He start. When you come to the office, it used to be mess. That's something natural for every government. It used to be mess, because you don't know how things work. You have to sit down and to focus. He didn't focus with us Kenyan citizens, how Kenyan people who we are. He didn't care to know who we are. He didn't care about our emotional. He didn't care about how the school system works. He didn't care about the colleges. He just started to travel. And he is a new president. Let us not focus about he was a vice. To come the first time in the office, everything is to be new, confused. You don't know what is the way. You get panic because but he didn't show us. He didn't show us emotionally that what is the way. When he take to the office, he thought he knew. He didn't respect us, Kenya citizen. He thought he knew more than things he think he knew, and he didn't know nothing. Instead of he could ask expert. Those people are very smart. Those people, what is the way? He sit in the office and focus. The way only thing he have done, only traveling and going every county for the church Thanksgiving, with using money for the government, using private jet, and giving money in the church. That's only thing they have been, and having meeting tent. That's only things RUTO have done. Nothing. And Thanksgiving, you cannot be Thanksgiving every time, when people are starving, when people are struggling, when people, the cost of living is getting high, when people, they don't have money to pay the rent, when people, they don't know, people border, they don't know, Mama Boga, those he told us, bottom up, nothing have been going on. Instead of he start to focus, if he could stay in the office, like those 100 days, just stay in the state house. We don't see him in the social media. I could not have problem with it. But him here just traveling and going these religion churches, Thanksgiving, nothing else. So me, I cannot see anything he have done anything. I cannot say something have been up. Nothing. Me, I can see only Kenya have problem, security have been worse. Many things, like people cheating, gangsters, liars, people like one woman was saying that police officer was drunk somewhere. They were drunk somewhere, and they could not take care of the people. Can you imagine the police officer? And in Kenya, our police officers have been very, very disciplined. They have studied in Igajo how to behave, how to discipline. But I had even police officers, they are drinking alcohol and to be in the office. Can you imagine those villages, the police station? Can you imagine? That is the Kenya we want to live. We want the president who is a responsibility. His work is only to go to America, nothing else. We cannot move forward when we see our country is going to hell. We must stand firm to our country, and we tell him you're doing the right. We cannot say, oh, you're doing wrong, we're doing okay, and then we're just laughing, and then we don't care. No, some people, they don't see the problem, but me, I see. Even you are watching us, you see the problem. Now we are going to January. People, they don't know what they will take the children in the school fees. They don't know how they get money for the uniform. They don't, the unga, many things, money for the rent, sewage in the slum, sewage is everywhere. Instead of they focus, people, they live in a good environment. Those people, they live in the slum. Those people, they live just in a place like a place like Coyote. They need to have a good environment. That is the work of the government, responsibility. But their work is only to travel with a private jet and sleep in a hotel, very nice hotel in Washington, D.C., and eating breakfast, good breakfast. And you, Kenya, you are suffering. It's so sad. My heart is painful. When are we going to be free in Kenya? We have a leader, they think about themselves, but they don't focus about Kenyans. Some people are dying for food in Turkana. Some people, in hunger is everywhere in Kenya. All Kenya is in hunger, not only the Turkana. Most of people, but of course, Turkana is more powerful. It's very more hunger. So we cannot assume, we say everything have been going well. And I'm very happy Baba have been standing in our country. And we continue to pray for the Baba. No weapon against Baba shall prosper. He will be always stand for our country. That's why God created him. He created Omar Odinga to stand with our country, to always fight for us, for the Kenyan people, because he loves our own country and he loves us. So we must stand. If we see things are not going well, don't try to hide things. We need to be honest to each other. Say how you feel. If you see those things are not going well, Nairobi, pickpocket, things are bad environment, we want our country to be fantastic, to be people not be stealing, not, you get my point, what I mean. So if you see things are going bad, stand and you come here and we say, we cannot quiet, because we focus, our country, we focus about tomorrow and future. We want our children who are born today and the children who are born from 2000, they live in good environment, in a good place. They will say, oh, I grown up in Kenya, a good environment, a good school. That's what we are fighting. We are not here because of somebody. We are here because of the children, our children in Kenya. That's why we are here. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhoda. We appreciate that. We appreciate your observation of the 100 days. The president has been on traveling sprint, and he has broken record in the 100 days, making more than 100 trips. But whatever the trips have brought, we are yet to see. Kuna wale ambao wako na matatizo na masuala ya nini. Tuanze na swala na huyu anaitwa James Kiu. Nasema some people never see any good things done. They only criticize. James, tuonyeshe kitu kizuri ambacho kimefanyika tangu Kenya Kwanza ichukue hatamu za uongozi. Okay, kitu kizuri ambacho kimefanyikia Wakenya, wamepewa maziwa ya Nyayo ama ni nini kimeendelea ambacho kinaonyesha kwamba serikali imefanya kazi, okay, kwa maisha ya Mkenya. What are 6 judges, okay, au ni judges, okay, na walikuwa nje ya ofisi kwa sababu wana dosari. Hiyo dosari William Ruto aliona sio dosari ya kutosha, kufungia kukaa kwa ofisi kama vile Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa ameona hiyo dosari. Na kingine ni kesi kutupiliwa mbali ya wakubwa. Okay? Hii Kenya Kwanza siku 100 imekuwa ya kuachilia wakubwa waliokuwa na kesi. Hiyo inasaidiaje Mkenya wa kawaida? Okay? Ile project ilikuwa inalisha Kenya, ambapo kazi mtaani, kwa kila nyumba kulikuwa at least mtu mmoja anafanya kazi kwa kazi mtaani, anapata chakula kwa kulisha jamii nzima. Hiyo program the first 3 days kwa ofisi ya Kenya Kwanza kuwa kwa ofisi, hiyo project ikawekwa kando. Subsidy ya mafuta ikawekwa kando, subsidy ya chakula ikawekwa kando. Sasa saa hii wanasema subsidy ya education pia imewekwa nini kando. So ni kitu kipi kizuri ambacho ungependa tuongelee? Suti za president, is interesting that is putting on blue, although he's in yellow party. I don't know why they can't wear yellow suits. I would love to look at them putting on yellow all through and see how interesting they will look on the international platform as they appear uh, to address the world. Why are they putting on blue? I probably will do a show to discuss that. Lakini ningependa tu tufuatilie, alafu kuna wale ambao wana maswala na prophecy. Ningependa tu kusema tulicheza hizo prophecies because not necessarily that they are credible or we support them. We're just pointing out something. Na kuna prophecy ambayo tulipewa tukai-neglect. Okay? And I'm sure it was because of that negligence that we are where we are. I've just discovered that. Lisemwalo lipo, kama halipo linjiani laja, wahenga wakasema. Tusikue watu wa kupuuza mambo tu hivyo hivyo, haswa ikigusia nchi, okay, na uongozi wake. That's not something to play around with. Not necessarily. Kuna prophecies ambazo unajua ni obviously wrong, okay? Prophecy ya kusema nimeonyeshwa sijui nini. Imeonyeshwa kwamba kanisa ipige kura hivi. Hizo unajua hizo zote ni fake. Lakini kuna masuala ambayo ni yakina, ambayo you don't push them and brush them off just that way. And then touching on lives, okay? And touching on the nature of the country. Then we are sober people. We look at it holistically. Hii nchi imeona mambo mengi sana. This country has come to places where it was thought it can never come back from. But by God's grace, it has always been able to emerge again. I still believe we will emerge from this better, wiser, and stronger. But we must navigate very wisely. When the room is darkest, you walk more carefully than when there is light. Right now, it's looking dark. Let us be more careful and be able not to dismiss things simply because we don't believe or we don't appreciate. The reason why I'm talking about another prophecy, I'm not talking about prophet saying, okay? I'm talking about the earlier commissioners of IEBC resigned from IEBC. What was their claim? Okay? That Chebukati is a problem. They can't work with him. Okay? Effectively. Naelewana? Na hiyo ilitoka kitambo. Hatukusikiliza. Tumekaa na Chebukati ndio huyo akaletewa commissioners wengine 4. Okay? What was their first complaint? Chebukati. Look at that. So tungesikiliza hao 4 waliotangulia kuresign, tukashughulikia mtu anaitwa Chebukati, probably will not be where we are. So there are some warnings that we are given that we don't heed to, and we end up suffering the same thing that we would not have suffered if we heeded to the warning. So I advise us Kenyans, let's not be so much carried away in the pretext of dismissing issues. Mimi, of late, I'm not leaving anything to chance. I will check everything out and then be sure that whatever that is being claimed is wrong or right. Ningependa tu tafadhali tusonge mbele katika mjadala wetu. Tunaangazia, of course, they want Raila Odinga out of their way. Why? Why is Raila Odinga a stumbling block to Kenya Kwanza administration? How is he a stumbling block to Kenya Kwanza administration? What is it that Kenya Kwanza wants to do that Raila Odinga will not let them do? Tusungumze hiyo. Sakaja, stay put. Nairobi si ya mama ya mtu. Swala nyeti hapo ambapo MCA wanataka kuintimidate Sakaja ili akubali masuala ambayo yamepitishwa kwamba hayakubaliki katika Nairobi. I support Sakaja. I didn't support him in his bid for governorship, but when he begins to behave like this, I will support him, because cartels and the supporters of the cartels needs to be dealt with effectively, na tunahitaji kichwa ngumu kizuri cha kusimama vizuri tu ili tukazuia masuala kama haya. And of course, siku 100 za Kenya Kwanza, Raila Odinga anasema they are hell on earth. Unakubaliana naye ama unapinga? Asante sana, tuendelee kukaribishana tafadhali. Wale mnatufuata Facebook, tunapatikana tu kwa Facebook page, atupatikane kwa profile. So kama if you follow us on profile and not on the page, go and follow us on the page. Then we are on Twitter right now because our other channel is under maintenance. So ukitaka kuingia studio unatumia YouTube. YouTube ndio inapokea nini? Hiyo link ya kuingia kwa studio. I'll be playing that prophecy of IEBC later on. Let's move on. Listen to Sister Nifa. Karibu.
Hello, how everybody? Rhoda. Sometimes I always confuse Rhoda na Julia. But today, Julia ndalifunga leo stationi. So I was so much yesterday when I left me and Chaka, sorry, Pole. Hello. So yesterday when we went to sleep, tukawawacha kwa studio, so I went to sleep, nikaenda kazi, kurudi wajamaa bado wako hapo. I was like, hey. So okay, wanajaribu, at least tunajua people are concerned. Mtu hawezi tu kuchukua wakati wake wote kukaa na kuongea. And of course, vile nilitoka kazi nilisikia what they were saying. So I could not get into the nini because it was almost walikuwa nafunga. And this guy anaitwa there's one guy alisema tio, the problem is we are just talking. We are just talking na hakuna solution. Kwa hakuna mtu anatusikiza. So kind of tuna waste time. Ngoja niangalie jina lake nani. Sijui kila mtu. So and then mmoja akamwambia ndio tunaongea tu lakini somehow kuna watu ambao wanatusikiliza, because I remember one time before I joined the show with you guys, the time the Mutembei boss wale waliitwa kwa RUTO alimkaribisha, and then he said najua watu wako wananipiga vita sana. So I suppose is the show. He said watu wako huwa wananipiga sana vita. He told the Mutembei boss. So just to go to the topic, ndo kusudi nimwachie pia Chaka ongee about Raila, why Raila, they want Raila out of their way. For sure, they all know who Raila is. And even though some of them, they pretend like we are not afraid of Raila, but behind, kama Raila anasema okay tu siku ya mashujaa si tunaenda kufanya nini yetu, siku ya jamhuri tunaenda kufanya yetu. So they are always afraid. Some even they call Kenyatta. So Kenyatta at least amwambie Raila, not hustlers, ama not Raila's fans to host the meeting. And recently we saw also ile ya summit ya US Africa. So ile US Africa also ni kamba ime backlash, not because of Kenya specifically, because there's this African ambassador, sijui kama unamjua, she's a lady, and she was very, very defensive to African continent. Akasema, America has never been there to Africa, only but kuwatumia tu resources zao. And she was interviewed with many stations from European and America also. And she said, the way I also said, I never heard of, because such a thing, Africa, America, Africa, European, if there's any meeting going to be, there's always have to be reports, even international news, even in European and also in America. And also everything has to be gazetted, but I never saw that myself. So could be I was also right. So this is something we just came abruptly to them. And the lady said that, so that one is also part of this 100 days of RUTO in the office, because I think for Kenya, it was a crash to Raila, so that when Raila was also invited, and that's why I say why Raila was invited, because that was only for the heads of state. Now, Raila is not head of state, and the West, USA, they were supporting the other guy. So why couldn't him just go the president if they knew that Jamhuri is Kenyan Independence Day? I think it's lack of respect, because why you have to take, because Jamhuri, each country celebrates its own Independence Day. They should have also leave Raila to celebrate with these people, and then watakutana kule na huyo. Sasa wanaacha yule na celebrate, anafanya mambo zake, and then after Raila goes. So that one I find it also a little bit really, and that's why when Raila went and came back quiet, maybe the quietness of Raila is because I had to see 100 days ikwishe ndio sasa jitokeze, because maybe I've seen some of the Raila started to back again. So Raila has dealt with, everybody knows, apart from wale vijana wadogo walizaliwa juzi, Raila dealt with one of the yani ule, hata Americans, they never used to like Moi, because when Americans wanted to, we were young by then, walikuwa wanataka kufungua their base ya army, Moi alikuwa anapinga, and vile walienda na Ouko huko na Amerikani, they were like, oh, Ouko is the one supposed to be the president, walikuwa so they never used to like Moi, and Moi was a Nandi. So now to me is like Raila had to bring Moi down. Raila alikuwa anasimamisha roho ya damu ya Moi, and Raila was young, not even father to Raila. So Raila with Moi, and then is the Raila nje alifanya mpaka wakaeka hizi, walisema why don't we have also other parties? Kama Raila angesema tungekuwa na hiyo party, ingekuwa maybe tunaendelea na KANU, na ingekuwa maybe ndio sasa watu they are planning now kila mtu akuwe na pati yake. So at least alijaribu to that. Of course hakukuwa peke yake, but he's the one who suffered the most, and Moi was not easy to control. So Ruto ni mtoto, hata ni maji kwa Raila. Moi was not easy, na Moi angetaka kummaliza Raila, angemmaliza by then, because I remember my grandmother told me when mother to Raila died, family of Raila walikuja kumuuliza kama anaweza kuzika mama yake, they refused, wakamwacha kwa jela. So they knew Raila akitoka watu wata sympathy na yeye, watu wataanza kuleta maneno, wataanza kuzusha. But now come to Kibaki, it's because of Raila nda akasema Kibaki tosha. Kibaki tosha, because he believed in Kibaki. Kibaki amesoma. Kibaki pia was he's a good leader, amesoma economist vizuri. And to prove Kibaki ameleta nini, it's not just a matter of ati Kikuyu sijui nini, hapana. You can be a Kikuyu, but so long as you have ambitions, unafanya mambo vizuri, at least people can be, haitakuwa hii mambo ya tribalism. Sasa the problem is whatever happened Kibaki and Raila, ndio ikafanya paka Kibaki, Raila akaenda akatengeneza tena another, whereby Ruto also had to go over there. Now come to Moi, Kenyatta. Kenyatta also maybe walikuwa nafikiri watafaulu, lakini vile walisema resist ilifanya paka economy pia ilikuwa inaenda vibaya, kila kitu ilikuwa inaenda vibaya, and that's when kila mtu, it's not something that I'm saying, you guys you know. So I'm trying to defend the fact that why they want Raila out of their way, because wanajua Raila, hakuna mwanaume anaweza kumnini Raila. And once Raila amesha decide, huwa amedecide, si ati kwa ajili anataka pesa, anataka uongozi, anataka nini, anataka Kenya iende mzuri. So I think hii mambo ya opposition kumtengenezea ofisi, we've been talking about it. Why now? Vile walijaribu kusema BBI, so I'm asking myself, angekubali BBI, what will have happened? Wangekuwa washatengeneza BBI, alafu ule mwenye ameshindwa ndio angeingia kwa hiyo opposition seat. Sasa saizi wanataka kuleta BBI. Sasa hiyo pesa itatoka wapi ya kutengeneza BBI? Ama BBI watatengeneza tu hivyo hivyo? Where is the money going to come from? And he's been accusing Raila, anasema Raila was with Uhuru Kenyatta, he was now in the government, na akakuwa opposition. So now the game change, opposition. So I'm thinking he's fearless, Raila is fearless, and Raila is a person, hata kama ni kesho watu wakisema aende to be sworn in as people's president, because constitution, unajua kila nchi kuna people's president na kuna the president ule wa government. So nafikiri waliangalia ukienda kwa nini constitution, unajua constitution for a country ziko nyingi, huwezi kusoma zote. Wenye wanajua kuchambua vizuri, they are the lawyers, ile article and whatever. Lakini kila nchi kuna ile unaweza ukasema okay, sisi tunajitenga kwa ajili hamtupendi. Kama mtupendi, it's like kama bwana akikuwa, for example, I'm sorry to use the example, bwana akikuwa na bibi watatu, kila bibi pako mnunulie gari, umweke kwa nyumba mzuri, wale watoto wote, huwezi kupeleka watoto wako wengine, bibi wa kwanza unawapeleka dynasty, wengine shule ya hali ya juu, bibi mdogo, kwa ajili watoto wote ni wako. So you have to balance na kuweka kila kitu pamoja. Hata ukisema okay, siku 2 niko kwa bibi mkubwa, siku 2 niko kwa bibi mdogo, siku 2 hivyo, you have to balance. Huwezi kukaa 1 month kwa bibi mkubwa na unakaa only 2 days kwa bibi mdogo. It does not go, otherwise bibi atakukimbia. So that's why I was trying to think like kama when a group is you are being discriminated, mnasema okay, hawatupendi, basi wacha sisi watupatie nini yetu, watupatie space yetu, tuchague mkubwa wetu, and it can happen. Kwa ajili we say even with South Sudan imefanyika. And Rhoda just said about Haiti. I thought about that thing. I think, Rhoda, you remember how Haiti went down. Everybody, Haiti is a small country, but it went down. And Haiti, it's not like Kenya, whereby politicians wako that in such incompetence, yani competition yao iko very high. But Kenya siku ile itaanguka, it will be so bad to even African community. It will be so shameful because they don't see it right now. Our Kenyan leaders, they're supposed to learn and kuona nchi zenye zimeanguka kama Somalia, kama Eritrea is also not so good. Most of Eritreans are outside the country as refugees. You understand? So, and it's East Africa. Angalia Congo wamekuja kuwa join, and it's also East Africa. Congo issues zao zijaisha. So, I think Kenyan leaders, again, the clip Vila alisema alikuwa anaongea in African Summit in America. Mr. RUTO said, I was elected. I did forward to Bernard. I was elected, fairly and democratically, and the people, like, unajua, he's really an advocate, and even to prove my former president I was not his successor. Successor was another person. I was in the opposition and I won, and we are working together. And even as I'm speaking, my competitor is here. Yani the fact that anajua when he was talking kwa other president, it was not funny to the president of Ghana and not funny to the president of Rwanda, the way he was talking as a young person, and Raila could not do anything because unajua those heads of state are there. You understand? Unasema even my competitor was here, Nikamba alikubali, and he moved forward. You understand? And this person, I think, anaambiwa ukienda mali fulani ongea hivi. ukienda mahali fulani ongea hivi, si kitu kinakuja kwa akili yake, because shameful and shame on him, you understand, to talk like that, you understand, or ati democratic, ambapo unajua vizuri sana watu wengi, what happened with the elections, you understand, kama wale at the bombers, kama wale saini ya mvua ni mawingu. Unajua mvua inakuja, haukubeba mwamvuli, haukubeba ile rain jacket, unajua mvua itakupiga. Sasa vile kulikuwa na shida pale kwa Bomas, they should have known that kuna problem, wangesema okay, stop, tuangalie shida ni nini. Vile walianza kuzozana, you understand, vile walianza kuzozana. So but just to finish with the
Okay.
sitaenda kwa hiyo topic ingine. I'll finish. Yeah.
Time management. I am being
Yeah, that's what I'm
reminded.
saying.
Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. I'll give you time to conclude. I'm being reminded that we have gone against the standing orders. We usually give
Okay.
submission for 2 to 3 minutes per individual per
Okay.
session. Huh? Now I'm being
Okay.
reminded that we are going to 20 minutes per person. So
Okay.
let's
We are
share the
sorry.
time that somebody doesn't wait forever to make their submission. You
Okay.
just make like your 2 points. Then when you come back another time, you do the other 2 points like that,
Okay.
so that
Okay,
we
fine.
don't keep people to hold to that much. So
Okay.
conclude to Mlete Chaga.
Okay, so to conclude, I was just on Raila part. Like I'm also very eager to know what's going to happen. 100 days. Imefika, it was today. It's today. 100 days. Yeah. So I'm eager to know what's going to happen tomorrow. And yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Nifa. We appreciate that. And it's good for us we ventilate on this. Kuna wale ambao wanaona kwamba mazungumzo yetu hapa hayafai na bado wako hapa. Sasa sijui shida yao ni gani. Alafu wengine nao wanasema nani huyu, kuna mwingine hapa. Okay, Eli ningependa kuaddress you are free to believe the way you believe, but you should respect other people's faith. Okay? You can don't trivialize other people's faith and thinking like it's useless. There is using of God, there is serving God, and there is following God. I will not deny that they are jokers in all this, but that doesn't mean that we don't have genuine people who believe God genuinely and get genuine results for the same. There are those who use God to play politics. That's fine. But let's not write off every form of godliness or pursuit of faith simply because somebody did it wrongly. That will be a wrong way and will be misleading people by writing off people simply because we don't believe the way they believe. You are free to believe the way you believe. I can't force you to believe the way I believe, but don't make the way I believe become uh, a problem simply because you don't believe it. Let's respect each other's faith. Alafu kuna huyu mwingine anasema Mtembei TV na Raila Odinga wako na nini, wako na usawa fulani, kwa sababu Raila Odinga anaambianga watu waende kwa street na mtoto wake ako salama. Ningependa tu kumuuliza, wakati Raila Odinga alikuwa kwa street, yeye alikuwa wapi? When Raila Odinga was on the street in the 90s, where was he? You have the ability and the freedom to write here because somebody paid the price there. In life, we don't do everything for ourselves, or we don't do everything for our children. There are things you do for the good of those that will come and enjoy it when you're not there. Somebody said that when you plant a tree, you don't plant it so that you enjoy the shade thereof. You can plant a tree and somebody else will enjoy the shade thereof. So that mentality of thinking that the quest for freedom and the quest for rightness are being pushed by Raila Odinga or any other person for that matter is meant to help their children and take care of their children. It's madness. It is short-sighted and myopic in nature. let's just drop it. Whatever happens wrongly to this country affects all of us. And it will affect you more than it will affect Raila Odinga or affect Raila Odinga's children. When we have a dictatorship like the one that is being built right now, and it grows full-fledged, we drift and become like Uganda, you will be the one crying, okay? Before long, after these 100 days, if this Kenya Kwanza is left the way it is and continues to do what it's doing, the next thing you will see in the next 100 days is people begin to disappear. Any person going against the government or saying anything against the government will begin to disappear. Dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. So let's not joke around. This is a dangerous approach. And so if you want to trivialize what is happening, you're welcome to. But usibebe wajinga. Sisi wajinga. There is a reason why we are talking about what we are talking. So our freedoms are to be enjoyed. Our leaders are to be respected. But deceivers must be named and shamed. That's what we are talking about. So that you are a leader and you're deceiving people is something that you need to be ashamed of, and you need to be named and shamed of the same. Why? We need a country that is free, a country that has a people that are free, not a people that are turned into slaves. So wale ambao mnaona kuketi hapa ni shida ama mazungumzo tunayozungumza ni si ya maana, kanyaga kiatu tafadhali, kanyaga kiatu. Hakuna mtu anakulazimisha kuwa hapa. Nobody has put a gun on your head and say you must watch this show or you must participate in this show. Move, okay? Move and go and join the 36 bloggers of Itumbi. I understand Itumbi's propaganda of Joho has resigned as deputy party leader of ODM has backfired. Why are you people so much caught up into managing ODM when you are not ODM members, you are not Azimio members, yet you are consumed by Azimio moves? Simjenge tu ya yellow fever kivyenu vile mnavyotaka. Mbona mnaingilia masuala yasiyowahusu? Na sisi tuko hapa kunazungumza masuala ya Kenya, you keep dragging us into ODM and Azimio and all that. So wale ambao mnaona ni shida kwa hapa, kwa herini. Ndugu Chaga, endelea na mchango wako tafadhali.
Asante sana ndugu Bernard kwa hii nafasi. My sister Rhoda and my sister Nilanda. This lady has taught us.
Dadi, volume yako iko chini.
I wish I could speak just tantalizing English. Very delicious English. Kama hii akina hao my sisters. But ni hivyo tu. We used to learn through Windows. That's why nazungumza Kiswahili frequently.
Ongea tu Kiswahili lakini pandisha sauti.
Bwana Chaga, hakuna shida, Kiswahili kichuguzwe, ndio lugha ya taifa. Naomba hivi, microphone yako iko chini kiasi.
Unanipata sasa?
Basi hapo
barabara kabisa. Barabara kabisa. Kwa kweli wale wanaona hapa tuna mchezo, hapa tumesimama. Hapa hatujayumba yumba. Tulianza hivi na tutamaliza hivi. So yoyote yule anafeel kwamba pengine eti ni kwa ajili ya asikae hapa aende. Hatumlazimishi mtu hapa kukaa na vitu vingine ambavyo pengine vinamkwaza katika roho yake. But kile tunaamini tunakizungumza hapa ni ukweli, na ni ukweli mtupu. Sasa hivi tumetoka katika siasa, sisi tunazungumza utendaji kazi. Maana mwana alilia wembe tukampa. Sasa umemchinja na ubwage asiushikilie vinyamoshikilia tu. 100 days zimeisha, wembe ushamkata ubwage. Sababu nadhani hata mmeanzisha hapo na kuwarate but automatically nilipo rate mahali nimegusa, nashukuru tulikuwa 64. Nikaangalia kule kwingine kote ndio hivyo. Kwa hiyo Wakenya wanaona ile hali ambao wanapitia. Tunalolizungumza hivi ni yale maneno ambayo Wakenya wanapitia nayo, na ukweli wa mambo kama alivyozungumza dadangu Ruda kuhusiana na mama mboga na bodaboda, hawa watu walidanganywa na wakadanganyika vizuri, na bado wanadanganyika mpaka sasa hivi. Baadhi yao wale ambao wanaona kwamba hii serikali kuna kitu cha kujivunia kwayo, wakuje, tunawakaribisha. Huu uwanja uko wazi, watuambie nyie mnazungumza hapa uongo, hii serikali imefanya hili, hii serikali imefanya hili, hii serikali imefanya hili. At least tuone yale mazuri ambayo hapo, instead ya kuingia hapo kwa comment na kuzungumza uchafu na kuanza kuzungumza mambo mengine ambayo ni ovyo ovyo. Haitasaidia. Ingia hapa kabisa, weka badala yako ya kutosha, Roda akusikie, Chaka akusikie, Niland akusikie, Bernard akusikie, utueleze kile ambacho hizi 100 days serikali hii imetutengenezea hapa. Kwa sababu mimi ukweli wa mambo kama nilivyozungumza kwamba hawa watu ni tishio, Raila Odinga ni tishio kwao, ni tishio kweli, lazima tuzungumze. Kwa hivyo wana kila hali hii propaganda yote, kila njama, wakienda kwa mikutano, si mikutano gani hii sioisha, lengo ni kuhakikisha huyu mzee wamemnyamazisha kabisa. Wao kama na watu wake wanamsupport, tumewamnunua, yani wamuone kwamba amebaki pweke, lakini wana kitu wanasahau. Wanunue wabunge wa Azimio, wanunue kila mfasi wa Azimio, but still baba yuko na wananchi. Sasa sijui kama watatununua na sisi wananchi, kwa sababu I do believe baba yuko na wananchi, na pale baba aliweka akili yake ni kwa Mkenya, ni kwa ajili ya Kenya na Wakenya wenyewe haswa, kwamba mimi niwe rais nisiwe rais, lakini ukweli lazima nitasimama kwa ajili ya taifa langu. Hii roho si ndogo jamani, hii roho haipatikaniki hivi hivi tu hapa kwa wanadamu tu wa kawaida. Mambo yalopitia huyu mzee ni mengi, mateso na madhila na mambo ya waibu aliopitia haya mzee, na mateso yote yale, sidhani katika huu uongozi huu tulionao na wengine na zingine zimepita kwamba wako na roho kama ya huyu mzee. Ndipo sisi wengine tunamwamini kwa kile ambacho hakika akizungumza kipo, na anaposimamia jambo hulawa kwa minajili yetu. Kwa hivyo Bernard, nikirudi katika mada ya leo, ni tishio wa Raila Odinga kwao, kwa ule mpango ambao wako nao, kwa sababu lengo baada ya mwaka mmoja utaona hivi vyama vingine, sijui ni Ford Kenya, sijui ya nini ya Mdavadi, sijui ni ya nani, hizi vyama zote zitapelekwa na mto na maji ya mto, kutabaki chama kimoja na wataimba UDA sawia na pale kwa KANU yajenga nchi. Enzi hizo za mtukufu, enzi hizo, ukijaribu kukosoa serikali hiyo, station yako inafungwa na wewe mwenyewe pia unaweza potezwa. Tulikuwa hapo. Huu uhuru tunaozungumza sasa hivi akina Mtembei, hizo comment tunazotuma hizi zilipiganiwa na waliopigania haswa kiongozi mkuu ni Raila Odinga. Huu uhuru wa wanahabari na kujieleza kama tunavyojieleza jamani. Kwa hivyo ni tishio, kwa sababu akizungumza anasikika. Sasa lengo ni kuhakikisha tumempaka mavi, tumempaka matope, tumemchafua, hana usemi tena, ndivyo watu wapate nafasi ya kujitengenezea yao, jambo ambalo hakika Raila yuko na wananchi, hayuko na wanasiasa. Kwa hivyo hata wakinunua wote abaki peke yake, sili bado Wakenya watamfuata, mmoja wao akiwa ni mimi mwenyewe haswa hapa naizungumza. Kwa simfuati mtu tu kwa sababu ya kuniambia maneno ya uongo, simfuati mtu kwa sababu akiniambia maneno ya propaganda na ahadi ambazo ni hewa, maana kwa kweli tumepewa ahadi hewa ambazo hazitimizwi. Leo hii mtu anajigamba hati hii hata hiyo narrative ya Hasela pia ishaanza kufa. Watu washangaa sasa, maana kibano cha njaa kipo, kibano cha masomo, watoto wanaenda kutaka kwenda shule mwakani, na ni mwezi huo tu, yani ni siku kidogo tu, watu wamemaka, maana hawajui wataanzia wapi. Harama maisha ndio hiyo. Kwa hivyo Bernard, ukweli wa mambo, kumnyamazisha mzee hawataweza, japo wanajitahidi tu, lakini hakika hawataweza kabisa. Na siku 100 zimeisha. Hii ni probation tumempa, hatujamwajiri. Hii ni probation tu tumempa, tuangalie performance yake, tumrate kutokana na performance yake na utendaji kazi wake na mipango yake, mahali ameelekeza hii Kenya, mahali inaelekea wapi. Na tumeona hakuna haja kuzungumzia mengi kwa sababu tumeyaona. Jambo la kwanza likiwemo lile la ambalo aliahidi wa Kenya, nikibwaga Biblia unga 70. Je, uko 70 ama ni tule mahindi ya JMO? Kwa hivyo propaganda na uongo una mwisho. Mipango hii walioipanga wakanyakua huu uongozi, laiti madamu washaunyakua wangeweza kusimama na kuhakikisha kwamba wanamtengeneza Mkenya kujiandaa na kujishafisha kwao. Lakini kama hawatatengenezea Mkenya yale ambayo ni ya kumsaidia mwananchi, ila vita vikuu ni vya Raila, hakika wamedunda. Ni juzi tu DP akizungumza kwamba hatukuhitaji kabisa. Mzee, wewe nendo kapumzika, hatukuhitaji kati, hatutaki ushauri wako. Siku 2-3 tunakutengenezea ofisi. Yaani wanakuta tu huyu ni mtu tu wa kumrushia peremende na kuingia box, kwamba wakimtengenezea ofisi tu basi ataridhika kwa sababu yuko na ofisi. Hakuna. Mkenya yuko na Raila na Raila yuko na Mkenya, na mzee anasikiza, anatusikiza sisi wananchi kile tunazungumzia. So walipinga BBI, wakaiponda, wakasema hapana, hii BBI yenu mnaileta ni ya kugawa vyeo na mamlaka. Wa kwanza alipoingia kwa uongozi ndio wao waliogawanya vyeo na mamlaka. Na kibaya zaidi kilichonikwaza mimi na kuniudhi ni Musalia Mudavadi. Sasa yuko boya tu, wenzake wameapa na Biblia, yeye ameapa na mkono. Na mtu atokee hapa wa Kenya Kwanza naambie Biblia, Mudavadi aliapa na Biblia katika hiyo cheo aliopewa. So ili kuifanya kuisanitize, kuisafisha, ni kuhakikisha wameleta hii ofisi kwa kisingizio tunamtengenezea opposition leader ofisi ili tumpe kazi, lakini lengo hii ofisi nayo itaingizwa pale. Ofisi ya huyu mtoto nani sijui Charlie sio anaitwa nani huyu wa RUTO, na ofisi ya first daughter nayo iingizwe hapo. So Kenyans, hebu tuangalie hawa watu wana mpango gani kwetu? Mbona tusilambishwe tu yani asali tu kwa mdomo, kumbe nyuma yake ni shubiri? So kweli wa mambo 100 days zimeisha, hakuna kitu tunaweza jivunia tukasema tuna matumaini zaidi kwamba tumemaka na sasa hivi na mataifa walio wajanja wanaopata mianya ili kutimiza yao, na wakipata viongozi ambao wako na ulafi na uchu wa madaraka sampli hii, Kenya tumeisha. Kwa hivyo sitakwenda mbali ili niwape nafasi kama alivyozungumza kaka Bernard kwamba tuwe na muda kidogo kidogo ili yule azungumze, yule naye azungumze. Nitakwamia pale, lakini nitamaliza kusema hivi: huu msitu wa tumbo kwanza tuliuelewa mapema. Wale walikuwa na akili zao, kwa sababu wengi wao walikuwa na madosari, walifukuzwa kwa nyadhifa, wengine walifukuzwa kwa waziri, wengine wakauzwa kwa permanent secretaries, wengine wakajitu. Kila mtu aliyokuwa hapa walikuwa na malengo, walikuwa na sababu zao. Serikali hiyo ya 2013 mpaka 2017, so walipokusanyana pamoja ili kulipiza kisasi, ni kuhakikisha wanaingia katika madaraka by all means, kujificha, na wangeruhusu hii serikali ingie Mama Martha Karua na mzee wetu Raila Odinga, hizi 6,000 tungeziona, tunazila kutokana kwa hao. Lakini cha ajabu, walivyoingia tu kwa mamlaka wakaanza kutoa makesi na kusingizia kwamba kesi hii iliingizwa kisiasa, kesi hii iliingizwa kisiasa, wakati kuna kesi na kuna watu waliiba kuku mayai wanahangaika jela miaka nenda miaka rudi. Hawa mabilionea wote washafutiwa. Sijuilize hili jambo tu dogo, kwa nitakwambia pale Bernard. Lakini huu ni msitu wa tumbo kwanza, si msitu wa Kenya kwanza, hapana, ni tumbo kwanza. Asanteni.
Asante sana Bwana Chaka, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako mazuri na maonyo kwa Wakenya. Lazima wajihadhari na tumbo kwanza, kwa sababu hilo tumbo linataka kumeza kila mtu. Usipojihadhari utakuwa mezani, lakini as part of the menu, not as part of the people eating. So be careful to see to it that you don't fall a victim of tumbo kwanza. Ningependa tu kurespond to a few comments before turudi tena round nyingine. Wala ambao mnataka kuingia studio, tafadhali tumieni hiyo link muingie kwa studio, and then there is a subscription to that Sound Candid channel. Please, kama you have not subscribed, subscribe and turn on the notification bell. We will be beginning a morning show on that particular channel as I think as soon as tomorrow. So make sure that you are a subscriber, then you don't miss out on that one-on-one morning show where we'll be dissecting these things the way they are, as we have more sufficient time interrogating an individual on the situation in the country and how we move forward thereafter. So hakikisha kwamba wewe ni nani, ni subscriber, alafu subscriber ambaye akona notification bell on. If you only subscribe and you don't turn on the notification bell, 24 hours, YouTube is going to remove you from the list of subscribers because you look like a robot and they suspect you. That is how YouTube works. You subscribe and you don't turn on your notification bell, wanajua wewe ni robot, you are not a human being, so they will sweep you out of the list. Fanya hivyo tafadhali. Mato Makandeta anasema Bernard at UDA got Joho's resignation from ODM. Akimisi having Kenya. The comic is nice. Yes, UDA seems to be receiving resignation from all the people of Azimio. Yani hao ndio wapokezi, hao ndio wanaratify, alafu wanatuambia nani ameresign. Mimi nashindwa kuelewa hii UDA ilitokea wapi. At the risk of calling God's judgment on them, they should just leave us alone. But we understand them. We understand them. They are weightless without hanging on somebody else who is weighty. So they must keep on talking about a weighty person so that they remain relevant. Left on their own, they will be relevant within a short time. So it is important that tukubali hiyo. Alafu Matopi anasema anataka kujua kama ni chai ama ni supu. Okay? Swali hilo wewe ndio utajibu. Supu ulituma lini wewe? Unajua mifupa bama ni pesa ngapi? So pitia hapo Bama utume kilo kadhaa za mifupa tutengeneze supu. Ndio tuje kwa pamoja. Asante lakini. And then what else? I want to play a video. It's a bit lengthy but we will break it into pieces just to keep us abreast. Siku 100 za Kenya Kwanza kwangu ni 0.001 kama they have scored anything. They have just broken record of expenditure running around the world looking for God knows what. They have already put us in a date of how many now billions? Are we closing to 500 billion? Almost there. There was 50 somewhere, there was 200 somewhere, there was 100 somewhere. So we are almost at 500 billion in debt already in 100 days. Now, when you can imagine spread those 100 days in 5 years. Hey, Kenya Kwanza is bad news for this country. Ikataliwe, ichoke, ingatuliwe. Hawa watu hawana nia njema na nchi hii, wanataka kutuuza. Saa hii naambiwa tuhuma is unconfirmed. Wanataka kuuza Kenya Airways. Washauza Kenya Power. Hii inji itabaki bila hata kifagio kitanunuliwa. So
na post office.
Yeah,
post office.
Kenya Post Authority. Wherever. Post office.
No, post office. Post office.
Sawa. You break that down for us. But what I want us to see is that look at the rate at which, ngoja kwanza, look at the rate at which they are running into offsetting some properties, okay, or parastatals, and then borrowing, and then doing nothing. You know, when you're borrowing and doing something is okay. They are borrowing and investing in, projects that are not priority. Okay, if they were borrowing, then invest in agriculture so that agriculture will produce enough food so that Kenya will be food secure. Then it makes sense. Okay, but they are borrowing. Where it's going, nobody knows. If it is a low housing project, that is a contract that they are contracting investors who are investing in low cost housing. It's not a government project that is funded by the government. For once, haijapitishwa bungeni unless inafanywa kama hustler fund ambayo ilipitishwa under the ambit. So we need to be very, very, very careful and be able to articulate what is happening rightly. Roda, ulikuwa unasemaje? Nataka kucheza video.
Asiauze baka State House. Asiauze baka State House.
State House nini hiyo ajaribu aone. Sisi tuko na title deed ya State House.
Nilisikia hata
State House ni yetu.
Nilisikia wanauza. Okay, nitasema isi kitu kingine sayo ingine.
Anataka kuuzia Museveni State House yetu. Asijaribu. Ashindwe na achoke kabisa.
Hii ndio barua yetu ya kwanza kwa watumishi.
Sisi ni taifa tunalojivunia mchanganyiko wa viongozi walio na elimu, busara na bidii. Viongozi waliotuahidi kuboresha maisha yetu kwa kuwajibikia mahitaji yetu. Wakubwa na makamu, Wakristo na Waislamu, walembwende na watanashati. Kwa kweli, tunajivunia mseto kipekee katika bunge letu.
Mseto ambao hauna maana yoyote kwa jamii. Mseto ambao unajali maslahi yake pekee. Mseto uliolewa madaraka kwa kuzembea katika majukumu yake. Leo viongozi wameishia kuuza sura huku wananchi wakikosa mtetezi. Tulidhani tumechagua watumishi, lakini kumbe tuliwapigia kura waheshimiwa wasio na heshima na kura zetu.
Waheshimiwa mlio na heshima na matumbo yenu bila kujali unyonge unaofanywa waliowachagua. Waheshimiwa mnaochochea maovu kwa kuendekeza misimamo ya kikabila na kichama katika vita dhidi ya ufisadi. Nyinyi ni maadui tu pasipokuwa na minofu, lakini huwa marafiki palipo na manufaa yenu. Viongozi msio na uongozi, waheshimiwa msio na heshima, watumishi mlio na ubishi, kwa ufupi ni sawa na kusema kura zilipotea debeni.
Mnachosahau ni kwamba nyinyi ni watumishi wetu, na kawaida ya mtumishi hutumwa na kuagizwa kipi cha kufanya na aliyemtuma, wala sio kujiamulia nini anafanya. Rudini kwa waliowatuma mpewe maagizo, kwani muda bado upo, la sivyo mtasalia zilizopendwa. Kwa maslahi yenu nyinyi ni kama mapacha, lakini ikija kupigania haki za wananchi mnakuwa kama wake wenza bila maelewano.
Huo ni ushauri, ufanyeni kazi. Kwako mtumishi, tumikia.
Kwako wewe mheshimiwa, sisemi kitu.
Ama kwa hakika wajua mtazamaji, mimi hadi leo sielewi ni kwa nini tunawaita waheshimiwa.
Sana nafikiri kile kiti cha back left. Ndio ukikizoea kitakuwa cha nyuma kwa muda.
Lakini cha mna mtazamaji, wao ni watumishi na wala sio waheshimiwa, manake sisi ndio tuliowapa kazi.
Bernard, kani lebu naomba uicheze tena, icheze patamu. Na kuomba
tutaicheza tena. Just hold on.
Wacha tuongee kama wengine hawajakuja chaka. Wewe ni Mswahili bwana, umeelewa vile Waswahili wamesema bwana.
Niwape kongole hawa. Niwape kongole hawa.
Everybody mute your mic.
Hawa ndugu zangu. Haya sawa Bernard. But niwape kongole hawa ndugu zangu.
Asante.
Ni watu
I want to address something about Peter Nash. Tafadhali. Okay? Hii unajua hii ujuaji mingi inasumbua bure. Okay? Hakuna vile mtu anaweza kupanga baba. Baba amekuwa kwa hii mambo miaka mingi. Ana uzoefu wa siasa. Yeye anacheza international politics. Ninyi bado mnamkagua na siasa ndogo ya UDA na ya Sudi na hao watoto kina Ndidinyoro. Achaneni na mzee. Mzee anaelewa hii mambo vizuri. Okay? Mambo ya Jamhuri Day, kwani Jamhuri Day zimekuwa ngapi tangu 1963? Kukosa mmoja inamaanisha mpoteza kila kitu. Baba akiitisha mkutano ya Christmas Uhuru Park kesho asubuhi, saa hii ni saa 7 kamili, saa 7 usiku. Aseme saa 3 tutakuwa Uhuru Park, tutakuwa tumejaa. So hakuna story ya kusema papa alienda sijui akapangwa nini. Wale wanaogopa baba wanamjua. Ninyi msiomjua ndio mnasema amepangwa, alikopoteza opportunity ya kuwa Jacaranda. Which opportunity? Baba can summon us and we will appear any time of the day or night. We will be present. Na tumangi ya ticket, but we will travel across the sea just to attend. So msisumbuane na maneno ya mzee. Mzee anajua kila anachofanya. Na hata vile amenyamaza hivi wanatetemeka. Unaona vile wanatetemeka? Wameenda mpaka Baringo kwenda kusomea wale watu ambao wanapaswa kuwapelekea chakula. Wameenda kuwasomea na kuwatisha. Yaani mtu kalala njaa. Mtu ako na insecurity problem. Wewe umeenda kumsomea na kumtisha. William RUTO. Let me not say that one. So, nitacheza hiyo video tena due to public demand, and then now we hear what you are commenting about. Where is it? It is here.
Ni sekta tofauti.
Na hii ndio barua yetu ya kwanza kwa watumishi.
Sisi ni taifa tunalojivunia mchanganyiko wa viongozi walio na elimu, busara na bidii. Viongozi waliotuahidi kuboresha maisha yetu kwa kuwajibikia mahitaji yetu. Wakubwa na makamu, Wakristo na Waislamu, walimbwende na watanashati. Kwa kweli, tunajivunia mseto wa kipekee katika bunge letu.
Mseto ambao hauna maana yoyote kwa jamii. Mseto ambao unajali maslahi yake pekee. Mseto uliolewa madaraka kwa kuzembea katika majukumu yake. Leo viongozi wameishia kuuza sura huku wananchi wakikosa mtetezi. Tulidhani tumechagua watumishi, lakini kumbe tuliwapigia kura waheshimiwa wasio na heshima na kura zetu.
Waheshimiwa mlio na heshima na matumbo yenu bila kujali unyonge unaofanyiwa waliowachagua. Waheshimiwa mnaochochea maovu kwa kuendekeza misimamo ya kikabila na kichama katika vita dhidi ya ufisadi. Nyinyi ni maadui tu pasipokuwa na minofu, lakini huwa marafiki palipo na manufaa yenu. Viongozi msio na uongozi, waheshimiwa msio na heshima, watumishi mlio na ubishi, kwa ufupi ni sawa na kusema kura zilipotea debeni.
Mnachosahau ni kwamba nyinyi ni watumishi wetu, na kawaida ya mtumishi hutumwa na kuagizwa kipi cha kufanya na aliyemtuma, wala sio kujiamulia nini anafanya. Rudini kwa waliowatuma mpewe maagizo, kwani muda bado upo, la sivyo mtasalia zilizopendwa. Kwa maslahi yenu nyinyi ni kama mapacha, lakini ikija kupigania haki za wananchi mnakuwa kama wake wenza, bila maelewano.
Huo ni ushauri, ufanyeni kazi. Kwako mtumishi, tumikia.
Kwako wewe mheshimiwa, sisemi kitu.
Ama kwa hakika wajue mtazamaji, mimi hadi leo sielewi ni kwa nini tunawaita waheshimiwa.
Sana na vile kile kiti cha back left. Ndio ukikizoea kitakuwa cha nyuma kwa muda.
Lakini cha mna mtazamaji, wao ni watumishi na wala sio waheshimiwa, manake sisi ndio tuliowapa kazi.
Ujumbe umefika. Roda dakika moja, alafu tuende kwa Nifa, turudi hivyo hivyo.
Wow. I don't know how to say because I don't know. Sijui niongea about your videos. Sijui wana mean such exact. Sijui wanasema sijui nini about mimi sikwangi na ene leader. Mimi sikwangi na
jina kama na Waswahili basi. Kisha eleweshwa basi.
Okay, nielesha na ninachaka bali ni Mswahili kabisa.
Okay, thank you. Nifa, go ahead.
Okay. So tunasema about hiyo nini au wanahabari wametuambia. By the way ni bwana na bibi, si ndio?
Yeah, yes, husband and wife.
Wanafanya kazi mzuri sana. So wamekuja the right time, hata Chaka amefurahia. But hicho Kiswahili wametumia kwanza ni Kiswahili simple, Kiswahili kizuri. And then hao pia ni wanahabari lakini wanashangaa. Tulipigia watumishi ama tulipigia waheshima? Manake watumishi ni watu ambao wanatufanyia kazi. Exactly mambo ambao watu naongea, watumishi. Unajua kuna watumishi, sijui Kiswahili kama Chaka, lakini watumishi ni watumishi. Unaweza kuwa pia mtumishi wa kanisa kama Bernard, lakini pia watumishi wale wa kutufanyia kazi. Sasa watumishi wamekuwa watu wakubwa, ni waheshimiwa, na sisi sasa ni takataka. Alafu pia nimefurahia vile wamesema hao sio maadui, hao ni maadui saa zile wanapigania uongozi, lakini wakishapata uongozi hao ni marafiki, wanakula pamoja. Na mseto ambao hauna maana kwa jamii. Hakuna kitu kenye wametufanyia, mambo ya hospitali, watoto shuleni, wameharibu kila kitu, kazi mtaani ya vijana, wazee kupata nini yao, ajira wao wameharibu. And then nimefurahi pia hiyo nini wamesema kama mapacha, maybe nanio Chaka atatuambia mambo kama mapacha, ile like when twins are together, ukizaa mapacha utawafanyia kila kitu pamoja, lakini hao ni mapacha. Kuna wakati wako mapacha, kuna wakati hao si mapacha, lakini hao ni marafiki. I hope watasikiliza au waheshimi au watumishi. Kuanzia leo tusiwaite waheshimiwa, tuwaite watumishi. Nafikiri watasikiliza hiyo clip. Sawa. Mbia 1 minute. Nimekuwa rakaraka, sio Bernard.
Nimeelewa vile panasema.
Niweze kuwaeleza kidogo dada zangu hapa ule utamu na kwa nini nimeambia nimewapa kongole hawa ndugu zangu wana media, vipenzi vya kweli, kwa sababu kufanya na mkeo mahali pamoja it's a little bit challenge, but hawa wameachieve na wamefanya kazi yao tena vizuri. Kile wanakizungumzia hapa ni hivi: Wakenya tuelewe kwamba wabunge ni watumishi ambao tumewatuma watutumikie. Tukiwa na tatizo la maji walizungumzie bungeni, tuko na tatizo la stima walizungumzie bungeni. Yani wale ni wafanyikazi wetu, tumewatuma watutumikie pale bungeni. Lakini tukishawapigia kura, wakishaingia bungeni, basi hugeuka na kuwa waheshimiwa. Wakishageuka kuwa waheshimiwa, inapokuja masuala ya kuwafeva, mfano pesa kama hii ya juzi ambao walikuwa wanaipigania, pesa ya CDF, wote walikuwa mapacha, wote walikuwa ndugu, wote walizungumza kwa kauli moja. Pesa ni lazima, pesa, kwa sababu bila hii sisi hatuna mfano kama huo. Kwa hiyo likija jambo la ambao ni la kuwafeva wao, ni la mshahara, basi watalizungumzia kwa kauli moja, wataungana. Kibaya zaidi ni pale ambapo lije la kumtetea mwananchi sasa wataanza kugawana kwa mirengo ya kikabila, mirengo ya vyama. Kwa hivyo mwananchi wa kawaida nakosa mtetezi, so mtumishi amegeuka kuwa mheshimiwa ambaye anaongozwa na tamaa na uchu wa tumbo, kama nilivyotangulia kusema hapa, dada zangu. Na hiyo ndio picha halisi ambayo ipo kwa sasa katika uongozi na bunge ambalo tuko nalo kwa sasa hivi. Ni bunge ambalo lipo kwa minajili yao, lipo si kwa minajili yetu kama wananchi. Kwa hiyo hii ni picha ambayo wameileta na ni mazungumzo ambayo wamezungumzia peupe kinaga ubaga, waelewe, wachukie Citizen, waseme kwamba hii ni Azimio, maana najua watapondwa na itapondwa hii station. Lakini ukweli wa mambo, hiyo ndio picha halisi iliyopo, kwamba hawa watu wametigeuka sasa hivi. Badala ya watumishi watutumikie pale bungeni, wamekuwa waheshimiwa wenye kujali tumbo zao na wanaongozwa na tamaa yao. Nadhani hapo Bernard nitakuwa nimeeleza kwa ufinyu wa uelewaji wangu, but nadhani hapo ni jambo ambalo mimi vyenye nimeelewa hii klipu ndivyo inamaanisha, na ni kweli kabisa, ndio picha halisi tunaiona kwa sasa hivi.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Changa, tunashukuru kwa ufafanuzi huo na nakubaliana nao 100%. Kuna shida katika nchi hii ambapo wakati mtu anaomba kiti ananyenyekea mpaka anaenda kwa magoti, atajifanya mama mboga, atakuja apike chapati, asaidie kukatakata mboga akitafuta hicho kiti. Akishapewa hicho kiti pap, sasa anakaa ndani ya gari, mama mboga ndio huyo anakimbiza hilo gari. Mama mboga ndio ayamuinamia, anamwabudu, ana hiyo masuala yote. That is not the whole essence of leadership. Leadership is laying down your life for the masses. Laying down your life for the masses. Uongozi ni ile hali ya kujinyima ili nchi ipate. Hao viongozi ambao ni maboss ambao wanakimbiza nchi, saa hii mshahara wao utoke kwanza, mshahara wa rais utangulie, wa deputy ufuate, wa wabunge ufuate, wa jeshi ufuate, wa polisi ufuate, ndio walimu washughulikiwe, madaktari baadaye. Unaona hiyo ratiba vile iko na nurses. That means wananchi wakiwa wanaumwa, madaktari wangoje, nurses wangoje, maboss wapate mshahara kwanza. That is not how it works. If it's going to work well, let everybody else be paid. Then if something is left, then wakubwa wale. That's the only time we'll get right leadership in Kenya. But tukiendelea kufanya wale watu ambao tumewapatia kazi ya kuwa wafanyikazi wamejifanya sasa hao ndio wakubwa, sisi tuwainamia na tuwaabudu, that needs to change completely. And that is what they are afraid of. They are afraid of the masses coming up and holding them to account, rejecting them on their face because of their misbehavior. So huo ukubwa ambao umejilimbikizia lazima tuukate. And through this kind of conversation, we're going to enlighten our people. Huyo mheshimiwa unaoita mheshimiwa sio mheshimiwa, ni mtumishi. Mtumishi ni mchakazi. Mchakazi anapewa order, au ukitoka kwa nyumba unaachia house girl, maziwa yako pale, chakula kiko pale, hakikisha watoto wanakula kwa muda, watoto waoge kwa muda unaofaa, watoto wasikae na nguo chafu. Umeachia mchakazi nini? Maagizo. Ukirudi kama hajatekeleza maagizo, unamtimua. Kuanzia kwa rais mpaka kwa MCA, hao ni wachakazi wa nchi hii. Waajiri wao ni wananchi wa Kenya. Wakati hawafanyi kazi vile wananchi wa Kenya wanataka, wananchi wa Kenya wanapaswa kuwatimua. That is why we are having this conversation. So from the president to the MCA, if they are not doing what they are required to do, they should be kicked out of office. Mchukue signature mara moja, tuanze hiyo lobby group ya kuita watu. we call them off. Watakimbia kotini na hiyo masuala mengine yote. Tunaweza kutimua mpaka koti nzima. All we need to do is a million people march to Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will have gone. A million people march to any court. We dismiss that judge completely. Mshahara hata atapewa. Kwa nini? Sisi ndio wajiri, tumekataa, hatukulipi. Kwa nini? Ukufanya kazi. Sasa unataka ulipwaje hujafanya kazi? Unajua ukifanya kile unachotaka, hujafanya kazi. Kufanya kazi ni kufanya kile tumekuagiza ufanye. If we ask you to cook and you did not cook, instead you went and washed clothes, okay? And you want us to pay you. We can only pay you for what we asked you to do, not what you chose to do for yourself. So let's be alert and do what is required. Thank you. Can I play another video ama kuna mtu anataka? Yes, Chaga.
I want to add something na hapo mahali umeachia Bernard. Wakati fulani nikifanya kazi as a area business manager kwa kampuni fulani.
Bwana Chaga, kuna shida na mitambo yako.
Unanipata sasa? Unanipata loudly?
No, it is distorted.
Unanipata?
Okay, hapo basi imetulia.
Yes. Ni wakati nikifanya kazi mahali fulani kama area business manager, tuliweza kufundishwa na mkuu wetu wa ambaye alikuwa anasimamia mauzo nchi nzima ya Kenya. Akatuadvise jinsi ya kuwa boss na jinsi ya kuwa kiongozi ama leader. So lazima tutofautishe a leader and a boss. Na ndio maana nizungumzie tu kwa hadi katika hiyo video yenye ulikuwa umecheza Bernard. So we are now ruled by bosses, not leaders. Kwa sababu a leader ni yule ambaye anatafuta suluhu ya watu wake na kuweza kutatua kile ambacho ametumwa na wale watu wanaoongoza. Lakini boss atakuwa ni wa kucommand instead ya kuwafanyia watu kazi. Watu wampigie salute, watu wamuogope, na ndio ambao ndio kitu ambacho tunakiangalia kwa sasa, tunakiona. So tunaongozwa na bosses. Wale wote wanaabudu Kenya Kwanza na kuiamini, tunaongozwa na mabosses, not leaders. Na sisi tuliwatuma watu pale kama viongozi watuhudumie pale katika hizo nyadhifa, maana hatuwezi Wakenya wote tukasimamia pale. Lazima kuende watu fulani wasimame pale kwa muda wao, tuone vile wamefanya kazi yao, either tuwaregeshe ama tuwatimue. So kama hawawezi kufanya haya majukumu tumewapa, tunawaekea nini kwa ofisi? Ndio swali nataka niliache kwa Wakenya wenzangu leo. 100 days tumewapa, wametuonyesha wao they are bosses, not leaders. So how tunawezaje vipi kuwavumilia katika ofisi? Kwa hivyo wana Kenya Kwanza na watu wote wa Kenya wote turudi sehemu moja, tuwakague hawa watu na utendaji kazi wao, tuwatimue tena kiroho safi, na tuanze hapo kwenye mahakama kabisa, kutoka Martha Koome turudi hapo kwa kina Gulia na kina Chebukati tuwatoe, alafu tumalize hapo juu. Kwanza tuanze hapo kabisa kwenye hii serikali yenyewe haswa, na tumachi katika hizo ofisi, maana ni haki yetu, katiba inaturuhusu, maana si ndio waajiri, na katiba ya Kenya inasema mwananchi ndio kusema huu uoga na ni wa nini. Asanteni, niongeze tu hapo Bernard.
Okay, asante Chaga, you make it very clear. Thank you so much. And the conversation has begun. Let's keep it going and ensure that we do it right. Ainea Neuno, thank you so much for joining the Mtebe TV family and purchasing that sticker for $5. We appreciate that for your support for the channel. Tuendelee hivyo ili tuhakikishe kwamba kila kitu kinasonga ipasavyo. Thank you. Yes, Anifa?
Nilikuwa nauliza kwani sticker mnaweza mkatumiwa pia sticker?
Yes, you buy it. It's how do I call it? It's a service provided by YouTube.
Yeah.
Provided by YouTube. When you buy the sticker, it changes your icon on YouTube into either that or something else, so that your comments will be always highlighted and all that. That is
Sasa how
the
does it support Mutembei?
you buy the sticker through Mtembei channel. Okay, so Mtembei uh, gains from that. It's just like there is an option for tip. Okay,
Mhm.
giving a tip to Mtembei TV and all that. So it's part and parcel of the monetization of the channel, where the people who enjoy the channel can now support the channel, celebrate the channel, and make good what is happening.
Mhm.
So tunashukuru tu wote na wale ambao mmesalia nyuma, mnajitahidi, mna contribute pia, na tukiendelea na conversation, it is just something out of the goodness of your heart. We are not saying it's a condition or you have to, no, 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 no. Na tuko katika msimu wa Krismasi, kwa hivyo ni wakati ambao tunafurahia na kusherekeana na kufanya nini, to appreciate each other. So let's just celebrate as we continue with the conversation. Kuna nani huyu Mato anasema, Bernard, the current president of USA used to use train to go to the office from Baltimore to Washington DC. I have flown coach with the Sanders. Is there a leader in Kenya, hata MCA, that can do that? Mato, kuja ulize hii swali ukiwa hapa. Inaonekana ile mau utapigwa. Enda kamkuja ulize kama MCA atachukua motorbike aingie town. It will be disaster. But I agree with you. It is normal. Na okay, just bear with me. Nitawapatia story moja. Hapa Nairobi tuko na shida ya wahubiri wachanga, okay, ambao wamejilimbikizia ukubwa mpaka sasa wameanza kuajiri mabodyguards, wanajiita protocol team. So unaona kijana anakuja amezungukwa na watu na suits na goggles nini ita analindwa. So kuna mhubiri mkongwe anaitwa Dr. Kayo. Kama umekuwa hapo muda mrefu unajua Dr. Kayo. So Dr. Kaya akawa anapeana mfano, anasema hao watu kulikuwa na debate kubwa tu, debate ilikuwa nzito, ambapo wahubiri walikuwa wanadai kwamba wapewe leseni ya kubeba nini, gun. There was that debate here some years back. They should be given license to carry gun. So Dr. Kaya asked, why are they asking for gun? So akasema hiyo gun sio ya kulinda upako ama kulinda huduma, ni ya kulinda hela. Hela ambayo wamepokea kwa njia isiyokuwa halali. So wanahitaji kujilinda kinyume na washirika waliotoa hiyo hela. So it beats all the understanding. Wakati unachukua hela unatoa mkono, wakati unaenda nyumbani unavaa gun to go and protect yourself from the very people that contributed the money. It's stupid. So sababu ya watu hawezi chukua train, hawezi kuingia kwa matatu, hawezi kusafiri in public bus, is because wamechukua hela ya watu, okay, na wataki kukamatwa. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere as president, he used just to walk on the market, akanunua tu sukuma vizuri, anunue ndizi hapo kando, alafu arudi nini kwa nyumba. No need for bodyguard, no need for all these so-called protocols. Hapa Kenya tumejipatia ukubwa usiohitajika. And that's why we need a shift in the leadership. Saa hii sasa unaona mabenyenye wanapigana. Huyo wanatafuta ni hiyo. Okay? Wachilimbikizie mara, they want 60 so police to check them. They want 60 police to take care of their girlfriend, another 60 police to take care of their concubine, another 60 police. By the time they are through with their list, there's no other police to take care of any other Kenyan. Thank you for bringing that up, Mato. Roda, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Kuna wengine naonaga Kenya wananaitaga sijui, I don't know, it's good to talk about here in camera. Wanaitangwa Reverend Lucy na Tasa, anakuanga na security na shido. Wow, siku hizi Kenya pasta anakuanga na security, ni kama king queen. Wow, siku hizi Kenya
Those are
wameendelea.
the young preachers I'm talking about. The young preachers, the small boys on the block, and girls for that matter. Hiyo ni utoto. Hiyo ni
And then to
utoto
add
na ni ujinga kulingana na mimi.
And then to add on what Rhoda said, also what I saw, we are the same. Sitaki kutaja jina. You know, nyinyi wahubiri lakini mko kwa mtandao, mnafanya hizo TikTok, mnafanya surely. Mnafanya hizo yani kama wasichana wadogo, na nyinyi ni watumishi. Yani sasa nyinyi ni mapasta. Yani we ni bibi wa kanisa, we ni mama wa kanisa, lakini unafanya tu vitu na miwani. Utashangaa huyu ni superstar, angekuwa anaimba, amejirembesha. I'm like, anyway, that's Kenya. Kenya, everything is possible.
It's not
Yani
just
unajua
Kenya.
Kenya,
My understanding is dealing with change. Okay, dealing with change. Kubadilika visivyo. You get that? Kubadilika visivyo. Kuna vile kwa mfano tuseme, unajua mimi nilikulia ushago mashambani, so mifano yangu mingi natoa huko. Tuseme kwa mfano labda umeolewa, you are a new wife, okay, and then kwa ile boma umeolewa, ukakuta kuna watoto wadogo, okay, ukawapata wanacheza publican, okay. Then ukajoin katika huo mchezo, you get that. Wakati mzee atakuja atasema amekuta watoto wakiche, hautachukuliwa kama wewe mtu mzima. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu ulikuwa unacheza na watoto mchezo wa kitoto, you get that. So that's where the problem is. TikTok and all this social media has its purpose and has its respect, but some of us have not taken time to understand what is to be done where for what. Tuliona tu mtu alifanya video akapata likes, pia sisi tunatengeneza tupate likes. We even don't know how to make the likes profit us or not profit us. So we are making a lot of blunders, and it's because my people perish for lack of knowledge. They don't have the knowledge of the same. I have a TikTok account, and when you go to it, you just make sense of what I put there. I don't go there to play. I go there to shave myself and all that. That's for the children, adolescents, people who are still discovering themselves are the ones doing that. Okay? But I can still use the channel to communicate. I put my preaching, edit my preaching, nikate ikwe 1 minute, put there. Ukimeza hiyo dose, imekutosha hiyo siku umeenda. I'm still using the platform, but for right purpose. Is still advancing my cause. Lakini wewe ni mama mzima, umeolewa, uko na watoto, alafu unaanza kubishana na wajukuu wao kwa TikTok, ati mnajipaka wanja pamoja.
ama dancing, ama hii mambo ya kudance, wanawake wote ni kudance. Tunasema Africans they discover dancing, kila mtu ana dance tu, hata wanaume. I'm like, watu wanatengeneza economy, wanatengeneza, unajua, wanapata pesa, lakini Waafrika ni kudance tu. Ati watoto hodari, kinana hodari, nanana. Like, man.
Thank you. Brian Richard anasema, Bernard, I thought we are protected by the word. You don't need to think. It is true. We are. If you are God's servant, you are God's responsibility. That's number one. Confirm. Okay. When Kindiki was not minister for internal security, okay, alipewa polisi wa kulinda yeye. Alipoajiriwa na serikali awe mfanyikazi wa serikali, basi serikali inawajibika kumlinda kwa sababu yeye ni mtumishi wa nini? Wa serikali. Hiyo inakwenda sambamba na wewe kama mtumishi wa Mungu. The moment God assigns you down as his minister, then he will assign his angels to take care of you because you are his minister. He's a responsible God. Hii ingine tunaenda kujitafutia ni kujaribu kufanana. We were having that conversation, I think, with Alex later on today, whereby, was it Alex? No, it was Kasuti. Okay? He said Israel ilisema tupatie mfalme tukae kama mataifa mengine. Tupatie mfalme tukae kama mataifa mengine. So wahubiri wanafanya hii mambo kwa sababu wameiona kwa YouTube, wameiona huko nini kwa conference nyingine huko America. They are trying to do things they have seen other people do. They don't even have reasons why they are doing that. I don't need bodyguard anywhere. I want wanasemanga mchungaji ananuka ama ananukia kama kondoo. A good shepherd smells like the sheep. Now, if the sheep are 100 meters away from you, you are surrounded by by bodyguards. Utapata harufu yao kuanzia wapi saa ngapi? It is time we reevaluate. Lakini tusiingilie wachungaji sana tafadhali. Hao wameitwa na Mungu, wanasema touch not the anointed. Do my prophet no harm. But vitu zingine za ujinga, na ni afadhali tuziite hivyo za ujinga. Watu wakue kwa njia ambayo inaeleweka. Asante. Lakini wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo, tuendelee kukaribishana tafadhali. Masaa ndio haya na katika, usiseme umefungiwa nje. Mama Rose, we can see you are the rose flower, lakini tunataka kuona hiyo sura tafadhali, kwa sababu video inakizaza wakati ni black.
Bernard, mimi niko job na unanijua. Sio safari yangu kuingia hapa. Mimi am at work. Na siwezi weka picha yangu nikiwa at work, please.
Samahani.
You understand?
Okay.
Nafanya kazi night. Wacha tu ni comment kidogo tu nisalimie
Yes,
Roda.
Sasa anaweza kusikiliza. Anaweza kusikiliza. Cause ni muhimu sote tufate the rules.
Okay.
It's okay Nifa. It's okay Nifa. Mama Rose, kwa sababu lazima ukwe nyuma ya curtain, tutakupatia nafasi ya kwanza umake submission, ufanye comments zako ndio we can clear the screen.
Bernard, thank you Bernard. Bernard, kitu ya kwanza nimekumi sana. Si unanijua, you remember me? Sisi ndio tulianza hii Mutebei. It's only that
najua tulifungua na wewe Mount Kenya chapter ya Mutebei.
Yes. Sasa mimi nataka kuchangia hapo pa hawa mapasta wenye wanachungwa kama kings and prince and ABCD. Let me tell you, hawa si mapasta, hawa si wachungaji, hawa sio nini. Hawa ni wakora, waporaji, wamekuja kupora pesa ya watu wa Mungu. They are driving people to the Freemasons and to the devil. And when I speak this, I have no regret. Hawa si wachungaji wa mtu yoyote. Kenya should not be cheated, not even Kenyans, wherever they are. Wherever everyone is. Ukitaka kuombewa, unaambiwa utume pesa. Ati ndio uombewe, unaombewa nini? Ni mtu gani atakuitisha pesa ndio akuombea? Kwani Yesu aliitisha pesa? All these are con men and con women. I'm telling you. Hawa akina Natasha walikuwa wanaenda kwa ule mchungaji alikuwa wa Tanzania alikufa. Hawa akina Kakadi, I've been to Kakadi, I've been to Alfarukau. And all these are not pastors. I'm telling you, hawa hakuna believers. These are con men. Yeah, they are all con men. Wearing the wanavaa ngozi ya kondoo, but they are leopards and the lions. Lakini wanavaa mangozi za kondoo. They are not God followers. Hawa ni wakora. Na mimi nitaachia hapo. I just came into to secure Christians. I know they are believers. Hata Bernard, I know you are one of the believers. We believe in God and we trust in God. Na wacha nikwambie, njia ya Mwenyezi Mungu ni nyembamba. Watu naona wamejipanua hivi ati wanaenda na maprano na nini. There is no God. Watu wa Mungu haendi hivyo, wanaenda pole pole. From stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Unachukua hata pasta, zamani tulikuwa tunachukua pasta, mnamnunua mpaka gari, mnamsomeshia watoto, mnamjengea mpaka nyumba. Pasta unaona vile anaendelea. lakini hawa lazima upande mbegu 350 ndio naita inaenda kwa mganga na 300 inaenda kwa mfuko. Be careful my fellow Kenyans. Hawa ni wakora, wamevaa ngozi ya kondoo. Natasha, be very careful of that woman. Thank you.
Asante Mama Rose, nashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. That is strong. That is very strong. Mmeonywa usikuwe victim, lakini I understand Mama Rose na kila anachosema. Kuna watu ambao tumekutana nao, okay, right now wako taabani kwa sababu ya hawa watu. Mama anazungumza kuhusu, kuna mama alikuwa amefanya kazi na serikali akafika retirement, savings zake alikuwa amenunua plot, akajenga nyumba akamaliza. Hapa sio Kimau tu. So wakati amefika retirement akakutana na nabii. Nabii akamwambia hiyo nyumba sio yako. Mungu anamuonyesha. Utajengaje nyumba kwako na hujajengea wazazi wako? So wewe, Mungu anasema uza hiyo nyumba, pesa nusu ulete kanisani, nusu upelekee wazazi wako. Haya, si akasikiliza nabii. Akachukua pesa nusu akapeleka kanisani. Hiyo nusu apelekee wazazi wake, ndio akuwe humble, ndio akubalike wapi? Mbinguni. Saa hii huyo mama hana nyumba, hana makao, amepita retirement age, hawezi kupata job nyingine, hana mbele wala nyuma. Saa hii anaomba nafasi alale kwa kiti kwa nyumba ya mtu. Kwa nini? Ya kusikiliza nabii wa uongo, mtu mwenye uroho anayetafuta kitu cha kula.
Bernard, sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
If I can get a chance and talk to these people. Nimekwambia me, I've been to Alpha Rukau. I've spent over $1 million in Alpha Rukau, South Africa. I've been there like 2-3 times. I've been to Alpha Kakandi, Uganda. Unaona, I've been to Pastor Nganga. I've been to so many these kinds of prophets. Lakini tangu nijue, nikajijua. Sasa mimi najiobeaga. Na tangu nianza kujiobeanga, njia zangu zimefunguka. Let me tell you, hapa hakuna mapasta. Huyu Natasha alikuwa anaenda kwa Rutere. Bude mama alikuwa anaitwa Rutere, Tanzania. They are going there to fetch powers. Dauda mama alikufa. Unaona, yeye na mama yake walikuwa huko. Natasha, she's born in Mathare. Lakini because mama yake alijifanya pastor, alikuwa anaombea na Warutere, hapo ndio ametoa all these powers. These people, mimi nikikwambia kwamba kwa mimi nasikia watu wanasema tunaenda kwa Kakandi. Kuna jamaa mmoja hapa alinipigia simu akaniambia mimi nataka kwenda kwa Kakandi ministry in Uganda. So nipatia support because ilikuwa umeenda huko. Mimi nikamwambia vizuri, like my brother, don't go there. Sababu kule hakuna Mungu. One thing, ukienda kule unauliza shida yako ni nini iliyokuleta hapa, unapatiana, unapoyoka. Mama yangu ni mgonjwa, sisi tunakufaka na kaza, sisi hatuolewi nini, anaandika story yako pale. Ile story unakuta mtu msichana anaandika, wasichana warembo pale, anaandika story yako, alafu anaandika pale juu story yako yote, sasa inawekwa kwa ubao. Sasa ule saa ile pasta atakuja anasoma ile mambo yako, anakuambia touch. Mimi nijaribu kuanguka, mimi sikuanguka. Anajaribu mbinu zote zake chini paka utaanguka. Anaitry. Na unajua anataka nini kwanza pale kwa Kakandi? Ana attack the pastors. Wewe ukienda pale useme ni pastor, bishop, apostle, mnaweka kando. And one thing I saw, that time I went there, nilikuwa naumwa na mguu, kwa hivyo mguu mmoja wangu nilikuwa naenda kama sasa nakaambia si upigwe picha paka mkiingia ndio mweko kwa TV. Mimi nikasema mimi sasa hilo alienda kulipiga picha wakaona mimi sitembei kama kiwete. Wale mnaona pale wamelazwa chini is coaching. Let me tell you. Na watu waamini wasiamini. This is all coaching. Na mkumbuke Pastor Kandi godfather wake ni Joshua. Na mimi nikisema hivyo wengine watasema I'm trying to touch the man of God. But let me tell you, nyinyi even huyo TB Joshua hakuna man of God there. Alfaruka hakuna man of God there. Kakadi hakuna the man of God there. Wacha nikwambia hakuna the man of God wale wamebaki katika hii nchi. not even Kenya in the world, maybe hawapiti 50. Wengine wote ni man of money, believe it or not. Lakini watu wamekombolewa na kanisa. Ukisema don't touch the untouchable, utaumia, utafanya nini, you know. Lakini ile upako unaenda kupata pale, let me tell you, if you can go deep. Watu wengi wameuzwa kwa devil worshippers not knowing. Na kuambia kule kwa Kakadi, mimi niliona watu wakiingizwa kwa devil worshippers straight. Wewe ukiwa wewe ni pastor, ukienda kule unaenda first time, ukirudi tena unatibia ticket urudi kule tena. Kuna pastor moja alikuwa anasema kanisa yangu imepoteza wachungaji. Unaambiwa come back, unapigwa na machungwa kule, unarushwa unapigwa na chungwa, unaangushwa chini, unapigwa mara kama 10, alafu unaambiwa hiyo pokea. Alafu ukienda Kenya unakaa siku kama 3, unaitwa tena, unaambiwa umelipiwa kama paka tiketi ya ndege ukuje, na unaambiwa after 3-4 days utakuta kanisa yako imejaa. Let me tell you, mimi nilienda msichana mmoja alikuwa kitu kama 40s hivi, tukaenda naye kule, na alipigwa, alijaribu kupigwa hata kurushiwa maji na nini ndio apata zile powers. Na nakwambia sasa, ile alirudi Nairobi akasema, oh I thank God kanisa yangu imejaa. Why? Yesu hakutufundisha vile watu wa jaribu kujiobea. Pray your own Bible. Mimi sasa ile nilianza zile mapepo, nikawachana na zile mapepo. Mimi nimeona mkono wa Bwana. Na Mungu anakujaribu. Na saa zingine usiona Mungu amekunyima pesa ukasema kwa nini Mungu ameninyima pesa? Mungu alijua saa zingine hiyo pesa angekupatia hiyo wakati huko umekoma. Usikute mtu kiwete uulize kwa nini Mungu aliweka huyu mtu kiwete. Mungu alijua kama huyu mtu angekuwa na miguu mbili ile kazi angefanya. Mungu alijua kama huyu mtu alikuwa na mikono labda angemaliza mandugu zake zote. One time I went to the prison in Thika town. My cousin was there. Na alikuwa amefungwa kifungo, walikuwa wamestakiwa na mada. And then somebody told me, kwa nini usiongee na daktari hapa, huyu mtu andikiwa chakula mzuri because he was diabetes. Nikajaribu kuongea na daktari. Daktari aniambia wacha nikuulize. Nilimuuliza kwa nini huyu mtu anapigwa na polisi na vile amekatwa, alikuwa amekatwa ile mguu yake chini pale. Pale unaingizia kiatu hapo nyuma umekatwa, nyama imetoka hivi. Kaambia huyu daktari siusikia pole, akaniambia hota yuto kina babu, ukijua huyu vile amefanya. Huyu amelala mama yake na dada yake na wote amewaambukiza ukimwi. So the same case to God. Ukiona Mungu hajakufikishia nafasi ya kupata pesa, jua kiwango yako haijafika. God does his things with time and with limit. Anajua nikikupatia pesa mapema utakula na ukufe kabla wakati wako. Anaona saa zingine nikikupatia hela na gari sahi na hujafikisha, utaendesha hiyo gari na ikue sahi. But when the God's time comes, atakupatia hiyo gari, atapurana na ingine atakuongezea. Hawezi kukupatia nyumba ya ghorofa na ujui maintenance. Anajua hiyo nyumba nikikupatia hutaweza kumaintain hiyo nyumba. Mwisho hiyo nyumba hata itanguka because you cannot even maintain. Lakini zaina Mungu atajua you can maintain and you can do everything. God comes for you. So let's worship the real God. Tuache tamaa ya shortcut na haraka kuwa na mafeki pastors. Kenya sasa hakuna mapastors wamebaki kule. I'm telling you pastors wenye wamebaki Kenya. Na unaona hawa wanaombea mamaji hawa, na unaona sasa hivi unaona kuna pastors wameshikana magrupu hivi ya kujanganyia manyumba ya kufanya nini na masingers. Masinga wote unaona, let me tell you. Oh, God knows. Hakuna kitu hapo. They are all in the reign of the Freemasons and the devil worshippers. I'm telling you. Jia Mwenyezi Mungu tunaambia kwa ni nyebamba. Jia Mwenyezi Mungu Bernard. Kwa nini wewe unavumilia hapa 24/7 hakuna kitu unalipwa hapa? Unatupatia maneno ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Tunaongea straight slowly. Na ukipata cha haraka unapatia na mtoto wako, unatajirika mapema na mama yako na ABCD. Jia Mwenyezi Mungu haiendi hivyo. Inaenda pole. Sababu hata tunaambia mwenye upone ufika. Lakini ya kukimbia alafu mwishowe ati nimepeleka polado alafu baada ya mwaka 2 unakufa, baada ya mwaka 2 familia yako yote inaisha. You guys think twice. Jia Mwenyezi Mungu ni pole. Tumeandikiwa na maandishi si imetuambia watu wetu. Maandishi inatuambia, na Mungu anasema when the deal is too good think twice. Ni kama vile mlifanya election Kenya. I'm telling you like now, Kenya Mungu akirudi saa hii 99% wako in the side of the devil worshipper. Believe it or not. Mlipatia pesa mkakula. We try to speak to you guys, mkasema ni wa kanisa, ni wa church, ni wa church gani? ni wa kanisa ni wanini, because the Satan alipatiwa powers na Mungu that he can preach and talk to you. Anamewekwa hiyo ngozi, unaona kama ni yeye, lakini there is no God in Kenya, there is no worshiping in God, there is no anything in the government, no free martial speaking in this world. Sorry, but thank you.
Thank you, Mama Rosi. Thank you, Mama Rosi. We appreciate that caution and clear example. It is important that we be vigilant so that we don't fall victim of such cases. Kuna mambo mengi sana yanaendelea kwa jina la Mungu lakini hayana Mungu, so kila mmoja ajihadhari. Very very important. Nimeona Duke mahali na yeye amekuja na anataka kuleta topic yake. Anasema the main issue today is the Yaya Hotel testimony. Azimio defense for the 4 commissioners was orchestrated to cover the attempt to rig the elections. Mr. Duke, why should you cover the attempt to rig an election that you did not rig? Do you need to cover the attempt to rig, or you need to cover the rigging? These people's lives was in danger, and you know that. Chebukati wanted them to recant their statement. So please, wacha kutetea asiyoteteeka. If there is any Kiswahili kama hicho, Chaga ameenda. Don't defend the undefendable, tafadhali. Just go before the tribunal and give whatever you think about the whole scenario. Usikuje kutetea tribunal, sinakaa na iko na vikao. Enda tu jitolewa, ambie wewe pia uko na maoni yako kulingana na vile the 4 chereres vile walipelekwa hoteli sijui nini wakalipwa na nani. Hiyo mambo yote peleka kwa tribunal, lakini hapa sisi tunatafuta ukweli na tusimamie na huo ukweli. Nashukuru Mato amefika. Naomba twende hivi. Dunia ina mambo. Ni wakati wako. Naomba utoe maoni yako. Ndio twende kwa Mato.
Sijakuja na rights zangu, niko kwa simu. Nilikuwa nataka kuchangia kitu ulikuwa umesema hapo. Nitakuja bado, nitarudi nikiwa when I'm able to.
So sema ile kitu ulikuwa unasema kabla dunia iko na mimba. I mean dunia ina mambo.
Okay, umemtokeza. Nilikuwa tu na point 4 nilikuwa nataka niseme kabla sasa nikuje sasa when Mato sasa kama nimeamua kuja sasa. Unajua mimi unyamazishwa sana, let people talk. Leo nimekuja nikiwa a debater. I want to debate. Kwa sababu umeniweka mahali pabaya, siku hizi unaniwekaga kwa moderator. Na nikiwa moderator siwezi ongea vitu mingi, nitanyamaza. Jana nilijaribu kuongea watu wakanirukia bwana. As a moderator nyamaza kidogo. But you know, I'm still a debater at the end of the day. Hata nikikalia hiyo kitu bwana, inabidi tu nyamaza. Unataka kusema kitu lakini tu Mungu wako tu anakuambia nyamaza tu. Wacha huyo mwingine aongee. Wewe wachana nayo. But I love to be a debater, because when I'm a debater is when I can actually say what my mind is. When I sit on that seat there, it's not for me to talk, it's for the panelists to talk. And so inakuanga ngumu sana as a moderator to sit down there and just, say your word, because once you say your word, it looks weird, unajua? So inabidi tu kuwe mpole. Lakini sitaki kuwa mpole, nilikuwa nataka niseme kitu. Merry Christmas to everybody anyways. Hiyo ndio Merry Christmas. Yeah. Before I come back as the other person. I think that's a split personality. Bernard, today, let me say something, and is the reason, Bernard, and I've been fighting for this thing of people to understand about what public service. Naona umenichokoza kabisa niki uko between public servants and waheshimiwa. I have never found, and I don't know what waheshimiwa is. I don't know who a mheshimiwa is. Bernard, there was just about before the elections were made, There was a guy here, you played a video that time, I think it was you, that played a video of a guy that really had spent everything that he had. And he was crying, akisema, yani mulinidanganya hivyo, nikatumia pesa yangu yote, kila kitu. Alafu mkakuja mkanidanganya na hata mkunipatia hiyo. Bernard, do you understand that guy had just come from his university levels? Everything alikuwa amesave, he spent it. Why was it a life and death for him? And Bernard, you know, for how long I've been saying this, the difference between a public servant and a mheshimiwa. I don't even understand what this mheshimiwa is. There's no mheshimiwa. And Bernard, that's the reason I even wrote that you and your umesoma hapo, and thank you so much for reading that, so that people can start actually reasoning. I gave you 2 incidences and somebody corrected me. How the current president, after alipoteza bibi yake, used to ride the train. And I told you that I've flown on coach. I was coming to Kenya. And in Kansas City MCI airport, someone just told me, whoa, that's Bernie Sanders. You couldn't even know that was Bernie Sanders. He flew coach, not even first class, with us. He was sitting on the waiting area with us. You couldn't even know it was him. My mayor, I don't know him. I don't know these people. They drive, you meet them at the Walmart and they tell you that maybe you're talking to someone and you don't even understand who you're talking to. Because there's nothing so big. Because it's called public service. And unless Kenya, we understand what public service is, Bernard have been a big propaganda, big into a push so much of that. We stop paying these guys so much money. I remember the times, and Bernard have said it here, I'll say it, I hope nobody attacks me. My grandmother walikuwa na zipora kitoni wakianza maendeleo ya wanawake. My grandfather was an assistant ambassador to Germany. But I mean, ashazeeka, it's nothing. That was just what he did. I think hata alifanya. So watu wasiniingilie sana kusema sijui ni kama niko huko juu or whatever. That was just something that we know about our grandfather. Na leo analimanga shamba, ako huko kwa shamba na kila kitu. But you know, is that the reason he left that is because they were not being paid too much. So you don't need to be there. When my grandmother was doing it because she was pro ladies and all that with kina Zipora Gitoni. And I could see that it was nothing about the money. The moment you have a leader that is nothing, I mean, it's not about the money, it's not about the stature of where you're going to be, then you're going to get a good leader. But the problem is today, people are crying so much. If you lose something, you lose a seat. You cry so much because why? You just wanted the stature. Is the stature. And unfortunately, I'm going to talk about Kivuda Kibwana. There was something I saw one time that he was driving na alikuwa amekoma kwa traffic, and he was driving his own car while he was still the governor. There's a lot that will not do. People like Cheryl Gay anasumbua Senate because he thinks he's on top of everything, because he knows his people are there and he knows the mafias are there, and those guys will want to bring everything. And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't understand Kenyan politics, because we don't have any Kenyan politics. It's because we are being led by mafias. And that's why Mother Karua and the rest of the people were telling you guys that we know where to get the money. That's why you have the Kilimani, people killing each other. Why? Because of gold. Because they know someone who knows someone who knows someone. It's a business entity. It's a mafia thing. I need people to start understanding that as a public servant. And Bernard, I know you're listening to me, and I hope everybody else that is listening to me can understand this. I think we need to come to a place where we take people who really want to serve the people and not the money. And where you're not going to cry when you lose an election. MCAs, Bernard, niliulizwa swali huko hivyo nikakuuliza, how many MCAs today wanaweza panda matatu? You cannot tell me that. Because there's nothing. Nada. We don't have public servants. This waheshimiwa thing, Bernard, it has to go. You have to be someone when you unaserve watu wako. You can talk for them. Ule mzee wa kijiji Bernard, ule mwenye ukipigana na bibi yako ndo unaenda kuongea na yeye. Uyo, that's called a public servant. Ukiiba mbuzi yangu, tuende tukaongea na yeye. That's called public service. You want to serve your people. The problem is this name waheshimiwa, it's got to go. I was looking today, Bernard, and nitakuja tu hapo. This is my third point, and then Bernard, I'll go back to nini alafu niwache kidogo, then I'll come back as where you want me to come back as. But I was looking at the testimony of IEBC, the proceedings that are going. There was a guy that was asking tough questions. Why? Are you a commissioner? No. So why were you involved in everything? And the lawyer was really having a hard time to answer that. Because if you're not a commissioner, so what were you doing? Okay, fine. Like when you watch, and I want people who are watching, because I have my own ideas of what was perspiring. I have my facts of what was happening at that time, but I want you to go watch that questioning of what exactly was happening. The guy had no questions. The lawyer had to come in so many times to try and stop everything. Asiulizwe maswali zingine zenye hazijibu. The guy could not even answer anything. And Bernard, you know what? I'm starting to think that maybe this tribunal might be a good thing. That maybe italeta some truth. I didn't want it, but I'm starting to think maybe it might be a good thing. Because kuna watu wanashindwa kujibu maswali. Because there was things that were done that were not supposed to be done. And I hope actually it comes out and it will backfire on some people who thought watakuja kuumiza watu. Finishing it, Bernard, my fourth point ya kumaliza, kipindi cha lala salama before I come back again. Bernard, I'm a Christian. I've always been born a Christian. I mean, I was born a Christian. I've always lived being a Christian, and I'm very religious. And being Christian does not mean that Muslims like or anything. I respect all religion because I always believe they all end up in the same way of living, where the truth is supposed to be taught the truth. Then I believe God, as in where we live today, and maybe when mtumishi utatuambia, I will respect where you are. There came the Pastor Kanyaris who used mbegu, too many mbegu, we came to realize that people were, because you guys were talking about that. That's why I put it in the huko mwisho. Tumeni mbegu nini 360. I don't know what it was, but I remember it was like 360 something. Tumeni mbegu ndio sijui maisha ikubariki na nini. Bernard, I think you remember just about 2 weeks ago, I commented on something and you did comment, you actually read the comment on it. I said I was gonna go for, nilikuwa niende for, what did I say? I think I said, it was a joke anyways. I was gonna go for fasting for 3 months, sitakula chochote. You remember that? I know you commented about it. Sitakula chochote na sitoki kwa nyumba na nakaa kwa kitanda, nataka Mungu aniletee chakula nikule kwa nyumba kwa sababu siendi fasting na sifanyi chochote and everything. You know how sarcastic I am. But you know that was a joke. But what I wanted to tell people is that sometimes when you're relying on God, God does not bless. And Bernard, I'm not missing Tumishi Kama. Maybe you can explain that immediately after I finish this. God does not bring you food. Mana iliisha na watu wa Israelites. Ukitaka kukufa haraka haraka, my friend, kaa kwa nyumba, omba, piga magoti, na usikule chochote. Kaa hapo, na useme Mungu ndio wako. What I believe is God blesses the work of your hands. You wake up in the morning, you go do what you have to do and tell God, please, look after me as I'm walking towards to go get what I have to get and what I have to get for my family and for me, and what I have to eat in the evening. And that's the prayer. But I can bet you, if you sleep in your house today and pray every day for the next 3 months and not eat, not get out to go get anything for you to eat, I am betting you, we will be at your burial, utakufa. God blesses the work of our hands. God does not just ati anaamka ati mnaambiwa sijui nabii sijui nini ati sijui whatever. No, you work hard for what it is. Bernard, I hope I did not overstep. I'll come back as hiyo side ingine ya kukuokoa, but I hope unaweza niokoa hapo because najua nitaumwa, nitagongo hiyo pande ingine. So Kenyans, we need to start looking at our country where we're going, because if you joke, Somali did not pray to be where they are. South Sudan and North Sudan did not pray to be where they are. Ukraine did not pray to be where they are. So we have to be very smart as Kenyans and work together and understand where we're going, because our country is our home, east or west. Our country is our home. Thank you, Bernard. I hope sijagonga mtu. Kama kuna mtu nimegonga, naomba msamaha.
Thank you for that submission. We appreciate it, and we will change that. We are the ones to change that by doing what we are required to do, and that is holding this watumishi to account. Waachane na hiyo ubosi ambao wanajaribu kutuletea. Mimi nishakuajiri, nimekufanyisha interview, nikakupitisha, nikakupatia job, tena nakuja ati mimi nikusalute. Kwa nini? Msituletee, sisi sio wajinga. Alafu masuala ya kufanya kazi lazima ifanywe. God works with systems. It does not work, I believe in miracles. God is a miracle worker. But uh, one of the ways you must never live your life by is by miracle. Uh, in the sense that God doesn't want accidental things happening to you. God wants you to be to work and live your life predictably, knowing that this is my input, this will be my output. This is my devotion, this will be the output. That's how God works. But miracles are emergency programs that God places in place to rescue you from where your lack of plan and operating system has placed you. So you can't make a rescue plan become a way of life. It is wrong. Thank you. Tuende moja kwa moja kwa dunia ina mambo.
Ya Bennett, asante sana kwa muda umenipea. Habari zenu zote wale ambao wako
Salama salama, sauti yako iko chini.
haya, wacha niongeze sauti yangu ikuwe juu. Sasa niko sawa, unanisikia?
That's a little better.
Okay, kitu mimi nasema, naona heading imeandika hapo, they want to kill Raila, wanataka kutoa Raila kwa the way. So wafanye hivyo haraka haraka bana. Wanaweza tupaya chance bana kugawa Kenya haraka haraka. Alafu pia Sakaja amesimama hapo date hapo, hataki kutetemeshwa hapo na people for Mount Kenya. Hiyo pia ni mzuri. Nairobi si ya nani imeandika Nairobi si ya mama mama ya mtu. Mimi nimeandika hiyo kwa sababu hiyo sijasikia mtu akisema. Alafu 100 days ya RUTO iko vipi? So kitu iko, acha tuende kwa hizo ambao tunapenda hizo. Kitu iko, hii mambo ya kusema wanataka kuput Raila, wanataka kutoa Raila in the way. Kinjia gani? Kumaliza kwa siasa au kumweka chini ya ardhi? Kama ni chini ya ardhi wafanye haraka haraka bwana. Hiyo inaweza kuwa golden chance. Unajua saa zingine vitu nakuja kama ombi pia nakubaliwa. Ndio sasa watajua Kenya kumbe si ya mama yao. Vile Duale alisemanga hii pesa si ya mama yako. So vitu kama hizo wasijaribu kufanya, na waomba tu wafanye tu politics zao, waendelee na kazi zao, muda zao kiisha waachie watu ingie. Lakini kama ni hiyo maneno wako na hiyo mpango, kwa sababu nimeona huo pasa amerudia hiyo kitu mara mbili. Yuko wakati alisema wakati wa siasa, sasa hivi tena naona amerudia. So hao watu najulikana, hatutajua kweli yao. Alafu 100 days ya RUTO. Hakuna kitu nimeona mimi change hapo. Kama Bernard wewe umeona kitu ni sawa. Mimi sijaona unga kipunguzwa bei, sijaona mafuta kipunguzwa bei. Hakuna kitu nimeona 100 days ni change ambao vitu alipromise 100 days ni nyingi sana. Kwa sababu niliambiwa tutawekewa wifi bora lakini bado tunalipa. Nitaombea tunatolewa kwa okoa jazi. Bado tunaona tuko okoa jazi bado, hatujatolewa bado. Sasa sijui okoa jazi ndio ilikuwa nakuja fuliza RUTO hii imeletwa. So kuna vitu zingine hajafanya, na vile Sakaja mwenyewe afanye kazi na Nairobi, wasiogope. Na watu wa Azimio naona kama ma-MCA wa Azimio na nini wamesimama na yeye sasa. Wasiogope. Nairobi hatuwezi weka Nairobi ikuwe bila wanataka. Kila mtu afanye kazi pale alichaguliwa kufanya kazi. Kama wewe ni deputy president, fanya kazi yako kama deputy president. Kitu Gachagua angekuwa sahihi ana monitor watu, monitor magavana. Hiyo ndio kazi yake. Aende kwa kila kaunti amonitor magavana bila wanafanya kazi, bila anapewa pesa, kwa sababu yeye ndio msimamia budget zao, yeye ndio msimamia pesa zao. Aende monitor hizo magavana, wafanye kazi nzuri. Si anakuja kumonitor Nairobi hapa kufanya kazi. Yeye monitor bila pesa ifanyike. Si ana monitor bila wanafanya kazi. Kufanya kazi wacha wafanye kazi. Yeye monitor pesa ifanye kazi. Simple like that. So kitu naambia Bernard, asio umeguzia mambo ya mapasta hapa. Mimi napiga mapasta kwa nini vita bwana? Hii biashara bwana. Every one person have his own business. So mapasta wacha wakule mapesa. Kwa sababu siku hizi naona ukitaka, iko siku moja nilikwambia hapa Bernard, ukitaka kuwa mdosi hapa Kenya after 5 years, anza tu kanisa yako na mabati hivi. After 5 years utaonekana unatembea na Land Cruiser V8. Hiyo ndio tabia yao. Kwa sababu mimi niwaambia mtu, si naongea vibaya, ninawaambia mtu. Watu wananiambia sijui iko Prophet War, sijui kuna Pastor Ezekiel, sijui kuna Pastor Nganga, sijui nini. Mimi nikwambia watu haina shida, mimi nitakubali. Umesema wanafanya miracle, wanafanya vitu zao. Mimi chakataa. Wacha nikubali. Mimi nataka kupewa mtihani. Wewe ndio ombea ama pastor ma prophet chao waende kwa hospitali. Kwa sababu wagonjwa iko kwa hospitali. Mimi sijaona mgonjwa anatembea kwa barabara. Wagonjwa iko ICU. aende afanye hizo miracle huko kwa ICU, atasaidia madaktari kufanya hizi kazi zote, budget itapungua. Kama huko mwashinda, wanyamaze, kwa sababu wagonjwa, hakuna mgonjwa anatembeanga, mgonjwa yuko hospitali. Au mgonjwa analetwa pale, aende achukue mtu kwa ICU amletee pale kwa kiwanja, tumejua huyo umetoka ICU, si wale ambao wanaandika mambo. Kama uliona Chichobevu, uliona video Chichobevu, siku moja Chichobevu aliingia kanisa, huyu pastor anaitwa nani? Huyu pastor anaitwa nani? Jina lake nimesahau. Kwa siku moja Chichobevu aliingia kanisa yake, akamweka ma CCTV huko na nini, akaona bila anafanya, kumbe hizi vitu ni vitu wanapanga, alafu wanakuja kushoot kwa watu. Sasa watu naona ni vitu reality, lakini imeshapangwa, kila mtu ameshapewa post yake, kila mtu ameshapewa pesa yake, wanakuja wana act hapo. Kwa sababu kama huyu mwanamke unaniambia sijui ni pastor, huo si anaitaje, bila anavaa kwanza, huo mama bila anavaa inaonyesha kwa bishop. Sijui kama mimi nakosa. Sasa nyingine unasomanga Biblia opposite down, kwa sababu sijasikia pale imesemekana mwanamke anywe sauti yake mbele ya wanaume, kwa sababu mwanamke pia hafai kuwa bishop wala pastor. So sijui wanasoma Biblia gani, wako na yao. Sasa zingine hakuna hiyo maneno, sijui kama hapo na Bernard utanicorrect kama ni kweli, kwa sababu nilisoma basi nyingine nasema mwanamke hafai anue sauti yake mbele ya wanaume, lazima aombe ruhusa kwa bwana yake. Na pia inasemekana kama ni haya anasema hivyo, hafai kuwa bishop wala pastor, kwa sababu mbele wanaenda kuhubiri mbele ya wanaume. So sijui kama hao Biblia hiyo wanakatazwa wanakubaliwa. So hapo uta correct. Kitu nasema Bernard, 100 days imeisha, Wakenya waanze kuuliza Ruto vitu ambavyo alipromise. Sasa wako na right kuuliza hizo vitu. Tulikuwa na ngoja 100 days ishi. Wako na right kuuliza, lakini mistake wasifanye. Ile mistake wanasema wanataka kung'oa Raila kwa hii dunia, hiyo mistake wasifanye. Tafadhali nawaomba, kama nawapenda Kenya wafanye hivyo. Ni hayo tu Bernard.
Okay, asante Dunia Ina Mambo, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, tunasonga mbele. Sister Nifa, you went behind the curtain.
Na Bernard, hiyo verse nimekuuliza ni ukweli?
Yeah?
Hiyo verse ya inakataa wanawake asikuwe bishop wala pastor ni iko?
Usianze hiyo siasa sasa tafadhali.
Hiyo naweza kumjibu.
Dunia Ina Mambo.
Nitajibu Dunia Ina Mambo.
Haya, nimewacha.
That will be problematic. Endelea Nifa.
Sitaongea sana bwana. Nitaongea tu kidogo juu ya Sakaja and naona siasa pia imeanza juu kama number 2 amesema kuwa nitaongea na huyo kijana Sakaja kwa ajili sisi ndio tulimpatia. Niliambia watu wangu wa Kikuyu wampatie votes. Hiyo ni lack of respect. Sakaja hakuchaguliwa peke yake na Wakikuyu, Sakaja amechaguliwa pia na Waluya na Wajaluo wa Kisii. Watu wote wanaishi Nairobi, as like Nairobi is like ukienda New York si wa Amerika pekee ndo wako New York, dunia mzima iko New York. So inaonyesha kuwa some of the leaders hao watumishi they are primitive. Unajua it's like they are primitive and it's demeaning because mtu kuongea hivyo na ni mtu wao, ni mtu wa UDA. Sasa bado inamaanisha kuwa so long as mtu mwingine anatoka huku ng'ambo, anatoka Western ama Nyanza ama Kisii, asikuwe na voice ya kufanya kitu hata kama yeye ni governor. Hao ndo wanampangia mambo ya kufanya. So let's see how the show will go down between huyo Nairobi governor. Amejaribu pia na yeye, na kwanza yeye ni kijana. Kama ni kijana nitakana wampatie wakati pia afanye mambo zake, aangalie vile atapeleka Nairobi mbele. So hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema, and then sitakaa sana. Hii ingine ya tumeongea mambo ya Raila Odinga. So nilikuwa nataka kuambia Dunia Ina Mambo, I like the way huo una submit mambo yako, lakini ukisema ati wanawake paka waombe ruhusa bwana wake. Sasa hao mapasta pengine waliomba ruhusa mabwana zao akawapatia. na kama kweli you can preach, kuna wanawake pia wanaweza kuhubiri. Mi natoka kwa nyumba ya wahubiri, wanawake wengi ndio wahubiri, some of my aunties, and kuna anti yangu anahubiri vizuri kushinda bwana yake, so kanisani, na wote ni wahubiri. So kama I don't understand. So unaona siku hizi hata kuna wanawake ambao wako pilots, kuna wanawake ambao wako kama Amerika, yule alichaguliwa, yule mwanamke kama alichaguliwa kuwa, unajua wanawake pia wanafanya mambo mengi kwa hii dunia, na inaonekana kuwa wanawake wametoka mbali, yani like kitambo wanawake walikuwa wakubaliwi kupiga kura kwa manchi zingine, na sasa wanakubaliwa. Kama ukiona Saudi Arabia hawakubaliwi kuendesha gari, au pia wanapigania rights zao. But kama una bibi pia utatamani, utafurahia bibi yako akusaidie nyumbani akifanya kazi kulingana na masomo yake, mmezaa watoto, si baba peke yake ndiye analeta pesa kwa nyumba, mpaka mnasaidiana. Na kama bibi amekushinda na masomo, ama bibi anaweza analeta mshahara kwa nyumba, hiyo utakubaliana tu nayo. Ni ile tu kweli vile umesema makubaliano, lakini sasa I don't see the reason why wanawake tunaenda shuleni and then utakaa tu nyumbani unalinda, unaangalia tu watoto peke yake. Hiyo tu pekee ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema. But ndio hayo. Leo ilikuwa ni mambo ya kanisa, watu wanaingiliwa, mapasta. But again, nilisema vile Mama Rose aliongea, nilifurahia because nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza, lakini ilikuwa hivi Bernard, nasikia siku hizi wasichana wale wanatembea, wale wanatafuta wanaume, kuna kitu wanapewa fulani, so kila mahali unaenda tu unapata pesa, sio? So, kwa hivyo hiyo kitu nasikia, hiyo kitu wanapewa wao mapasta ndo waanze kutabiria watu, si mapasta peke yake. Nasikia hiyo kitu pia wanawake ambao wanaenda kwa maklabu wanapewa hizo vitu, wanawake wasichana wadogo wadogo, unaona mara ameenda New York, mara iko wapi. Hizo pia nitakana mkondem nyinyi kama mapasta, but I don't believe pasta wote ni wabaya. Kuna mapasta baadhi ambao pia wanafanya kazi ya Bwana, si mapasta wengi ambao wako fake. Ile tuseme pia kuna wale watumishi ambao wanasema wanaomba, lakini yale matendo yao haiambatani na vile inavyotakikana mfanyie wananchi. You know what I mean. Sitaki kutaja jina. Kuna wale wanaomba Mungu ati sisi tumeomba sana ndio tulishinda, au pia ni waongo. Au ndio nitakana wananchi waangalie. So that's all I have to submit. Maybe nitabaki kidogo kama dunia ana mambo ya kuniambia nijitetee na mapema.
Sawa Sister Nifa, we appreciate that. Ningependa tu kusema hivi, okay? Kuna ile suala la wanawake wanapaswa kunyamaza kanisani, na kama wana swali waulize waume zao nyumbani. Hiyo ni maandiko kamili, imeandikwa, iko ndani ya Biblia, sio mkataba wa wanaume kutengeneza ili watumie kukandamiza kina mama kanisani. It is a biblical reality, but it is taken out of context. It's taken out of context in the sense that there was a problem in the church of Corinth. The problem in the church of Corinth is that they had a lot of young believers in leadership responsibility. The people that the Bible calls novice. Okay, watu wameokoka leo, alafu wanapewa umama kanisa ama nini, wanakuwa na vyeo kanisani. So katika hiyo hali kina mama walikuwa wakikorofishana na mme nyumbani. Okay, wanakuja kusoti hiyo maneno wapi? Church. So tuseme tumekosana na madam nyumbani, alafu nafika kanisani, mi naanza kuongoza chorus, mama aimbi. Okay, anachukua microphone, anasema huyu anaimba chorus na alinichuna jana usiku. So haya ndio masuala Paulo alikuwa anashughulikia. Okay, anasema msilete masuala ya nini nyumbani kuyatatulia wapi? Kanisani, ama kutumia ibada kuwa nafasi ya kusort your marital differences or your domestic differences. if you have an issue with your husband, deal with it at home. That is what that is what the Apostle Paul was addressing in the church of Corinth. It was not a general rule that wanawake wanyamaze kila mahali, wanawake wasihubiri. Then swala la kuhubiri, okay? Kuhubiri ni kipawa, ni wito, is a gift that anyone can have. Si anaitwa na Nabii Yoel, okay? Anasema itakuja kutokea siku za mwisho, I'll pour out my spirit upon all flesh. Your sons and your daughters will prophesy. Okay? Your old men will dream dreams. So that was that was fulfilled on the day of Pentecost. That will have daughters and sons doing what? Prophesying. Now, hiyo ni swala la nini? La kuhubiri. To preach is a gift that anybody can function in, be it male or female. That's a different ball game. But sasa kuna swala la uongozi, administrative order. Okay? The Bible does not give authority of a woman over a man, lording over a man. That goes against God's divine order, because God's order is that he made man first, okay? Then he brought the woman to work under. So in the situation where there is husband and wife, there should be no strife on who is the head. Okay? So unaweza kuwa hata wewe ndio nini? Mhubiri kanisani kama mama. Okay? Wewe ni mama mchungaji, you are a lady pastor. Okay? But that does not, I'm your husband and I'm a church member. Okay? That does not mean you come and bring me your pastoring thing at home. When it reaches home, you go back to your position and administer your service as a wife. You don't begin to say, I'm pastor, I am anointed, I'm not. You keep that your anointing to your church members. The order of God remains. Your husband is your head, and then you submit under his leadership and you lead. Like the problem we have in Meru right now. I think that mama, she's very wise. Okay? She doesn't want to be governor, and the husband be kept away from her governance. She wants the man to be closer so that that order is kept. Her submission, she will not come home with her political glamour until forget being the wife. She wants her husband closer, and then the husband watch over her. She will be able to function rightly. That to me is wiser and necessary than anything else.
So thank you so much. But when we were talking about them the other time, when I said, I don't think it's a bad idea when the husband works with him. After all, hiyo role ambayo amepewa ni role ya kuangalia vijana. So the husband, sioni kama things will go bad. Wanasaidiana na ni serikali ya Kenya. It's not that they are competitors. Na watu wakasema ati kwa ajili na mwajiri kazi, lakini they clear the air, wakasema hapewi mshahara.
Hata kama anapewa mshahara, kama kwa mfano when the man is governor, kunakuwa na ofisi inaitwa first lady. Okay?
Yes.
That has an allocation from the county kitty. Maswala ya entertainment, maswala kina mama, maswala ya vijana yanahusika na ofisi inaitwa first lady office. Okay? Now that the governor is a lady, why can the man run the first lady office as first man?
Basi hiyo ndio walisahau, Kenya Constitution walisahau kuweka, which is not fair.
Hawakusahau. See, the last time the governor was Kiraitu, and Madam Kiraitu was operating that office. So how come when Kiraitu is governor, Madam Kiraitu can be first lady? But when Mwangaza is governor, you don't want Mr. Mwangaza to be...
Hiyo tunajua ni mambo UDA walikuwa nataka waende upande ule mwingine. It's not.
Sawa. Naomba sasa tutasonga mbele. Thank you so much kila mmoja. Asante kwa wale watu mko kwa comments. Unaweza kubaliana na si ama ukatae. Penny Nyagaka amerudi, anasema UDA working to get your support August 2027. Get whose support for that matter? Must UDA only get support because somebody has lost support? We have 7 million people who did not support, who did not vote. Okay? Why can't they go for the 7 million? Why are they looking for the other 7 million that voted for Raila Odinga? Huh? Tumbo kwanza. So let me play this video. I've been longing to play it. It's a bit lengthy, but I think it will do the remaining minutes until walimu wa usiku wakuje. Mi naomba nataka kung'atuka mapema, lakini naomba tuendelee hivyo hivyo, comments tuendelee hivyo hivyo, endelea kukaribisha mtu, tukajifunze pamoja. Hii ni nchi yetu na lazima tuwajibike. The 100 days of Dr. RUTO administration. Penny Nyagaga anasema they are excellent. They have now 4 years and 6 months to go in their administration. Hiyo ni maoni ya nani? Penny Nyagaka.
Bernard.
Yes, Dunia.
Kuna kitu nataka kusema hapa, nataka kuuliza, nataka kusema, nisaidie hapo. Vile umesema hivyo, sitaongeza kitu kingine wala sitapunguza kitu kingine. Mimi nataka kuuliza swali hapa. Hii swali umeleta hiyo mzuri sana, huo mama ambayo ni governor. Vile umesema, sasa huo bwana yake ndio sasa ni sauti yangu leo inasemekana iko chini, sawa. Huyo mama ndio sasa anasemekana bwana yake ndio sasa ni first husband. Kwa Kiswahili ni bwana wa kwanza. Kiswahili ni mbaya. So kitu
wewe una matata we Dunia.
Si kwa hivyo. Si ni bwana wa kwanza, sasa sijui wengine.
First man wewe.
Kwa Kiswahili. Wewe ndio bwana wa kwanza. Sasa kitu iko, hao kama ingekuwa ni mwanaume ndio governor pale, ingekuwa ni first lady, wangekubali nayo. Sasa hivi wanakataa mwanaume. Mimi nilisema huyu dada kosa ni alishinda eneo ambayo atakikana shinde. Hiyo ndio shida yako nayo. Alishinda eneo ambayo atakikana. Alafu hii kazi umesema wanawake, sawa, wanawake ni mzuri kufanya kazi. Unajua hii mambo ya kufanya kazi imeleta manyumba zine nyingi imebomoka. Mwanamke anafanya kazi, mwanaume anafanya kazi. Ukiangalia kesi yao, kila mtu apewe mwingine time yake. Mwanamke ametoka saa 12 ameenda job. Mwanaume saa 12 ameenda job. Wote saa 12 jioni wamerudi wamechoka. Mtu anafanya kazi pale ni mate. Mimi ndio kila kitu. So hii mambo wanawake wafanye kazi, wafanye nini? Ndio maana sisi hata tukisema tumeweka wanawake wetu kama house wife house, wacha wabaki hivyo. Kwa sababu tumeona vituko nyingi sana. Tumeona vituko nyingi, wanawake kufanya kazi 24 hours, tena warudi kwa nyumba, au ndio tena wanataka kupika, au ndio kufanya kitu. Sasa ndio unaleta maid. Maid ikikuja, mwezi ndio tena control nyumba. Watoto wamezoea maid, baba mwenyewe atazoea maid, mama mwenyewe ataanza kuwa na chuki. Kwa sababu hata baba mwenyewe atazoea maid, chakula analetewa na maid. Ukiita juice, maid analeta juice. Ukikuja jioni yeye ndio anakukaribisha. Yeye ndio anafungua mlango. Yeye ndio unamuona. Saa nyingine maji yeye ndio anapeleka kwa bafu. So, hii mambo ya kufanya kazi 24 hours. Mimi hapo mimi siko na nyinyi. Mimi nitaambia afanye kazi kwa nyumba. Hiyo nguvu anafanya kazi huko. Secretary, yeye ni secretary ya mwanaume huko.
Dunia ina mambo, dunia ina mambo.
Hey. Na wewe kwanza wewe uliza swali. Mwanamke akienda kazi amejipoda. Ameng'ara mzuri, anataka nani muone huko. Kwa nyumba jipodi hivyo.
Wewe dunia ina mambo acha maneno. Wewe unataka kurudi kwa 18th century.
Sasa sio ni kujigroom, dunia ina mambo, mpaka mwanamke wako utasikia mzuri kama ananukia vizuri, amejitengeneza nywele vizuri, si ati ana nywele bado hajatengeneza, ana mavazi mazuri, mpaka ajitengeneze mzuri. Sasa zile kijitengeneza mzuri, si ati wewe unaona Kama amekupenda, yeye ni mama watoto wako, usikue na nini, usikue na nini una mafikirio kuwa mtu mwingine atamchukua. Na nyinyi wanaume pia macho zenyu hazina pasia. Is the same pia.
Hata hiyo swali niuliza, kuna swali
Sister
lolote
Nifa,
niuliza?
macho yote hayana pasia, sio ya wanaume peke yake. Lakini
Nikuulize madam. Venda wacha niulize swali moja. Nikuulize madam. Sasa hii nikupea
Ni sawa.
nataka kuuliza swali. Sasa hii nataka kupea kuku, niseme nakupea njugu moja. Nikupee nini? Kuku kike nikupee 3. Sawa? Njogo nitakupea ngapi? Utachukua njogo ngapi?
Njogo moja tu.
Kwa nini hujachukua njogo 3?
Ajili nina kuku 3.
Ya kike na umesema unachukua njogo moja. Kwa nini umechukua njogo moja? Hujachukua njogo 3?
Ajili jogoo ina nguvu kushinda zile za kike 3.
Hata corporate yote, si ndio? Hivyo ndio Mungu aliumba mwanaume.
wewe dunia ina mambo. Wewe dunia ina mambo, una maswala mengi sana. Subiri hapo.
Wenzangu wako. Wewe dunia unatoka Nyanza wewe. Unatoka Nyanza.
Wewe Nifa, umeanza sasa kuprofile.
Watu wa Nyanza ndio na hiyo maneno.
Hapana Nifa. Khalwale, wewe hujasikia Khalwale alikuwa kwa Senate kwa Floor House. Alisemaje?
Guys, wacha niwaambie kitu. Huyu Savula Ayub ni senator ama ni MP?
Ni deputy governor wa Kakamega.
Okay, Savula one day alisema before sasa election akasema Ruto ni nani? Mi pia nina bibi 3, nina ndege, nina kila kitu. Mimi nikaambia marafiki zangu nikasema kwani lazima paka mtu useme una bibi 3? Ukisema bibi 3 ndio inasaidia kitu gani? Inachangia kitu gani? Sijui kama watu walisikia hiyo clip. And I find it so a little bit. Unasema na bibi 3 na watoto, niko na ndege pia mimi. So unaona sasa nilikuwa nataka kurudisha dunia ina mambo kwa hiyo topic. Unaona hata mwanaume anaanza kujisifu, anaanza kusema na bibi 3. Ni lazima paka useme una bibi 3? Si lazima paka useme una bibi 3. Kama mimi ni mmoja wa bibi ya huyo mtumishi Savula, mimi namwacha. Na pack vitu zangu na naondoka niende.
Wewe Sister Nifa umeanza kwenda kinyume na maadili.
Kwa nini?
Okay.
Si mimi namjibu tu kaka yangu huyu dunia ina mambo.
Subiri Sister Nifa. I want to put it in proper context. Okay? In the African traditional setting, how rich you are was also proven by how many wives you married. Okay? So the more wives you had and you are taking care of them, okay, not just marrying them and dumping, marrying and you are able to take care of them in terms of feeding them, supporting them, and everything else. I showed you as a rich man and a leader. And so you prided in how many you are leading and how well you are leading your boma. Ndiposa in the traditional setting, ilikuwa boma la mzee, boma linajengwa, kuna nyumba huku na nyumba ya mzee inawekwa katikati. Ako able kutawala hizi boma nzima akipeana mwelekeo. Each child, each house and all that. So Savula's statement is coming from that mentality, okay? That I must be a good leader because I have 3 wives and all that. But that is what he meant, not that he was belittling the wife or making the wives as part of his properties. And of course, that's part of the pride of men that they have.
Okay, wacha nikujibu.
Yes.
So which means huyo mwenye alikuwa anamwambia, which means huyo mkubwa pia inatakana angekuwa na bibi 3. Alikuwa na bibi 3 na wewe ukuwe rais, watu wamekuchagua. It's too much for the country, for the citizen. Why? Because it happened in South Africa. Jacob Zuma alikuwa na wangapi? 7. Hawa 7 paka wote wako na security, wote wakuwe na manyumba mazuri, wote. It was too much for them, mpaka wakasema no, haiwezekani. Kama wewe ni mkubwa, you are running for top seat, hiyo itawezekana? Watoto wote mpaka wakuwe na mabodyguards, hiyo inachukua, hiyo itabidi mlipe tax nyingi. Basi
Haina shida.
Haya, Biblia inasema hivyo. Wewe ni Mkristo, Biblia inasema kama ulikuwa umeoa wake 7 kabla ukutana na Yesu na ukakutana na Yesu njiani ukaokoka, Biblia inasema usiwafukuze. Wakipendezwa kukaa na wewe, utakaa nao, utaendelea kuwahudumia. Kisungumkuti ni moja tu, hawezi kuwa mzee wa kanisa kwa sababu kuna wake wengi, kuna majukumu mengi. So that is how it is. But when it comes to public service, political office, the choice of who becomes president carries with it consequences. Choices have consequences. Like right now, we are suffering consequences. Okay? So you cannot say that because he has 7 wives, he should not be president. But when he becomes president, we must foot the bill of the 7 wives. Is a government property. He's a government employee, so we carry that responsibility as long as he's president. After that, he goes back to footing his own bills as an individual. It's something that we have to live by because of our tradition and our culture. It's something we can't walk away from. Issue of housewife, I should not leave that unaddressed because dunia ina mambo alileta hii maneno. There is nothing unhonorable about being housewife. Let me go that straightforward. I have written a book called The Timeless Woman. The Timeless Woman. And one of the things I address there is the woman has an impact in the lives of the children to the 3rd and 4th generation by how she raises these children. One of the greatest challenge we are facing right now is children raised by house girls. Okay? Their mothers were busy in the office. So children have grown up twisted because there was no mother to straighten them. So my appeal is that you don't have to be a housewife forever. But can you just give your children time to grow? Because they will not be children forever. You can take a break and raise the children. When the children are grown, you have put them inside discipline, you have given them a path of life, they are able to focus, then you can go about your career. But concentrating on your career at the expense of your children makes you an irresponsible mother and irresponsible parent, because hata ukiwa CEO in that your career, you are on top of your company, na mtoto wako ni mwizi, wakati anashikwa na polisi, polisi watapiga simu ya CEO. Ni wewe utakuwa unakimbia kutoka kwa board meeting, ukienda police station kulipa bail, mtoto wako atolewe. All of that is because you are too busy to raise the child the right way. And so you live the rest of your life sorting out what you couldn't deal with because you are too busy. It is important to give your children attention when they are children, because they will not be children forever. They can only be children for a while. They grow up, they will go. So the best memory they have of you is, were you there for them or you are too busy for them? One of the reasons why children become rebellious at school and rebellious at every other place is because they feel rejected by their parents. They feel unattended to. They know they are not valuable. Na sisi tuko huko nje tunatafuta hela, okay? Na hiyo hela tunasweat kwa sababu nasema because of my children. But the same children you are suffering for in the office, hoping that they will see your suffering, just blaming you for ignoring them or neglecting them. So I encourage us mothers, let's not neglect our responsibility because of our career. I'm not saying that you should not be a career woman or you should not pursue or a career. You are free to, but not at the expense of your family, not at the expense of your children. There is nothing you will become out there that will be more honorable than a mother of a president. There was a controversy between some women, okay? And then there was Barbara Bush, okay? Barbara Bush said, I may not be in any of your class and any of what you are calling accolades, but I've raised two presidents, my husband and my son. Show me who you have raised. That's the end of conversation. So whatever it takes to be part of your children and give them that memory of you are there for them, you suffered for them, it will be of a greater reward for them than all the running around the world and making all the money, yet you cannot even leave that money in care of those your children. Mfano mzuri ni hawa mabwenyenye wetu, okay? Nakumbuka mtu kama nani, what is his name? We had this one, alikuwa na mwananchi former minister of defense. He died. He was minister of defense during Kibaki's time. The owner of Shanda House, Dunia ina mambo, you should know his name. Okay, even the members of parliament. He was a prominent member of parliament. He had great estates. He wrote a book called from wherever, from rags to riches. Now after he died, his children were to preside over his estate, and now they are in Rangos. The estate is running down. Why? He was busy getting the estates, but never raised the children right. So I encourage all women around the world, if you have a child, attend to the child. Give them the best training you can as their children, because they will not be children forever. Then thereafter, you can travel all the world. You can do all you want to do. So hakuna haja ya kuzuia kina mama kwenda kufanya kazi. Hakuna haja ya kuzuia kina mama kwenda kwa ofisi na kufanya kazi. Lakini
hata
wasiende
kuhubiri.
Yes. Lakini wasiende kwa ofisi at the expense of their children. Wahubiri. Juzi tu nilikuwa na kuna church fulani nilikuwa nimeenda kuhubiri. So kawa na huyu mama mhubiri mzuri. Ame travel dunia mzima. Lakini saa hii mtoto wake anatafutwa na polisi. Unaona ile kutafutwa na polisi ile ambayo police car imekuwa dispatched. Okay? Anakamatwa kwa nini? Mara aliibia. Yaani yeye anaiba mpaka anaibia polisi. Ushaona mtu ameibia polisi. Somebody called the police. A small boy
in Kenya.
Hey, calls the police officer. Okay? Mpaka anamtumia mpesa. Then inakundugulika kwamba ni uongo. So it's important that we keep everything in perspective. Hakuna makosa, hakuna dhambi mama kufanya kazi na mama kuwa mama wa career. Lakini tusitumie career kama excuse ya kutohudumia nyumba zetu. Kama vile Dunia ina mambo anasema. Okay? Wewe nyumba umeitelekeza, you don't do anything in the house. Your house girl is the one who knows which food to be eaten. Your house girl is the one who knows which children prefer which food. You cannot even tell mtoto wako anapenda chakula gani ama anachukia chakula gani. Okay? Wewe jukumu lako ni kusema tu wewe ndio mama wa nyumba. Hapo kutakuwa na kisungumukuti. Eventually, even your children will reject you. Watakimbia na house girl. Because that's the one they know. Mwana mleavyo ndivyo akuavyo. So it's important that we keep everything in proper perspective. Kina mama kuvaa vizuri, it's good to look good. There's nothing wrong with that. But let it not be an issue in marriage or otherwise. There's nothing good about looking bad. Dunia ina mambo. There's nothing good about looking bad. So wacha vitisho. mama avae vizuri, mama aende nje afanye kazi arudi, bora tu ajiheshimu na ajibebe kwa heshima na aheshimike mahala popote ulipo. You know, it's how you carry yourself that you get received. You go and begin to play ponky, they will play with you ponky. But if you are seriously focused, doing what you're required to do, everybody will respect you. I remember I traveled to Zimbabwe for a 3 months program, and I wasn't married then. And I was staying with a particular family. They stayed with the family, the mama, her sons, and all that, and all that. So the sons, one of the things I was very uncomfortable in that house. One, it's because they are fully grown son, okay? Angetoka anaenda kukutana na girlfriend. Then sijui wakorofishane huko ama girlfriend hakutokea. Then the boy will come home and begin to cry to the mother and tells the mother the whole story. Mimi ni Mluya. Mambo kama haya hawezi kuzungumzwa na mama. So when that story will begin, meaning enda huko kwa bedroom, nikae huko mbali because I don't want to hear abomination.
Hiyo nategemea Bernard, how you raised your son. Unajua kuna wale watoto wa mama, wamebembelezwa, so kama umemraise son wako hivyo, hata girlfriend atampiga kofi, ataanza kulia,
atakimbilia mama, aende kuambia mama, mama's boy. So I agree with you. But now the reason I'm sharing the story is that I stayed with them for 3 months. I finished my assignment there. Then now I was leaving. Okay. So when I was leaving, the mama of the house, okay, he said that when I go back to Kenya, I should greet my wife, okay, and the children. So I told her I'm not married. She said I cannot not be married. He said, why? He said, the way you carried yourself in this house, you are a mature, settled man. Okay? There is how you carry yourself that people begin to respect you just by disciplining yourself and remaining focused. So ningeenda huko nianze kufukuzana na hii na hii na hii na hii, fukuzana na pia mimi nijitafutie huko girlfriend mushona ama ndevele.
Zimbabweans ladies are also wako na heshima.
Yes, of course, Magadie, they kneel down for you now. You can easily be tempted and be carried away now.
They are not like Kenya women. Kenya women huwezi kucheza naye.
Let's get back to the debate.
Wenda tulituangusha.
Vipi wewe dunia ina mambo? Ulikuwa unatakaje?
I wonder where you come from. Umetuangusha.
Wewe inaonekana mtoto wa Khalwale.
Ndio ni nature.
Ama watuoli.
Unajua mimi kitu moja nilishangaa na watu wengine. Unajua Western na Nyanza, mimi nasikia watu wengine, family zingine, tribe zingine, yani wanagombana juu sio bwana muongeza bibi ya pili. Hiyo ni kitu kubwa. Wewe unaniambia muongeza 100 hapo tunaanza kusikizana sasa. Hapo ndo sasa 2 tu. Watu nakosana boma na bumbuka, mtu amelewa 40 years anaenda zake. 2. Hata 2 ni ndogo. Watu itoshi mboga. Huiti kwa kikao ya wazee.
Yaani wewe dunia ina mambo. Wewe unaona hiyo si news.
Hiyo si news hiyo.
But you know guys, hiyo tradition pia inaisha Bernard, because angalia mahitaji ya saizi, you can't even afford to have, okay, hiyo ni tradition, but you can't afford to have 4 women. Wewe unaweza kuwa na wanawake hata 4 saizi kweli wewe? Unaweza?
Yes.
No, I'm asking kwanza Bernard.
No, inategemea. Unajua
so unakaa kwa TV. Sasa angalia uko na mahitaji mengine ya TV.
Ngoja sister Nifa. Kuoa ni chaguo la mtu. Okay? Uwezo ndio unakagua kabla uoe. Huwezi kuoa tu kwa sababu wanawake wako si unakagua.
That's what I said, mahitaji ya sasa,
Uwezo iko mara
mahitaji ya
mbili.
sasa.
Uwezo iko mara mbili. Uwezo iko mara mbili. Uwezo ya capital na uwezo ya mwili. Sasa tunaongea gani?
We dunia uko mbele. Dunia relax kwanza, dunia ina mambo. Ngoja
Dunia
kwanza.
uko mbele.
Kile ninachosema ni hiki, okay? Marrying is a choice somebody makes, okay? And there are many factors that bring about that. There are people who look for second wife because they want more children and the first wife cannot get more children, okay? Others look for second wife for adventure, okay? Others just want it for prestige and all that. If they can foot the bill, it's possible. Secondly, uwezo, economic. Nowadays, hatuna housewife 100%. These people are assets. They are they are part of income generating schemes. So
Which people? Which ones? Which people? Oh,
somebody is going to marry you because you have a company you're running. Okay, that company entering my family, we have brought in some income avenue. Then
sasa hiyo ni wanaume. Sasa that's you guys. Sasa unaona mnajisema wenyewe. Ndio alikuwa nasema tumepelekwa shule na wazazi ndio kusudi tuwasaidie. You understand? If I have my company, I have maybe hata 2-3 companies. Wengine maybe vile umesema mtu anaoa si kwa ajili amekupenda, kwa ajili anaona nikioana na huyu ama nikimuoa huyu hata atanisaidia ile kampuni yake ya kwanza itasaidia watoto wa bibi wa kwanza. Tutakuwa tunatembea tunasafiri, manake inasemekana watoto wa huyo bibi mwingine ni watoto wangu pia hata kama sikuwazaa. You understand? So me, it's not bad. My grandfather used to have four women. Na I could see my aunties wanaita wale mama wengine mama and everything. We grew like that, but saizi our generation kusema la haki iwezekani. Kusema la hata dunia ina mambo, sijui una miaka mingapi, maybe haiwezekani ndugu yangu, haiwezekani vile tunalia mambo ya RUTO na haiwezekani.
Sister Difa, never say never, please just leave it there.
Haiwezekani.
Ungeuliza dunia ina mambo na wangapi, wacha maswala ya kusema haiwezekani.
Nilikuwa nataka kwanza na mhubiri kwanza, wewe ni pastor. Nilikuwa nataka kwanza na pastor kwanza.
Hiyo ndio swali mzuri. Ukiniuliza kuna
alafu ndio sasa tunaanza na ule mkubwa. Wewe ndio mkubwa wetu. Alafu dunia ina mambo yetu tunaenda naye polepole tu. Nitamuuliza siku nyingine kama Mise sasa naona anaanza kubadilika, anaanza kukuja kwa upande wa Azimio. Mise alikuwa matata. Pole. But you see, wacha niwaambie African tradition ni tradition mzuri, hata wazungu wangelipenda kuwa, but you see constitution ya wazungu haitakika. You can't marry 2 women. Haiwezekani, Bernard. You can't. Tena uwezi kuwa kama ulikuwa na ule mwanamke mwingine mmekosana paka mu divorce na yeye ndio sasa upate mwanamke mwingine. Haiwezekani, maana wanajua consequences. Wanajua kutakuwa na shida. Na kama una mama, sikia, kama una mama mwingine nje,
hiyo unasema ni white man culture. Okay? Yes. Hapa tulipeleka mswada bungeni kwamba ukitaka mke wa pili ongea na madamu wa kwanza mkubaliane. Yes. Okay? Yeah. Mswada ikaenda wapi?
Na akikataa madamu.
Hoja. Kufika bungeni, wabunge wakauliza, nitakuwa na muomba ruhusa atanichangia katika mahari ama yeye ndo atanisindikiza kwenda kunegotiate. Hiyo kitu yote katupiliwa mbali. So kile ninachosema ni the including the Kenya Constitution recognizes the second, the third, the fourth wives as long as they are legally married to you. It is recognized and valid. Now that does not mean that I support polygamy, but I'm saying it's a reality that is there. And most of our members of parliament have got 1, 2, 3, 4 plus secret wives. Unaonanga vile wakikufa watoto tunaletewa line up. Hata mimi nilikuwa mmoja. So all that happens, and some of it is unfortunate, is fortunate, but all in all, it is part and parcel of our culture. And kuna community fulani hapa, sitataja ipi, okay, ambayo imejitolea kwamba hakuna waste time, naanza mbio moja kwa moja. So mtoto akifikisha tu 18 anapangiwa kama watano hivi analipiwa mahari mara moja, ambia anza kazi. Sisi tunataka watoto, hatutaki mchezo. We will no longer be the smallest community in this country. We must get the numbers. So walituambia tyranny of numbers. Sasa wameanza kugenerate tyranny of numbers. Alafu unataka kuwazuia. Wako na mission, wanataka tyranny of numbers. Nimewatisha na hizo numbers miaka mingi. So wameamua wavulana wao wakifika 18 wanapangiwa 5 wives. They will support you as a community to take care of them. All they want is tyranny of numbers. Sasa wewe kuja uambie kitu ya wazungu yenu wasema mume mmoja mke mmoja. Okay, let's play the video. In the meantime, Mato, kama tafadhali njoo, wakati wangu wa kung'atuka umefika tafadhali.
Colorful phrases, partly calling intriguing happenings at the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission IEBC, a boardroom rupture, and in a twist of irony, the hitherto chronic chaos associated with elections in Kenya switched sides as the electoral management body IEBC turned into a chaotic theatre of political divisions. Kenya came close to having 2 contrasting presidential election results when IEBC commissioners split into 2 teams addressing the nation at the same time live on television. As IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati announced presidential election results at the Bomas of Kenya, IEBC Vice Chairperson Juliana Cherera led 3 other commissioners to the city centre where they rejected the result at a press conference. Tonight, Sam Gituku knocks the doors and taps the walls for clues into the 7 days of rapture at the IEBC, where 7 commissioners engaged in an unprecedented electoral war.
Everything happened so quickly. In fact, I keep telling myself I need to sit down and recollect it.
We therefore cannot take ownership on the results that is going to be announced.
He was ignoring me, and I was just telling him, "Chairman, you can't do this, Chairman. You cannot do this. We had an agreement. We had already agreed on the modus operandi on how you're going to do this."
August 15th, 2022, the 7th day after the general election. The country had been waiting for the announcement of the presidential election outcome.
And I called my candidate and I told him, "We have this invitation, but kindly allow me to verify the results before you come." That was the same time when the chairman was nowhere to be found.
On the 15th, I hadn't seen him that day, but I know that the chief agent went into the meeting. And the meeting was with him.
But the event at the Bomas of Kenya was quickly turning into a hazardous political powder keg.
We were at the brink. If you imagine if the election was not announced, what would have happened? And that was the last day we will have breached the constitution. So what will be holding this country will be outside of the constitution.
Bomas was a meltdown live on television. But the genesis dates back several years before the 2022 general election. For 3 years, 4 months, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission had existed with just 3 commissioners following the sudden resignation of Dr. Roslyn Akombe in October 2017, and then Vice Chair Conin Kada, Ambassador Paul Kurgat, and Margaret Mwachanya in April 2018. Their main bone of contention was that they lacked faith in Chairman Chebukati.
Given this severe deterioration of confidence in the Commission Chair, we find our position as commissioners under his leadership no longer tenable.
10 days before they quit, the Commission had suspended Ezra Chiloba from the CEO position following investigations into the 2017 elections. The 3 commissioners disowned Chebukati's decision.
For far too long and way too many times, the Commission Chair has failed to be the steady and stable hand that steers the ship in difficult times. The removal of a Commission CA Secretary is a weighty matter and is one that should not have been introduced as a by the way.
These 3 commissioners were not happy that we are doing an audit. They opposed the audit of the procurements for elections. And they didn't want us to ask the CEO any questions, or rather ask him to account, because the CEO is an accounting officer of the organization. All procurement is under him. It's a responsibility which is not shared with another person. The work of the commission is to do policy, strategy, and oversight.
4 months later, the then President Uhuru Kenyatta was yet to acknowledge receipt of resignation letters, and the 3 attempted to resume office. Their efforts ended futile.
If they didn't like the chairman, so why try to come back again? So these are individuals who perhaps were under instruction from some external forces.
The 3 other commissioners held fort and didn't resign, so 4 resigned. And then there were many calls by Kenyans that the 4 vacancies must be filled. And only when it was 12 months to the election is when the then president saw it fit to establish a selection panel.
The Chebukati 3, together with the then acting chief executive officer and current CEO Marjan Hussein Marjan, embarked on reforming the commission, informed by the 2017 election. The now tighter boardroom seemed to thrive in a rare unity of purpose in a previously stormy boardroom.
We have set up systems which are now in place. Internally, it's a matter of following the systems in place. External challenges like funding and interferences, of course, they'll always be there. But whoever comes here as a commissioner from political party will have to follow the systems which have been put in place. The policies and manuals are operational. It's about you and the constitution and the people of Kenya. Right. And I hope that these individuals, if they come, will have to realize that their loyalty is to the people of Kenya.
For years, the Commission Chair Wafula Chebukati had appealed to Parliament's Justice and Legal Affairs Committee to intervene and unlock a stalemate occasioned by the failure of then President Uhuru Kenyatta to declare the IEBC vacancies and thus cause a recruitment process of new commissioners.
If you remember, there was the Chebukati must go calls that were being made. And then there was pressure on 4 commissioners to quit because they wanted basically to redo the commission. That didn't succeed.
And then in 2019, the government tabled before the House a bill reorganizing the selection panel that became law in October 2020. President Kenyatta declared the vacancies on 14th of April 2021, 3 years late. The selection panel comprised 4 picks by the Parliamentary Service Commission, shared between the Jubilee Party, led by President Kenyatta, and Raila Odinga-led ODM. The panel was led by Dr. Elizabeth Muli, deputized by James Awori, both nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission. Gideon Solonka and Elizabeth Mayo were also picked by PSC. Mayo later headed Raila Odinga's presidential campaign secretariat as its chief executive officer in 2022. In August 2021, President Kenyatta nominated the now famous Cherera 4 to be IEBC commissioners from a list of 8 persons shortlisted by the panel. The 4 were vetted and sworn into office by the Chief Justice on 2nd September 2021.
They seemed to me when we had meetings with them, that they were working very well together.
Before their arrival in the boardroom, the Chebukati Three had attempted to recruit a new CEO to replace Ezra Chiloba. Several petitions had been filed in court, stopping the process.
We tried to recruit CEO several times. Of course, the interested parties outside always send somebody to court to stop us on filthy ground. It's just another way of saying don't recruit.
Right.
Until we get our commissioners here who will recruit for us our CEO of interest.
I, Marjan Hussein Marjan.
6 months into the job, the now full commission settled on Marjan Hussein Marjan, who had been acting as CEO since 2018, to execute the full mandate. Around the same time, the commission appointed long-serving election official Ruth Kulundu to deputize Marjan, responsible for operations. In May 2022, Obadiah Keitani was appointed the deputy CEO in charge of support services, completing the process of top-level appointments ahead of the general election. All top three had been at the commission for more than 5 years each. By the time the 4 new commissioners arrived at IEBC, most of the procurement decisions for strategic election materials had either been concluded or were in the final stages of confirmation, presided by the Marjan-led secretariat. The commissioners further took various leadership roles. Vice Chair Juliana Cherera took up Voter Education Committee, Professor Abdi Guliye the Election Operations Committee, and Justice Nyangaya the ICT Committee. Commissioner Boya Molu retained the chairmanship of HR and Administration Committee, Francis Wanderi Finance and Supplies Committee, while Irene Masit chaired the Legal and Compliance Committee.
Before the election, we didn't think there was a division for real, because even when we were inviting them to come and clarify things, the vice chair used to represent the chair, and we thought they were one and the same thing. We were all shocked to see a division of the commission of that magnitude and that nature.
For me, it wasn't obvious. When we've had several meetings with them, it wasn't obvious. They seemed to be working very well. Just as Nyaganya seemed to be on top of his game, because I think he was in charge of ICT, and he used to give us briefings. The chairman was constantly giving us also briefings. So all together, they seem to be working as a team. Commissioner Nyangaya would later, in an affidavit filed at the Supreme Court, claim that he was reassigned to manage VIP's protocol instead of his key role in ICT. Some of the Cherera 4 commissioners alleged in the affidavits that Chebukati had assigned election operations duties at the tallying center to chosen senior officials instead of sticking to official designations. The first signs of division emerged when Vice Chair Juliana Cherera complained of being kept in the dark of the arrival of ballot papers until the eve of the D-Day. In a subsequent press conference, Chebukati paraded the commissioners to explain who had an issue.
Management informed us at 8 p.m. last night, and I informed the commissioners that the ballot papers are arriving. So if there's any commissioner who has told you otherwise, I would like them to come forward and maybe state what they mean by that.
There is nothing that we are going to put under the carpet. Indeed, the management does their part, and the commission deals with policy and supervisory of everything that happens.
The now so-called Cherera 4 had no role in IBC, even at an early stage. I don't know whether that is called a divide, but my own observation is that they were essentially an escort team. You know, they were escorting the other 3.
On the eve of the election, IEBC announced that there was a mix-up in the printing of ballot papers for some electoral areas, requiring postponement of Kakamega and Mombasa gubernatorial elections and 3 constituency elections.
Ballot papers for Mombasa County Governor position have wrong gubernatorial candidates' pictures and their details printed on them. 3 ballot papers for Kachiliba constituency have wrong member of National Assembly candidates' pictures and their details printed on them. 4 ballot papers for Pokot South constituency have wrong member of National Assembly candidates' pictures and details printed on them. As a result, elections for the respective positions have been suspended to a later date that will be announced through a gazette notice.
If you are at Windsor, you know, Professor Gulia spoke like he was the salesman of the printers of the ballot papers. He spoke as though he was actually a salesperson of that company, and he spoke so well of them and how they were going to do an impeccable job. And eventually they come out the day before the election and say these people messed up. We are not going to have elections in Kakamega, no election in Mombasa.
Some of the Cherera 4 commissioners told of how Chebukati had unilaterally given instructions on the affected elections. The same pattern, they claimed, extended to the rescheduling of by-elections for affected areas, which had to be postponed once. At the conclusion of voting on the 9th of August, 46,229 polling stations kicked off the counting of votes and subsequently sent in scanned images of the results declaration forms. For 6 days and nights, the Bomas of Kenya was the center of attention. The two main presidential election camps kept vigil.
We were also compiling our own records, so we were still doing our own compilations while we were there.
So the command center was supposed to verify whether the forms that we are getting from our agents are the same in the portal. But like I said, the command center completely collapsed. So we were not getting any feedback from our command center. So at IEBC we were basically verifying, we were just confirming IEBC against IEBC, which was an exercise in futility.
Some nights and days were chaotic as suspicion took the better part of politicians.
Things began to change towards the last 3 days. I remember a police officer, whom I do not even know his name, walked up to me and told me, please do not leave this building. If you do, they will arrest you, but you're not going to be taken to the police station. And that's when I made the decision to stay in Bomas. And in fact, I remember during that time, someone walked up to me and says, oh, Honorable Murkomen is looking for you, he's out calling you outside. I didn't go. And then someone else came again and said, Honorable Murkomen is looking for you. And I said, I ignored him. And so someone asked me, why aren't you going, Gladys? I said, that doesn't make sense. Of course, Murkomen is not calling me. He has my phone number. And if he wanted to see me, he'd walk into the building. So obviously they were trying to lure me out of Bomas.
It is during that 2-3 days that we strongly believe a lot was being cooked. And that is when the results were tinkered.
At some point, it was almost 3 in the morning, my driver called me. He was sitting in the car and he tells me that there are some people who want to search the vehicle. And so I told him, don't tell them the owner has to be present, but don't say it's me. My driver said to them, he is coming, referred to me as if I was a man. And so they left. Obviously, what they wanted to do is lure me to my car. They said that my car had suspicious materials in it. That's why they wanted to search it. Obviously, they were going to arrest me. I think they were desperate. Some people believed that I had a way of playing with the results, which is not even true.
A lot of the issues we were raising were being ignored by the people who were supposed to address them.
On the morning of Monday, 15th of August, the country was on day 7 since the election day. There was confusion whether the 7 days allowed for tallying results included the voting day or could extend to the 16th of August.
On the 15th of August, from 9 a.m., we gathered senior religious leaders of different formations at a Domino's Day, a Catholic institution in Karen. And we are monitoring, that was our situation room where we are monitoring the elections.
I arrived at the Bomas of Kenya at 9 a.m. I'd actually just had a long conversation with Governor Ali Hassan Joho, and we agreed to meet there so that we can be able to go and be part of the event. We were very optimistic that we were going to be able to emerge victorious.
I saw many people from Azimio streaming in, and they were very upbeat. So I remember asking one of them, why are you so happy and you've lost? Then they said, no, it's a runoff. Then I asked the next one. They said the same thing, it's a runoff. Then I asked a third person and he said it's a runoff, and a fourth. So I thought, what's happening? So I decided to go and look for Honorable Kizura Kindiki, who was our chief agent, because he had gone into the meeting with the IEBC. So I asked him, what did they tell you in there? Did they confirm our figures? He said, yes, they did. Then I said, but why are they, Azimio, saying that there's a runoff? He told me there's no such thing.
By around 11:30, we reach a consensus that we need to have a team among us to go to physically Bomas and request to be given time to pray before the announcement, just to lead the country in God's hands, that whatever the announcement is going to happen, God will take charge of the nation and give us peace.
The country remained glued to the screens, but as time passed, the wait grew longer.
When I got to Bomas, I got to around 11, I got a notice that the results will be declared at 3 p.m. So I went to the chairman's office to ask the chairman, 3 p.m. is not too far, and I know these results are bulky. Could you kindly now give us our forms to look at before the time for verification? When I went to his office, I couldn't find him. I found the vice chair, who said they are also waiting for the chairman. And they also didn't have the final results, even though they were supposed to be declaring them in the next 2-3 hours.
I think I saw him the day before, is when he came on stage to make the announcement, to tell us that we have to speed up the verification process.
Nobody seemed to know where Wafula Chebukati was.
Bwana Chebukati alisema alfajiri ati yeye amechoka, ameenda nyumbani kwake kwenda kupumzika.
The chair took our call and said, I am, yes, today the announcement is going to happen at 3. So then you are free to come, and we asked him to give us clearance into Bomas, which he said there's no problem. So as we headed to Bomas, the chair requested that we stop over and offer prayers for him at home before he proceed to Bomas. And we consulted, what could it be? We did not even know where he stayed. But later he informed us that he can give us somebody to lead him, and we said, if somebody is calling for prayers, we have to go and pray with him.
In his affidavit to the Supreme Court, Chairman Chebukati detailed how an eventful day, 15th of August, was. He claimed meeting former Busia Senator Amos Wako in the company of Azimio Executive Director Raphael Tuju and Advocate Chalo Mbobu. He puts the time at 3 a.m., saying that Tuju had made several attempts to find him to discuss the tallying and results.
The following morning, when I came and I insisted I was going to see him, he had issued instructions to a senior police officer by the name Samuel Arap Kimeu, who actually physically blocked me from trying to get into IBC proceedings at Bomas of Kenya that day.
Chebukati claimed that in a meeting of oil commissioners, Senator Wako told them they must consider the link between the election results to be declared and the stability of the country, which he described to be the bigger picture. Chebukati claimed that Commissioners Juliana Cherera, Irene Masit, Francis Wanderi, and Justus Nyang'aya agreed that Wako's statement should be put into consideration in arriving at the final results, to the opposition of Commissioners Abdi Gulie and Boya Molu. Chebukati claimed in his affidavit that later that day at 10 a.m. he learned that a delegation from the National Security Advisory Committee had been seeking audience with him, that he called for a meeting, scheduling it for 2 p.m. that day, during which CEO Marjan was to brief on the final presidential election results. All this time, the Bomas auditorium remained a large choir, oblivious of the behind-the-scenes activities between political players and the commission. Chebukati named 4 senior officials as comprising the NSAC delegation. They were Kennedy Kihara, the Principal Administrative Secretary at the Office of the President, Solicitor General Kennedy Ogeto, Police Inspector General Hilary Mutiambai, and Vice Chief of Defense Forces Francis Ogola. Chebukati stated that only Kihara spoke at the meeting, though the message was that if Chebukati declared the final election results with William Ruto as the president-elect, the country was going to burn. Chebukati told that the dissenting 4 commissioners stated the message warranted serious consideration and that they supported adoption of the NSAC communication before taking a decision as to the results to be announced. Commissioners Gulie and Molu, according to the chairman, never endorsed the NSAC message, instead opting for what the results would show. Chebukati says the NSAC team left at 3 p.m.
And I did see them actually.
You did?
I saw several of them, yes. I couldn't understand what they were doing. One was the Army General, and I asked myself, what is the Army General doing? Which
day was this?
On that last day.
15.
Yeah, yes, I saw General Ogola. I remember seeing the gentleman who was also the head of the Presidential Delivery Unit, Wakahyu. And I also asked myself, he's not an agent, he's a public servant. What is he doing here?
In the affidavit, however, Chebukati failed to account for his whereabouts for several hours on the 15th. Anglican Church Archbishop Jackson Ole Sapit had been in touch with Chebukati.
Very tense. He was just walking across the sitting room. The wife and the daughter were in distress, and all what we did was, we never asked the details what was happening, but we can see the agitation. So we prayed, and then he said, we can now go to Bomas together. He was in need of that prayer.
This was a man who had spent several hours of the previous night at the Bomas of Kenya in meetings. A man who had been informed of an NSAC delegation seeking his audience.
That was our major concern, and even our major worry. We were asking ourselves, at this hour, why was he not in Bomas? But because he did not know the details, he did not disclose to us any details. All what we did is to offer prayers to a man in distress.
Chebukati rode in the motorcade of the religious leaders to the Bomas of Kenya.
The chairman, I think, came at around that 3 or some minutes to 3 and came in with one copy of the entire bundle, which is about this much, and told us as the chief agents, national chief agents, the four national chief agents, these are the results, you look at them and sign.
Then Chebukati said that he did not have a copy and he did not have time. He's got the constitutional duty and the constitution timeline, and the best thing for us about to do is to sit down there and sign.
So it became now a very being treated like school children, where these are the rules, follow them.
I said, I know that you're the returning officer for the presidential election, but you've got a team of commissioners. Where are your other 4 commissioners? Where are they? He said, you're right. That is the only time that Chebukati actually spoke to me. He said, you're right. I'm the returning officer of the presidential candidates, and I'm going to declare the results. I said, fair enough. But don't you think that it would be fair and it would be much acceptable for you to be accompanied by your commissioners so that you can be able to win the confidence of Kenyans? He said, no, I have no time. I don't know where they are.
I'm the National Returning Officer of Presidential Election.
But you are also not IBC. The IBC is composed of 7...
So if you are not signing the results, this business is finished, you will get copies.
I will sign if you give me the chance to verify. If you give me the chance to verify and we agree that these are the results, I will sign.
You will be given, you will verify.
Before you announce.
Mr. Chebukati, do you really want to ban this country?
Listen to me.
I will listen to you, but you need to listen to me as a leader as well, as a Kenyan and a voter. Do you really want to go and ban this country?
Now, when I was walking out of the room that Chebukati was seated at, I happened to see my former colleague, the current Speaker of the National Assembly, seated right at the doorstep. Then I said, and at that point, it literally evaporated for me that Weta is no longer a NASA principal. He is now a Kenya Kwanza principal or whatever. It didn't really, all of a sudden, I just saw him, and it was deja vu all over again. It's like 2017. I said, hey, and I looked at him and I said, my friend, you know what these people did to us in 2017. Why would you want them to do that to us again? In fact, I spoke to him as if he was one of us. Then Weta looked at me and he said, why are you talking to me? Apparently, next to Weta was William Ruto, but I didn't see him. Yes, I didn't see William Ruto. The only other person that I saw was Mudavadi. And then next, on the other side of the seats, I saw my good friend, the former governor of Machakos, Alfred Mutua. And then next to him was the current Speaker of the Senate, Amason Kingi. So I looked at them, I almost got disoriented. So I looked around and I just said, you know what, it's okay. You know, because I didn't see anyone who was from our coalition.
We were just seated, actually. And, you know, in that room, we were being informed of what was happening because we are not accessible to the screen. We were just in the room. And we are not seeing what was happening in the rest of Bomas.
Some of us didn't even know that some of the commissioners have decided to go their own way.
At this time, Chebukati's meeting room had been overrun by politicians. 4 commissioners had left the Bomas of Kenya.
Close to 3, they came walk by us. They greeted us and they walked away. To us, we thought they are going to where the chair was so that they all come together because you did not see the chair at that point.
When you saw them making the announcement, they had left shortly before that. They left for Serena.
As you can see, the 4 of us, we are here, not at Bomas of Kenya, where the result is going to be announced because of the opaque nature of how this phase has been handled.
And I remember I was waiting near the door. The family of the president-elect at that time had already come in and settled down. I was waiting at the door for the president-elect to arrive. And so I thought to myself, okay, let me wait for him to arrive and then I'll usher him in and then I can go away.
When they were coming out of that room where they were supposed to sign, now the commotion was there. There was a push from the Asimio team that you cannot announce a Bangol election. We are not going to allow you to do that. And there was another team pushing Chebukati and the 3 commissioners and the CEO forward that they must come and announce. And we are all seated, helplessly there, and seeing commotion and people. And when they came, it became evident that it's a fracas ensuing.
Even when he came out, you must have seen on TV, on the screens. I kept insisting to him. I was telling him, Chairman, I need to be able to verify the results before you announce. You know, that is what we agreed. I was basically just asking him to do what he had committed to doing, and also to follow the law because there's a role of the agents have a role.
It looked like just a verbal standoff until
the throwing of the podium into the floor. People were hitting each other with their chairs, and ourselves were, we got ourselves in the melee, and then we went behind the curtain.
So when I went down, people started beating me up, saying, "Hua, hua, hua." You know, and to tell you the truth, at that particular point, I was carrying money in my pocket to go pay for my daughter's school fees.
What you would even call violence was violence meted on now our team, because I was mobbed by UDA fans, because at some point our people left, our team left, and we were left just the 2 of us and with Olekina, and I think maybe 1 or 2 other people, and there were people baying for our blood, and some of us don't know how to run away.
Because I fell twice. The first time was when someone tripped me. The second time, now when I was coming up, someone came with a big chair and just hit me. Pop! Over here. I went down. Going down, I now started saying, look, I don't care whether this money goes or what. My life is more important. So I just jumped up. And I just now started waving my rungu like this, like this and this. So I came up, guys were hitting me, members of parliament that I know, my own colleagues were, and I'm like, Jesus, this is ridiculous. I could die here, So then, adrenaline just kicked in.
Walikuwa wako na hamu sana ya kunivamia, lakini nafikiri macho yangu kidogo ikakuwa ni moto kidogo kama ya simba. Ikawa wanakuja tu wanasimama. Hata sijui ni kwa nini walikuwa wanasimama. Maana yake mimi nilikuwa naangalia tu namna hii, nawaambia mtu asiniguze. Wanakuja tu wanasimama wote, wananizunguka namna hii. Bahati pia Murkomen, waziri sasa ambaye ndio wa uchukuzi, ni muungwana sana. Ule ni muungwana sana. Manake alikuja kazi sasa pia akanizingira. Akaambia wale wacheni, hakuna haja ya kujeruhi mtu ama nini.
When I was coming up, there was a guy who had a gun, and I have those pictures, you'll be shocked. Slapped me, you know, literally hit me. If I wasn't a strong guy, those guys would have killed me there.
Mimi pia ningelimana kama mtu angelilima. Ile mtu angeniguza nafikiri waliona hiyo. Bila mtu hakuna mtu mimi angeniguza naende bila kusikia hiyo uzito fulani.
GSU came running. So there were like almost 6 of them coming. And then they were like trying to beat. One of them tried to beat me. I told him, if you beat me, I will follow you up to where you come from. Bako nyumba mamako mimi nitakufuata. Then he said, no, mheshimiwa, no, it's okay. I told him, no, I'm walking out peacefully. I'm not attacking anybody.
All what you could hear is, exchange of blows and things being thrown out and in.
So when I finally got up, I wasn't feeling any pain at all. And I asked myself, I'm doing all these things for the truth. And instead of people trying to understand that this is for the truth, they want to kill me. I walked out of there, wasn't feeling any pain in my body. You could even pinch me and I would not feel anything.
Bishop Rotich broke his glasses, and the lady who is the leader, the one to pray for the Hindu council, fell down on our feet. So we were struggling to get her up, and Bishop Rotich, could not now see without his glasses. So we are, as a team now, as a group, we are struggling to move behind that curtain.
I was whisked away. I was basically evacuated by police officers. In the end, I think I was the last person to be thrown out of the plenary just before the final result was made. So there was violence, but the violence that was there was actually violence against the Azimio people.
The Azimio team were removed out of Bomas, or they removed themselves. I did not see how they went out myself.
I just remember running on stage because my panic was, suppose the announcement is not made. It's important for the announcement to be made. Then there's the law doesn't give us what to do should the announcement not be done within the 7 days. So in my head, my mind was racing, that what will happen if the announcement is not made. So I almost was going on stage to make sure that the announcement is made. Not that I had any power over it, but that was my instinct, Okay.
Then we are told, we can go back to our seats by the security agencies who are manning bombers. And we came in. The next thing we saw is, the entry of now the current president coming in and his team. The whole of bombers turned yellow. Before that, it was, it was dotted.
With the calm restored, IEBC chairman joined the already seated UDA presidential candidate and his running mate. Chebukati's 2 commissioners and CEO were not in sight, having suffered injuries.
The mic was handed over to me by Gabo himself and said, Bishop, come and pray. So it was at that moment, our minds are all confused. But I thank God because the mic did not work in the first instance. So when I was trying to listen, the mic was working is when I was also listening to God. What should I say? And
niliona tumebaki wawili na amekuja Kenyan with love. Thank you for playing that hiyo. Unajua niliona but only a small part, sikufuatilia hiyo sana. I saw it on screen kitambo hiyo. But maybe I could submit before niondoke. Nimefuatilia hiyo and unajua ukweli, to be honest, walichezwa au the Azimio walichezwa, but thank God Raila was not in there.
Wewe Island unaondoka unaenda wapi? Kaa hapa.
Tunaenda kulala, kesho ni kazi asubuhi.
Wewe wacha siasa, kaa hapa. Lazima hiki
Angalia,
kitu.
si tumekaa
Bernard ataniacha hapo peke yangu.
Tumekaa 4.5 hours. Angalia, muambie huyo nani. Tumekaa. Nyinyi mnakujaga kuchelewa.
We Kenyan with love utaanza
With
kuhubiri,
love.
tutakuachia hapa screen ukahubirie wateja wako waje. Ukwe wana mbatizaji.
Na dunia wetu wameenda wapi?
Dunia ina yeye amemaliza lesson yake akaenda, yeye anakuanga mwalimu punctual.
Bernard, nani we Kenyan with love umeona hiyo clip?
Sawa, Mato.
Sema, ebu Bernard wacha nijibu nani kidogo hapo hivi. Island. Unajua, but then ni North Island ama ni tu ni N Island.
Sasa wewe wacha kwenda kwa hiyo. Wacha tuongee sasa siasa tu. Tusiongee mambo ya nini.
No, unajua I'm so happy. Anyway, we kwanza maliza alafu tuendelee. Acha nianze kutafuta watu kidogo.
Tafuta watu. Na mimi nikisubmit. So at pia Bernard is supposed to go. Nimesikiliza how huyo deputy speaker ameongea a snake bite. Na nimesikiliza vile huyo Kanchori, the presidential chief pia. And you see the good thing technology is you follow also the photos, the videos and everything. And ukiangalia really, yani ukiangalia vile the way it was staged, like the other side walikuwa wamejua tayari hao ndo wameambiwa wameshinda, because unajua yani unajua ni kama okay, World Cup munacheza, nasema kwa ajili World Cup imemalizika Sunday, munacheza kila mtu ameangalia, mwenye yuko kwa runinga, mwenye yuko hapo live, watu wanajua tayari nani ameshinda. Unajua watu hata kama wale ambao wameshindwa wanajua wenzetu wameshinda, hao ndo wameshinda, mmepambana kabisa. Now with this one, yani it's being staged to an extent of paka yule watu wake wanaingizwa wanaenda ku-announce, and they really guided, wali guide hata huyo Olenkina tried when Babu Owino alisema ati watu waliuza baba, pana, those guys tried. Na the problem is Azimio hawakukuwa wengi hapo ndani, hawakukuwa wengi. So normally what happens kama kuna chaotic hivyo, they should not even announce. Wanasema okay, tunafunga Bomas, kila mtu aende nyumbani, because wakisema hii side wameshinda, hawa watakasirika, wataleta shida. Wakisema hii side, wangesema kwa ile usalama ya watu, wangesema okay, tunafunga, kila mtu aende nyumbani. And then sasa waite nani? Waite UN, because Kenya pia iko under nini, wangeita UN ama waandike barua waseme imeshindikana, mtusaidie, tutafanyaje? Wangetafuta ninio, you understand? But those nini were cooked. My opinion was cooked. Sasa ndio nimeona vizuri vile imefanywa, na vile nani ameongea, alipoangalia wale kina Wetangula wako hapo tayari, huyo the head of state yuko hapo tayari, mama huyo the first lady yuko hapo tayari, mama yake. Hiyo ilikuwa yani, hata if you look at the body language, the way he was talking to Chebukati, unajua hata namuuliza are you okay, kila kitu. Hiyo tape, the last one, hiyo Bernard alikuwa anaongea, Ole Ntimama alikuwa anamwambia assign kuwa hao wameshindwa. Sasa anasema wale 4 commissioners wako wapi? Because they're supposed to be behind sa zile wana announce. They've been working together. Wawezi kutupwa tu nje because hao pia wamefanya kazi. So this thing should be followed. Hii kitu nitakana followed, ikue unajua it's not Kenya peke yake. Kenya iko under dunia mzima. Hii kitu inatakana ifuatiliwe, inatakana waangalie vizuri, kama ni kurewind, hii kitu inatakana iangaliwe tu vizuri. nitamalizia hapo. So Kenyan with love, unaweza ukasema kitu ama Bernard, alafu mi niende nipumzike kidogo, usiniingilie.
Okay, thank you, Nifa. The Kenyan story is a sad story, but we must stick in until we get to the bottom of everything. It will take time. It will take commitment and refusal to quit until we win, to get to make this country right again. Because what we have right now is the wrong country altogether, and we must work hard in making it right. The earlier we accept that and begin to push for what is right, the better. All in all, Maggie, happy to see you again after years. Huh? How are you?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Good to see you.
Hi, Mato. How is who is my sister's name?
She's Nifa. She's your daughter now.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi, daughter Nipa. How are you? I'm
I'm
glad to
good.
see you people.
Nanio Bernard, unanipeleka tu kamba, unaona mi ni mtoto. Me I'm older.
Hapana. Si mimi najua mama yako, kwani tena unataka kunichanganya?
Jamani. Bernard,
Yes.
umefanya makosa sana kuplay hiyo nini. Ume nini? My wounds has really opened up again. But anyway,
Eh.
I've seen that is Kenya. It's just worse than what I was expecting. Because that day it was happening, I watched it, and it has been going out of my mind. But now you playing it again, oh please. I found ourselves to be very useless people in this world. We are just too little, we are just too nothing. What happened to Azimio? Azimio supporters now. Kumbe hatuko na namna, hatuko na ladha, hatuko na anything. We are just there. That is why the whatever Kenya Kwanza people can just talk anyhow to us, but and they don't care because they know surely they are winners and they really won ki iholela. Yeah, that is wrong and that is bad and it is absurd and that is what,
Kidemokrasia.
yeah. And what I will say is that tulichezwa na Uhuru vibaya sana, na Mungu atamlipa Uhuru because alichezea Wakenya wengi. We are not that 6 million everybody are saying, we are more than 6 million. Tulichezewa na Uhuru. Uhuru knew everything what was going on in that place, and he knew what he wanted to be the president because alijua nani ako na followers. So hata yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anataka ushindi kwa nani? Kwa Ruto. But it's okay. The Almighty God is the one who is going to judge, and he's the one who is going to put us in that place. He's held us, and I know he's still going to keep us safe with everything we want. Yes, ilikuwa ni salamu tu, bado ninasikiza. I'll contribute later.
So, Mama Maggie, we appreciate
Thank you.
that. Na ningependa tu kusema I played that clip purposefully because we are back there at this time, at this point in time. And for us to get back there, we need to have proper recounting of events. Kwa sababu the bloggers wale wanakuja hapa wana twist mambo na kuchanganya watu ili watu wasahau the real story of what really transpired. And now that we are back into the struggle, we must get to the bottom of 2022. We must get our account clear. And then also to the really reason I played that was that the former 4 commissioners, okay, wale resign, they complain about the same Chebukati, but we did not listen. If we had them then, we would have sorted Chebukati mapema. Hii mambo ingekuwa hivi. And that is why when I played the prophecies, everybody came up and say, "Oh, those are YouTubers. Oh, they are looking for views and all that." Say, we neglect those warnings. That's why we fall victim eventually. Tungesikiliza kina Kombe, tusikilize kina Ngata na hao wengine, tungepevuka mapema, tusoti hii maneno. Chebukati na hiyo grupu yake tungekuwa tumepeleka ng'ambo tayari, wakingoja shemletewa sisi tukifanya uchaguzi. But because of ignoring signal, we ended up where we are now, and there is a stalemate in the country. Unaona vile Kenya Kwanza inajitahidi kusema kwamba kila kitu iko sawa. Hakuna kitu iko sawa.
Mbona wanafikiria mbona wanafikiria vitu ziko sawa na hakuna vitu ziko sawa? By the way, ninasikia kila mtu analia kwa hiyo country. Hii mambo ya sijui whatever hustler fund, hiyo ni ujinga gani? Sasa analetea hata hao mahustlers wake. Hiyo ni upuzi gani? Which business can be done with 500 shillings? Please, usichezee watu akili, mpaka hata watu wako, your supporters, unawachezea akili. Whom are you going to remain with? Because Chebukati amejua kumuibia kura, so anafikiria everything is okay and they are going to be okay because Chebukati anataka kuweka hapo, bado atamuibia kura. But this time I don't think it is going to be the same for him. It will be totally different, I'm telling you, because people are annoyed and he doesn't know. Huyu mama naitwa sijui nani, Shole. Huyu mama ni wa aina gani? Ni mama wa aina gani? No wonder she was rejected by the husband. What's wrong? What kind of women do we have in Kenya? Please, if that is the leadership we want for women, then I don't like it. I don't like it. We should take women with integrity in that for leadership, not women like that Shole. Yeah, anaribia nini wanawake women nini jina. We should not have that kind of women for leadership. Those are just I don't know how to express it.
Yeah, she said, sikia ngojea Bernard kidogo, she said, I had to make sure, ngojea Bernard,
yeah.
Bernard ngojea, I had to make sure, nasema tu kwa ajili mama amemtaja, I had to make sure that the announcement is made quickly. Unajua mtu akiongea tunachukua some main points. Yeye alikuwa kama nani hapa, she had to make sure announcement imenini. Ndio nilisema Bernard, it was stage planned. Sometimes you
yes,
don't
and she was the ringleader.
Right, tuache, ndo manake sasa yeye ni speaker wa nini, ni speaker sahi assistant. Tumwachie Kenyan with love pia aseme kitu, tusimdiscriminate.
We are discriminating against him right away. Kenya with love. Thank you for love. You know love covers multitude of sin.
Unaona hata natetewa. Ai, my dear sister, thank you. Hata kama nilikuwa nimekuambia umetoka North Island.
Love is patient, love is kind. Love does not count the wrong. Wacha nikuhubiria. So ukichagua jina lazima uishi kulingana na hiyo jina. Umesikia?
Wewe tutaacha kulipa sadaka kwa kanisa siku hizi sasa. Unajua nyinyi mnataka tulipe na tumechukua tu hustlers fund ya 500, alafu mnataka tuwalipe nini ya tulipe ile ya Kanyari ya 360. Sasa tukilipa
310, yes. So
ni 310 o iko 360.
Nachukua loan ya 500 alafu nanitumia 310. Unajipanga na ile imebaki. Umesikia?
Mbegu lazima ikuje. Alafu tunaenda kuchukua ile nyingine State House. Okay, sawa. Haina mambo. Tutajuana na nyinyi. Na mnatuwekea hydrogen peroxide kwa miguu, mtuambia ati miguu ilikuwa ikitoa damu.
Wewe wacha kutuingilia katika deal zetu tafadhali. Wewe endelea na kazi yako.
Sawa, nimenyamaza.
Thank you please Kenyan Kwanza, I want to depart. But before I depart,
acha haraka.
There is something I want to point out the clip. if you listen to Ole Sapit, okay, he said he spilled the beans by saying when
Oh,
he got into Chebukati's house, he found him pacing around the floor. He was tense.
and again, Bernard, before
Why was
you
he
go on.
tense? Yes.
Okay, before you go on, why was he going to Chebukati's place? Was that his
Chebukati
duty?
called him for special prayer.
No.
He
Is
in panic.
he
He said, God, yeah,
is Chebukati an Anglican? You know, Anglicans normally go with Anglicans. They don't go with anybody. Was he going to pray for Chebukati because Chebukati is an Anglican? No. I'm an Anglican, a staunch Anglican. And we don't just pray for anybody. Yeah. Likewise to Catholics. We don't just pray to anybody unless you are an Anglican or you're a Catholic. My pastor will come to pray for me. Yes. You don't just go walking anyhow that you're going to pray for Chebukati. What was he doing? This man, I think, something must be done for him. Let him wait for me. I'm going to Kenya in February. And I'm going to tell him the truth.
Thank you, Maggie. Please.
Bernard, there's
Naomba
something
uniruhusu
there's
kwenda
something I
sasa.
wanted to say before you go, please.
Kenyan would
Once you
love
get the
take
chance.
charge.
Do I have the chance right now?
Take charge.
Okay, so I wanted to say that sometimes when you have these judicial hearings, sometimes they can go wrong on you because sometimes you think you're talking to people, and because you think the government is behind you, and what a judicial hearing sometimes will come and get back to hit you. And I was watching that the Masit hearing thing that was happening when the guy was talking, and there are so many times that he got cornered that even the chair wanted to tell him, wanted to tell the guy that was questioning him that okay, maybe you're pushing it too much. But again, according to the constitution, because we do have a constitution, we don't live in a limbo. So we do have a constitution. When they were asking him a couple of questions, he was really, it was very difficult for him to answer. And at some point, you could look at it, because I was listening to the whole thing, you could look at it and you would ask yourself, is this guy a witness of the other side of this other side? Because there's so many questions that he could not answer, especially the GK is something, and also the private license plates. And you listen to that and you're wondering, what is he talking about? So I believe that maybe somebody chew more than they could swallow. Bernard, hii kitu yenye wamefanya saizi ya kwenda hiyo going that judiciary nini hearing and whatever,
tribunal.
Kuna mtu atatoka hapo kama ako very amegongwa. The truth will come out. They might think that they were doing something to help them, but itakuja kuwagonga, because like Ruto says, wajinga waliisha Kenya. The lawyers that are there, they are going to ask those questions. And that's why that guy was so, saa zingine alikuwa ananyamazishwa asiulize maswali zingine. Unaelewa? Because people are going to ask the right questions. Because there's unanswered questions, Bernard. And we're going to get down to it. So
Do you mean
bringing in this?
Ngoja pole. Do you mean the Dennis Ntumbi guy? Ama yupi? Ntumbi?
Yeah,
The lawyer.
Not Dennis Itumbi. Dennis Itumbi is just a media propagator.
No. The other guy mwenye alikuwa anauliza was Ntumbi. Anaitwa Ntumbi, not Dennis. I know Dennis Ntumbi. The lawyer and Siju Bishop Reverend.
The fake expert. Just describe him. The fake expert. He has no.
Is that what you mean?
He's an expert.
Yes.
That one, okay. Nilisikiliza, okay. That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, and when he was asking, what's his name, the commissioner, the one that was being asked, akiulizwa, he's actually he's not a commissioner, because he was asked, are you a commissioner? He said no, he's the vice chair. What's his name? Ooh, please, if anyone can remember who it is. He's I don't want.
Security firm, security
No, he was the vice chair
of
IEBC at the time.
No,
That's
the one
the
was the first one to resign.
no. The Nani.
Cherera was the vice chair of what?
No,
In
not
the,
vice chair, vice something. Simunikumbushe the Somali kind. I don't like to to label people, but
secretary.
there
yeah,
was Gulay. Is it Gulay what?
No, listen. Actually, let me tell you.
Where I'm talking about is the Gulai guy.
Marijan.
Marijan
Marijan
was being questioned, and he said that he's the
CEO.
one that, yeah,
Marijan was a CEO. Yes.
Deputy
CEO,
CEO.
yes. Acting, yeah. After
Yeah.
Chiloba.
And he was being asked, he's the one that procures the cars and everything. Mpaka kaulizwa, why do we have one car that has two number plates? One of them GKA, I mean government of Kenya, GK, and the other Marjan. That's the name. Hata kuna mtu Jarango 2012. Thank you for that. Yeah, and it was Marjan. He was having a hard time to answer why they should have two number plates. He was also having a very hard time to answer so many questions that he couldn't answer, to a point that everybody had to kind of like walenge your question. I think this might backfire on the people that actually brought it in for us to have this kitu yote watu wanze kuulizana maswali. I believe it might backfire, because I listened to the guy and angeza kujibu chochote bila kukimbia around the bushes.
But backfire on which side? Ebu kuwa specific. Backfire kwa watu wa Azimio, the Cherera 4, ama backfire on the UDA.
No, it's gonna backfire on the other guys. I mean, there's only two other guys, which is one of them is ye mwenyewe pia ni one of them. It's gonna backfire on him. It's gonna backfire
backfire on him, lakini
on the UDA side.
Yeah, okay.
It's already backfired. He couldn't answer. Sijui kama mlisikiza hiyo kitu vizuri.
But they are two. Kenyan with love wako wawili, hata Ntumbi huyo the lawyer akujibu pia maswali mzuri.
Kenyan with love. Let me tell you one thing. You people don't know, or you don't understand what is going on in Kenya. Be it anaitwa nani huyu, the lady who is remaining,
Masit,
be it Masit is going, anaenda kushinda ama iwe nini, nothing is going to happen. And I'm telling you, they are not going to change. They will not change. As long as RUTO is still there, they are not going to change. Me, what I'm waiting for, Bernard, you will excuse me for that. Hiyo January, huyu nani, senator wetu wa Nairobi anaitwa nani, alisema
Sakaja.
vizuri not Sakaja, senator wetu
Sifuna.
Alisema January tunaenda kumarch to Nani's place, to Ruto's state house. That is when I'm waiting, and that is the beginning of every change in Kenya, because sasa koti iwe nini, judges what, they are not with any other Kenyans, they are with Kenya Kwanza. So hata this lady atashinda because she's very sober. The way whatever they are asking her, they don't even know. So that hizo nini zote vitu za porojo. The only thing which is going to help Kenya now is we must act in an arrogant way. Sio ati tunangoja ati mtu sijui nini, because Ruto has already taken the law in his hands, police, whatever. So he knows he's controlling the country, he can do whatever he likes. Hakuna chenye itashindika from the Azimio side. Instead, whoever was trying to question what they did, like those the Cherera 4, they had to face the whatever, the hardship, which is not good. I think Kenyans are Kenyans and we should be those who have got a voice. Why don't we have a voice? Because they know already, you have just played it, what they did, what even Uhuru wanted to be done, and they think that Kenyans are just quiet. We are not quiet. We are just looking at them, but we know with God everything is possible, and we are going to march. Hata huyu Uhuru, everything itajulikana.
Okay, so wacha nikimalizia ndio Bernard aende tubaki sisi wote, and everybody, I wish you guys can mkuje, people in the comment section, people who are listening to us, this is an open forum that we have a conversation and we talk about our country. We can have a conversation. I think we still have another 1 or 2 hours to go. Bernard has already done his time. We need to give him time to go and rest so that he can always open the show tomorrow. Before Bernard goes, I just wanted to say that just to give my, because once nikibaki mimi ndio niko hapa hivi now, at that time I tried not to really put in my conversation in it because at that time I'm a moderator, so I tried to be just niache watu waongee, you know. But what I wanted to say, Bernard, as bado ukiwa moderator, and sorry sir, the thing is that, guys, you have to be open to look at what is happening with Kenya, because we're at a crossroads. And the reason I'm saying that we're at a crossroads is that we got our independence, and then we moved from white colonialism to black colonialism. We never got really independence. What we moved, it was a white colonialism to black colonialism. It is at this point that now we're actually starting to get our really independence, and this is going to have to come one way or the other, either by war or by consensus and by our constitution. The constitution is being played and people are poking their noses into that constitution. The reason we're asking these questions and we're having tribunals is because even though people don't understand and they think that they can run our country, and that's why you'll find people like Gerald Gay even almost being reprimanded by his own speaker, Kingi, because they think that they run Kenya. And that's called a mafia kind of way of running a country. But now the rules and the laws are starting to come into our country. The questions that are being asked are too big, and we've already had the democracy where we can have the, you know, bunge la wananchi. We can talk. We can even have this forum and talk about it, and people are talking and people are listening to us. There was a time, and Bernard, I always talk about this thing. There was a time that we had the Kijana wa Malwas, we had, you know, the Matibas, we had the Raila Odingas, the James Orengos of the time. But all they could do, they could go to Kamukunji grounds. But today we don't have to go to Kamukunji grounds. We can come and talk over here. And we can also have the Bunge la Wananchis. And we can also go and say, this is the constitution. This is what the constitution says. At the time, the only constitution was either uoneshe kidole moja ama uoneshe mbili, umeenda jela. You know, so at this time, people can actually talk and people can teach people the history. But the civic history that people need to know, especially the young people, is not there. But now they're learning the hard way. And that's why I'm talking about, I love, Bernard, I love and I'm appreciative of this hustler fund, because I want to see how many people are going to pay it back and how many people, and what's the repercussions about that. Mimi nilisema mimi yangu ikilifika 20,000 na ichukulia nikiwa kwa boda Busia, alafu naingia Uganda natokea hiyo side nyingine. Silipi.
Sasa
Pesa yangu bwana.
hebu nikuulize Kenyan with love. Hiyo 500 umechukua, because me I'll take it. Unajua kwangu iko karibu sana na nini, na Quickmart, so nimechukua. Mimi naingia Quickmart, mimi napata kama ile mboga itanitosha, ninanunua 200. Na unataka nifanye biashara, I don't know, sijawahi kufanya biashara. I don't know biashara gani nitafanya hii 500 na nitakula nini. So this man called Ruto, I think he's so an idiot, ambaye hata he doesn't have any human thought for his people. Yani akutua hapo kwa tumbo yake, he's not thinking wisely for his people. Because 500 ukinipatia sahi, nitaingia Quickmart. Alafu mi nataka maziwa, sijakunywa hata hiyo maziwa for a long time. Mimi naenda kununua tu mboga, because hiyo 500 siwezi kununua nyama. Please, nyama kilo moja Nairobi saizi, Bernard, I know I'm telling the truth, because mimi nimetoka Nairobi just the other day. Nyama kilo moja Nairobi saizi is 800. So na wewe unanipatia 500. That is to me, mimi ni mtu wa chini kabisa, tena mjenga kabisa, ambaye sasa hiyo nikichukua bado ninaenda kutafuta pesa zingine nikurudishie. Please, hiyo ni ujinga gani tunaletewa? Ati hustler fund. Hata hao wenye wanajiita hustler.
Mama Migi, ulitoa wapi 500? It's 475. Kuna 25 ya kuseviwa na wewe unaonesha hiyo savings.
Exactly. Sasa ukisha nini ati unasavia 25 utasaviwa mpaka lini? Because hata hiyo 500 I don't know how you're going to divide yourself. Yeah, hiyo ni ujinga gani unaletea watu wako inchi wako? Because you should respect your people first. He should respect hizi mahustlers nini wanalita ati walimpigia kura. Sidhani kama waliwapigia kura. Na tena hiyo unapata ati unarudisha in 2 weeks na unarudisha na 8%. That means 16 in 500 16 utarudisha na 16% in a month. Hiyo ni ujinga gani iko kwa hii country? Na huyu mtu unaitwa Ruto, hata bibi yake nilikuwa ninajua amesoma. More they don't think like those who went to school. Yeah, somebody who has gone to school think wisely. He does not think just in a way of sinking people down. He wants to put people in the grave ndio watu wajue.
Mama Megi, ndio tuachilie Bernard, naona hapa akiteseka kidogo. We did this calculation, We did this calculation, and Bernard, you remember when you did that calculation? We talked about the population of Kenya times 500, not even the 475 that people are getting. And when you talk about 50 billion, that is the Hustlers Fund, I think we came back with a little bit of less than 26 to 30% of the money. Now, I want to ask you, where's the other 70% going? Do the calculation yourself. Just do 500 times our population in Kenya, and tell me, and subtract that from the 50 billion that they purportedly have in it. So you come back and realize that is the same thing that most of us, not even just me, but me being in it, saying that is the mafia economy that we do, because this is what mafias do. And I think kama kuna mtu anajua hapa nimekuwa nikisema this is a mafia economy, and Willy Mutunga also said it. He called it a bandit economy. What it is that people making money. And that's why mtu akilose election anakani kama anataka kujiua. And so these guys know it. People like kina Ruto, they know it. And let's not lie. Chapter 6, and I will keep on talking about the chapter 6 of our constitution, has gone to the dogs. You find people right now. Are you seriously telling me that
mtu kama Aisha Jumwa should even be there. Mtu kama, I mean, I can count for you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 10 people that should never even be part of the chapter 6 of the Constitution. Nairobi, mnapigana na Sakaja. I am not a Jubilee person. I am an ODM person. I am not a UDA person. But I say this here, na nikaambia Bernard hata kitambo, I said watch Sakaja, because I saw somebody that respects the chapter 6 of our Constitution. Ile siku alishikwa makosa, he quit his commission na akasema ndio nimeshikwa. But when you have leaders and a leader who has almost all cases that we can even think about, including ICC, coming in and letting people kuingia na kushika the judiciary. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you guys actually kuna mtu ashikanyaga Somali. You understand what Somali or North Sudan has been. Yes, we say that we've had bad leaders. We even call Moi a bad leader. But Moi was a very good leader. If you remember, akieka Gabions.
In fact, Moi was the best.
Until akakuwa very akaona ni kama kila mtu hataki kumsikiza.
Yeah.
Na ni kama atatolewa. That's the time that he started turning a little bit wrong. But one thing you guys have to understand is that we are surrounded by countries that have gone through wars, have gone through genocide, have gone through everything. The only country yenye tumeshika na border now yenye haijapitia kitu ya ujinga ni Tanzania. That's the only one. And that's because of Mwalimu Nyerere, who came and said, even if we are 100 tribes, we don't care and we have no tribe. Go to Tanzania today and ask someone, what's your tribe? They don't even, they hatuna tribe. But then again, Kenyans, we are at a ticking point that we need to understand that it can only take one wrong move. One wrong move. One. Alafu tujipate mali hatufai kujipata. Tuliokoka 2007. It was going down. Ask me where it started. It was in Rift Valley. And who was it? You can tell me that.
William Ruto. Why don't you just say?
No, wait. Mimi sikusema kitu bwana.
Mimi nimesema.
Wewe unasema.
Nimesema. Yeah. Mwambie kuje. Mwambie kuje. Yes.
Thank you, mami. Thank you,
Yeah.
mami.
Anyway,
Nimesema.
I think at this
Asante,
point
mami.
tumemaliza.
Asante. Kenyan would love, relax, please mute your mic. Asante. I have one question to respond to and I'm out of here. Sylvester is asking my take on Ole Sapit. Watching that episode, I've come to conclude Ole Sapit was an accomplice. Okay?
Very useless man.
Chebukati was in his house. Chebukati receives result and probably alipata fununu kwamba anangojewa njiani atakuwa arrested. So akaita Ole Sapit aje amchukue ajifiche katikati ya maskofu isijulikane ni yeye. Ndio ajitokezee nini kwa Bomas afanye hizo announcement because the Cherera had already gone out, they had disowned the result. So Chebukati was a wanted man at that point in time. And so Ole Sapit akakuja na hiyo kunguru na mimi ni reverend hiyo kunguru okay, ili afunike huyu mtu aingie amalize na uovu ule alikuwa ameamua kufanya. But all in all, we will get this country on the track. That one I can guarantee. It may take long, it may take not long, but we'll get this country in its place. The mafias will not have this country long. We must get it back and put it in the right place. Thank you very much. Black for free. Whether Wiper goes and we remain ODM only, you know what you are capable of. So we don't need to introduce ourselves. We don't turn back when it comes to marching, whether we ODM alone or Baba alone. Wacha maneno ingine.
Alone.
Baba
Yes.
alone.
Baba
Wacha
alone.
chama.
Yeah.
So
Let
all
black
the
be not be
motivations
troubled.
later.
We are here for Baba and we shall be here for Baba.
Yes. So understand that even if Jubilee goes and these other ones goes, sisi na Baba tunatosha. Tunatesa hii nchi mpaka watakubali tuko hapa.
Exactly.
Good night. See you when you see me. Nimeenda.
Hata mi pia naenda. Kenyan with love, utanisamee.
Kaa
Sasa
hapa dakika
atabaki na nani?
Si mtabaki, mi nilikuwa pia na Bernard wawili.
Oh.
kaa hapa dakika zingine, nipatie dakika 5 kabla watu waanze
kidogo.
kupiga
Then
live.
Julia and the other night team, please tafadhali kujeni
They are
mmalize
coming.
show. And Mato, you just say you can end the show. We are almost 5 a.m. in the morning. I mean,
Oh.
it's 27 minutes after 4 a.m. That's Nairobi time.
Bernard, thank you for running the
Okay.
show this time. I'll
Father
try my
Daria
best.
says Ole Sapit, long before the elections, had received 8 million shillings compensation from the Hustler
From
Fund.
Hustler.
Yes.
He's the hustler.
These are the
Hustler.
people who received the Hustler Fund before the Hustler Fund was funded.
He's
They
the
must be the
hustler.
ones funding it.
Huyo Ole Sapet ndio huyo pastor.
Archbishop. The whole Archbishop of Anglican Church. Yeah. A whole
Sasa huyo
Archbishop of Anglican Church.
Anglican Church ndio ilikuwa ina on behalf of all churches. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa, mbona wakuweka any Muslim, any shehe hapo?
They were there. Even Buddhists were there. Everybody were there.
Na sasa mbona huyo Ole Sapet ndiye alikuwa mbele?
Si ndio? Si umesikia hiyo pesa alikula?
Sasa 8 million peke yake.
Only.
Hiyo pesa kidogo hiyo.
Angekuja hata nimpatie.
Hiyo ni pesa kidogo hiyo.
Angekuja nimpatie. Only 8 million ndio anauza country yetu kwa namna hiyo. Nitampelekea hiyo 8 million nikienda nyumbani. Mjinga yeye.
Kabla gani huyo? Huyo Ole Sapet kabla gani?
Masai.
Okay. So mi nitawaacha wawili pia, wacheni nilale kidogo.
Wewe uko wapi?
Ni sawa, unaweza enda, ni sawa, acha tukuruhusu. I know I've been listening to you. Very nice. We really appreciate you so much for what you do.
Kila mtu, hata wewe, hata mama, kila mtu. We are trying for our country.
Yeah.
Lakini tuzidi kuomba, Mungu atatusaidia tu. Mungu atasaidia our country.
Yeah.
Unajua the thing is, nitawacha na kitu. Unajua mwenye haki paka, hata ukuwe mzee, ukuwe kijana, mwenye haki paka pewe haki yake.
Atapewa. Yeah.
Mwenye haki
Tutapewa hiyo haki yetu. Tumenyang'anywa mara nyingi, lakini tutapata.
Maombi to God is there. Mungu, hakuna kitu kiwezekani bila Mungu.
Yes. That's true.
Asante. Mama Megi, sasa tumebaki na wewe, but let me ask everybody else. Now we are jumping into the evening conversation that you know, kuje tafadhali, everybody that is listening to us, we can come in here, and this is the evening conversation that we really have a conversation, and we talk na tunakubaliana ama tunakosa kubaliana, and we have a conversation. Tafadhali, kama unatusikiza, I can see there's a lot of people listening to us, 164. Can we put that number to almost 200? And the people wenye wanaamka saizi, mwanze kuja hapa hivi, just click on the link, let's have a conversation. This is the evening conversation, and you're 20, everybody has to talk their own way that they have to talk, because we need to talk about our country. Tusipoongea juu ya hii country, tutadhani Idi Amin kukua, lakini ataweza kuwa kando yetu, and then we will be a case study with our generations to come.
And that's true.
So, tafadhali kujeni tuongee, hata kama wewe ni mtu wa UDA, kuja utuambie kwa nini unafikiria uko UDA ama nini, na tupige gumzo,
tucheze. Mimi niko hapa. I'm here to moderate and make sure that you guys are here and have a conversation. You can have a conversation between each other na kila kitu. Tafadhali, if you're listening to us, the link is there. Tafadhali kuja utuambie vile ambavyo unasikiza. Kama ukubaliana vile tunasema, we tuambie zako basi, alafu tuongee. Manake lazima tuongee. We stop talking, we start fighting, and we don't want to fight. We want our country to grow, na tuache kushinda tukiitwa sijui watu a third world country. We cannot be a third world country forever. We have to grow up and be somewhere where that we are first world country, and we have even the people in the United States and even these big countries actually exporting their people and not us exporting our people.
Yeah.
So anybody is welcome to come in. I'll be looking up. Just click on the link and you'll be there. I'll be posting the link if you can come. Otherwise tutafunga tu na Mama Megi hapa. Mama Megi atupatie mawaidha zake. Lakini if you can come, we can do the evening show nicely and talk about what ails our country. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mama Megi, mawaidha basi.
Mawaidha hata mimi sina mawaidha. Nani, Bernard has really opened the wounds which I thought had been sealed, but I really found myself in a different position now. But I think talking about it also helps and it heals. So I think we'll be okay. But I don't think it is going to be okay very soon, the way we would have wanted. It's not going to be okay very soon because RUTO is out to punish those who did not want him to be rigged in. Although he's been rigged in, but he's not satisfied. I don't know. He's bewitched. He's thinking that he's got so many things to do which are not called for. I think something should be done quickly and as soon as possible because we don't want everything to get out of hand. The more we wait is the more we are hurting. The more we wait is the more we are hurting because they come with their own things every now and again. And the way you hear them talking, even their followers who are in the background, I don't know how you call that thing. They are talking like small children. They don't even know what to say or what to tell the people. But I think at the end of the day, we are all Kenyans. At the end of the day, we are one people. So let hii mambo ya sijui watu wazimio watu wa nini is not going to unite this country. We should be united. Elections zimekwisha, watu wamehat na wamerudi chini. Siku hizi we can walk, we can talk, we can do what. So wenye bado wameshika kwa nini kama hao mafollowers wake, let them give us a break because we don't need to be taken back. We need to forge ahead. Yeah, wameiba, wamechukua. We don't have anything to do with that and we don't want to argue more about it. Sasa kazi ndio wafanye. Na wasipofanya kazi, we are going to ask them. Na wasituweke in a way that hata hatuwezi kuuliza. We must ask because hata kama Azimio ndiye angeshinda wangekuwa wanauliza how Azimio is working. So we have to ask. We have to say where things are wrong, we have to say. Lakini kujudge watu sasa vile our Serena 4 are being punished for no apparent reason. Now they are the victims, and yet a victim who is Chebukati is now caught free. Which country is that? Are we really a God-fearing country? We are not, because the innocent are being punished and the corrupt ones are being set free. What is that? Julia, hi there. I can see you. Karibu sana. Today I'm the moderator.
Yes, endelea. You should be the moderator because
Oh, wow.
mtoto hapa analalia nini? Analala kwa kiwanja.
Data is really doing well, by the way.
But he's always doing a good job. Huyu nani ako kwa kati? Nisimwambie kwa kati Ndeto. Michael.
I wanted to sikuwa nataka kuingilia nani kuchokoza ama the chain of thought of Mama Maggie. Michael, really you need to get out of the curtain. You don't have to be uonekane unaweza hata kamera tu kando kama there's something that you're doing, but when you're curtain, we don't do that because itakaa vibaya. Tafadhali kama unaweza toka kwa curtain, just show your camera.
Kuja nje.
Ama we need to also see who is this. Ama ni wale wanaitwa nani? Waruto.
Ni Waruto. Unajua Waruto? Huyo ni Waruto, naonekana tu. Hao ndio wanavaa masuti.
Ama ni Dennis Itumbi.
Ama ni Dennis Itumbi.
Michael. Wewe unakaa tu Dennis Itumbi, so lazima tujiedari.
Yes, Maggie, you are saying something. You are giving a very good contribution. Siendelee.
Hiyo contribution yangu ni kwamba hao watu mimi naona hata Dennis Michael ni kama hao tu, lakini I'll just tell him. Hii mambo ya sijui bado tunavurutana, sijui ilikuwa nini. Ruto amepewa 100 days. 100 days sasa imepita, you know that. And nothing has been done. Ukienda kwa hiyo country saa hizi Julia, I know you have not. I'm telling you, you feel the impact. Kumbe hii Kenya ni mpya, ile mpya ya kutoka from the mountain ikaenda sasa kwa maji. I'm telling you the truth. Hii mambo ya sijui nini chokora vile walikuwa wanafanya wakati wa Moi, you know, au hawkers zimerudi town na zimejaa mpaka those areas.
Nimeambiwa Maggie Martin na Michael, sijui Michael kwa wapi, nimeambiwa be very careful when you go to Nairobi, hata kwa pavement.
Yes.
If kama unaenda Maggie, kama unaenda, you come from Nyanza, if you want to go to Kisumu, if you can fly to Kisumu, the better for you from the airport. If you don't live in the city, don't go to the city.
Yeah, exactly. That is what I was told too. Hawkers wamerudi town, yani imeshinda hata that time because kuna wakati ingine hawkers walikuwa wamejaa mpaka karibu na Hilton. Ilikuwa inaleta aibu kwa hiyo country. That was Moi's time. Wakati Moi sasa alikuwa ni karibu atolewe. Na unajua hiyo kitu ilikuwa hivyo mpaka wakati when Nani got power, Kibaki, at least it went down, alafu wakapewa market ingine pale Parklands, so they could go there. But I heard right now it's even worse. Na tena wana aibu because walipewa, they are saying they were given 500 to wafanye biashara, na hiyo ndio biashara wanaweza kufanya na hiyo 500. And they are right, by the way. Yeah, you cannot chase them. Si ameenda na kanunua hiyo mboga shilingi 200. Sasa anakuja kuuza apate 50 bob on top of it. I don't understand. Which kind of business is that? Hao watu wa Kenya kwanza ni watu ambaye wanafikiria kidogo kabisa. Yaani akili yao iko kidogo kabisa. Ubongo yao ina mafikira very small. They are thinking too slowly and too small. A developing country is thinking wide. It's not thinking slowly like that. Yeah. That's a developing country. How can you give somebody 500 shillings ati aanze biashara alafu una usuru ndani ya hiyo 500 shillings? What kind of business is that? What kind of business are you going to do with that kind of money?
Hey, Martin, you can do nani kama namtoroka. Michael, come back. We'll give you a chance to talk.
Ameenda wapi?
Ndio mwambie arudi, mimi na Magi tutanyamaza, ongee, mwambie arudi.
Michael, kuja, nimemaliza event.
Michael, come back. We'll keep quiet. We'll allow you to talk because we only talk like that when there are no other people. Lakini sasa Michael ameenda. Michael kirudi tutakupatia nafasi ama aje Ndeto chukua usukani. Tumefukuza Michael wako.
Yeah.
No, Michael, come back. We can see, we'll see you. Come back and have your conversation and what you wanted to tell us. Ile kitu ulikuwa unataka kutuambia, because this is our conversation. We come here and talk. Na mtu akikaa sana pia unaweza inua mkono, because that's what happens, you know. Ukiinua mkono tutakuwa na either mimi, Julia.
Nimekaa sana.
Lakini Magi usiende, wacha tupike story, tupokee watu wakuje.
Sawa.
Watu watakuja. Tafadhalini naomba kila mtu kujeni. Today is a good day. We can have a conversation. Let's talk. Watu wenye wako comment section, wenye wanatusikiza, na hata kama ni siku yako ya kwanza na hujawahi ingia hapa, naeka tena hiyo link, ama hata Julia ataeka, guza hiyo link, kuja hapa tupige story, and maybe what you have and what you're thinking, hata kama ukubaliani na sisi, itakuwa nzuri ya kuendeleza nchi yetu, manake hiyo nchi yetu ikiendelea hainiendelezi mimi.
Tell them this.
Sisi wote
we have to tetea this country of ours, because tusipotetea tutatetea nini? Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've been having a good time. Bernard is gone now. This is the evening session. This is a more open session that we actually come here and talk and we converse and everything. I'm asking everybody that is listening to us, ukuje tafadhali, just come into the show. Let's have a conversation. The guys on the comment section, we really do appreciate you, everything and every day and everything that you do over there, because that's another conversation that we have over there. When you want to tuskiza, all that numbers that are listening to us, I think we're at 153. We need to make it to get to 300. Let's double that today, because the Christmas time is here, and let's have a conversation so that we can have a good time with our conversation and our country. The conversations about our country is what is going to make our country get greater and greater and greater again, if we can understand each other. Tafadhali, come into the show. Let's have a conversation. Watu wa comment section, we really do appreciate you. Penyagaka, naona unaniambia uko, thank you Mato, lakini wewe ulipotea kabisa. Eli, sawasawa kabisa. Alex, ebu get on the conversation. Hata kama kule huko kuja, hata kama una travel.
Eli mwenye nakujanga hapa, Eli ni mwenye nakujanga kwa show.
Sijui kama nie.
I don't know. Eli.
Mwambie huyu Penyagaka aingie.
Penyagaka, you promised to invite me for your son's graduation, North Carolina. Mbona hukuniita? Penyagaka, you said you are inviting me for your son's graduation in North Carolina. Who was studying in North Carolina?
Na mom ni nani, Julia?
I don't know whose mom is that.
Mom, kuja tukujue. It's a good place to talk. Thank you. There's actually the funny thing that I realized, Julia. Kevin Ochieng, thank you also. The one thing I came to realize is that we think we are not being listened, and I realized that we are being listened. These leaders are listening to us.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What do you mean, Martin?
I came to realize that they listen to us. I won't tell you from where I got it, but one of there's leaders that I know that actually told me, na nyinyi munapenda kutusumbua sana, munatusukuma sana.
Umeona your message 2026 sawa, usisahau Ndeto na Magi are my witnesses that Pen has invited me in 2026 for the son's graduation.
Exactly. Pen Nyagaka, even me, I want an invite.
Acheni na
I'll
Penya
come.
Gaka. Kwanza Penya Gaka alitupromise August 13th alikuwa supposed kuwa hapa na hakukuja. Penya Gaka, I will never forget about that. But yeah, Julian, nilikuwa nikikwambia kuna wanatusikiza. Wanatusikiza. Na kama unakumbuka hata Ruto ile siku aliambia Mutembei.
Lakini
Ndio
hata kama
mnamgongaza sana.
wanatusikiza hawatii mawaidha yetu. I mean, somebody is asking me about the 100 days. Huyu ni nani? Wacha nimjibu. Sylvester Daudi. Mimi my rating is scorecard is 0. Kwa sababu gani Sylvester? Nikiangalia hii serikali imetoa pesa ya wazee. Hii serikali imetoa our education subsidy. Hii serikali imetoa food subsidy. Maisha bei ya chakula iko juu sana. Hii serikali imetoa subsidy ya mafuta. Hii serikali ilituahidi hustler fund ikatupea 500. Mimi, for me, my scorecard Sylvester Dauti ni minus how much? Minus so many big numbers, or let me say 0. I don't.
Zero. It's 0%.
Yeah. Na kama nilisema jana, kama uko kwa hii show na uko kwa comment section na unatusikiza ama unatusikiza tu wherever you are, text hapa kwa comment section uniambie one good thing this government has done that
Yes.
affects the common mwananchi, just one. I think I'll buy you dinner. I'm telling you, niambie one good thing. I'll buy you dinner for Christmas. One good thing this government has done for the common mwananchi in Kenya in the 100 days. Mimi nataka mtu post kwa comment section niambie hivyo.
Actually, you know what, Julia? I double down.
Ni 0.
No, I double down. Mwenye atatuambia pia mimi Julia, whatever I will give.
Yeah, whatever you are going to give him, I'll also give.
Yes.
Yeah.
One good, just moja tu, kwa sababu tunasema hivi, tunaweza sema tukiangalia maisha ya hata Uhuru Kenyatta, tunaweza sema tuko na barabara mingi sana, and people are thinking Nairobi is New York City. Okay, we don't expect people to make the roads during there and there, but maybe we can go back even to Kibaki's government. Mimi nilikuwa mwalimu wakati wa Kibaki. Na nilikuwa I had just been employed through the Moist government. Na mshahara yetu ilikuwa inakuja mshahara yetu ilikuwa inakuja tarehe 10. Unaona Ndeto na Magi, mwezi unaisha, mnaanza day 1, day 2, day 3, day 10, amjapata mshahara.
Yeah, even up to day 20.
Yes, but when Kibaki became president, that month Ndeto, we earned our pay on that year. Alitoa wapi pesa? Niambie ni tu. That month, free primary school education was implemented that month. Where did Kibaki get that money? That month. So, you people, there are things we talk about, men. And before long, tukasikia kuna equity. Nyinyi mnakumbuka wakati wa Moi, people, you could not open an account in Standard Chartered Bank.
No.
And Barclays Bank.
No.
Because you needed a balance of, I don't know, 10,000.
Of 10,000 ndio ufungue. Yeah.
Ndio ufungue. Kibaki alikuja miezi 2-3. Do you know
even the banks ndio walikuwa wanakuja kwa maofisi wanatuomba, please.
Yes.
It's going to do this and this for you. Sisi walitukujia kwa ofisi mpaka hata nikasema even Standard Chartered and I opened.
Standard Chartered ilitoa hiyo 10,000 yao na Barclays wakatupilia mbali. Because now we had competition. We had Equity Bank, and then he created the circles, came up with front offices where people could earn their salary. Yani, nyinyi watu tunaweza waambia maneno mengi sana, lakini tuambieni. And then this government is like a government of looters. If Uhuru could afford to give food subsidy, if Uhuru could afford to give fuel subsidy, education subsidy, how come this government cannot afford this?
Yeah.
How come? Ipe say imeenda wapi? Wacha tuache Mike aongee ndio tusimuite Dennis.
Makolo, thank you. Karibu.
Mi nawafuatilia actually, mimi ni mgonjwa, nilikuwa najificha nyuma ya hata nikiambia nasikia sisikii vizuri, so I'm following.
Lakini sema kitu.
Nasikia hiyo kuongea tu nasikia kichwa inaguruma, so I cannot. Nilikuwa naumwa na so I think that effect bado
Pole.
Pole sana. Yeah.
So I'll be let me just listen to your contributions. At least I'm feeling better to the last 3 weeks, but I'm not able to talk for long.
Yeah.
But I'll be catching up with you.
Oh, okay. You are catching up with us, but we are just asking. Tell us something. What has RUTO done since August? In their 100 days, what has he given us so far? We can pride about. Unmute, yeah.
Okay, I'm a civil servant. Munanisikia? Me, I'm a civil servant, so I'm just mi nafuatilia, sijui kama mmewahi fanya kwa ofisi za Kenya vile there's watu wamegawanyika on tribal lines, but from my reasoning, actually I'm the only Luo in my department. Someone mentioned about the streets. When you are walking on the streets, I'm working at the street family rehabilitation, so sisi ndio tuna involve na kucontrol watu kwa street, but RUTO generally, I can say what he has done is to reward the loyalists. That one he has really performed. And RUTO has really performed in withdrawing cases. Like Aisha Jumwa's murder, you saw it was withdrawn the other day. So I do not know what will happen to the family of the deceased. So to these people, he has really performed. He is the good president, according to what you think. But like the way you are crying about the 500 Asla funds, not that the Rachel RUTO is not able to think. They know what they are doing, but wanaonanga raia wa kawaida ni kama watu wajinga ambao hawajui wanafanya nini. Wao wenyewe ukiwapea hiyo 500, they know hata their family is not even enough for breakfast for one person. So they know very well what they are doing, not that hawajui, but they want to be seen. You know, the more project you do, the more accessibility to the looting. So the Kenyan with Love said that they did their calculation and found that only 30% of that money. So you can imagine 70% of 50 billion is going back to the money they spent in campaigning. So RUTO has done a lot in kukanyaga wa Kenya. That one he has really, really done a lot, but not to uplift Kenyans from the level he said, kuwaondoa chini kuenda juu. That one he has done zero. Yeah.
The bottom up haionekani.
Sionekani?
Ninasema the bottom up haionekani at all.
Haionekani. Ebu look at even when he started the bottom up narrative, 4 years, I think immediately the handshake took place. And he really started on a high gear where he was giving mikokotenis and the wheelbarrows. How many people have, to the time we were going to the election, how many people rose up with those mikokotenis and wheelbarrows? So if there is anybody, I hear people are saying kazi ni kazi. Honestly, Imagine umeuza shamba unapeleka mtoto shule. Then anapewa wheelbarrow. Si basi wheelbarrow 3000 ukimnunulia wheelbarrow atoke ainuke nayo. But for the last 4 years since March when the handshake took place, if bottom up was really something to go by, I think 4 years is enough for people to rise up. So the 10 years, from what we have always seen in the Kenyan elections, to toppling the sitting president is not easy. Let me assume like that. So the 10 years he will be in power. Kenyans will remain the way they are, or it will even be worse. My only concern is about, I do come actually, today is my first day to enter the studio. Nimekuwa nikishindwa. But I'm always really want to listen to the solution. What's the way forward? Because if you see the current generation, they go with the current. They go with the government of the day. We don't have the likes of Gitobo Imanyara, the iyo miaka ya 90, the Muites, the Wamatha Karuas, the Railas. We don't have them. Once the government takes place, we strive to join the government. Or rather, the youths of today, they think that when you get the government, I graduated some 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So when we were doing university politics, we knew that for you to get money, at least you must have an access to a politician, the way Babu Owino did. Sometimes I really become sad that if I see people from my area, I'm a Luo, people who are believed to be bright people, are saying Ruto is doing a lot, Raila Ganga hatawahi kuwa president. Sometimes I look at the name Odhiambo Onyango, I wonder where's the brain Kenyans used to think we have in the Luo land. Because yes, Ruto might have been the president, but if you compare, if you remove the president, by the way, I'm not supporting Raila because Raila, if you do go back to the history, you will find that he's a lawyer. But look at Ruto and Raila. Which manifesto do you think? Una mtu anaweza sema yenyewe Ruto alikuwa na manifesto mzuri kuliko Raila. But because we think that government, mtu akishaingia government, wacha tukimbie tuingie huko tupate pesa. So for the next 10 years, Kenya will be worse. By the way, wacha niwaambie, kuna mtu ninaendanga Jivanji kusikiza siasa. Kuna mtu nilisikia akisema heri sukari iende 500 lakini kabila yangu awe State House. Nilipoangalia huyu mtu kuanzia mguu, I'm not judgmental, lakini mtu mwenye anaweza afford lunch unaweza ona. Wengine wanasema ati usione mtu amejivaa na ako na pesa kwa mfuko. The truth of the matter, mtu hawezi kuwa na pesa kwa mfuko na kuwe mchafu. So I looked at this person, nika huyu mtu hata ako na lunch kweli ya 50 bob. Yet he is saying heri sukari ende 500 kwa kilo lakini kabila yangu awe State House. Yeah, those are what I'm still following you up. I was not able to talk for much, but you can see hata sauti has been disoriented. I don't, sauti inakaa kama mikebe. I'm not really feeling well. So mutadibet tu nikiwasikia.
No, Michael, kitu umesema ni vizuri sana, tumefurahi sana ukiwa hapa. What you just said is very important sana. Nasikiza tu, hata ukiona nikitoka tu kidogo, it's just because I'm doing some things in the house. But you're a very, very smart person, and thank you for saying that, because I also have a question of zile maswali zenye uko nazo niko nazo pia. Why that we feel like there's a Mkamba wangu lazima akue status ama Mkamba wangu lazima akue mahali fulani, because those guys, we never meet them. The biggest thing I believe is our country, and then hii country ni ya Kenya ama ni ya kabila fulani. So at the end of the day, I always say, and I've been saying here for a long time, maybe Michael sijui kama unanisikizaga, huwa anasema I am the happiest person this time round of the political time and the geopolitical time that we have today, because look at the screen, hata angalia screen size, you'll find Kikuyus, Kalenjins, and everyone talking together, Luos, Kambas, and everyone. You will find us talk, and this is the first time that this has ever happened in our country since independence, that Kikuyus are agreeing with other country, other tribes. Jaluos are feeling that, okay, it's not just about Raila, it's about our country. It's not about where you come from. We love each other because the country, until the day that we realize, and I can see it happening, there's people who are disagreeing with RUTO, they're disagreeing with Kikuyus, they're disagreeing with whatever, and they're the same tribe. So I feel that we are moving to the right direction. It's only that where the country is going, the tribal party has been tunaanza kufunga hiyo chapter, but where we are moving as a country, kuna wenye wako juu wanaiweka huko juu.
Let me interrupt you. In Kenya, it's really going to be difficult because I've lived in Central for quite a lot of time since I was in primary. And even the Kikuyus, not that there are two types of Kikuyus, the learned and those who are not learned. During this election, if you ever interacted with the Kikuyus, those who have a bit gone to school, they were pro Raila. Haikuwa ati youth na wazee vile watu walikuwa wanaiweka, ati wazee wako na Raila na vijana wako na Ruto. It was purely on academic life. Wale wameenda shule kidogo walikuwa after the Azimio. Wale ambao hawakukanyaga shule, hata sahi, they don't see anything wrong with this government. They don't see anything wrong. And again, as the government we are having today, even if Kenya, all Kenyans from all corners of the country rise up against it, can with love, so from what not that I'm pessimist, but the guy I know, he will know, he doesn't care what he knows. He has the, mulisikia Uhuru akisema alikuwa na msukuma, kaa ngumu, we have the instrument of power. Uhuru alienda Sagana akasema tunaendelea kunyanyasa Wakenya wengine na mtu ananiambia huku kaa ngumu uko na, you have the instrument of power. So that mentality, the person who is sitting on the chair today, ako na hiyo mentality. So hata tuseme nini, sometimes najiangalia tu hivi, should I take my child to school ama nichukue mtoto wangu hiyo pesa nitamlipia fee ni mwanzishe biashara? Yani I don't just see any future in this country. Utanyang'ana kuelimisha mtoto wako, but huyu mtu ati sasa because we have people from all corners, wanaongea online, but how many if you look at huyu IG Koome and the Kithure Kindiki who once wiped bitterly when he was being ousted from the deputy senate. Kama uliwahi watch that day when alikuwa anatolewa kwa deputy speaker, he was really bitter. He was really mpaka anasema I'm paying a price, but now he is there, the song is now different. The IG Koome ni kama ameambiwa, we ukiona tu mtu ameenda kwa street kuandamana, sema huyo ni jangili, shoot bunduki. But unajua watu sisi wa ODM, okay, as a civil servant I'm not supposed to be coming here. I don't know, I know how you people know how civil servants wamewekwa, lakini Saa zingine tunaenda only people ODM people which sahi unasikia watu wanasema ni Wajaluo tu wamebaki ODM. Sahi wakienda kwa sisi they will be 100 people. Munashutiwa bunduki wakasema hao wote wanyamaze. As much as we should also need a solution. The young people of today, my biggest worry or my biggest desire is that we have a generation like the 1990s. We have a generation like Gitobu Imanyara, Martha Karua, Muite, Raila, Murungi, the Orengos. I don't see that we are going to raise that generation. People are busy with money. Wacha niongee, Ruto nipe kidogo ni nyamaze. Ruto wacha niongee, nipate access to any politician, anipe zangu ni nyamaze. Yeah.
Thank you. It's I think everybody come out. I agree with you with everything that you've said. There's so much that I wanted to say about that, but wacha tukimbie kwa nani synchronizer. Hebu kuja utuambie pia wewe, because I know Julia is burning right now also to talk about that, because it also touches about where we need to talk about. There was the what we called Rwanda, where things were happening, but now it's happening to our own country, and we have to move in, because we also have a very toxic vice president that thinks the country is just about a tribe and who he made and who he did whatever. And we have to talk about that, because I think we have a lot of tribes in our country, and we need to kill the tribalism in our country. So, Amanda, Julia. Sijui nini imefanyikia. No, yuko nyuma, mrudishe.
Ayuko.
Ametoka.
Can I comment about what Michael said? I also want to answer. I see Alex asking a question about, he's asking that, are there illiterate Kikuyus? Michael is right. Sometimes hata sikusoma, it's some kind of ignorance, Michael. Some kind of, unajua kuna watu wanaishingi tu the world is around me. Au ni wale watu wanaambia they live like Kenya is in Mount Kenya. And hawataki kujua, they really don't even read newspapers. They don't even in the news, wanasikia news ya Inoro ama Kameme, period. Okay? And they hear something about America, they won't even find out nini kilifanyika America. Hawana habari, Michael. Unajua hiyo high level wameenda shule. So Alex, it's not like they have not gone to school. Some of them have gone to school and even college graduates, because Michael, I'm telling you, Michael, I came across Kikuyus this year when they are even holders of degrees who are arguing like the most foolish people I have ever met on the face of the earth. Unaangalia mtu, unashangaa alisomea shule gani? Sasa hata saa zingine si ati ni vile hawajaenda shule, ni some ignorance yenye the world revolves around them. And another thing, the attitude wako nayo in Mount Kenya is that the end justifies the means. And I always say this here, kwamba vile nimepata pesa is not the problem. It's not an issue. The most important thing is I have the money. Okay? So even if I mug you and rob you, na nisipatikane, ni sawa tu. Unaona hiyo attitude kama hizo? That is what is destroying this country. And that is why you saw those many Kikuyus had the audacity to walk around campaigning for Ruto and supporting him. You see, they have the audacity to do that. And you are right, Michael. Those few informed Kikuyus, they're the ones that remained with Uhuru. Those ones I can say, they're not only educated, but they are informed. Wanaelewa maisha. They know the evils of corruption. They know the effects of corruption. They believe in doing the right thing. And unfortunately, as Michael says, the rest of the country is thinking the Kikuyus have succeeded because of this behavior. So it is okay if you also agree with this behavior. Sasa utaona kana kamba hata in Luoland, there's a population that is thinking the RUTO way is okay. Si anakuja anatuchotea pesa, anatupatia 500 leo, anatupatia is okay. You know, the rest of the country is beginning to think that the Kikuyus have succeeded and that is okay. This is their best behavior. Unfortunately, that is why Michael is asking, where are the likes of Rengo, Imanyara, Paul Moitewa, tutawatoa wapi? Me, I think that ignorance inasumbua wa Kenya, and me that is why sometimes Ndeto, sometimes maybe I say things that sometimes people feel I'm too harsh here. Mimi nilisema sometime back, if you come here and you start telling me how many good things Ruto has done, I will start thinking that there is something wrong with your thinking ability. I'm telling you. Hata afadhali uanze kuniambia ati tumpatie nafasi, that one I can pay attention to. Or you start telling me maybe we should justice. But if you just start telling me that he has done 1, 2 good things, I'm telling you, I begin to think that there is something wrong with that person's thinking ability. Huwa naona tu hivyo Magi and Deto. Naona huyu mtu kuna kitu inamsumbua kwa akili. Kwa sababu you should be able to see there's something wrong with this government. And if you can't see. So Michael, I totally agree with you. Those I don't know, nani ametoa Michael. Those Kikuyus, it is not that hawajaenda shule, Alex. A number of them walienda, many of them walienda shule. There are so many schools in Mount Kenya. At least Mount Kenya, people have access up to the level of high school education. Lakini ile ignorance, mtu hata ukimuliza Washington iko wapi, atakwambia America iko ndani ya Washington. Yani wako na ignorance ingine, alienda shule, lakini wako na ignorance ingine, hata saizi wengine they are not sure that it is Trump or Biden who is president of America. Unaona watu wenye washikanishi maneno jameni, yani I don't know which land they are living with. So they can wake up and start telling us that it's okay to vote for Ruto. Now they are still in that cocoon of kabila yetu. Okay, let me ask you people, if it's even education, I can call it ignorance. You people, are you seeing the way the deputy president is speaking? Huyo mtu si alienda college. Didn't he acquire some degree somewhere? Okay, kama ni vitabu mtu amepelekwa shule. But do you know Gachagua speaks like an illiterate? You know, he anaongeanga kama mtu mwenye ametoka ndani ya shimo. Like he does, like the world revolves around him, unaona? And huwa anaongea mpaka anaanza kuongea na mother tongue. Imagine, he's a national leader, he's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, and then he begins speaking, he speaks in mother tongue. And on camera, NTV, Citizen nini, and anachukuliwa kio. Ebu niambieni, hiyo, what kind of ignorance is that, you people? Niambieni, ni ugonjwa, Michael, Ndeto, Magi, nini, ama nini hiyo? Ndio sababu sasa, watu, wanaenda around wakisema ati kama ni kabila yote iko president, afadhali unga ikuwe 500, ama sukari ikuwe 1000, as long as kabila yote ni president. You people, and the last thing I want to say, these people who are celebrating the public appointments, now, I want to be categorical here. I think we have had 3 presidents from Mount Kenya region. Jomo Kenyatta, first I never saw him because I was too young. Then we had Kibaki and we had Uhuru. I want to tell you, Maggie, when you struggled to pay your children's school fees, I also struggled. I did not benefit directly from these 3 presidencies. And the problems you are going through, I was also going through. Sasa ukiniambia nisherehekee ati kwa sababu tumepewa I don't know how many cabinet posts. None of them is even my brother or my sister. Na hata nyinyi kama you have a brother who is doing something, anakusaidia mara ngapi? Nyinyi mko hapa mnalisha, are you feeding all your families every month? Mnatumia pesa every month. So that if your brother is a cabinet secretary, how is he going to help you? So me, I'm saying this mediocrity, and then unfortunately the mediocrity is spreading to the rest of the Kenya. Is so sad and so unfortunate. Lakini mimi nitarudia, ukikuja hapa kwanza kuniambia uzuri wa Ruto, I will begin thinking there is something wrong with your thinking, with your mental faculties, because at least uniambie tu what we should do to help this country, but don't come here to tell me the good things Ruto has done, because I will really doubt your ability to reason. I'm sorry, Ndeto, sometimes I can be too harsh. Wacha nifikishe hapo.
Julia, there's nothing being called, there's nothing like being harsh. You know, sometimes in life, you only live one time in your life, and you have to be harsh with your life. And being harsh is making sure that that seat that you're sitting on right now, and the fact that you can have internet and be here, is you being harsh with yourself to make sure that that life that you're living has to be done the way it has to be done. So you should never ever be sorry about being harsh. You have to be harsh because you only have one and one way to live. And the fact that you're here is because you love people and you love your country. And we love our country. We know, some of us, why we moved out of our country and why we go back to our country and why we are even involved in our country's endeavors. So, Julia, don't even feel any bad about being harsh. You need to be harsh as much as you can. In fact, we need you to be the president of Kenya, as harsh as you are. That's what we need. So the problem that we have today is we don't have harsh people. Mandela was harsh, you know, and brought changes in his place. Gandhi was harsh. Martin Luther King was very harsh. In fact, Martin Luther King was so harsh that he had to lose his own life. But he changed everything. So you being harsh, there's this one thing, Julia, and this is Kozioki tumesema. I want to throw it straight to you. One day, somebody asked me, what did Martin Luther King and why did he die? And I told them, I don't know. And they told me, it's because the man understood the difference and the hardest parts that needed to be done in the geopolitical and in the political way of living to even make the black man be recognized in the United States, a white-dominated country that used to have the KKK. But he stood up for it. So when you're saying that you're harsh, he was harsh. All the greatest leaders have been harsh. And then later on, because he was a Kenyan, and I asked him, okay, we always talk about wahenga. Who's the wahengas of our day? Julia, that's a question that ukipata chance ingine, I want you to answer me. Who is the wahengas of today? Because siku hizi tunaweza sema wahenga walisema mpanda ngazi ushuka. There's all those sayings and everything. Who's the wahengas of today? And maybe anybody that is listening to us can actually answer me that question. Are we just passerbys? Or are we going to make a difference in what we do? Now, we already know that we are fighting that our country, we don't believe that it needs to be a third world country. Julia, I want you to hit the highway, going to Machakos or going to Kisumu, or even hit the subway, going from, Makadara, going to somewhere else. We want our country, the same things that you see in the United States, the same things that you see in other countries that we do live. We want to see that. Right now we have the expressway. No one is talking about the expressway. What are we talking about? Hustlers funds. We want to have the social security. What do we have? We have ya wazee imetolewa. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's about time that we talk about our country and really, really, really talk about our country so that way, instead of Africans going to kusema mnenda majuu, our watu wa majuu, they come to our place. And they actually do. But because we are not seen, the big companies are led by them. We don't do anything because sisi ni kina nani? Twende tukasukume mkokoteni na tusukume wheelbarrow. And that's when the leader comes and says tusukume wheelbarrow, munakimbia huko ati sisi ni mahasla. Where's your $25 when walichukua hiyo pesa? Where's that 25? Nani anakusevia wapi? Do you know the bank? Do you know, can you go get it? I need us to start talking and talking serious things and not just talking vitu ziko hivi hivi. But Julia, the reason I went hard on that one is because you're right where you need to be, Julia. Because you need to ask yourself those questions and you have to ask Kenyans those questions. And unajua, wahenga begins with you. Those questions that you're asking, kuna mtu kama weni mwalimu, kuna mtu amekaa mahali na mwanamke amekaa mahali pia anakusikiza na anasema, wow, that's a good question that I need to ask myself. I'm sorry for going hard on that one, but Julia, never ever feel that you're going too hard on it. No, you're on the right thing and we need great ladies like you. Julia, unless you wanted to say something, najua nimekugonga hapo kidogo lakini
No. Ujanigonga, I don't mind. That's my personality, Martin, and I can't help it. I just have always to. Maggie, we can't really paint things. Lazima tuweke things in black and white. And I was trying to agree with with Michael about Mount Kenya region, and I like the way he analyzed the situation of that. Hata sasa watu wenye wametoka mkoa wa Nyanza wanaona kama kwamba the behavior iko Mount Kenya iko tu sawa. Unaona, pengine wanaona pengine Mount. Okay, there is one positive thing that people should appreciate in Mount Kenya region. Those people are industrious and outgoing, and they'll mint and make money from out of anything. That is really good. Maybe they could look at that and copy that. Like ukienda Mount Kenya region, people with just a quarter, like ukienda hapa Kiambu, a quarter acre. They can try and make their life work. That's a very positive thing, which Kenyans can copy. But copy attitude kwamba the end justifies the means, that's really a wrong thing to do. And we are okay with corrupt leaders. Yani mtu tu ni mwizi tu na mnamshangilia. I think those are the things Kenyans should not copy or try and do what they are doing. I think we should behave differently. That was my take. There's somebody saying now, Wairimu Nderitu. I don't know what. Yeah, she's trying to agree with me. They can read and write, but really ignorant kabisa. Ignorant kabisa. Very ignorant. Kwamba hawajui. Kuna mtu Ndeto, enda Mount Kenya ulize mtu Kakamega iko wapi. Atakwambia Kakamega iko ndani ya Kisumu. Na si ati ya kwenda shule Magi. Yani they don't care. They don't care what is outside Mount Kenya region. They don't care. They don't care. They are not interested. They don't pay attention. And they are not even, that is the generation, the biggest disease we are having in Mount Kenya region. And that is why you saw that about 1 million people who voted for Baba, they are the people who are like, no, we cannot do this nonsense. They are the Kikuyus who thought this nonsense we cannot do. And me, I want to ask a question if you people go on the discussion. Gachagua is really struggling to be Mount Kenya kingpin. And with the way he's speaking, how atakuwa kingpin wa nani? How is he gonna do that? How? Can you imagine a situation where one day that Mount Kenya is thinking Gachagua is their kingpin and
But
is their
you have,
leader?
you have just spoken about them. So they're just going to choose him because they don't have any option at this moment. What goes on is that whoever comes to them is a kingpin. Ruto went to them, and that was the kingpin for Kikuyus. So I think they can take anybody who comes because they don't care. Them themselves, they don't care. You know, if you don't care about yourself, you don't care about anything. So whatever is coming to you, even if it is bad, you don't care. You'll just pick it. And that is what is really letting this country down. Michael
Mamegi,
talks about, yeah.
Paul, as you come in, because it's your time actually, but
Okay.
I think this is a question that goes to you and Julia. Due diligence is asking, what happened to the electric wheelbarrows? Kama mnaweza tuambia kule electric wheelbarrows zilienda, tafadhali. Hiyo ni yenyu. I thought I'll throw something in there.
Electric wheelbarrows, wachana na electric wheelbarrows. Hata hiyo tu bottom up. I don't hear it anymore. Where did the whatever bottom up ilienda wapi? Bottom imeshafika up.
Si mmepewa pesa ya
Has
500
it
maji.
reached? No, that is Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund was not bottom up. Bottom up was just bottom up, but not for hustlers. You know, these things were different. There was hustlers and there was pesa mfukoni for bottom up. Yeah. If I read this thing very well, there was bottom up and there was hustler fund and there was mkokoteni na hizo mawatwada, even border people. Where are they? Because we don't see any. Na hiyo survey ilikuja nikaweka yangu zero because me I've not seen any. Even the bottom up, the hustler fund, the whatever, I don't see it. It's not adding up. And again, what Michael was saying about Kikuyus only, this disease is spreading in the entire country. There are also Luos who are just behaving like that, those Kikuyus, whom the way they argue, you can even feel like slapping somebody. Okay, I don't know how to express this. Maybe Njiko will help me. Njiko, tell me how to express this thing. I'll tell it in Luo. An mayudo tachamona o aago. Abrothogo. What's that? Yani, the Jaluo can even sell the wife because they are in need of that money, you know. And that is the suffering we are going to go through in this country. And that's why you could see crossing. Immediately, Ruto hata Pishwa, everybody were crossing to Ruto's side because there is money there to be eaten so that they can die with it. It's something very sad, Julia. What is going on in our country, I don't know. Whatever the Kenya Kwanza or whoever has brought in that country, how are we going to cure it? Me, that's my question. You've seen even Michael is very worried. Should he take his child to school, or should he just let him grow? Then he will open some kind of business for him because you don't know where to put yourself. We don't know where are we going to start. Some people have got some investment in our country like us. Do I know how safe it is? You don't know. What is going to happen tomorrow? Just because of one person has come with a very useless narrative and injecting people's minds with all lies, things which are not adding up, is just adding up for them. You see now, at the same scenario, even the daughter is spreading her name like the first daughter. What kind of nonsense are those? Which kind of a country are we in this time? Yeah. Do we have any order in our country? And we really need that order. And who is going to bring for us that order? How are we going to get into it? Because even the court is with this man. Every area is with this man. Do we really think we are going to get into this order one day? I don't know. And how are we? How are we going to get it? How are we going to capture it back? You people can tell me. Yeah? Michael, tell me.
Michael, we can't hear you. We don't know what happens to your speaker.
Actually, I have a question for you guys, because this is something, and thank you, Mama Nani, Mama Mary, Mama Maggie later. Let me ask you guys a question. We've had 4 presidents. Who was the first daughter or first son of Kenyatta? Who was the first daughter or first son of, who was the next one? Moi. Who was the first son or first daughter of Kibaki? And who was the first daughter or first son of Uhuru? Is this office or all these things ever existed? I mean, we knew the wives. I mean, the only one we didn't know was Moi. Na ingine tulikuwa tunajua Lucy Kibaki nini, but they really, I don't, unless I stand corrected, but if anyone can tell me here, if they really had offices, Lucy Kibaki and Mama Ngina or Margaret Uhuru, if they really had an office, or they were just agitators, just the way you have other countries, like you have Michelle Obama being somebody that is just because they're, you know, they're the wives. Niongezee Michael nani Julia. So
he has 2 gadgets. I don't know what.
Yeah. So did we ever have this first daughter, first son thing? Did we ever have it? That's a question that I want to ask you guys. And what is this all about? Actually, I'm going to get myself out of that conversation. Julia, if that's a conversation you think that people can have a conversation, or you think you can have, if I'm the president of Kenya, should my daughter be, I mean, something that needs to be looked at, and, you know, like someone that is part of the whatever, or is that just my family? Because I believe I am an employee. When I'm employed in my company, I'm just an employee. My family comes after that. I'm an employee. And we employ our public servants to serve us. And if I employ you, Julia, I really, sorry, forgive my language, I don't care about your husband. And I don't care about your kids. It's for you to do the job that I gave you. Unless I'm being wrong here, Julia. Take over on this one, because that's a difficult conversation that I've been asking myself.
Let me let me say something. Julian, so you know, these people, the Kenya Kwanza campaigned on a deceit platform. Blatantly, they were deceiving electorates. Ruto alikuwa anasema wajinga waliisha Kenya, lakini akichukua microphone asimame kwa podium anaona wajinga chini. All through the campaign it was all about this. That's why kama uliona Ruto anasema ni Shalin Ruto kila siku alikuwa anasema nilikuwa nauza smoki kachumbari, then watu wakaanza kucheka. Yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anacheka. Ulikuwa unafikiri anacheka juu ile aibu alikuwa nayo, kwa sababu alikuwa anapumbaza hao watu. Akaenda I think she was in Tanzania where she said office of the first daughter. Kila mtu akasema what is funny. So it's that this to which they used during campaign is what they are still using today. And there are also a category of people whenever they see somebody a rich or a daughter of the president, because they are struggling to be in that clique, they will not hata kama kitu ni mbaya, they will just shangilia na kupiga makofi. So kwa sababu walidanganya Wakenya, wakaona Wakenya wakawapea kura those few ambao waliwachagua, and they know that now they are in power, there's nothing you can do. They are only continuing to office of the first daughter. Another thing, this first lady of ours here, mulisikia anasema aliombea maji ya chumvi ikawa fresh. Unajua until hiyo siku yenye Charlie Ruto alikuwa anasema office of the first daughter, me I used to think that Nick Ruto and June Ruto ni watoto wa Mama Rachel. Hiyo ndio siku nilijua kumbe the two Nick Ruto and June Ruto are not her children. So nikaona ni kama huyu ndio the real biological daughter anamsukuma mbele.
Okay, wait Mike, now I want some history. Kuna Nick Ruto, June Ruto. Na nani alikuwa ambassador? Ni huyu msichana
June Ruto mtoto wa sister ya Nick Ruto. Huyu mwenye aliolewa na Nigeria, huyo anaitwa June Ruto, alikuwa ambassador.
She was the ambassador. Okay. And then there's a boy called Nick
firstborn. Huyu anafanana na Ruto kabisa.
Then kuna msichana amerua na Nigeria, that was the ambassador.
Huyo ndio June Ruto sasa.
Na huyu Shalini nani? Ni watatu.
Huyu ni watatu na huyu ndio mtoto wa Rachel. Unajua mimi sikujua kama hao watoto wawili si wa Rachel.
Got you. I didn't understand what's cooking. Okay. Thank you for that information. Okay, endelea.
I also think ni watoto wa Mama Rachel, because at one point I was trying to calculate the age of Nick Ruto na ile siku Ruto wanasema walioana na Ruto. I add up. So I've been thinking Nick Ruto is a bit older than 90, before 90, but if Ruto got married to Rachel in 1991, then but last week hiyo siku nikajua kumbe the two children are not. Sasa huyu watatu ndio wa Rachel Ruto. So na anajaribu kumsukuma to the limelight stupidly. Unaona? Something which might even cause the division within the family. Hata okay, mama yetu hayuko, mama yako anakusukuma ukue juu yetu. Unaona? So they are trying to push to elevate that lady in a which I'm strongly believe it is the behavior of this Shalin Ruto anasukumwa na mama yake. Unaona? They know there's no such things, but because walibabake alikampeni akidanganya wa Kenya, anaona wa Kenya ni wajinga. That's why ukiambiwa Raila ni mganga, sisi ni wa Mungu. Now, no Kenyan has ever asked yourself, kwani Mungu ako na ukabila? Raila is an Anglican. But unasema unasikia Raila ni mchoyo. Huyu juzi msichana alikuja akasema Raila alimpea 300,000. Hii Biblia tunaambiwa inasema ukisaidia mtu on the right, don't let the left know. But walidanganya wa Kenya, unaona sisi tunasaidia, huyu ni mganga ende. Nani alimuona akiingia kwa nyumba ya mganga? Na ulimuona akiwa wapi? But because Kenyans are not critically think, yes, huyu ni mganga na nani alimuona na wewe ulimuona ukiwa wapi? So hapo ndio unaona the office of the first daughter is coming, because Kenyans, according to them, Kenyans are fools.
Ndeto, may I say something? Jana nilikuwa natetea Rachel, but now I'm beginning to stop because if I were in her shoes, I'll keep my children away from politics. I'll work very hard and make sure they are very far, especially in the situation where Ruto is. And even I was in her shoes, I may only be in that relationship because maybe working out is not safe for me. Because such situations when you walk out, even your own life is in danger because unajua yu mtu in and out. So he'll not allow you to go and leave. He will not. But now I'm wondering, sasa nimeelewa Michael, okay, unajua women have this thing. Unajua hii maneno ya compare Maggie. Ukiolewa na mzee na kuna watoto wengine and you tend to imagine these other kids are succeeding, you want to push your kid to prove a point. Aliwapeleka wafanye engineering, hata wewe nenda ukafanya engineering na pengine wako hataki engineering, aliwapeleka ati huyu alikuwa ambassador, sasa wewe ndio utakuwa, you take over from your dad. That is what this lady is doing. Now I get it from Michael. So it seems these two other kids are kind of successful, like the one married to Nigerian and she was an ambassador. So this one is being pushed to come to the limelight. And if Rachel is doing that, she's ruining her child. First, that's a female child. I have no problem with female and politics. But in the environment in which this child is doing this, the environment is not a good environment. And it seems that tells me that Rachel is okay with what Ruto does and how he got to power. And Rachel knows all the details. Kama kungekuwa na case, Rachel can be a witness against her husband and can end up, I mean, she knows, I know she knows so much. She knows so much more than us we know. She knows so much and more, all that she knows, because she knows it, then I thought she should keep her children away from it. Maggie, if you are married to a man that is accused of so many things, you know, those accusations is just what comes to the public limelight. Lakini sisi wengine wote hatujui details. But one thing I'm sure Rachel has all the details of everything and everything. So if she's pushing her own child to that kind of a lifestyle, I am kind of a surprise because now I understand. Huyu alikuwa ambassador, amerua na Nigerian. Huyu mwingine seems to be making it somewhere, you know? So, I mean, so I am, this is my daughter now. My daughter gonna make it too. Mimi, nyinyi wenye mulipeleka mkafanya ambassador. This is my daughter. Enda kwa hiyo sherehe, announce yourself. Enda kwa hiyo college. Let them know you are the president's daughter. You know, she's pushing. I don't understand her. Even if I was her shoes, Neto, Michael, Maggie, and Alex, I would keep my children very far away.
Ange keep that child away from politics. Ange keep that child vile tu the ambassador alienda akawa ambassador.
Yes.
Kept quiet and nobody knows about her. She's just there. Watu wana propaganda tu ati ameolewa.
Hata hatujui huyo msichana.
We don't know.
We don't even know her. And you see, she's safe. She has her privacy. Yes. And I think she's happy wherever she is.
Very
because
happy, I think so.
we had Ruto has a child who was an ambassador, but the truth is we didn't know that child. Me at a school, so that girl is happy in her life and peaceful. Now Charlene, she's very young. I don't know how old is this girl. Somebody tell me.
She's Michael, still very young. She looks like a baby.
Is she over 30? How old?
No, I think she's 28 and
she's 28, 29 now because
28, I think she's 28 turning into 29 next year.
So she's not even married. Let's say that. She doesn't have children.
Yeah.
Okay. So if Rachel wants her to get into politics at 28, I mean, you know, sometimes I don't know. I think me and Rachel, we see things from a different point of view, because if I were her, first, the environment of the person I'm living with and the situation and all that is stress enough. So getting my child into the whole thing again will stress me more. So I think I would rather help my children to be away from that stuff as much as I can. Now I understand that why that is happening. Why this girl is coming at Tembekwa. You know, when Ruto was sworn in, Sharin hit the road from one county to another.
Julia, can I ask you a question while you finish it so that you look at that?
Mm-hmm.
Is Charlene a dynasty?
Okay, I am not interested with that, but she's a dynasty. But the question is, going back to what we are saying, I just want to end up this. When Ruto became president, Sharin hit the road from one county to another. She came out from nowhere. So the truth is, I was thinking Sharin is the girl who was the ambassador, and now she's used to the public limelight. Now I'm surprised she was not the ambassador. She's a different kid. And now I see the situation. I now will stop defending Rachel. I give up. What is Kwame Apple?
And that speaks a lot why.
So tukianza kuulizwa because Ruto came in with the dynasty thing. Are we safe to call Charlene a dynasty?
Of course, Charlene is a dynasty because dynasty means wenye wamezaliwa kama keki na kulwa, sio wenye walikunywa tu maji na uji na wanaweka they are left put somewhere to jigrow. You know, dynasty ni wale those who have gone through hardship. Which route also I don't think.
Let me say something. I'm in a noisy place. Let me say something quickly. Ruto is emulating Trump. When Trump became the president, he did not allow his wife to become the first lady. He took the daughter, and the daughter had an office. Remember, the daughter even worked in the White House, and the daughter was the one who was doing everything. Ruto does not trust her wife. Ruto trusts her daughter. The same way Trump trusted her daughter. Her daughter was doing everything. That is what Ruto is trying to do. Thank you.
I think Alex has really put it right. That is what he's trying to do because anakuanga copycats. Don't you see hii mambo ya office of the opposition? Sasa ndiye amejiwekelea kabisa, and he didn't want the BBI, and now it is like he wants it. What's wrong with him?
Julia, there was a time. Julia, there was a time, an allegation that Ruto beat his wife, and his wife went. It's an allegation, and he went to India to be treated. They have serious issues. Even if you see them like that, Ruto trusts her daughter more than anybody. That's why you are seeing that is happening.
Let me also say something. It's we are a bit deviating from the topic, but wacha tu tuongee tumalize. The family has an issue, and from what I've just told you, that the two elder watoto si watoto wa Mama Rachel, you can understand why they have taken low profile. You've just noted that the two, June Ruto and Nick Ruto, wamechukua very low profile. Mwenye ako Kenya, hizi poles za stima za concrete, munaziona? Nick Ruto ndiye alikuwa na hiyo tenda, the whole country.
I thought hiyo ilikuwa ya Ruto ndo waliletea hiyo ya nini, because I know that concrete poles.
Ilikuwa Nick Ruto. Hata kama ni alert, lakini alipatia mtoto wake. Sasa kama Nick Ruto ako na hiyo tenda na June ako na, so the family has been having an issue. That's why the two watoto hao wakubwa wamechukua very low profile. But hiyo sasa sio nini yetu, hata kama wanapigana hiyo sasa ni hao. I want to say something on what Emo said about the bottom up and the hustler funds. Very quickly. Bottom up was a model that was supposed to be used let me just say, I came across it when I was doing my masters. Hata nilisikia for the first time juzi. It is a top-down, it is a strategy the government can use to make decisions. So unlike our previous governments, which have been making decisions on the top, this ulipata hata the UDA wenyewe could not explain this. They fumbled about it. Now the hustler funds was to get quick money, soft loans, to help these people calling themselves hustlers to access loans very fast to do their businesses. So there were two different things. From what I'm seeing, bottom up is not going to be there because so naona hata vyeo vinapatiwa wale wali campaign, hawazipewi watu wa chini. Ona. And as I wind up, hustler, for many people who are curious about the word hustler, hustler is an English, proper English, meaning somebody who obtains money through false pretense. But not many Kenyans went to the dictionary to check the meaning. But they knew. Tunadanganya wa Kenya, the Kenyans are stupid. Ruto mwenyewe kama Moi angempea wheelbarrow in the 1990s hangefika hapo. We have one MP who is the Kilemba guy, huyu Runyenjes MP. I found this guy in KU on a suspension 5 years. He was suspended because he was elected student leader, akaiba pesa. Wale wamefika KU, Kenyan Without Fujika, unajua KU, kuna place student walikuwa naishi inaitwa KM. Akaanza hapo hoteli, akajenga gorofa 2. That's where he got the money. Unaona? So huyu mtu akona Kilemba hata hawezi toa, ni mtu wa Mungu, but ukimwambia aanze maisha na wheelbarrow hawezi, lazima aibe ndio ainuke hapo.
Ni karibu na mesile iko ile side ya barracks.
Basi we ni mtu wa KU. Sasa hapo hizo gorofa ziko hapo KM. Hizo ni pesa ya wanafunzi jamaa liba kama amechaguliwa student leader. Unaona? So these people found that Kenyans are so stupid. Na hapo hiyo ndio unaona the Shalini Ruto anajaribu kuendeleza. We kama unajua, kumbe unajua hiyo maneno, hizo gorofa.
Wow, sasa amevaa keremba, ameokoka, anapenda Mungu.
Unajua Julia, kuna kitu nani amesema na and maybe Julia you will have to kick me out of this show with what I'm about to say. I'm a very cordial person. Nasipendangi kuongea vitu kali, lakini today I'll say something. If you kick me out and you feel it's not okay, sawa. Lakini kama kuna Wakenya wananisikiza, we have a bunch of leaders that understand that Kenyans are a bunch of uneducated people, illiterate people. Tunatumika. The literate people go become leaders. I mean, leaders, not really good leaders, not corporate, but leaders, what you want to call leaders, which are not leaders, they are public servants. And they know that the majority of the people of our country are illiterate. We are illiterate. And that is the problem, Julia, my dear. That's the biggest problem. And they know that. And that is why they will get a whole watachukua lori wende kufanya roadshow. Wakuje wakuambie ujinga kabisa. Na kwa sababu you're so illiterate, you're not understanding what is happening, then you agree with it. And you will even defend it when it's not okay. Today, ongea na mtu wa UDA hata kama anaumwa, hana chakula kwake, atakwambia Ruto is the best president they've ever had. Na sasa hiyo hata hawezi nunulia mtoto yake chakula. Babu yake amenyang'anywa hata pesa ile alikuwa anapata ya wazee. But because people are so illiterate, there's a problem. Na hiyo ndio ukweli. Is the illiteracy. Is a thing that today no one talks about. Super highway, infrastructure. Watu wanaongea saizi juu ya 500. Julia, badala ujue Thika highway, venye Kibaki alieka Thika highway, inakutoa kutoka Murang'a, inakuleta wapi kuja kuuza nyanya zako asubuhi, unamaliza by 8 usharudi kwenda kuangalia mtoto nyumbani. Traffic na kila kitu, but the illiteracy and the stupidity of Kenyans is what is really actually making people like Ruto anawachezea. That anaweza waletea criminal, mtu ametoka kuua mtu na waeke hapo, what are you gonna do? Mtadu? Cause hata constitution, hata mjui constitution inasemanga nini. Hata chapter 6 hakuna mtu ashaisoma chapter 6 ya constitution that mtu afai hata ku run for that government, for even an elective seat. Ukiwa uko na shida ushei wa mtu ama ushei kuwa accused of something. Today you have people wanaenda jela, walikuwa wanaenda time ya Uhuru. Today you have a judge mwenye alikuwa Uhuru alikuwa amekataa because of his corruption cases. Mchelule running the same akijaribu kuambia ati yeye ndio ana run the nini of the Fort Cherera, yet huo ni mtu alikuwa already ameumwa na kabisa. Uhuru alikataa kumweka because Uhuru is not afraid of Ruto. Raila has never been afraid of anyone. But the rest of the country, the rest of the leaders are afraid of Ruto. Julia, sorry, I hope you don't kick me out, but I wanted to say that because it's the hard truth. Na anafanya Wakikuyu, Wakalenjin, watu wanze hata kujua kuna Wakikuyu na kuna Wakalenjin, na watu wa Sawata country kuna watu wengine. We almost had a secession. And it might come back again. Because the other tribes might just get rid of it. And Julia is the reason I come here and say I am happy because of our country, because we are more united now that than we've ever had. We have the Kikuyus, we have the Kalenjins, and then the rest of the tribes that have always been there with us in this fight that we are fighting. Julia, you're here. Oji Danganya, you are a Kikuyu. We've seen Kalenjins come here. But you agree with us, the rest of the country. And we have to be one country. And we're not going to let Ruto to separate. Because you are my sister, you will always be my sister. And even the Kalenjins. So Julia, pole, hapo nimeenda vibaya, nimeruka kidogo. So I'm going to let you run the rest of the show. I'm going to listen. I'm going to be here. I'm going to take a second part of it because nimekuja hard on that one. It's something that I've wanted to say for a long time. So I know nitagongwa kidogo, but it's fine. So Julia, you're running the show.
Umeenda wapi Ndeto na mimi natoka kidogo?
Hapana, usitoke. Last time uliniambia unaenda kupika chai na huku niletea chai.
Hakuna mtu kutoka, mkitoka tunatoka.
I just leave and come back. Then I went and then I
how are
came
you?
back because somebody started annoying me. Somebody called. Anaitwa nani huyu?
Nani?
Huyu anaitwa nani Ndeto? Huyu alikuwa hapa jana.
Ilikuwa ni nani? Mi nilikuwa nangojea chai uende uniletee chai, uliniambia unaenda
Yeah, that
kupika
man
chai.
who was talking about Kebaki and saying Kebaki is a killer. Unakumbuka ni nani huyo?
Yeah, I remember that.
I forget his name.
Nitakwambia, yeah, I forget to.
Alinirudisha. Sasa nikasema aya, huyu simwachi. Lakini tunaona Michael was saying a good thing, and Michael, you are trying to tell us that these people did not even understand what is bottoms up. Yeah, hawakuelewa kabisa. But I don't think it is understanding Michael. They had no intentions of changing the lives of Kenyans. The intention was looting, and that is what they are doing with this hustler fund. Hii pesa utasikia watu walisamehewa, mtasikia ati tulipea watu pesa na wakurudisha, na sisi tunapenda wananchi, tumewasamehe. It is because they will have stolen this money. That is what they will have done. Maggie, say something before we bring in Stone PK.
Stone PK, habari yako? No, I don't have. Let Stone PK take my place.
Salama ndugu zangu na dada zangu, hamjambo?
Hatujambo.
Asante Julia, you want me to say something?
Say anything that you want to say on the RUTO. Are we going? Someone is saying that 100 days of RUTO administration, hell on earth. I think, are we already in hell? I mean, Mr. Kikwenda hell.
Okay.
Talk about that.
Thank you so much. I said when I've been listening as I was moving around. I'm in a bit tight situation, but I said I think we need to really bring back everything to the track. Nilisema tunajaribu kuwa distracted as usual, not to focus on the ball. The ball is that mwizi alichukua uongozi wa Kenya. Tusianze debate za kina Shalin, those are non-entities. Recho, hiyo ni useless to us. Does that then matter whether Recho amepigwa, hajapigwa? You know, now when you discuss about Recho, discuss about Shalin, you are trying to window dress the integrity of RUTO as if RUTO has any iota of integrity. RUTO is a thug. He beats the wife, it is known. He doesn't respect women, it is known. It is common. Hata mtoto wa nursery anajua this man does not respect anything about women. All what he needs is to go with them to room 350 and do what others do. That is who he is. And it is his upbringing. It is his background. That's what they believe in from wherever he comes from. You see, for me, I don't reserve myself. I don't apologize like Brother Ndeto. Anaongea, anaweka step 10 mbele, anarudi 20 nyuma. Apologizing for the truth. My friend Ndeto, you have to be principled. What you are saying is truth. Don't apologize for it. Whoever doesn't like it can hang. That's what my dad used to tell me. I tell you the truth. Kama upendi, meza wembe. Ukiipenda, ichukue. So the truth of the matter is these guys have no background of women respect. Hana hiyo. Ruto hajawahi kurespect mwanamke yoyote. The man, any man who lifts a hand to slap a woman, hata akiwa ni pope leo, that reduces your dignity to zero. You start again. You start afresh. You confess, unapiga magoti. Then we try to cleanse you. You don't beat a lesser. Women were provided to us by God. Hata ikiwa unafuata hiyo Biblia anasema, for him is not a Bible, it's rubbish. Yeah? Anyone who believes in the Bible will never lift a hand to slap a woman. Si ndio? Na hakuna mtu atasikia ati a woman is superior than me. Because hiyo superiority inatoka wapi?
PK amesema if you don't like what you say you can go jump into the lake. if you, if you kama hupendi chenye PK anasema
dakika kidogo tu naja.
Kama upendi chenye PK anasema you cannot go jump into the lake. PK is telling us actually, I mean, I think things should be put in black and white. And really like what Michael was saying, can we find the Orengos? Can we, okay, I don't know what have happened to Orengo. Can we find the Imanyara, the Moites? Can we find another baba? Mimi nataka kuuliza maswali. Na Michael ataniambia. Michael niambie, tutatoa wapi baba mwingine kama Raila? Tutamtoa wapi? Matiba went. Matiba is late. We had a Matiba. That was a daredevil. We had the Rubias. We had the Imanyaras. I mean, we have Mother Karua, and many foolish Mount Kenya people don't like Mother Karua. Mother Karua is equal to more than 10 men. You know?
Hey, Nani, let me ask you. We not ask you. I want you. We also had that lady that actually did the infrastructure, not the infrastructure, the forestry and everything. What was that?
Wangari Maathai, the Nobel
Wangari
Prize.
Maathai. Thank you.
She's a Nobel Prize winner. I mean, we had people walikuwa na msimamo. Lakini Michael, let me tell you something. Me, I'm here. I don't support Baba because he's my tribesman. I just believe in his principles, period. And also, Baba was working with Mother, period. And somebody asked, some people, okay, somebody is reminding the person was Muzarendo. Thank you, Sarah. It was Muzarendo who was trying to annoy me last night, talking the nonsense about Kibaki, and I couldn't let him get away with it because he came here making allegations that Kibaki killed people in 2007 when you know who was taken to Hague in 2007 for killings. Now, not to go back to that. Now, I was okay with I'm okay with Baba's principles and Mother's principles, but going beyond that, Kenyans, Baba promised several things. Baba promised 6,000 shillings to 2 million families in Kenya who cannot put bread on their table. Now, Baba promised free education. Baba promised that we were going to have one county, one product. Now, and that was going to create jobs for our young people. Baba talked about the young people and how he was going to make sure they are certified at their skills. Now, if Baba only, you see, kama Baba angekuwa president, Ndeto, Michael, Stone, and Maggie, saizi the first thing tugemuliza, saizi the first month tugemuliza Baba, wapi 6,000 shillings for the 2 million families? We would have held him accountable. Tunataka kuona hiyo pesa. And I'm sure Baba would have done that because Baba and Mother said they know where the money is and all of us know where the money goes. Now, Baba said that he was going to provide free education. This serikali ya majambazi, it is not only making life so difficult for students and parents, they have even withdrawn the subsidy that Uhuru had provided. Wacha maneno ya Baba saying free education. Uhuru alikuwa ametoa subsidy, amepena subsidy ya masomo. So wamechukua hiyo subsidy. So I understand that fee is going to the tune of 70,000. I think the lowest fee for boarding schools in Kenya, Michael. You can tell us more how much fee is going to be next month. Sasa angalieni vile tumerudi nyuma. Nyinyi wa Kenya, first hii uchaguzi ilibiwa. But those of you who had the audacity to walk to the polling station to vote for this government, I think we shall hold you for many years for sending this country to the dogs. And that is why somebody is saying that Kenya is going to hell. I don't know. Wacha nifikishe hapo Ndeto.
Thank you so much, Julia. I think that was a very good open forum. The evening show that we do inakuwaga very open, so if you feel like you want to talk about anything, siko hapa niseme ati huu ndo anaongea saizi ama atafanya nini. We try to have because this is gonna be a closing show. Hapa tunajaribingi sasa tunakuwa open, so if you feel like you want to say something, we will let you talk. So Michael, I think this is the first time that tumekuja kwa hii show nikiwa for the most people that wanajua hii show ya hapa jioni, sasa tunakujanga tunafunguka tu, you know, because we need to talk about our conversation. We talk like we can be talking tukiwa karibu, tumekaa mahali tunakula kadina, but all said and done, Michael, usiende mahali. Mama Megi, umenyamaza sana, wacha tukusikia unasema nini. Alafu Michael, if you want to interject you can. This is a very open forum the way we do in the evening time. I always like it ikuwe tu open, watu waongee. Kuna ile ya kwanza, ile ya Bernard, hiyo inakuwaga pale, but also we try not to see overdo, unajua, tusirukiane juu. We just have a conversation so that we talk. Mama Megi, kuna kitu nataka kusema? I think pia Michael anataka kusema kitu.
Kenyan with love. Sasa kurukiana juu ndio ni nini? Hakuna kurukiana juu, saa hizi ni kuongea, because we really love that country. Unajua vile snow imeanguka huko, I can't even come out of this room.
Okay, Maggie, by the way, nimesikia Maggie, a minute Maggie, nimesikia ndeto kuna cyclone or something. Mkuwe careful, kuna umeona hiyo weather updates.
I'm telling you this.
Iko pande gapi? Iko pande gani? Cause leo aki leo nilichapwa na -16. Sijiona -16.
Yeah.
And that is negative. Okay, that is could be centigrade. Lakini we are going negative Fahrenheit. So by the time some states are going negative Fahrenheit, that is too much cold.
Yeah.
Sasa nimesikia kuna snow inaanguka, mkuwe careful. If you don't have to drive, msitoke nje. Somebody ameniambia sijui nifanyie gari yangu huko hakuna snow South Carolina, lakini mkisikia kuna snow South Carolina, then the rest of the US is doing so badly.
I'm telling you it's worse this place, and I'm going to work, imagine.
Unaenda kazini saa hii?
Yeah.
Are you going to work now?
No, I'll be going at 10 o'clock. There's still time, but I don't know how it's gonna be when I'll be driving now.
Mama Megi, by the time I was coming from my work, sige za fungua mlango ilikuwa imekwama kabisa. So I had to giggle and, you know, wiggle mpaka ikafunguka. Hata dirisha yangu saizi ya passengers haiwezi teremka. Imefreeze.
Yeah. Watu wangu unaweza maliza, unajua hiyo ni ya wale mko US. Sasa wale
aendelea Stone.
No, Mama Megi alikuwa ongea. Mama Megi ndio ulikuwa ukiongea. So tunde, alafu cause nilikuwa najua pia Michael alikuwa akitaka kuongea.
No, Stone had been speaking that akasema
nilipata emergency. Wacha nimalize.
Wacha amalize.
Bwana Ndeto programa. Kwetu mbele mnaitwa programa.
Wacha.
Sasa let me finish. So I was just saying, let's not tusipulize, unauma unapuliza. When it's bad, call it bad, Ndeto. I mean, Kenyan with love, Julia. When we come here as panelists, we decided we are not coming to debate. This is not time for debate. It is time to express and give guidance. Debate tuliacha secondary school. Tuliacha maneno ya mother is better than father many years ago. Doctor is better than teacher many years ago. Engineer is better than sijui nini, mchawi. Here we are supposed to give direction based on facts. I think that is what even Bernard says. Facts. And facts are this way, that the government, that Kenya has lost track. That's a fact. That Kenya has been duped into believing in things that don't work. A fact. Number two, that the election that happened were rigged. Fact. That whoever is the president today in Kenya stole election. Fact. So when you have fact, then it is what should we do as Kenyans? That is what we've not been addressing. And that's why I think whenever we open this TV, the discussion is kura ziliibiwa wananchi. Na ule aliiba kura is not even trying to even correct. You know, sometimes nikiiba kitu yako, ndugu Mato, Julia, that feeling that whatever dress I'm wearing I stole, nilianua. Mtaani ilikuwa watu wale waizi walikuwa wanaanua, ukianika viatu zinaanuliwa. Jamaa amevaa Sunday, anajua hizi viatu ni za Kenya with love nimevaa. Sasa unamkuta mkiingia church, unamsho bro, hizi njumu ni zangu. Anakusho bro, acha tu kwanza church iishe tutabonga. But ule mbaya alikuwa unamwambia hivyo, anaanza kukupiga if you are Yanga. That's a Sugu thief. The president today is a Sugu thief. Sasa Sugu thief mtaani ilikuwa amekupiga leo, you go and organize your bigger brothers, your sympathizers, you organize a mob to corner Kenya with love who stole my shoes and wants to beat me every time I ask him, ananipiga jumi ni mdogo. So I organize, tunakutime wewe, tukiwa vijana kama 20, we get back shoes za Stone PK and then we beat you thoroughly so that unakuwa funzo kwa wale wengine. This is what I personally am propagating. I will not debate anything else. Okay? So because we know this guy has stolen, don't start sanitizing him. Wacha kuongea maneno ya familia yake. There is no way. Wacha kuongea maneno ya loan, sijui Fuliza ameleta. Hakuna mwizi ambaye project yake huwa ni kusaidia umma. Utasaidiaje wala watu unaibia? I mean, we are losing it. How do you expect Ruto to help Kenyans? This guy is a thief. Proven. Then you are starting analyzing his programs, sijui bottoms up. It will never work. Ruto has never had any interest of human beings on earth.
Exactly.
That's period. That's another fact. It reminds me of somebody called Felice Kabuga of Rwanda. This guy who murdered people, the genocide and everything and all that. And then you expect that guy, if I wish you guys could, if you don't remember what happened, you go to YouTube, you'll get the documentaries talking about Felician Kabuga, you know, how he even murdered Munuve Kenyans here who tried to reveal him. And he had a whole trail of people he murdered along before he got arrested. Okay, this is history repeating itself. So you talk of Ruto, oh, sijui loan yake itasaidiwa. You are even trying to analyze how many have paid, how many have. My good God, you are wasting your time. You are wasting your sweet time as Kenyans. Tafadhali tusianalyze ati Ruto atakuja kuwa successful. Hakuna mtu ambaye anaitwa MWIZI. Na hiyo mwizi Kiluya ni mwizi, Kibaluya ni mwizi, Kijaluo ni mwizi, Kikamba ni mwizi. Mwizi ni mwizi. Na mwizi is not aibangi kusaidia watu. So that we should not be. What we should be debating is, huyu mwizi kabla afanye yale ambayo mnaweka hapa, like I see now they are saying they want to get Ruto out of his way. Who are they? Kenyans and whoever is brought this topic. Who are these people? There's no, hakuna watu. It is Ruto. Why are we pretending? Why are we so much cowards? Kenyans, we are cowards. You are using the phrase we at ya Kiingereza na American at we. You and who? Raila has the people. And he has himself. Those two unity. The two units. Raila himself as a person and the masses. Those two, Raila plus the masses, that's a lethal bomb. It's a bomb. It's lethal for anybody in that country. The moment you activate Raila plus the masses, Ruto will go home in 30 seconds. So what should Ruto do as Mwizi Sugu is to ensure that these two are not connected. So he will do everything possible to disconnect that. It's like those of you who have the bomb or military knowledge, you know what happens when you have a hand grenade in your hand. It is useless until you remove the pin. Unaweza cheza nayo kama ball, unaweza cheza kalongo nayo, lakini ukitoa pin, then it becomes what it is. So therefore, Ruto will struggle to make sure that the pin does not come out, that Mwananchi and Raila do not connect, because that's lethal. If that circuit is done, kwisha. Kenya Kwanza itakuwa Kenya kwisha. Kenya Kwanza itakwisha, and Raila will regain the power. So what do you do as Ruto? It is to ensure you do everything possible, including what you guys are talking about in beautiful language, including elimination. And this is not news to Kenyans. Let's not be modest. Tunaanza ati sijui Mato unaogopa, ni kama ukienda Kenya utashikwa, sijui nini, ati unajua ukweli.
This issue of elimination.
Yes, including that. There is everything. There is that trail. So anybody as president today would want Raila out of his way. The masses, he will deal with them, because the masses without the pin, they will do nothing. That's why we didn't go to Jacaranda, because the pin was not there. The pin was sent to missions, stupid missions all over. Atikwenda sijui kupeana high level speeches, and which are useless to Kenyans. All right. So basically, ninachangia hiyo topic ya kwanza. He wants Baba ende, and that's what will happen. So mchukue hiyo vizuri. And when you are addressing this, is how do you prevent that, and how do you mobilize the mentality of the Kenyans who are gullible. Kenyans are gullible because poverty is reigning. Unapatia mtu 1,500, 500,000 you give to a Kenyan living in Kibera. What do you expect? Half a million. Half a million to a Kenyan living in Kibera, kwa kanyumba kale kamabati, ana njaa, ana cha kufeed. Januari kuna watoto wanatakikana. Now we are here, every kid will have to pay school fees. Yeah, hata hizo nyumba za mabati kuna rent inalipwa. Kuna kama ana stima, ana mafuta hata kununua juu ya ile kitu inaitwa country. Then huyo Mkenya who is very active fighting for the rights of others, unampatia 1,300. Kwisha, finished. And the lie we've been giving ourselves also is that, Kenyans are very ahead, they are very learned, they are very exposed, we are the best in Africa, very industrious. Yes, it's true, but what percentage is that? What is the percentage of the guys in the US, Europe, and Sweden, and everywhere else working very hard? What is that percentage out of 50 million? Let's face the reality. Kenyans, we've been made to run away from numbers. Tunatumia ile shosho yangu anatumianga, tuko wengi, na saa hizo mko watatu. Tuliaige mono, ini Kikuyu and ini Kimbere, tulikuwa wengi. Kuna kamunyama tunapeananga example, kanaitwa kaskwiro. Tukikatega, kakishikwa kwa ile mtego, kanasemanga, I know I'm not alone. There are many others who have been captured like me. Kumbe ni yeye peke yake ameshikwa na mtego, anaenda kuchinjwa na kijana na kulwa nyama. That is Kenyans now. Kenyans think, we are very educated. We are this. Now they were saying we are very democratic, and then your enemies will come and propagate and tell you it is true. You are so democratic. Tell me the truth. With the tenets of democracy, rate Kenya. Kenya would rate almost 0, because the tenet number 1 is free and fair election. Period. It's not freedom of speech. I can have my freedom of speech anytime, but I want to have a freedom of, if I elect Kenyan with love as my chairman, yeye ndiye anapronouncewa ameshinda Julia. If he got 3 votes, there are 3. Julia 2. Maggie 1. So I want to see 3, 2, 1. I don't want to see Julia vote added to Kenya with love. Then Julia is given 0. If he had 10, 1 is removed and she remains with 0, then that 1 is added to the. That is the first tenets tenant of democracy, free choice of whoever. Nikitaka kuchagua Kiwete, it's my choice. So for me, I rate Kenya as 0 in terms of democracy. Yeah. You have been having leaders that you've not elected. Then you go all over the world being praised. And you are being praised, oh, Kenya, you are so good, you have upheld democracy. Wapi? When you are being told to uphold Muizi as you are a convicted thief who is supposed to be in committee, somebody who stole Muteshi land, and you are there seated saying Mutukufu. It's only Kenya where I hear the word Mutukufu. Mutukufu. You know Mutukufu means what? That is only left for God. It's only left for God, Mutukufu. So basically, we've been duped, tumedanganywa that we are the best, yet we are not the best. Kumbe tunagandamizwa for people to come and take over our country, which they are about to, and they will sit and control as they are doing through corruption. And that's why you guys are saying, oh, Wakikuyu walidanganywa and all that. Not Wakikuyu, it's all Kenyans. I heard people saying Kikuyus were lied to because they love money. Every Kenyan now loves money. Go to even a place in Turkana there. Huyo Mturkana mpatie 20,000 mwambie nionyeshe chief mahali yuko. Shika hii enda upekee chief sumu. I'll give you 500,000. Ataua huyo chief wao. Nani labda ni even a brother or a relative. Because of what? Poverty. Which Moi told you guys, but you forgot. Moi said, ile kitu iko shida na Mwafrika. Number 1, nywele ngumu. Number 2, umaskini. So you can manipulate a beggar. And that's why Ruto, instead of bringing you food, he brings you fertilizer. Yeah. So you guys, you'll go in vicious cycle. You know, mnazunguka tu on the same spot, trying to look for solution. Kumbe solution is, if you can't get rid of him, let him be. Then you swallow. In my tribe, we say, ikizaa mtoto moto, bado inalamba. That is a cow or any antelope. Because what they do to identify with their kids, inazaa, inaanza kulamba immediately. Hata ikiwa ni moto, inalamba. Sasa Wakenya wajitayarishe kulamba huo moto. Because ndio tu mezalisha. And somebody tells me, we did not elect him. Then if you did not elect him, you are the power. You know what to do. And that's why for me, there is no other option but mass option. That is the only solution. Na hata tutazunguka 100 days measure, we'll go for 1,000 days until the day we agree it is mass action.
But mass, you know, is coming in January. Sifuna has told us. Yeah,
that's
January,
okay.
January we have a mass.
For me, I have a problem with January. Why not yesterday?
Sifuna alisema nini hiyo Magina Stone?
Alisema
why not
kila mtu atashika sufuria anaenda State House. Tunaenda kutafuta unga huko.
Why not yesterday, Meg?
Why did he say that? Today?
Sufuria itamea kesho.
No, he said in Kamkunji. You didn't listen? Sifuna said, yeah. January, we are going there. Kila mtu na sufuria yake. Ruto anaenda kutupatia hiyo unga na mahindi.
Anyway, mimi nitapoza hapo, nitakuja baadaye kidogo mato take back, alafu nitauliza Megi maswali. Kwa nini si jana?
Tunaendea unga.
Jana unajua tulikuwa tuanze Stone PK. Tulikuwa tuanze Jamhuri na baba naye akacancel ati anaenda sijui wapi. I don't know where he was going to, because mimi I don't think he even came here.
Kwanza hiyo kitu ya baba, nyinyi watu niambieni. Sasa Michael na kina muniambie tu. Hiyo kitu ya baba really annoyed me. Sijui baba alichotoa ama nini. Was baba bribed to keep quiet? Why is baba right now? Is it that kwa nini amenyamaza? Somebody
amenyamaza kijinga, lakini watu wameamua, kila mtu sasa wameamua in Kenya. Hatuta wait for him. We are not going to wait for him because he's really delaying us. Things are going
You know, this issue of eliminating Raila, Since Raila came to the US, if at all he came there, I've been thinking Raila was poisoned. So, nyinyi muko US, I don't know how US operate. I have that strong feeling that this guy was poisoned in the US.
Poison
Even before.
Is he
poison
dead?
in his body or his mind? What do you mean poison?
Body. Before you had the prophecy of this prophet who was saying Raila will be poisoned. Before he came out with that prophecy, me Raila coming to the US, I was not for it and I'm still not for it. Could be hii kitu mnaona rumor huu mtu ana prophesies, could be it's nini already, but nyinyi mnajua US vile kama hiyo inawezekana huko. Aya, huyu PK anasema why not jana ama why not today? Let us not bury our head in the sand and pretend. Mwenye ako kwa power leo si wale tumeona, wale ambao waliona Moi wanasema Moi was bad.
Michael,
Huh?
you know, this is a channel that is an international channel. Eh?
It's okay. Let us talk that Kenyan with love. Let us talk. Nobody.
Okay, he was saying something. I think he was saying something. He was saying something constructive. So what I think he is not so.
Okay, I will not say hiyo kitu I have an inner conviction something might happen. No, sasa mwenye ako uongozini leo, just the same way they were saying Ruto si Uhuru. Huyu ni mtu ambaye anaogopwa. Ukiona mtu kama Tuoli whom I thought is a mafia amekimbia huko, you need strategy how to go to the street. That mass action. Sahi unaona wanasema a lot of thugs wako in the streets. Ebu enda pale munafanya hiyo mass action. He will do that, alafu anasema nyinyi ndio thugs munasumbua Kenya. So you need time to calculate how approach. Kama sahi watu wameacha Raila peke yake because wengine wameogopa wote. So Raila, kama wewe na uko na wananchi, you cannot just wake up when they at mass action. You need to know what you are going to touch. Maybe for those who are not kama mmesahau kidogo 2018 wakati Raila alienda pale Uhuru Park akakula Biblia. I don't know kama mnajua sababu ya Githu Muigai kuresign. This guy, the current president, wanted chukua huyu mtu unyonge. Unaona? Of which kama yeye ndiye angekuwa president hiyo siku angenyonga huyu Raila.
Na angekula. Let me tell you something.
Ajaribu. Sikuwa nimemaliza vizuri.
Ajaribu tu, hata hiyo unasema sijui you will know who can.
Let me tell you. Military kushuka Uhuru Park na kuchukua Raila, tutarusha mawe, but the end of it watakuwa wamemnyonga. Hata kama Kenya itakuwa itawaka.
Which military? Which one?
Sasa, that's where wisdom in leadership comes. Uhuru in his wisdom akasema pana, we cannot go. But yeye unajua ni kiongozi ambaye hana hekima. He's a president without wisdom who thinks vile unafikiria si yeye vile anafikiria. Yeye anafikiria nitaua Raila na nipige raia bunduki wasini. Lakini Uhuru did not see it like that. Unaona? So that's why I'm saying you need to, ukiona watu wote, listen, niliona huyu former governor Kiambu huyu alishikilia Waititu. Nikaona press conference Kiambu pia wameenda kwa Ruto. Ni uoga. Kanisa leo wameogopa. Hii US takataka hii, I was a good student of history. What made the multi-party troop to be successful was the pressure from foreign pressure. The murder of Robert Huko, which attracted a lot of pressure from the international bodies. But international body unaangalia ati US ndio they are in bed with the current regime which is oppressing people. So unataka kuanza wapi? Lazima muangalie, yes, nataka kwa raia wako na mimi. Which other international bodies would be in our support. Because if you read the history, what the factors that made the 1992 group, the history from 1990 to 1992, international pressure was a factor in that. So I think nimekuambia why it cannot be jana, it cannot be today. It is something that needs to be looked at carefully.
Let me say something. I want to nataka kuelimisha Michael kidogo and everybody else. Julia, if you allow me. Now, when you see there is so much dynamic that has happened and people wamebaki nyuma. Gone are the days of international support. Because of what? The international support, hiyo kitu tunaita international, that era is gone. It was the era of integrity when we had some people who stood for human right and some people who were against it. Today, nobody is for human right. The evil has ruled the world. Today is what is in there for me. My brother, I'm telling you this. I've been all over this. Hiyo tunaita UN, tunaita sijui wapi, I don't want to name them. It is every man for himself. The Bible even has said, these are the times when it is individualistic thinking. So, and the only one of the leaders in Africa who has recognized that and is now hated. And that last week he was joined by another leader. Now we have two leaders in Africa who have said kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. It is Kagame. Kagame does not care about, Michael, what you are talking about international. There is nothing called international. It is individual interest. China is interested because of its people. Okay? Whatever other country is interested in, what are they going to get and gain in Kenya? All right. I want that to be very clear. So tusianze kusema that you can't do this. Yeah. Because the international
is in it. Please.
It is in it.
I'm sick about
And
that.
this is where everybody is bitter about Baba. Baba was lied to.
Yeah.
And because hiyo ilikwisha. America has their individual interest in Kenya. Kenya collapse, waweke madawa yao huko, ndio biashara zao ziendelee. So bro Mike, wachana na maneno ya international. It is a leader, it is the leader who will stand with his people, then you die for your people. Like Kagame alisema kwa hiyo meeting, aliulizwa how was the meeting? Akasema it was just a meeting and there it was. An African leader saying, it's like he said it was garbage, but he used a softer word. Akasema it was just a meeting. Okay? What did the Ghana president say and do in his speech? You guys, you should play those clips. This was one of the worst meetings that have ever been organized by Hao Munaita, and then they were left with a rotten egg on their faces because of these two guys. Because of why? Waliangalia, wakaanalyze. And then, Baba's speech was kitu ingine. It was heavy.
I'm in the airport. I'm supposed to fly. Let me say something quickly.
Unafly wapi Alex wewe?
Don't worry.
Sasa unanikat wewe Alex wewe.
Okay, wacha nikuache umalize basi.
Unajua mimi ni mkoyone bwana, lazima
Na ndio maana
Alex, go ahead.
Okay, there is a clip that you guys have not seen. I've sent it to Ndeto. And I hope Ndeto can send it to Julia because I don't have Julia's number. There is a job that Baba has been given. When Baba came to Washington, D.C., there was a job that he was given. And the job is that he's going to oversee all elections in Africa. Next week, he's going to Abuja. Okay? And from there, he went to Germany. And the Germans spoke with him. And remember, he was with the the chancellor, and some ministers. And he was given some money to bring to Kenya for development. So Baba has been bribed. Next
We
week
don't
he's
want to
going.
hear that. We don't want to hear that. Hiyo ujinga ya baba sasa itutatupa.
Wacha nimalize. Next week he's going to Abuja to oversee the elections. Ndeto, tafadhali tumia Julia hiyo clip so that people can see and understand why Baba is quiet. We play that clip here so that you guys can see the reason why Baba is quiet, so that you can analyze and see. The biggest mistake that Baba did was to come to Washington, D.C., because they knew the meeting that was going to be in Kamkunji or Jacaranda was going to be a game changer. And the Americans are the ones who put RUTO in the power. Next week, Biden is coming to Kenya. Do you know that? Next week, Biden is coming to Kenya. So when you look at the interest of America in Kenya, it's appalling. The ambassador of America came only maybe 2 weeks to elections. So Julia, weka your clip so that people can see how Baba was bribed, so that you can analyze and see why Baba is quiet.
Okay, that was my time. Thank you, thank you, ndugu Alex. Moderator ni nani? Ni Kenyan ama ni Julia? Anyway,
ni Julia for now.
Okay, let me proceed, bro. Sasa, Alex, thank you for that, and wale ma engineer ambao wako Matona Julia, they will see what to do. The clip will be assessed, and then they will do what is needful. But thank you for that info. For me, I would still maintain my stand that I said that for salvage in this country, it is Baba plus the people. Now, in the absence of Baba, there will always be somebody.
Yes.
There will never be a vacuum. And for me, I've always given Baba as number one. I believe in him. But I always say, God forbid, assuming, for example, God forbid, he's not there. Does it mean the fight for the rightfulness will end? No.
Exactly.
No. So what we need to do,
Son PK, tuachane na hiyo mambo ya Baba.
Yeah.
We still have Kalonzo. We still
We
have
have
Martha
all.
Karua, who are still
Yes.
standing with the people.
Yes.
Kama Baba can be bribed, I know Kalonzo will not be bribed. Martha Karua will not be bribed, and many other people, Lesekina, all those people, they are still with Azimio, and we still know we can put our country in the right place we want it to.
Thank you. And then the other thing is, if Baba does not see this mockery, unaambiwa you are overseeing elections in Africa, sijui all the world. How do you, Julia, you are a teacher. You are assuming you are such a very poor teacher, like one of my teachers who taught us for 2 weeks. She was mathematics. 1 minute. 1 minute. Let me give an example with my sister Julia. Julia, we ni mwalimu. We have two types of teachers. We have a mathematics teacher that is so, she can solve or he can solve any problem. Akiingia kwa ubao, anaanzisha hesabu from left to right, anajaza hiyo board, anaweka answer pale chini, talking to him or herself without explaining things to the children. The pupils or the learners wanashindwa tu a gap. For like 5 minutes, this guy or this lady has been calculating kabisa, very genius. Alafu anasema, that is the answer, and that's how it's supposed to be done. And then you have this other teacher who explains every step by step. Anauliza, is there anybody who is not understanding this? Anaenda, instead of taking 5 minutes calculating to the answer, anachukua the 40 minutes lesson to ensure that 3/4 of the kids have understood how to solve that problem if it comes tomorrow. Who is the best teacher? Ni huyo. Now, for us today, we know that our best teacher in terms of, yes. in terms of organizing and delivering is Baba plus Watu. Now, in the absence of Baba, another teacher will emerge. And that teacher is the one we will call the leader. And they are there. Only that, with all due respect, like for example, if I was one, I would not want to come and undermine Baba. I would ensure Baba exhausts all his whatever. Number two, Baba cannot go and oversee elections huko nje. Mwalimu unaenda kufunza huko and your own class does not understand you. Things are not correct. Elections in Kenya have not attained the standards that there's. How? So you will be overseeing election, giving on what atakuwa anatumia baseline gani? In fact, that's the wild goose chase now. It's just being sent out of the world to go chasing that goose over there, yet kwake kuna ungua. And Baba legacy will go down into flames. Baba legacy, which he has suffered for, he has almost died for, imekwisha. Akianza hiyo maneno ya going over the world, supervising. What can he do about elections in Mauritius, in Nigeria? Atafanya nini?
I wish you saw that clip first so that you can understand. No, I was shocked.
We understand, Alex.
Okay, let me play it. Then you comment on it. Let me play it. Then you comment on it.
Yeah,
it's important for us to see it. I was shocked.
What benefit is it to supervise elections in Nigeria?
No, just see the clip first.
It doesn't make sense. Whatever it is, it's annoying. It's annoying.
Kazi yenye hadhi ya kimataifa. Raila Odinga aangukia donge la kazi yenye hadhi ya kimataifa. Karibu katika taarifa za Erand Digit, unakumbuka kusubscribe. Kinara wa muungano wa Azimio la Umoja Raila Odinga sasa amepewa jukumu kubwa la kuwajibikia katika kuhutubia makongamano ya kimataifa kuhusu chaguzi za mataifa kuanzia mnamo Januari mwaka 2023. Jukumu la kimataifa linajiri miezi michache tu baada ya Raila Odinga kupoteza uchaguzi wa rais kwa mpinzani wake wa karibu sana, Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Kiongozi huyo wa Azimio ametikwa jukumu la kushughulikia masuala ya njia za kuandaa chaguzi zinazoaminika kote barani Afrika. Hafla yake ya kwanza hata hivyo imepangwa kufanyika Abuja katika taifa la Nigeria, ambapo Raila Odinga atakuwa mzungumzaji rasmi kwenye hafla hiyo. Kongamano la 14 la kila mwaka la uongozi bora litahudhuriwa na Raila Odinga, huku akitarajiwa kuhimiza haja ya kuwa na uchaguzi wa huru na haki. Zaidi ya hayo, Odinga alichukuliwa kwa sababu ya msukumo wake wa muda mrefu wa kuwakomboa Waafrika kutoka kwa uongozi wa udikteta. Kauli mbiu ya mkutano wa mwaka huo nchini Marekani ilifanyika kwa sadfa wakati ambapo nchi hiyo inaelekea kwenye uchaguzi mkuu, kwa kuambatana vima na vilele vya Raila Odinga kutaka uchaguzi huru wa haki na wa kuaminika usio na matatizo, ilisema gazeti la The Star katika ripoti yake. Bwana Odinga amechaguliwa kuwa sehemu ya tukio hilo baada ya kushindwa kwa mara yake ya 5 sasa katika chaguzi zilizopita mara kwa mara, huku Odinga akishutumu tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka hapa nchini IEBC inayoongozwa na Wafula Chebukati kwa kumuibia ushindi wake. Kwa hivyo Raila Odinga anatarajiwa kuchambua mada hiyo katika mkutano huo na hatimaye kutoa maoni yake kuhusu jinsi nchi za Afrika Mashariki zinaweza kuwa na demokrasia ya kudumu kupitia upigaji kura wa kuaminika. Waandalizi wa hafla hiyo walisema. Mtazamaji, wazo lako ni lipi kuhusiana na swala hili la Raila Odinga kupata lucrative job?
Toa hiyo kitu Julia.
Toa hiyo nani Julia? Julia, let me tell you. Maggie, wait. That is nonsense.
Those are not news.
Disregard that.
Alex,
I saw it. I know that kind of combination. Please, let's mute.
Propaganda ya watu wa
Maggie. Okay, Maggie ongea basi. Ongea, mimi nitaongea baadaye.
Mi nasema whatever you have played, those are propaganda from Kenya Kwisha. You know, you must be very careful, you guys. They are trying by all means to put you. Sasa si munaona jump sijui Raila. I know Raila. He cannot do something like that. Na
And
tena
the question
unasikia
is, Maggie,
eh?
swali, niko na swali Maggie. Mbona hatujasikia hizi news from NTV, Citizen, KTN? Let me tell you,
Exactly.
anything you don't
That's my
hear
question.
from these mainstream TVs,
Yes. Hiyo
it
ni
is just
propaganda
data press.
from Kenya Kwisha. Yeah. Wamekwisha
Alex,
mpaka they don't
umetulet
know what to
down
do.
sana.
So just disregard that kind of news.
Alex, umetulet down sana. Huyu mtu
No, I
anaongeaga
am not letting you down. I called.
picha,
Listen.
amechukua picha
No,
ya Raila
listen.
akiwa anataka US,
Listen.
anatengeneza for
Listen.
viewers.
When I saw that thing, I said it was propaganda. I called some sources and asked, "Is this true?" I refused completely for 2 days. I asked 3 people, and they told me it is true. He's going to Abuja next week.
No, nothing like that, Mr. Alex. I
Thank you,
always
Alex.
respect you.
Thank
I
you.
always respect you so much, but now the thing you have brought in front of us today, when I'm here, that is not true, and it is something which is not called for. I think let us be sober and
You are in denial.
I'm not that I'm in denial. Kama munasema ukweli, nitasema yes. Lakini
Let's say this. Let's say
you
this.
know,
It is not true then. But
kama
let's,
si
if we find it
hiyo
true then.
propaganda, hata ukisikia mwenye ana nini anaongea, he's not even a journalist. First of all, he's not even a broadcaster. Kama ingekuwa imetoka kwa NTV, ingekuwa imetoka kwa KTN, ingekuwa imetoka kwa whatever KBC, those mainstream whatever media ningekubali, lakini hiyo ni mtu nini. That's uncalled for. I'm on denial, and I will not take that one. That it is not true. The Raila cannot do something like that.
If
Yes, Michael. Sijui kama Michael. I agree with, as Michael tries to come back, I agree with Maggie. I mean, let me say this. I belong to this school of thought. Anything I don't see in NTV, Citizen, na KTN, you know, they are mainstream media. They are so mainstream that they are very careful. I think they always release what they can verify. So, because I haven't seen that information from those 3 media stations, then I also agree with them, other members of the panel here, Alex. That is just mere propaganda. If we see it from those mainstream media, we'll agree. Another thing I want to say is when it comes to propaganda, there's this thing that Babu Owino has been propagating, and some people that Uhuru played Baba. I will still want to disagree. That was propaganda that has worked very well on Azimio members and successfully disintegrated Azimio, because I ask myself, how could Uhuru spend so much money on campaigning for Baba and play him? My conclusion on that narrative is that Uhuru was outsmarted, did not see this coming. Yes, and he should have stopped the rigging. That is, I only hold him that responsible. He should have stopped. He had the machinery, he had the mechanism, he could have stopped the rigging. He could have done what would have taken him to make sure that this corrupt government doesn't get to power. But ati akapanga kucheza Baba, hiyo ni propaganda ya UDA. And people have been propagating it here. And he's selling. And that has caused division in Azimio proper. And UDA has gained seriously on that. And you see people like Babu Owino and others just walking around saying that trash. How could Uhuru spend so much money and his time? He had the choice to let it go, to just keep quiet and not campaign for anybody. So hii pia sio imetokea ni ya UDA, and we are selling it. We should stop that. Let us wait and hear from KTN, NTV, and Citizen announcing that Baba has been appointed. Tukisikia hiyo tutaamini. That is why hata hii story ya Babu ya kusema ati Uhuru played how. The only thing Uhuru didn't do is he didn't rig Baba in. Or he didn't, what Uhuru could have done, maybe according to Babu, is go and refuse to hand over. You see, that is what he could have done. But me, what I blame Uhuru was he wasn't smart. He didn't see it coming. And the people you are working with, whether it is Matiang, some people even say that Matiang used money, ate the campaign money. Some people are walking around saying that. So whether it is Matiang, Kibisho, how watu walilalia kazi yao, they should have seen this coming. They should have stopped it. They had the machinery and the mechanism to stop it. Lakini story ya Uhuru kucheza baba, that one I refuse to buy, is another propaganda coming from UDA camp. And Azimio people have bought that. And I've been talking about it here on the show. And Babu is one of them who was talking somewhere in NTV. How could Uhuru play Baba? How could he plan to play Baba? How could he use all his money? He had the choice not to use his money and let go. He could have just sat and like Kibaki and played non-committal and said that I'm the president and I won't play politics. But he went along, he campaigned all that, only to play Baba. Me, the only thing I blame Uhuru for is that he wasn't watchful. And he was outsmarted in this corrupt election thing. He was outsmarted because he should have seen the behavior of Mother Kome. He should have seen that. He should have seen there's no way you can depend on Chebukati. He should not even have allowed the election to go on. I mean, he should have seen that. That is how I blame Uhuru for. Sasa hii pia Atibaba amechaguliwa, hii ni propaganda ingine imekuja. Atibaba is going somewhere, but let us wait and hear. Let us wait and hear what these other main TV stations will say. If we have not heard that, then Alex, we are sorry, we shall dismiss that as propaganda. That just like I'm dismissing the propaganda of Babu Owino that Uhuru prayed Baba. In fact, I'm beginning to think those who are walking around talking like that are UDA hawks right now. Because you see how that works? This is how that works, Kenyan with Love, Stone PK, Maggie and Alex. It works like this. If you go around saying Uhuru played Baba, all the sympathizers Baba had from Uhuru side, kuisha maneno. Kuisha. That is how it's working. Ati mnatukana Uhuru, mnasema ati played Baba, basi kwendeni na huyo baba yenyu. That is how it is playing, and UDA is achieving on that. So we must not buy that propaganda. Uhuru did not intentionally play Baba. He was just outsmarted in this corrupt game of corruption. He was outsmarted. That is my take. So this other propaganda that is coming that Baba has an appointment, let us wait and hear it from the mainstream media. If we hear that, we shall believe that. But I want to listen to somebody called the gentleman who was here before. That, and I will say, let us pray for Baba, let us pray for his health. Maggie, Alex, and Deto, Stone PK, I don't know what is happening with Baba. We should pray for him. We should pray that God keeps him safe, because I think now he stands. He's the biggest problem to Ruto's government, and Ruto knows that things have not settled down, and Ruto knows that people are unhappy, and Ruto knows that people have refused to let go this thing. So, and he knows that Baba can mobilize these people. So I think we need to pray that God keeps him safe. That's my take. Sijui nani anataka kujibu maoni yangu.
I want to question Julia a few things. How could Uhuru be outsmarted? I fail to understand. How could he be outsmarted? I fail to understand.
I will answer you, Alex. Just the way we think that elections were rigged in 2013 and 2017. Who was behind this? Nini amjaona hii story ati Ruto anasema I almost slapped the president. You people, you think Ruto was just a deputy president? He was a co-president. He was a co-president. And if you want to know that he was a co-president, see the way all the security bodies are fitting in his government. He was in control for a long, long time.
Julia, when you saw Muturiko, when you saw Waiguru go, when you saw these people go, Uhuru could have been vigilant. He could have known that there is something cooking, and he should have known that he should not have been outsmarted. I question a lot of things. It may not be, I may not believe everything that Babu said, but some things that Babu says and his philosophic, the way he puts them, not that I trust Babu in everything, but I tend now to start asking some questions. You see, one of the things that Babu said is this: elections ends by what? By 6 o'clock. Every pool has only 700 to count. By 9 o'clock, because the presidential is the one that they start with. By 9 o'clock, the president knows because he is told. How could he be outsmarted?
Yes, so that is the point that me too, Alex, I agree with you that I don't like it. Even before we went for the elections, that will come to you. I don't like it that Uhuru saw this guy take over. Take over. I don't like it. He knew it. He saw this guy. He didn't stop it. You see, I don't like it. So the words I want to withdraw is that he played Baba. He would not have spent his money, Alex, on that campaign. Hangefanya hiyo kazi. Hizo mikutano za Sagana Uhuru hangefanya. Angewachilia kama Kibaki tu. But he was outsmart. Why Uhuru sat and did nothing, even all the way from 2013. My take is, if I was in Uhuru's shoes, this guy took over all the way from 2013, and I think Uhuru was the threats Uhuru had. If you don't work with me, that is from RUTO, you will not get the second term. Uhuru had a choice to let go the second term and give it to Raila. He had a choice to let go the second term and give it to Baba. He had a choice to tell RUTO, you're not supporting me, tupoteze zote. Let us all lose. That was the better option. Because this guy, the Uhuru, was held captive and he knew it and he did nothing about it. So that is where I blame Uhuru for. But this words played Baba, that is just rubbish from people who are talking about it. He could not have spent money on the campaign and then play the same man. He's spending money campaigning.
Julia, let me remind you. It is said that Chebukati called the president and told him that Raila was leading. Do you remember that?
I don't know about that.
Yes. And then Baba was on his way to Bomas. I still don't believe it. Julia, you may still insist it, but there's something questionable.
So Alex, are you trying to say that Uhuru sold Chebukati to declare Ruto as president?
The other alternative I can say is that Uhuru was never in charge of our country for 10 years.
Yes, that is the conclusion personally I also make. That he was not in control.
Because if he was in control, what like Stone PK said here, he could have called Kohome or called Kinoti and stopped Chebukati, and even we should have gone to the second election, something like that, because he had the power, the constitutional power. But he did not do it. So I conclude that Uhuru was never our president for 10 years.
That one I agree with you. Alex, that is also my point, that really he let go the reins of power. I think Kenyan Islam wanted to say something about that.
Yes, Julia and Alex, and I'm gonna be very controversial on this one. I will promise you guys one thing. And Alex, I know when we were, time ya tukipigana story ya, when we were doing the campaigns, there's a couple of things that I told you that we didn't agree. Especially, I know the biggest controversial one was Kalonzo, that I told you Kalonzo had not gone anywhere.
Daddy Darius, imekuwa postponed. Tunaambiwa is 30 minutes.
Danny is asking ati Alex uko kwa airport ama uko wapi?
All right. So having said that, I want the people that actually listen to this channel, and I want to say it and hold me accountable. Uhuru was never played by anyone. Uhuru was not played by anyone. And it was impossible to play Uhuru. Very impossible. The man had been there for 10 years. In fact, he had played everyone, including at ICC time. You cannot play Uhuru. Hook or crook. Never. You can't. The guy did everything that he had. He has played anything that he wanted to play for 10 years. Uhuru never played Raila. Uhuru never played Raila. Listen to me what I'm trying to tell you. Uhuru never played Raila. Something happened at the day of Bomas. And what happened? He let his guard down. But by the time he was letting his guard down, he wanted to catch someone on their, or where they are. And I don't think it's over. And if you want to prove me wrong, I want anyone to tell me what Uhuru has said other than he didn't even say anything. Akitoka Bomas kupeana sword. And why Raila has been so sought so much to become the opposition leader and to have an office, which is not going to happen. Uhuru had the best interest of our country, even though he's someone that I've never voted for. Had the best interest of our country. That last day, pale Bomas, watu wakianza kugongana kupigana, and Raila is already, we're seeing the cars zikitaka kuja Bomas and all that. Something happened there and it's going to come to light. And that's why Uhuru cannot say anything right now. Uhuru never failed Raila. And Raila never failed Uhuru. And that's why there's a problem today. Even with the military, wamenyamaza. And is the reason we only have one certificate, handwritten. Hakuna mtu atujaiona certificate ya Gachagua, by the way. Tuliona ya RUTO, yenye ilikuwa haraka. And I'm telling you, there's a problem coming in. Even hii kitu, I was really against hii kitu ya, the thing that they're doing right now, ati going to, kuanza kuangalia kesi yote, whatever they are doing right now. I feel it's orchestrated and it's going to bring up some issues that our country might one day come to appreciate. Because I believe at the point Uhuru and Raila were, they were not at a point of stupid politics. They were about fixing our country. And that's the reason that when they were supposedly working together, Kenya went so far. And I'm telling you, there's forces that will not agree for Kenya to go back again to be a dictatorship. Uhuru never played Raila. And I don't think Raila even feels like Uhuru played him. I just feel that there comes a time in a country where people start actually doing and play your game the way you want to play it. I feel in the next 2-3 years, so many things are going to happen that tutaachwa hata tuelewi mali tuko. I think these two guys, and I don't think they are power hungry, but by the time they're done, I think Kenya will be in a better place. There's a lot that is going on. I believe the military is involved, and I believe there's a lot that meets the eye. At that point, wacha ninyamazie, tutaendelea na vitu zingine. But I can tell you, watch me, mark my words, listen to that, and remember what I just told you.
Ndeto hiyo ya mwisho umesema, hiyo sijui nitasema nini, lakini the one you first started, I want to agree with you. Uhuru let his guard down. I don't think mtu anaweza campaign all this money alafu ati aende apeane uchaguzi tu hivyo just to how. First he's giving to his worst enemy mwenye amemwita majina, amemtukana. That one doesn't add any sense. But letting his guard down, Mato, I agree with you. And really, that one is so annoying. I mean, why they didn't see this come, I don't know. That one is so annoying. I don't know. Pika is talking, Maggie is talking.
Julia, I joined the Kenyans who have taken that Uhuru played Raila. And the way you see things, even initially Ben had played the video the way things happened. Ukiangalia vizuri, that time, you know, it was very hurriedly and it was something you could not pick the points easily. But today when I was watching at it, in fact, the government was with RUTO. Those who were beating people there were the government. And the government, you know, was the government of Uhuru. So
yeah, it is true, Maggie. The government was with RUTO and RUTO had taken over so much. Maggie, what annoys me, why Uhuru saw it and did nothing about it. You see?
Yeah.
Yani this man alikuwa na control na, I mean, he had so much control that he had. And I think that's the point that Uhuru should have done something. I don't know what he should have done, but he should have done something. Mm-hmm.
Because everything was stage managed. Even for Chebukati to do all those things. In fact, he did all these things. No, he knew what he was doing, and it seems the government was in the upper hand of it. There was nothing like, oh, so he was doing this, he was doing this. I think Uhuru knew everything. The way you see things, the way you see everything is moving, Uhuru knew everything, but it was just, let me just use that word. He was playing Baba. And Baba didn't know. But
Mama
now it
Megi.
has happened. Yes.
Apana Maggie, that one I refuse to
Mama
agree.
Megi.
How did he spend all the money for campaign playing Baba Maggie?
I don't.
For him, he cannot do that.
Mama Megi.
Someone cannot. Yes, Martin.
Mama Megi, you're very right. Uhuru knew everything. You're very right. He knew everything, but he never played Baba.
Okay.
Even today, they're working together.
With Baba?
You see, when you want a country to move forward, sometimes you have to, even hata ukiona shamba yako, lazima utoe zile kwekwe. these are two people who really want their country to move forward. These are two people that actually, I didn't want to say this. When you look at when Uhuru came in, you know, when Kibaki came in, tuliachwa na Thika Highway. Talk about Thika Highway, everybody will tell you Kibaki. Today, when you go to Kenya, you have the super highways and all those things. Talk about Uhuru, right?
Yeah.
And whatever, everything, we will always talk about Uhuru, about the super highways and everything. You want to talk about the bypasses, talk about Raila. You used to see them at night, wamejificha, wanaenda kuangalia huko, unapatikana wamepigwa picha huko wakiangalia mabarabara. They're not stupid. Sometimes you let mtu ajinyonge mwenyewe so that you start getting the people who are not supposed to be there. There's a video that was, there's a recording that was going on when election time was going on, that wacha mtu kwanza, unaacha mtu kwanza ajiingize ndio mwenye umpate. Like this thing that has happened is happening. It's not by si ati ni kuangukia tu. If you read and if you look at and if you follow the Muchelule led, and remember Muchelule was not Uhuru alikuwa amekataa kumuingiza. The Muchelule led thing, if you realize the questions that are coming in, people are afraid to answer. Why? Because these guys are playing a game to where that we put a precedence for our country. I'm telling you the truth. These guys are together. They know what is happening. The guy was walisema, okay, go for it. I didn't want to say that. But I'm telling you, even the military is not with the one son of Sugoi. Watch how these preliminary hearings are going to happen. Listen to them very carefully. They will prove something. And that is why we are still in a campaign session. Since independence, once you become a president, you don't go back into a campaign session. But today we are still in a campaign session. That's why Gachagua cannot keep quiet, but keep on campaigning. There's something that is going to come out of this preliminary thing that we are doing, of the 4, that is probably going to change the whole way, the way we do our our elections, the way the next person is going to be elected, and the way we even distribute our funds to our counties and to everything. Raila does not have to be a president. Uhuru does not have to be, but at least if we can have good governance ways of doing things, and they do it, then the country will be a better place. So I want to tell people, Uhuru never played Raila in any way. They did the best way and they did the right way, because sometimes it takes some tough choices to make permanent things that can happen, and precedents, because that goes into our constitution. Whatever comes out of this yenye inafanyika saizi will go to our constitution, and that will be a precedent. So how do we do that so that we never find ourselves in a position like this again? That's just something nimetuma huko, najua nitagongwa, but let's look in about within the year, maybe we'll sit down again and revisit that. But I can tell you guys, Uhuru never played Raila Odinga. That is what they want you to UDA wanataka msikize ama mfikirie. Uhuru hakucheza Raila, na Raila hakuchezwa na Uhuru, na Raila anajua hiyo kitu yote, na walicheza yote pamoja. Mtego ni yenyu, watu wa UDA, endeni tu jingizeni kabisa. Ikikuja kuingia ndio mtakuja kujua na tumejenga nchi. Wallet it.
Lakini ninaweza kubali na wewe. I've been thinking about it. Sana sana for meeting in Kamkunji spoke a lot, Julia. I don't know whether you watched it. The meeting in Kamkunji, in fact, that is why if it is true that Baba was called by Biden, that meeting spoke a lot even to Ruto. And since that time, if you watch even Ruto's steps and everything happening in Kenya, it scared Ruto. And he's no longer payukering too much. Kama ninasema uongo museme. That meeting spoke everything about Kenya to anybody in the entire world. And I know what you're saying, surely, Mato, it can be true. Uhuru is still here and he's still in power. If you look at it.
And Mama Megi, while you're talking about it, remember what Mother Karua said at that time.
Yeah. If you look about it, if you think about it, there was no policeman to interfere with anybody at Kamkunji that day. And it was fully packed. Julia, I watched it from beginning to end. So you are right. Whatever propaganda I've been hearing, and sometimes I weigh things and I think I've been wrong. Everything is gonna be okay for us. But hata kama vitu zitakuwa mzuri, Stone PK, tunaenda January kwa Ruto na sufurias. Yeah, things will be okay anyway. Because even me, I've really struggled with this thing. What Babu Wino said, and Babu Wino is also a politician, he can talk anything. But the way you have put it now, and the way I saw them in Kamkunji, whatever was going on, no. Uhuru is still in control. Wachana na huu mtu atapelekwa Sugoi akibebwa na wheelbarrow. Bado. Anarudishwa Sugoi. Wacha tu.
Asante Maggie, I agree with you, and
Thank you.
I agree with the two of you. You see, I'm saying this. This is my point. Uhuru cannot spend all that money campaigning and then go ahead akijua hii kiti sipei mzee. Hawezi. Who want to waste their money when they are retiring and time? He had the choice to behave like Kibaki na aseme mimi hakuna mtu naunga mkono, lakini penye tunashindwa ni kana kwamba he saw these people were going to do this. Now somebody is telling me here that a president, a sitting president cannot lose. This was a co-presidency. This was a co-presidency. Si ati Uhuru alikuwa president peke yake. It was a co-presidency. And just like Ndeto has analyzed it, this man was actually outsmarted. Na kiti kaenda tu hivyo. You know, the rigging occurred and he let it be.
Julia, wacha nikukate. The way Ndeto has put it, hata nimeona, and the way I see it and analyze it, ndio nimekuambia habari ya Kamkunji. Hiyo kiti haijaenda, and you remember when Uhuru was talking, he said something. Nimepatia nyinyi mwezi ngapi? 3. Mwezi 3 unajua ni almost 100 days. Na hiyo 100 days ndio hii imepita na hajafanya anything. And those were the demands from Kamkunji. So, haijaenda, we are still on the right track.
Maggie, you are giving us hope.
Yes. Haijaenda. We are still in the right track. Let's just wait, watch the space of Raila and Uhuru. Those are our savior, Martha Karua and Kalonzo. Do you think Kalonzo would have been stuck with these people? No. They know what they are doing. These people are smart. Mtu asubuhi anafikiria, oh, I'm outsmart these people. These people went to school. Yes. Raila, Uhuru, Martha, Kalonzo, these people are those who sat in a class. Sio wenye walijidanganya wanaenda shule na wanaenda kuuza mayai. Thank you.
Asante Magi, wacha ninaona tumeungana na Mary Wainaina, Pogon and
Yeah.
Chaka. Mary Wainaina, Pogon, wacha Mary Wainaina aongee kwanza. Mary Wainaina, karibu.
Habari yenu watu wote, mimi mzima, bado nawasikiza. Niko na furaha kusikia Magi anatuput hope.
Thank you.
Saa zingine tunajishika tumbo, tunasikia inatuendesha vibaya sana kwa sababu tukiona mambo ingine inatendeka. Tunasikia kukatika roho, lakini tunajimudu tu na tunajikaza sababu nchi ni yetu na tunaiombea tuendelee hivyo mpaka tutafika mwisho na tutafurahia. Mtu akijikaza kwa mazito alafu afaulu, hiyo inakuaga ni sherehe mzuri sana. Kwa hivyo tujikaze na tutafika, bado hatujakufa roho. Mato vile amesema, hata mimi nitasema the same. Uhuru hajamchezea Raila, wako pamoja. Mimi nitakuwa yule kijana alikuwa anapenda baba yake, lakini mama yake alikuwa amepata watoto wengine mapacha. Lakini huyu kijana alikuwa anapenda baba yake sana, lakini baba yake alikuwa jitu. Kwa hivyo huyu mama aliyezaa watoto hawa wengi, alipozaa hawa watoto wadogo wawili, aliwafanya kuwalea na nguvu sana na kuwafunza tactics of how to fight with an enemy. Sababu alijua huyu mtoto wake wa kwanza na baba yake ni majitu mawili, na kwa hivyo alikuwa anaogopa. So saide huyu mtoto wa kwanza na baba yake walikuwa wameenda, hawa watoto wawili walikuwa wanatoka nje na mama yao wanafanya mazoezi, lakini kwa sababu mama alikuwa anajua huyu mzee na huyo sani yake watakuja saa ngapi, anachukua wale vijana anawaficha. So huyo kijana mmoja alikuwa anakuja anaona makanyangio nje, anauliza baba, kwa nini na ni mimi tu na wewe tunapitaga hapa, makanyangio hii ni mingi sana? Baba yake anamwambia, we wacha maneno mingi hapa, hakuna watu wengine isipokuwa mimi na wewe. So this boy knew there was something going on, but the father did not take interest. What am I meaning? What I'm trying to say is that sisi wa Kenya tunajua kuna mambo inaendelea, na hiyo mambo yote sisi ndio tunaisoma na tutakuja kujua ni nini inatokea. Kwa hivyo tuwe waangalifu sana, tuwe tuko vigilant na ile mambo yote inafanyika Kenya, tuichunge. Na mtu akielewa kitu angazia wale wengine, ndio tuweze kutengeneza nchi yetu. Why I'm saying so is that also, mimi kuna wakati nilisema hapa kwa hii forum, kuna wazungu walikuja huko nchi yetu as a delegation. Nilisema hivyo jana Julia. They came in the country as a delegation. Wakamit na baba, wakamit na Uhuru, na wakamit na RUTO. I always question myself, what were they after when they came in the country? What were they coming to do? What was the aim? Why were they talking with these people different places? Why were they not having a communal talk? Mi nikafikiria labda hapo ndio mambo ilitokea, hii ya kuleta huu mgawanyiko na hii shida yetu ya Kenya. That is my thinking and that is my point. Wale wengine wanaweza fikiria mengine, but mimi hiyo nilichukua na nikaiweka na nikaifikiria sana, kwa nini inafanyika mambo kama hiyo. Alafu immediately after they left, there was some weird things happening in our country. Ukatolewa travel alert, mambo kama hiyo. Sasa mimi nikajiuliza, what is all this? What is cooking in our country? So hii mambo yote ukiangalia uiweke kwa meza, ukaunt hawa watu vile walikuja na ile mambo ilifuata, unaweza jiuliza shida yetu ilitoka wapi? Na Uhuru alikimya kwa nini? Who knows what he was told? Who knows what was the message that was delivered in our country by those delegations? So we have to make ourselves more, we take things widely. Tusikae tu pahali moja kwa one point. Tujaribu kupenya na kutupa macho yetu mbali, tuelewe. Kwa sababu sisi ndio tuko na shida na sisi ndio tunataka kujua in and out. Ni nani anaingia na nani anatoka, na anatoka na nini na anaingia na nini. So that we can dissect our problem. That is what I noticed, na nikaona kuna mambo ambayo si mzuri inaendelea. The other thing, Julia, yesterday I talked of Raila RUTO about her blessing water. Actually, I had that clip. It's only that I cannot play for.
You found the clip. You can you paste on the private chat?
If I am able, I'll do that. So yeah. That clip I listened and I found that really it was there. She was talking about Jericho being with the dirty water and unproductive. And there was a curse, kind of, that they had all these problems in that area, Jericho. And so she said that it's not that I need prophets, I need clergymen, or I need pastors or whatever. I can also do something. So she took a bowl with salt and she went to her borehole and put it there and prayed, and the water became clean. That is what I gathered. So it is there, Julia. So those are the things that I wanted. I mean, something that I wanted to confirm to you, Julia, and also what I collected after this delegation came in Kenya. Things started going higher. And I would like somebody just to go back there, see how those people came in the country and how they started separating these guys, different places, talking with them, and then they left the country and things started changing. That is my take.
Okay, yeah. Yes, Ndeto.
At the risk of being kicked out for misbehaving, obviously we always want to have a decorum here. I'd really want people to ask themselves and to start thinking. If you're following the proceedings that are going on for the four, the Cherera four, if kama kuna mtu amesikiza vizuri sana akaona how it's working against the UDA wannabes, kama kuna mtu amesikiza vizuri how it's going on, I want you guys to tell me, what if hiyo prosecution yote na everything comes out to show that this thing was not won, na that the Cherera 4 mali waliekwa kwa hiyo Yaya Center walikuwa wanafichwa because their lives were in danger. If it comes to show that walikuwa tu wanafichwa si ati ni nini, na si kitu ya kuonesha ati sijui watu wa UDA, watu wa Azimio, sijui Azimio waliwalipia place ya kukaa ya center or something like that, but maybe they were being protected. If it comes to show that, it backfire on the people that thought they were bringing them to bring a limelight, wasema ati watu wa Azimio walikuwa sijui wanawasaidia, because by the time hata wende kulala huko hivyo is after watoke waseme we don't agree with the zile zina the results that are about to be told or about to be announced. What if it comes to be proved that walikuwa wanasaidiwa wasiuliwe na walikuwa wanafichwa na familia zao? So when it comes to that, Julia, I want you to tell me, as the chair of this group, as we speak, what if it comes to say and it comes to prove that ni kutunzwa walikuwa wanatunzwa, and it comes to show that the server said otherwise from what they're trying to do? Then what? Julia, tell me, then what? Will we have made a stride in our country that we cannot have mafias and people that can actually change elections? But again, Raila sacrificed his presidency, and Uhuru also did, so that we have this, and so that we have answers, the most answers that we've never had. In fact, even Kibaki's answer that he was sworn in usiku. What if all this comes to make answers? Like even in the United States, we're going through the same thing, where Biden and the MAGA people, the January 6 people, right now they're making people are starting to understand what it is. So what if all this thing that is going on comes to open up and make us understand what happens and how elections are stolen in Kenya? How then where will we be? Will we be saying that these guys, I mean, will we say that RUTO, I mean, Uhuru or Raila or Uhuru stole alidanganya Raila or whatever? But what if at this time, finally, we actually understand how elections are stolen in Kenya and understand even how we ended up in ICC? Is that worth it or not worth it? So that from now on, we have credible elections in our country, so that the people are, when you are linking, I don't know if I'm asking the right questions. Maybe kuna Mama Megi, maybe I can see you know. Maybe because there's a bigger part of this thing that I don't know if people understand, because we ran into this thing and we ran into it so quick, saying that Uhuru lied, sijui nini, sijui RUTO won, na bado kuna makesi hapa hivi. We don't know. This is the first time that we've had within the first 100 days, people don't even know who won. And I've asked this, Julia, you know that I've asked here. If anyone can tell me, Mommy, wacha nimalize alafu ninyamaze. Wacha nimalize alafu nyamaze. I've asked here in this forum so many times, tangu elections, where did Ruto get his elections? Na nimeuliza watu wa UDA, don't ask, siulizangi watu wa Azimio. Where did UDA, Ruto, get his votes from? And how many did he get? Alishinda na nini? Because we know the real votes. Na nimeuliza hapa, na every time nikiwauliza wanakimbianga, kina Black, kina nani, wote wanakimbiaga. They will never tell you where he got his votes. So, what if we are tired of election malpractices and right now we want to expose it and it gets exposed?
Okay, Neto, I thank you. I don't know. Sorry, Neto, I haven't watched that the Cherera 4 thing, but I think people who have watched can tell us. Maybe we need to let Pogon comment because he has been here for a long time. Then we can come back to you, Neto and Stone PK and Maggie. Pogon, karibu.
Good morning. Yeah, napenda vitu yenye mko mna maswali yenye Ndeto anauliza. I think Ndeto nitakana ukae na hiyo swali kwa akili yako for like a day. Ujiulize kwanza alafu kuja utulize vizuri because sijakupata vizuri bado. So but mimi nilikuwa niko najaribu kusema ni you know this is not the first election yenye imeenda vile haikuwa imepangwa, haikuenda vile na matarajio ya Wakenya. In 2007 it was taken like I think 2002 is only time yenye tulikuwa tuko na election yenye everybody was satisfied, and not because Raila hakuicontest but kwa sababu tulikuwa tuko at a point yenye kila Mkenya ameamua this is really what we want, we are tired of Moi. When it came to 2007 we all saw what happened. 2013 we saw what happened. 2017 we saw what happened. Na tunaweza kuwa tulikuwa tumemtegemea Uhuru afanye makubwa kuliko yenye yeye mwenyewe angeweza. You know, politically na tukisema siasa ile ya campaign ya kudanganya na kukoroga watu akili, Ruto is smart na Ruto is a very handsome guy. Ruto anajaribu kila wakati ku get to the bottom of things, kuhakikisha down mpaka kwa ule mtu mwenye anasongesha kiti, he knows him even by name. So hii kiti vile amechukua, sioni kama kuna mchezo hapo hivyo. Sioni kabisa vile itakuwa Uhuru aliparticipate kujaribu at ile long con yenye Babu Owino anasema ama yenye nasikia kusema sijui nani alinunuliwa. Remember, same Ruto alikuwa aliwahi contemplate the demise of the president. Unajua, we've seen people being slapped and died. So when you are imagining to slap a sitting president, that is like imagining the demise of a sitting president.
And then he had the audacity to talk about it. He was
to
not
talk
apologetic.
about it, exactly.
Yeah.
Actually, we did not even know about it. You know, most of us think about the death of anybody, but we don't talk about it, so nobody knows about it. Now, when he himself came and implicated himself, what did Uhuru do? Anaenda akasema simuliona, simulisikia, muliona. So Uhuru let a lot slide. Na ikakuwa ni kama tu vitu ndogo ndogo. What happened in the end? We lost the seat. Na saizi tunakaa hapa hivi ni kama tunangojea kuna kitu yenye itakuja ifanyike. What happened when Kibaki took the seat? Ruto alikuwa anasoma. What happened in 2013 when Uhuru alichukua kiti? Ruto alikuwa anasoma. He knew when this thing itatangaza tu I'm the president.
Hata sikusoma, Pogon, 2013 hatakusoma, he was in the plan.
Yeah, of course. He has always been in the mix of things, and na yeye bado amekuwa akitake notes yeye mwenyewe. Amekuja kugundua siku ile yenye Kibaki aliapishwa jioni. After kuapishwa nothing else changed. Hata wakisema ni kwenda kotini, kwenda wapi, nini. Hiyo first declaration is what will suffice. So, yes, mjinga. Wajinga wamekuwa ni sisi wenye tumekuwa tukiangalia, tukiona vile Uhuru amekuwa kwa very soft, hata akiwa anatusiwa yeye mwenyewe amekuwa akisema wachana na hao wataongea na nini nini. I think watu wenye wamesurround Uhuru walikuwa wako captured kitambo sana na Ruto, so that Uhuru is thinking these people are working for him, but he actually wako na master wao mwenye ni Ruto. But now this thing is gone, this thing is so gone. Hata niko naangalia jana hiyo nini ya Mchelule, imeenda tu. Nilikuwa naona jana wakioji, walikuwa naoji huyu anaitwa nani, Marjan, na wakioji Marjan maswali yenye anaulizwa mpaka inafika mahali Mchelule anaingilia, mpaka huyo Donald B. Korir akasema, kwani unataka kuchukua maswali? Kama unataka basi wewe endelea kumuuliza hiyo maswali, chukua hizo maswali, because mimi as a lawyer and cross examination is an art, na itapelekwa na lawyer vile lawyer ataona ikiwa iko fit. Hiyo ingine mambo na judgment na kuformulate judgment is up to huyo chair wa hiyo panel wa hiyo inaitwaje, tribunal. Lakini Mchelule was like, alikuwa anataka kuhakikisha amedrive also huyo cross examiner ambaye ni B. Korir apeleke Marjan vile yeye anataka. So what that shows is kuwa hiyo tribunal already is compromised, and it will just go like kama hizo zingine zote. People will suffer because tuli neglect vitu muhimu sana. Tuli relax when we were not supposed to relax. Tulianza ku rely on things zenye tukuwa tunatakana ku rely on, like I think Uhuru alikuwa anatakana kuwa pushed to take actions. Siku zile nye ilianza kuonekana kuwa
and also Pagan, comment on this. I don't like, somebody is saying this here, and this thing was in Azimio. Actually, they have never seen a sitting president lose, and this talk came here so many times. Ati tuko na serikali. That was foolishness on our side. That was really
na tuko na serikali yenye ni serikali yenyewe ndio imeshinda. This is a continuation of Jubilee government, by the way. It's only kwa Jubilee anaitwa nani, Uhuru alitoka na a handful, the rest have been there. That's why I'm saying hawa watu wote walikuwa wako na boss ambaye ni Uhuru, but they were heeding the calls of his deputy Ruto. Ruto has been the deputy, and
even
the
likes of Kibicho, the likes of unaona hawa watu, they were working for Ruto, and we are here walking around saying tuko na serikali, tuko na, alafu Ruto is the one who sold the word deep state. At deep state, he sold it to us, and people are here walking around saying that tuko na deep state. I mean, that was a wrong idea. Endelea.
Ruto to play, by the way, hiyo mambo ya kusema ako na deep state. I remember alienda Chatham House na akasema serikali iko inapanga kuiba kura. What happened? He was the one planning exactly everything. Alikuwa anaanza kufanya ile reverse psychology. So mpaka inakuwa we are at a point Azimio, we are at a point tunajaribu kujijustify how we are not even hatuhusiki na mambo ya kuiba kura. And what was he doing? His hand, not even hand, his whole arm was in the cooking chair.
For example, Pogon, unakumbuka mimi nilishangaa sana. First I had Waiguru saying
Toston PK hatusikizi, hajachukua kitusikiza for the longest. Toston PK arudi akikuja.
Unakumbuka Pogon, for we had during the day of the election, I had Waiguru say that the turnout was less than 50% in Mount Kenya region. Lakini nilishangaa Pogon kuona hata Nyanza ilikuwa 60, hata iko inafika 70. Mimi nikashangaa, what are we doing? And then I was asking myself, Pogon, if there was rigging, I mean, why we didn't hear like Kisumu town, Raila had hundreds, thousands. I mean, sisi tulikaa tu kitako, sisi ni wazuri, sisi ni, unaona, hizo tulikuwa na some attitude there, tuko na serikali. Endelea Pogon.
Yeah, so kuna vitu nyingi sana. In fact, there is a way that Ruto alikuwa na campaign to show like this thing is already gone with the government. So if you're thinking about mambo ya Azimio na nini, you can as well relax because this thing is already gone. That's why we had a lot of naye alikuwa anajua vitu yenye yako anaendelea kufanya huku hivi on the sides. Yeah. So mimi niko nasema tu si hiyo mambo ya long con, I'm not there. That's why even hata leo I was so curious kuangalia hiyo video yenye Alex ameleta. Alex nilikuwa niko nashindwa what is this, I really want to see it.
That
Alafu
is
naanza kusikia ni
yes, Pogo. That's why I'm saying this propagandist when you America, you see, he clip imecheza sahi. Na when you wanasema ati who played Raila, they are in the same boat. They are selling UDA propaganda. They are the ones selling UDA propaganda. Yes.
Yeah, because hata ukisikiza mahali penye huyo mtu ana quote star na anonymous media, no, tuwezi tukua tukienda tuna buy everything. No, tutakula mpaka news GMO zenye zitatudhuru sisi wenyewe haziko. Na lazima tujaribu ku authenticate everything yenye sisi wenyewe tunazi consume as information, because hii mambo ya sijui ati ya long con long what ama ati sijui ati kuna game yenye iko inakuwa played yenye tutakuja kuona kitu hapo mbele. This thing is so gone. It's gone just the way Kibaki was sworn in the evening and he remained the president to the end. Even now, unless now maybe something else, we do something else. I have no faith in the tribunals. I have no faith in anything coming in between now and 2027. And now and 2027 is just going to depend on the performance of Ruto, of which in the last 100 days yenye tulikuwa tunatakana kuwa tunamrate, ameprove kuwa yeye ako ready na he's been the one mwenye amekuwa akiaccumulate hizo dates zote. Because now, how can you explain that in just 100 days we are about or close or almost slightly over $1 trillion Kenya shilling mark ya deni? In 100 days, we have 100 things to complain about this government and zero to laud it for. Actually, mimi naweza tu nikashukuru na yeye ni kuwa alienda aka launch projects zenye zililaunchiwa na Uhuru, meaning there will be continuity in those 1, 2, 3 projects zenye zilikuwa launched already. So kwa hiyo kutakuwa, so mimi naweza mrate kama 0.001 kwa hiyo kwa performance yake in that 100 days, lakini kutoka hapo sioni anything, sioni kitu yote huko mbele. And it's not good for Kenya, because even though we did not win, at least we should be winning tuone Kenya ikisonga mbele. In 2002 we voted for Kibaki, we saw something. In 2007 we voted for Raila and Uhuru took it. We didn't get what we wanted, but at least even then we still saw something coming out of it. In 2013 we were almost not seeing anything, and then things started coming in. We saw some little progress. But from 2022 to 2027, the future is so bleak. I don't know. I don't see anything. There's no hope in, or actually kwa ile vitu yenye niko naona yenye ishafanyika saa hizi, I can project kusema huko mbele ni disaster tu iko inaendelea ku happen. How can you go ahead ku rewind wale watu wakubwa wote wenye wako na scandals zenye ziko out there glaring, kila mtu anaona tu hivi. Ukiangalia Aisha Juma, you just know it. Ukiangalia Mithika Linturi, you just see it. Ukiangalia tuko na mtu anaitwa Ferdinand Waititu who was impeached na ndio huyo amerudishwa into public service again. What's this? So in the next 5 years we're just going to see disaster after another. Thanks.
Asante Pogon, that was a wonderful analysis, and that is why we need watu wazimio tuache hii propaganda tunauziwa. And it's me sometimes I think now if we are not careful, by the end of it UDA will be done with all of us, like Wakikuyu. You know, there's also another objective, Pogon. You know, there are about 1 million Kikuyus who voted for Baba. Now that propaganda against Uhuru is to take those people away, like nyinyi you know, these people in sasa hao watu wameuziwa hii story ati Uhuru played Baba, and now they are the ones talking about it ati Uhuru played Baba. So what happens to Baba sympathizers wanaenda when you are Mount Kenya, they'll go, and that's the objective. So you people, you come in here from Azimio talking about that, know that that is the objective, to scatter even the support that Baba had in Mount Kenya. That is the objective. And also hii kitu ya tumecheza hii clip time ati Baba had been given some seats. Me, I'll not believe that until I see this from the main media. Sitaamini hiyo kitu unless I see it from Citizen ama NTV. Kinioni ati Baba amepewa job, asijui job ya kusimamia uchaguzi Afrika.
Hizo ni propaganda.
Actually, what is happened na hizi propaganda ni wako wanajaribu kufanya damage control to what happened in Kamukunji. You know, that turnout was something so serious. You remember when tarehe 12 ilifika, ilibidi waanze kutafuta mbinu ya kuingiza watu stadium, and the next function yenye tutakuwa tuko nayo ya serikali, they will also need something else to do, or they will need to keep somebody tamed so that they don't have an alternative gathering yenye watu watasema now that they are going here, let us also go to another Kamkunji or Jacaranda or somewhere else. So what do? Unaenda ukisema Joho ameresign, unaenda ukisema wale Kikuyu Council of Elders wamesha endorse the current government, wamehama ile kwa Uhuru, unaenda ukisema kuwa baba alikuwa played, vitu kama hiyo, so that people get tired. Wanajaribu kucheza na psychology ya Wakenya, and it's somehow working if here in the panel we are going to be buying those cheap media propagandas. Yeah.
Yeah, it's working. Wacha tusikie Nguru amenguru. Naona kumekucha. Kuku wamekula.
It's not working. Julia, it's not working, and I like the way that we are motivating ourselves. At least the truth is coming out. Until mwenye alikuwa na kichwa hivyo sasa, you are coming to line, because we really need something to give us hope and comfort.
Yes, Maggie, and we shall tell Kenyans, watu wa Mtembei, watu wa don't buy Alex propaganda that Uhuru played Baba. Don't buy the propaganda that Alex gave us this evening that Baba amepewa kazi. That is propaganda from UDA. You should ask Alex kama amehama akaingia UDA, lakini sisi tumekataa. We will not buy that.
Hiyo clip ya Alex ile sasa ni ujinga kwanza, tena ni ya utoto.
Alex, rudi hapa tukwambie vile tunakwambia face to face. Karibu Nguru.
Yeah, akuje. Ile
habari yenu?
Karibu, kunaona kumekucha.
Hamtaki kwenda Christmas?
Ng'ombe wamekula na kuku.
Hamtaki kwenda Christmas?
Tumekuja, tuko home, tuko Kenya, uoni?
Aya, okay. That's good. That's very good. Now, you know, it's difficult, even for those in this government and those who actually voted for this government to defend the government. The reason is that many things have gone south. Today, Pesa Wazee is no longer there. Nothing has been said about it. The elderly are suffering for lack of their monthly allowance, living allowance. Wage is kind of a small stipend that enables them to buy medicine and food. Over 2 million youths who would earn at least 400 shillings per day across the country today have nothing in their pockets. That program was collapsed by this government, and no replacement of the same magnitude has been brought in. Today, the program of Linda Mama, where women, especially the vulnerable ones, would walk into the hospitals, deliver their babies, and the government pays for them, is not there. It's been silently withdrawn. Next year, the parents who will be taking their children back to school will feel the weight, because the subsidy of between 5,000 and 8,000, depending on which school you are, that was there, has been withdrawn. subsidy on food items, especially the maize meal, which is a staple food for many Kenyans, is no longer there. So therefore, and to add to that, there is a fuel subsidy. The fuel prices continue to remain high, and the electricity bills have been going up. Now they are almost between 20 to 30% more than where Uhuru left us. Therefore, I don't know, even those who woke up to enthusiastically vote for this government, especially the youth, the so-called hustlers. I don't know what pride they have right now in this government. And I do not know what want they would use to defend the government. However, I have said this in the past. We are back to where we were in 2001, where we had a government that was kind of a nanny government, controlled from the West, told what to do and when and for whom. Okay? Today, the IMF and the World Bank are back with a bang. The current report carried yesterday in the Business Daily, a reputed publication on economic matters in Kenya, says that one of the conditions that the IMF and the World Bank they have given is that they will be tracking the accounts and the wealth accumulation of everybody in government, especially the high ranking, right from the president down to the cabinet ministers, their friends, their associates, and their relatives, as one of the measures to make sure their money is not squandered and there is no corruption. They are expected to bring a bill by June next year to actualize that conditionality. As to whether they will do that, we wait to see. Because of course, you know, Kenya, the main motivation for most of those who go for political office and positions is to feather their nest, is actually to appropriate public resources for their own individual and personal use. So that's where we are. We do not maybe know the other conditionalities that could impact on the Kenyan population heavily, although the signs are that one is like they have been told to remove subsidies on almost everything. They have also been told to increase revenue collection. Those kind of conditionalities. The last time we had these people in town, in the years that Nyayo was in power, were some of the most painful periods in the history of this country. Many people lost their jobs as a conditionality. Many industries went down on conditionality that you liberalize and liberalize. And therefore, we are waiting to see how this new order that is being brought by this government is going to impact on the common man, mainly on the condition of scrutinizing the wealth accumulation and accounts of the power holders. I think many Kenyans will be happy with that. Because if it works and if it is effected, it puts a break on the corruption that has been a thorn in the flesh for many years. However, the other conditionalities that are there, like removal of subsidies, aggressive revenue collections, and the rest, could have a negative effect on the common man. That's where we are. Today, when you walk around, you see there is no excitement about Christmas, but you can also understand many do not have anything to eat. They are struggling to even put a plate of food on the table. But that's where we are. That is our Christmas this year. We wait and see what happens next year. Next year could be a defining moment for us to know which direction the country will take in terms of economic, social, and political transformation. We pray for the best. Asante kwa sasa.
Thank you, Guru. So you want us to continue praying for the best? Like, yeah, you trying to encourage us. Lakini kwanza ulituambia vile mambo ni mabaya. Sijui tunasema namna gani. PK, you treating us like we are shadows. You're not even paying attention to what we are saying.
Actually PK anatakana kuzima screen yake kama ya Roda hivyo, so
We are
that
about
at
to
least
kick you out.
tufikiria kwa hapo.
Yeah, we are
That's
about
not cool.
to kick PK. PK, we are about to kick you out. Either you are with us or against us.
Why do you want to throw me out?
Either you are with us or against us. Where were you? Where are
I'm
you?
with you and I'm with Baba on the other side. Okay, is it my turn, Julia? You want to hear
Yes.
what I have?
I would want to ask one question. Knowing
Yes.
the way Kenyans are and the leadership of Kenya is, do you think it will be possible for the MPs to accept that conditionality that they open up their accounts for scrutiny and wealth tracking as a conditionality for,
Okay, let me tell you what they
finance?
do. Guru, they transfer all
In
their
which
money
government?
to their girlfriends. They'll give their money, they'll put their money in their wives and sons and girlfriends' accounts, and their accounts, their banks will have nothing.
No, the demand is that the tracking is done for all, including associates, including their family members, including friends. Okay.
Where is this one coming from, Mr. Guru?
The IMF.
Yesterday, the Business Day carried the conditionalities that have been given to the government for them to access the funding that they have applied for in the World Bank and the IMF. So it's not coming from anywhere. It is one of those things that are within the fine print. When you are going for a loan, you are told then this is one of the conditions you fulfill, and this one, and this one, and this one. So that was one of them. And by June, they have been told to enact and strengthen the what we call the wealth declaration, so that they can enable tracking of the accumulation of wealth for those in government and their accounts. So how they'll do it, that's why I'm asking here, do you think the Kenyan culture that we have we have even the political goodwill to accept some of these conditionality. And after all, you are aware that these people are not new here. We had them during Moi's time. At the same, perhaps even similar conditionalities were given then, and we can't tell. It is open to this forum to scrutinize and see whether that is a conditionality that in the first place will be acceptable.
Yes, for God. Unaweza jibu Nguru. Alafu Magi atamjibu.
Actually najaribu tu kutry, hata si ati niko na mjibu, but I think IMF knows which country they are dealing with, and they know the reasons for them to come in. They are not legit. Even our news were genuine in their intentions. So even these conditionalities they are coming with is just to sanitize their way in, but they know what they are doing. Yeah, kuna hapo hivyo mambo na ati wanataka conditions. They have always been coming whenever they have a government that is pro-West. They have a reason and they try to find reasons ya validate their funding the government. So according to me, hata kitu haitawezekana, but itawekwa. In fact, in their reports, it will be said that it happened, but it will never happen. No, not serikali ya Ruto. No hope.
Kwa hivyo IMF na World Bank wasituletee hiyo ujinga yao, waende wakadanganye mwewe, kwa sababu wanajua ni akina nani wanadeal nao, alafu wanatuletea ujinga watu wamewapea condition. Wasituletee. Magi.
And Guru, let me ask you, do you want to tell me that this time it is the IMF who want to dictate us? Yeah, they are going to dictate whatever we are doing, mpaka a bank account yetu lazima wajue tumeweka pesa namna gani na nini. Hiyo ni dictation bwana.
Sio wewe Magi, government officials.
Wa Kenya.
No, government officials.
Okay. Wale wanajua the kind of situation we went through with these institutions when they were strong here in the 90s and up to 2000s, some years they are in before Nyayo exited.
I know.
These people come with a tailor-made program where they even put their conditionalities. Right now, I suspect highly that these subsidies that are disappearing is part of the conditionalities for them now to fund, so that you can access the money they are giving you. Toa linda mama, toa subsidy ya school fees, toa subsidy ya chakula, toa subsidy ya fuel, so that you can be able maybe to pay us. We must come to a country where we know when we give our money will be repaying. I will not be surprised very soon they're giving other conditions that will impact negatively on the Kenyan people.
Let me say something. In 1997, they gave us a condition, and they actually made us fire some people from the civil service, gave them golden handshake. Let me tell you, don't say that they cannot do that. They will do it. They've done it before. Remember what they did? How many people lost their jobs in 1997? So many people. So either, and I read that article, Guru. I read that article. And that article, the conditions that we have been given are the most stringent. And I don't know why we are taking that long. Thank you, Guru.
Yeah, actually,
Alex, let me try to. What options do we have?
Wait.
Options do we have?
Wait, Mr. Guru. Alex, what you've said, actually, it's good that you're bringing in a reference here in 1994 of what happened. But we are in a different time and different circumstances. And now it's no longer all about the West like before. And now it's no longer all about KANU like it was before. Now tuko kwanza na multipartyism, alafu hii ingine ni kuwa there is China, there is Russia, there is everybody that has interest in Africa. So ukitupatia terms zenye zinakuwa ni kama not, it's painful for us to swallow, we just switch allegiance to the other side na tunaendelea vizuri.
No, what
So
I'm saying,
according to
if
me,
we take it, what I'm saying, if we make a mistake and take it.
And yeah, and with
Yes.
those conditions, I think Kenya will be done.
Pogom, let me
Yes.
tell you, the IMF, World Bank loans are mostly taken for stabilization of the economy. In most cases, they have to do with forex. Maybe Alex will tell us here. He looks a bit more on the knowledge upon this. They're actually the bitter pill of a country that is seriously aiding. So that's why you never saw a lot of that during Kibaki's time, because we were more or less quite stable on ourselves and the kind of partners we had at that time. So the economy never got to a point where we needed an injection, okay, from the IMF and the World Bank. These people come like Shyrocks. They come to administer that medicine when the economy is on tottering on the brink. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. Mostly it has to do with forex.
like, let's say,
Mostly it has to do with forex inflows. Accounting gets to a point where maybe they have started getting shortage of forex. Therefore, trade becomes a big problem. So I'm not very well versed in it, but I just have a basic understanding of the economics. Maybe there is an economist here can tell us a bit more. But I know that World Bank comes in when a country is in serious economic problems, especially in terms of its day-to-day running.
Why didn't they come during the Uhuru's government?
It seems Uhuru was
Uhuru was in the east because he knew that the projects that he wanted to do,
Exactly.
IMF was not going to control him.
Exactly, that's my point. Ya kuwa this thing is not like before. Unajua kitambo walikuwa wanatu twist like wakati ya Moi. Saizi lazima watu sweet talk because we have so many options. Mpaka options kama ya Magufuli. We have so many options. We are so kidogo tuko walk. But now ukiangalia
what option?
What about if you go to East? Even what about what is Mugabe doing in Zimbabwe? What did they walimpeleka wapi? What did they do? Nothing.
Lakini uliona uchumi iliporomoka kiasi kwamba they had to denominate their economy and use the dollar. In Zimbabwe, you use the American dollar, which is not was not available. So what happens with the loans given to us by World Bank and IMF are more to stabilize the economy that is tottering on the brink, and I think that's where we are right now. Actually, it is a bitter pill. It's a very bitter pill that you have to swallow. Otherwise, you go south.
Remember the time when Raila was being asked about loans zenye tuko nazo ambazo zimekuwa ni unnecessarily too high, na alikuwa anauliza how he is going to deal with it, na alikuwa anasema tutaenda ku reconsider na tutaenda kuangalia kureschedule hizo loan so that either tuziconsolidate na tutafute mtu mwenye ako na softer terms ama tutafute as in kuna
Go on. It's okay, go on.
Yeah. So it's not like at year na options. Na hata hivyo it's like China were on our throats. It's not like they were not ready to negotiate. We were just doing so fine. And back then, until this government came in, IMF was mute. But now they have their puppet. They have to make to look like they're doing something right.
What do they want from us? What do they want? What wanataka nini?
Si wanataka kuonekana ni kama wako wanatusaidia.
No, Pogon, let me tell you. Pogon, let me remind you something.
Yeah.
Pogon, let me remind you something. The RUTO government is in a borrowing spree. Okay?
True. Yep.
So it's not like we have an option like Uhuru's government. They used to get loans that are affordable and you are not given conditions. RUTO will borrow from anywhere because they are in a borrowing. In less than 100 days, we have already borrowed almost 500 million.
Almost over.
Over. So it's billions. I'm sorry. So what I'm telling you, it's not like it's option that RUTO is looking for better option. They want those loans by force. Whether they have the highest interests, they don't care.
Now, I must point out here, and maybe Alex, we have to look for an economist maybe here to explain to us maybe in the next forum. The IMF World Bank loans are mostly taken when a country is in an emergency situation, kind of, where the forex are not the forex kind of situation is not stable enough to assure that country, day to day kind of learning. There are those who have asked here whether Uhuru and gone for yes, they started coming, but you see now here is where the confidence of a government comes in, because when you have a country that is confident and others are also confident, even the leaders take you that way. But when you have a country that is you even do not know what form it is taking, where it is going, like is the case right now, it is difficult. And then again, don't also forget that a country is driven by the confidence that also others have, especially the leaders have towards you. It is easy, like Baba said, to approach those we owe, like China. We sit down with them, we restructure the loans that we were to pay in that years, maybe we pay in 50 years. But you see also, China has to have confidence in us that what we are trying to do is viable, and they have confidence that we will pay. But when they don't have, they can refuse. It's not a must. You can't force them to restructure
Guru, let me tell you what China does. China, when you borrow from China, they will bring their own contractors to work on those projects. And you must give them collateral. For instance, our port is at the collateral for some of the loans that we took. Okay? So when we borrow from China, it's easy because they come, they do the job, you give them the collateral. And that's why they give you money easily. But IMF, it's different. And that's why they were giving those conditions, because they came to realize they give you money and then you loot it and then you are not able to pay it. Now they have started giving conditions. But China, they will bring their contractors, you will give them collateral, and that's why it's easy to borrow from China.
I have understood you. The approach to payment of loans is very different. Right now, World Bank want to, they can dictate policies that will make sure that their money is paid. But China, they take a collateral. That's the way I've understood it. Right now, World Bank can come and say, okay, you have 300,000 workers. Shed off 100,000, and what was being used for their remuneration and the rest is part of the payment that we expect from you. That kind of thing. Or increase the VAT on fuel. And they have calculated the liters that you consume every day, every month, every year. And you see that if we put at least maybe 40 shillings per liter, we are able to pay ourselves in the next maybe 3, 4, 5 years. I don't know. That's the way I understand it.
And you are correct. Previously, IMF and World Bank, when they used to give you loans, it was for paying civil servants mostly. And that's why they used to force you to restructure your civil service. But nowadays, they will give you loans for projects. Okay? That's why now they are giving you those conditions. And I don't know why they are taking those loans for those conditions. But anyway, the RUTO government is in a borrowing spree. Pogon, it's not like we need a solution. They will borrow from China. They will go IMF. They have borrowed from was it South Korea? They are borrowing from everywhere. Even if they find Uganda is giving them money, they will borrow even from Uganda.
Alex, the first loan they took was of 366 billion from bank called Afri something. Then they went for 122 billion from Korea, South Korea. Then they are now looking for 92 billion from IMF. They have also borrowed some 57 or so from World Bank. I don't know. That's a kind of rundown within 100 days. The kind of borrowing that has been going on.
I want to go to Ndeto, but you people, Alex and Guru and Pagon and PK, Muniambie, after this, why are they borrowing? Why are they running to Alex? When you wanafunga, it's like it's a thief snatching something from somebody. Ni kama nakufa kesho. I mean, after Ndeto and Guru, I know that is a long discussion. Ndeto doesn't make it.
But they say they inherited a dilapidated.
No. I want to give you time to tell me that. Let me give Ndeto time. Ndeto karibu.
Kabla Ndeto ungepatia kwanza Stone PK, hebu tusikie penye akili ya Stone PK.
Stone, I'm about to kick him out. He's not with us. He's ameingia UDA.
Na uambie Alex atoke kwa pasia. Tunataka kuona hiyo uso.
Ako ndani ya ndege. A fake aeroplane. Ndeto karibu.
Hiyo ni ndege gani inakuwaga na nini na wifi? Anyway, sawa.
Ile ya Kajiado.
I'm messing with you, brother. You know, in 2021, the Kenyan GDP was 110.3 billion. 2022, and this is still just because it's 2022, don't think that is Ruto's time, because Ruto's GDP will come next year. In 2022, it was 116.42 billion, and this is USD, US dollars, billion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is way more than the country can sustain itself, because we're talking about trillions. When you talk about 100 and mwenye akona calculator kama kuna mtu ameshika, so in 2021 was 110.3 billion USD. That was the USD at the close of the economic calendar. Then the next year, which is now the close of what is 2022, 116.42 USD billion. That's the that's the GDP of our country. There's something that Uhuru did that was so good. Now I keep on saying the infrastructure. He focused on the infrastructure. Why did between those 2 years of the GDP go from, move up so drastically? And when you look at the graph, it goes exponential real quick. Why? And I believe that was the time that the infrastructure happened. This thing that Ruto is taking us through, I can almost bet you we're about to either get a plateau on what we get on what you call a scale plateau, or a drop. Because our country, the way inaenda maliko saizi, is being run And you cannot run a country as a macro or even a micro business. What we have a government that is running our country as a either macro or micro business. They think it's a business, and it's not a business, because the reason I can tell you it's not a business is because every time you have your VAT, people who are employed in Kenya, their taxes are taken out on their salaries. Watu wajuagi kama zinatokaga. And still, when you go buy, ukienda kubai kakitu kako tu pale hivyo ama uende kubai your shopping, you've already also paid taxes. And now, anything that you do on the road, nakumbuka kuna zile karawa na kushika tu hivi hivi, you're paying taxes. So it's not a business. You need to be someone who really runs the company, and not even run the company, manages the taxes that the people pay, because it's not a profitable country. You're not making profit or whatever is what you do. And that's the problem that we have with this government that we have, because they think it's a place to make money. And if you have a country that makes money, that the president wants to make money out of the country, Guru, there will be a problem. But
Yes.
if you're a president that actually manages the taxes of the people, then you will have a country that you can actually make a good country. But if you want to play it as a business, then you will have a problem, first of all, with the citizenry, because you will need them to give more capital of everything that you're thinking. And is the reason that 25 shillings out of the 500 of Hustler Fund is going to the government, which is already taking your taxes. This is your tax. Guru, nimekuja nikakukopa, please nisaidie 500. Ukanipatia 500. Alafu nichukue 25 kwa hiyo 500 yenye hiyo 500. Tuchukue hiyo 500 kwanza, nikwambie wewe, anyway, shika ndio hii na nini hii kwanza na kusevia, utaitoa wapi? So the reason I'm coming out from that kind of perspective is that we have someone who's trying to run the government from a money-making kind of what we call a Ponzi scheme, a scheme. And you're making scheme with money that you don't have. That money, you're getting it from the same person that you're trying to Ponzi scheme them. Then there becomes a problem right there. That's why we've forgotten about our highways, about our infrastructures, about our everything. And that's why we're taking even fertilizer that we've been given for free from countries that are fighting because they don't have anywhere to take it. Then they give you for free, and then you come back and then start selling it to people. We're on a trajectory of a downfall. That's where we are, because there's money making, and everyone wants to make money. And unless we start understanding what leadership is, what Kenyatta, what Moi in his first times kabla the coup na anze kuwa nini anaogopa, what Kibaki was, what they were doing, understanding that they are leaders of a country and the citizenry is the one that pays for everything. If we don't go back there and we let this guy who wants to do business with our country and our money and our taxes, we are headed for a downfall. And by the time we get to that downfall, hatutajua nini itakuwa imetugonga. And I believe that's the reason I'm starting now to understand where Uhuru was coming from when Uhuru was kicking him out of the government. And Uhuru said it. 3 months. Tumegonga sasa. He said mutalia. I think, Mr. Guru, I have been in this country for a long time. I'm not a young person. But I don't believe since I was born, and even in the 80s, and I did live my childhood in the 80s, I have never seen a government that just comes in and within the first 100 days, everybody is talking haywire. Uku kule kule wakanugus, everyone talking hivi kule and whatever. I have never seen. This is the first government that I'm seeing people complaining about the economic structure, political structure, and everything, even their political structure. Yani kila kitu tu people are talking about so many things within the first 100 days. Even people living outside the country that can see inside the country. When, Mr. Guru, I know you've been living for a long time, which government have you seen that comes into power now within the first 100 days? People are talking about the economical structure and how it's not working, and their political and geopolitical structure that is not working. Even the gender equality, everything. I mean, in parliament now we are talking about things that don't even make any sense. Within 100 days. Hiyo kitu watu ngoja mpaka huko mwisho bwana, tukienda kumaliza before before the regime is over. That's when it happens. 100 days. People are talking. Guru, tell me if I'm wrong. And everybody, even I see Richie is here. Richie hata utuambie, ni gani ushaiona within 100 days? Hata ya Uhuru, hata ile ya kwanza ya wote wawili. And we knew that was ICC problem. But we only spoke about ICC. We didn't speak about our geopolitical, economical, situations like that. In fact, people are starting to learn how, taxes are done. Watu wako wanajuaga venye taxes inafanyikaga. This is the first time. So, are we on the right track or are we on the wrong track? And that is what I'm going to ask every panelist that is here to tell us if really we're on the right track. Thank you, Julia.
Bado niko na swali kuu. The people who are here, I want you people to, when you get your chance, to tell me, where is this government running to? I mean, ni kama ni kupora. Kwa nini ni kama wanakopa, ni kama kesho wataishi Nguru? If they look forward to being in presidency for the next 20 years because Gachagua hopes to be president, how will he pay? How will he manage the economy? That is what, unless they are planning to take off tomorrow and seek refugee status in Korea or something.
Correction, 20 years, not 10 years.
Yes, 20 years. I mean, we expect to see Gachagua RUTO presidency, then the Gachagua presidency. Then I think they are saying they are going to take back to somebody else. So I'm not spelling doom to Kenya. But tell me, if they are mismanaging the economy like this, they are borrowing so much, how are they going to pay? If they are planning to pay, when are they going to pay? Or are they planning to run away after some time? But with those questions, there are people we have new people who have joined us. Good to see you, Richie. Umetupotelea sana, ni kama ulienda kwa, sijui kama uliingia KKA, utatuelezea baadaye. Lakini Rhoda, are you there? Rhoda, I allowed you, but I think you are asleep.
Yes, sorry. I'm sorry. It's my internet was broken. My internet was not working. Sometimes it's slow, but I just want to say hi to everyone. Good morning. It's really hurt me when people from Azimio, we always accept propaganda, say that the former president Uhuru Kenyatta was supporting this guy Ruto. That's not true. I will never believe that. Absolutely not. If Uhuru was supporting Ruto, Ruto could not go the way he is going, way like in Western country. You know, Uhuru was not in Western. He didn't like, Western people, they were respecting Uhuru. I mean, he could not accept them because he wanted Uhuru love his own country, and he didn't accept with people from Western. He respect them. They were working together. For example, in America, they working together with Kenya because America, they believe that Kenya, they value Kenya democracy. You know, remember what happened 1998 in bomb blast, and it was America ambassador that was supposed to be killed. So America, that's why we are very, very, very close to Kenya, and that's why they were respecting in the Jubilee government in America, but they were not. Even when you see this woman was working ambassador, she was respecting Kenya. She was saying that we work together because we have the same value, democracy. Why comes when Ruto came, immediately didn't change? That woman, even the ambassador who live in Kenya, she changed. She was not like the way they're going to the Harabi house, jumping and there, and it's not the same shit. Even the ambassador who work in Kenya, they were not behaving like the way they are behaving. They were respecting our country. They were going to the state house for the reason. But now they're jumping everywhere, and that's not the way things work. Why in America? Or because America is a big country, there is a lot of ambassador work in America. When they go to America, they respect America. You know, ambassador is everywhere. Even here, we have a Kenya embassy here in this country, and Kenya embassy, they respect this country a lot. They work together with some staff. Kenya, you know, Kenya is open to work together with whole world. But the ambassador respect. We have met ambassador. He respect the law of this country. He cannot say that, oh, I want Kenya to take over this country. We cannot take over. Every country must be respected. You know, that's not fair. So I don't believe Uhuru was supporting. I will never accept that. That is, Exhibio, we need to stop that propaganda. This guy have been abusing Uhuru a lot, abusing him. We saw even when he was doing his ceremony, how they abused him. They were saying bad thing about him. Even they didn't invite him the dinner state house. Even Ruto removed him the house. You know who have a house close to the state house? He remove him and he take him in the village Isaweri. Uhuru is stay there Isaweri with his family. And you know Uhuru is a multiple billionaire. If he doesn't abuse, if they were talking, he could not tell him go and live in Isaweri. Uhuru was supposed to live a good house there with his family, a beautiful house he built there. But he was planning to live there with his own family. But Ruto, he removed him there, you know. So I don't believe that Uhuru was supporting. I will never support. If he was supporting, could not tell him to go to live in somebody. And he could not give him the job work in the villages to bring peace in Congo. No. If he was supporting, Uhuru could work a good job in the United Nations, something like that. Because Uhuru is somebody, you know, he was a respected whole world. How he was represented for the Kenya, how he was represented, how he talked in the United Nations. He was very, very, everybody used to value him. And everybody say he is smart. Many people, they say Uhuru was very smart because he was not accepted anything from Western, and he know them, they were respecting one another. So I'll never accept that Uhuru was supporting Ruto. They were different. But the way Uhuru did the mistake, he could not allow, he could put Chebukati in the jail immediately because Chebukati did bad in our election. And that actually, I don't know what he was doing. I was very embarrassing when I saw the police and he was a commander of chief. The police was coming in in that place and beat our own people. As they have been hurt, beaten. So we must speak. You know, me, I'll be always speak the truth. I'm not always using propaganda or go this way to fight the way. No, we need to write the right, especially us as me. We must write to the darkness. We win this darkness. We cannot accept that. Absolutely not. We must say no and no. So we know RUTO. He hate our country. He hate the Kenyatta family. That's something I knew. He hate Kenya. He's selling our country to America. He have been already started to sell even Kenya Airways to America. I don't know which country they are selling. So Kenya people, we need to stand up. Either we go to do a demonstration to the America bus in Kenya. We tell them we don't want. You know, let me tell you, there's a time you say everything lost. We can say if our country, we want to have a war, we can have a war. We can, if we want to be a country like Mali, we can. Why not? There's a time you say everything. There's no, yeah. Sisi wote tunachukua mapanga, tunafukuza wote. You know, we say now is ambassador. No, unaona siku ile Kenya ikikuwa na ambassador wote wanapotea. Because they know. They fear African. They know. You see how they were fearing Idi Amin. Idi Amin, we used to tell these white people, I'm a British Airways. Because they know that Africa, we are fire. I didn't accept everything with Idi Amin. But white people, they fear him. They were saying, yes, sir. He was saying that, no, I'll not. And he killed a lot of Jewish. He didn't accept them. So we want people like Idi Amin strong in Kenya who say, no. They go back to their country. We will not accept them the way RUTO is selling in our country. And yeah, we must stand still. We say, no. No, 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 no. It's better tuseme hakuna, tuseme war. Tuchukue mapanga sisi watu tuseme hatutaitikia nchi yetu ichukuliwe na Amerika. Asante.
No. Let me correct my sister Rhoda. We don't have to go those directions. In fact, if you read our constitution very well, if there is a constitution that can get us to get the way out of the problems we have, is this one. It leaves an opportunity for the common people to represent themselves. If their leaders do not represent their interests, they have avenues to represent themselves. And therein lies the strength of the Kenyan people. So it is very easy, even up to today, to sign up a motion, take the necessary steps. I know there is also that contention issue of who will do it, because the bodies that are supposed to facilitate that, like IEBC, are now very weak. I don't even know whether they exist. But avenues were provided for us to make changes as we want them, as a common people. Today, Rhoda, you can float a motion in Kenya, take the signatures of the required number of people, give it to IBC, and force a referendum on certain issues. So I think we have a fairly good chance. The only problem I see here is that we have people who want to compromise the systems to a level where we cannot be able to change the way we want or become helpless. Right now, look at somebody like Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga, at his personal level, as a political personality, has the capability of mobilization of the people so that they can ask for changes that we require through the constitutional means, because he's got the political wherewithal. And I think Kenyans, once they identify there is a problem, they normally have courage to say this is what we want. That has been demonstrated many times. So we do not have to destroy the country or take extreme measures that can even bring more pain. This is a decent country. We gave ourselves a constitution, and even now we can force the government through constitutional means to do what we want. We can rewrite even the whole constitution if we want. I don't know whether you know that. Today, if somebody, you have seen decisions even by the president in the past. I don't know whether it can happen now. Decisions being overturned, even decisions made in parliament. Somebody goes to court and says this is unconstitutional. The court looks at it and pronounces itself on the matter. So therefore, it is what is lacking right now in Kenya is our committed readers of the rights of Matiba, of Rupia, of Raila Odinga, of Anyona, and the rest, so that they can drive the changes that Kenyans we want to see. They brought changes at a very difficult time when there was no such avenues, but now the avenues are there. It's only that you are not using them. It's not that we don't want to use them, or we quickly accept to be manipulated, to seem to be helpless, simply because a few leaders stole elections and then got themselves into MPs and whatever. But the power belongs to the people. That is the bottom line of our constitution, and that's it. I don't know whether this is the thinking that could come with the time. We wait to see, but somebody has to take the steps. Somebody has to take those steps.
Yes,
yeah.
And the person could be you. So Makiadi, karibu, umetupotelea sana.
Nasikika kweli niko. Can you hear me?
Yes, Makiadi, we can hear you.
Sawa, habari yako Julia na
Mimi sikusikii Makiadi. Ongea kwa sauti.
Nani wewe anaongea huyo?
Ongea kwa sauti, sikusikii.
I don't know where Alex is.
Huyo anaongea ni
some,
nani huyo?
some hole somewhere. But it's Alex.
Oh, that is Alex Media. Najua onekani bwana. We can only identify your face from the voice. But wacha niwasalimie wote. Stone PK naona yuko busy hapo. Kenyan with love, Alex, Guru, Pogon, good to see you, Naroda. Mimi nimekuwa nimepotea, lakini I was trying to work hard ndio at least nipate vacation time kidogo. Julia, sina ubaya, I'm still here. Sometimes I get time to watch the show. Saa ingine inakuwa ni ngumu sababu unajua wengine wetu tuko na tatizo kidogo. Tusipofanya kazi kwa bidii hatutapatiwa nafasi ya kupumzika. Mimi kwanza ningependa kukosoa dada yangu Roda. Yale maneno amenena hapo ya kuchukua panga, hiyo lugha ni hatari sana. And we do not want to seem like we are running incitement show here. So some words we should at least try as much as possible to avoid using in a forum like this, because we know we have had people who have been charged with international crimes for using such words. So tafadhali, it is sometimes wise not to kwenda kwa hiyo line tena. So that is just by the way. I was listening to the issue about Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, and I think my brother here, Pogon, explained it very well, and I want to agree with him. We are blaming Uhuru Kenyatta for nothing. We are blaming Uhuru Kenyatta for nothing kabisa. Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa ni president wa jina. Uhuru Kenyatta did not do anything out of his powers to try and support Raila Odinga's candidacy. He campaigned for him openly. He declared that he supports Raila Odinga's candidature. What I can say today here with surety is that this government had already been taken over. the Jubilee government was not run from State House. That is one thing I've come to realize here. Sometimes we put a lot of blame on Uhuru Kenyatta, and in truth and sense is that Uhuru Kenyatta did not have any powers, probably. He was just a CNC by name, but all the people under him were already captured. All the people. Even when you listen to what Babu Owino was saying about telling Kibicho to arrest Chebukati. Kibicho had the powers to arrest Chebukati. If the election was being stolen in a rogue manner or in a rogue way, the way we want to believe it was stolen, then the people who had power would have used a rogue way to make sure that the person they supported was announced the winner, but they decided not to. Why? The reason is because they know why they did that. And so Uhuru Kenyatta wakati alienda nyumbani, I think hata sisi, unajua sometimes we come here na tunalia kwamba we did not do our best, labda tulisema tuko na state house, sijui tuko na deep state. The truth is, deep state was not residence at state house. Ile deep state yenye tulikuwa tunasikia ikitajwa kila siku si ile deep state yenye inafanyanga kazi. Ile deep state yenye tulikuwa tunajidai nayo ni ile deep state ya jina peke yake. This government was captured a long time ago. And sometimes it is very painful to see, because I have seen elections in African countries whereby the president uses each and every means possible to make sure that he is announced and he legitimately gets that position. It doesn't matter ile njia yenye anatumia. As long as, and we said here, ile siku, as long as the chairman wa IEBC atatangaza William Ruto kama president, that thing is gone. We said here, hata wakati tulikuwa nasema hapana tuende kotini sijui nini, that thing was gone. Once the IEBC anasema ni Stone PK ndiye ameshinda uchaguzi, hiyo story imeisha namna hiyo. Hata uende wapi, uruke wapi, because all the rest ni kucompromise tu. And that is what William Ruto did. He made sure that the IEBC chairman Chebukati yako kwa mfuko yake na akamtangaza kiongozi. The rest was just to rubber stamp. Hawa watu wengine ma Supreme Court judge, all you need to do is to promise them ya kwamba utafund the judiciary and employ more judges. You are done. They will do whatever you want. When it comes to the police, capture the IG, make sure you tell him ukijaribu kufanya namna hii hata kazi nitakufuta na nitakuweka ndani, because already nimechukua uchaguzi. He's compromised. And it was done like that, clean. So sisi wakati tunakuja hapa tunalaumu Uhuru Kenyatta, maybe Uhuru Kenyatta was even aliona uchungu zaidi hata kutushinda. But that thing was gone a long time ago. Na tumekuja kugundua juzi tu that there was some money to an extent of 12 billion shillings, 12 billion shillings ambayo ilikuwa pumped into the IEBC that was not budgeted for. The IEBC received close to around 42 billion Kenyan shillings from the Kenyan government. It had budgeted for 41, I think, but it was given 42 billion by the Jubilee administration. On top of the 42 billion, it went ahead and received 12 billion shillings from the international, so-called international community. Hiyo pesa ilienda wapi? Hatujawahi jiuliza hiyo pesa ilienda wapi. We have seen Chebukati ana print makaratasi double copy, sijui form 32B, ako na set A na set B. Unashangaa hizo pesa zilitoka wapi? And finally, those people that sponsored the elections are now running around the country, you know, in the towns they give us with IMF and the ambassadors wako all over the place. Vile Roda amesema, I mean, it's like the ambassadors of Britain, ambassador, I mean, UK commissioner to Kenya, and the US ambassador are running the show in Kenya. You can see them all over the place, making decisions, you know, talking about policy issues in the country. But we have nothing to say. Why? Because they know that they got what they wanted. They got their interest in the country. And Julia, let me tell you here, before even I forgot, I wanted to show this, sijui kama itaonekana. Unaona hiyo kwa screen. And that is the star. It says that Wafula Chebukati has been named Person of the Year 2022. Yeah? Person of the year 2022. So hii kitu ilikuwa imepangwa kitambo. I was listening to Archbishop wa ACK Stone PK, sijui kama umeona hii ama imekupita. Angalia tena kwa mara ya pili ndio usiseme siku iweka hapa ukaona. So Wafula Chebukati 61.
Thank you very much. Teremusha alafu unipe muda.
Huyo ndio sasa person of the year mwenye tumepata. Wafula Chebukati is the person of the year 2022. He has been praised, he has been commended by everybody. Amepatiwa mpaka OGW na president kwa sababu ile kazi yenye alifanya hakuna mwanaume mwingine amewahi fanya Kenya mzima. But we are also forgetting ya kwamba kulikuwa na mtu alikuwa anaitwa Kivuitu hapo. Wafula Chebukati is still following the same trend yenye Kivuitu alifanya. And these things, sijui ni Guru ama ni nani ama ni Pogona ama ni nani alikuwa anaongea juu. Na akasema this person has learned from history. William Ruto amekuwa wakati wa Kibaki, wa Moi, aliona vile uchaguzi inashindwa. Wakati wa Kibaki akaona vile mtu anaapishwa saa 1 saa 2 ya usiku, akajua ya kwamba the only thing you have to do to become a president is capture the IEBC. Once you receive your certificate namna hii, that's it. Wale watu wengine watafollow tu nyuma namna hiyo. And that is what he did with this election. Now, with the Kenyan election, the thing is, once you become a president, you do not have to be voted by everybody or the majority of the country. But then, once you become the president to capture power, sasa unaanza kutembelea hao. Kila siku, enda Western mahali wako kupigia kura, enda Mombasa. You are trying to buy legitimacy sasa. Unajaribu kuleta urafiki na kuwapelekea goodies. Nitawajengea bandari, nitawaletea barabara. You know, unabembeleza watu na hiyo vitu inaitwa presidential goodies. Halafu politicians wote kwa sababu ni watu ya njaa, utaona wote kama wale watu tuliona hapa Western juzi wakikufuata, because wanasema sisi bila serikali hatuna maendeleo kwetu. So they start following you. Na hiyo ndio kitu Ruto anafanya saa hii. He is no longer interested na kuenda you know, ukiangalia zile trips zenye ameenda Mount Kenya ni kuenda maombi. Trips zenye ameenda Rift Valley ni kuenda maombi na Thanksgiving. Akienda mahali kama Mombasa huko anaenda ku launch project. Akienda Western huko ana launch 3 projects or 4 projects in a day. Kujipendekeza ndio ukubalike, jipendekeze ukubalike kwa watu. And that is what he's doing right now. So tuache kulia sana. Hii Kamwana alifanya ile kitu aliweza, lakini vile tulikuwa tunasikia alikuwa karibu apigwe kofi siku nyingine. Nimekubali. Hii kitu ilikuwa imepangwa kitambo sana, na huyu jamaa mwenye kupanga alikuwa make sure ya kwamba ameshika kile mtu ambaye ako katika sehemu ambayo ni ya maana kwa hiyo serikali, mtu ambaye atamsaidia kuinfluence kupata hiyo kiti, na akapata. So now it comes down to, is he able to manage the country with the support that he has and trying to fight for legitimacy? Is he able to manage the country? Shida yenye iko kubwa saa hii ni kukopa madeni, na tulikuwa na hii argument siku nyingine hapa juzi na rafiki yangu Black. Nikampigia breakdown ya zile pesa ambazo zimekopwa na nchi ya serikali ya Kenya saa hii. Nikamueleza kitu ya kwanza, South Korea, William Ruto alienda akakopeshwa 122 billion Kenyan shillings. With a B, 122 billion. Afrexim Bank ikampatia 366 billion. World Bank ikampatia 92 billion. IMF imempatia closely to around 390 something billion Kenyan shillings. So within 3 months we have a total of 1 point something trillion mkopo. Miezi 3 peke yake, 100 days, 1 point something trillion. And one thing you should know about William Ruto ni kwamba William Ruto is very smart at playing kitu inaitwa reverse psychology. He will tell you what he doesn't mean. Wakati alikuwa anaingilia Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu ya kukopa madeni, at the back of his mind alikuwa anajua ya kwamba serikali yao hiwezi endelea bila kukopa. And that is what he is doing right now. And Guru, you have your concerns whether we will be able to pay this money or not. William Ruto does not care. Hata hizo conditions zenye Guru ulikuwa unaongea juu yake ya kwamba ati sijui associates, Hawa watu ni wale watu ambao walikuwa wanaweka pesa kwa magunia, kwa manyumba. They had bedrooms zenye zimejaa pesa, mpaka Uhuru Kenyatta akaamua kubadilisha sarafu. Ndio hizi pesa unakuta siku hizi tunakutana nazo kwa internet. Mtu ako na kibunda layers ya pesa iko kwa bedroom, ajua atafanyia nini. These are people you think care. They don't care. They will borrow as much as wako na mtu ambaye anataka kuwapatia pesa, wataomba hizo pesa. Kulipa si shida yao, kulipa ni wewe mwenyewe. And let me give you a difference between what we are seeing with the IMF. The IMF will not come for a collateral kama port ya Mombasa. Haitafanya kazi kama namna hiyo. Hiyo ni kazi ya China, because China inaweza chukua hiyo port na Iran hiyo port for some few years, maybe 40 or 50 years, ijaribu kujilipa pesa yake. IMF haitafanya kazi kama hiyo. IMF itajaribu kuhakikisha ya kwamba wewe mwenye kukopa pesa una collect enough revenue ya kuwalipa. That is what the IMF does. So IMF will not bring receiver managers wakuje kusema ulikopa pesa yetu so tunataka uturudishie pesa yetu. Hiyo si kazi ya IMF. IMF inataka kuonyesha kwamba you cannot default kwa zile loan zenye ulikopa kutoka kwao. What does the IMF do? The IMF said toa subsidies ya mafuta, toa subsidies ya unga, toa subsidies ya power, toa hizo vitu zote so that ukusanye a lot of money kutoka kwa mwananchi. The IMF does not care about the common mwananchi. It wants common mwananchi afinywe kabisa, alipe taxes ndio waweze kurecover pesa zao. That is how they revive economies. But they do not care about your port. Hiyo mambo ya port, hiyo ni mambo ya China. Hiyo ndio kazi China itakuwa inafanya. So IMF imepeana hizo pesa zake zote, lakini you can see the conditions. Conditions zao ni toa subsidies. And it is very clear. They said they do not want subsidies on fuel so that they can be able to recover their money. That is one condition they have set. And William Ruto does not care about you. Ati atakupunguzia subsidies, ununue subsidies ya mafuta, ununue mafuta bei rahisi, ati ndio ufurahie kama mwananchi hustler, na huku kuna mtu ambaye anataka kufund his government. William Ruto is a very ambitious guy, but Kenya does not follow his ambitions. We are at a very brittle state right now. Hatuna pesa. What we need to do is we need to deal with what we have. Tunafaa kukula ile chakula kidogo tuko naye. But with a person who is promising building 1,000 dams in 1 year, planting sijui ni 19 billion trees in 5 years, kupatia watoto pampers wenye wanazaliwa mpaka wafikishe 3 months old. We cannot sustain this ambition ya Ruto. Ruto's ambition, I was reading the budget, it says, it was on the Standard, it says, brace for higher taxes to fund the 3.6 trillion budget. That is the budget that is going. The budget that is coming up with this government inasema ya kwamba Treasury's budget review and outlook paper reveals President William Ruto will oversee the biggest budget in the country's history, and to finance it, it will have to borrow heavily and increase taxation. That is what the Standard says. Now listen to where this money is coming from. Treasury says it will bridge the 695.2 billion budget deficit by borrowing from the domestic market. What will it borrow from the domestic market? It will borrow 496.6 billion Kenyan shillings from the domestic market. And then it will borrow 198.6 billion externally. KRA is expected to collect 2.57 trillion in 2023-2024 financial year, which is about 17% more than the 2.19 trillion it projected to collect over the current financial year. So the issue is more debt and conditions, as IMF is supposed to release about 55 billion. So IMF inaenda kuachilia 55 billion, lakini IMF inasema, can you tax your people highly ndio tulipe pesa zetu? That is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. So mi nataka kusema namna hii nikimalizia hiyo. Our status as a nation financially is bad, ni mbaya. It's bad, ni mbaya kabisa. We can only hope for the best, and maybe the best yenye tuna hope for itatoka kwa kukopa. Now, kama kukopa itatusaidia try to improve our situation, that is something we'll have a discussion for. About another day. Now, there's this issue yenye tulikuwa tunaongea hapa. Let me see. Ndio nisisahau. The Cherera Tribunal. The Cherera Tribunal. Hii Cherera Tribunal is a sham. Hii tribunal ya Cherera nimesikiza. I was listening even to the first person ambaye alikuwa ni petitioner. This guy anaitwa Dennis Idhumbi or somebody like that. I have been looking at that guy akitembea from one media station to another, calling himself a political analyst.
Sio tungeacha nani Richie. You are wasting your energy, intelligence.
No. I have to make this comment, Stone PK. I have to make this comment because I think it is very important to discuss about this. Anyway, it is just a by the way because I had somebody saying here. Hii story Pogon ulikuwa unasema, Pogon alikuwa anaongea story ya hii tribunal. Hii tribunal achana nayo. Hata Stone PK umefanya vizuri kuniambia ni achane nayo. Ndio nikupatie nafasi uongee. This is just a choreographed waste of time. Hakuna kitu itasaidia mtu. This thing has already been predetermined. Hata hii vitu unaona kwa TV kila wakati ni kupotezea watu masaa. But this guy is very interesting because this guy nilikuwa naona anakuja kwa TV station kila wakati akisema yeye ni political analyst. Kidogo he is a security expert. Sijui is a what. Sasa anaulizwa swali moja, wewe unajitanga political security analyst, umeserve kwa jeshi gani? Ati sijui niko certified, sijui the years. Nimekuuliza umeenda umesomea wapi security? Hakuna. Wewe ni reverend, unajiita reverend, ulisomea wapi theology school? Anasema yeye amekuwa ordained sijui na bishop nani, sijui ni Bishop Margaret Wanjiru ama ni nani Julia, sijui kama ulisikia jina. Watu wamesomea huko town kwa gorofa huko, wanatoka na majina ngumu reverend nini, na hakuna siku hata walikanyaga theology school. They are all over the place, and that is the person that is being taken as a credible witness, accuser, petitioner ya kutoa
Richie, zile theological schools zinakuwa juu ya back.
Vitu kama hizo. Na ndio sasa ati watu wanakuja kuaccuse watu hapo. They are so called credible petitioners. Na wenyewe ni sham. They have nothing legitimate. But that is a story for another day.
Makiadi, don't you then think it is an indictment on our media, especially when you invite somebody to come and give views on certain issues and you don't even check his background and the training that he has and the expertise that he has and the knowledge that he has and the experience on the area he is commenting on?
Yeah, you are very right, Guru. This guy calls himself a security expert, sijui legal analyst,
that is a scam.
It is a scam.
That's a scam. Don't even talk about it.
And
he couldn't answer any question. He kept unamuuliza hii question anasema hivi, alafu anaulizwa, we ask you this. He could not answer question directly. None of the question he answered directly. He had to be asked a question 3 times before he can say the truth.
Donald Kipkorir alimtoa nguo mbele ya watu, akaonekana ni mtu bure kabisa. Sasa huyo ndio mtu ambaye alikuwa ati anatarajiwa kuna evidence zaidi ya kuja kutoa the Cherera 4 kwa ofisi, na yeye mwenyewe kila kitu yake ni scam, kila kitu.
Richie alikuwa akifanya nini Bomas?
Hiyo sasa labda yeye mwenyewe ajibu. Hiyo mimi siwezi msaidia hapo.
And I did not believe hiyo kitu anasema ati ako na security firms all over Africa. I did not believe that either.
So Stone PK, mimi sitaki kupoteza wakati wako zaidi, but nataka kumaliza na kusema Guru, nimeona ni kama umefuga kuku, sijui ni ile kuku ya Hustler. Nimesikia ni kama umeingia studio na kuku hapa. Nashangaa kwani Guru ameleta
nimeanza kuchinja kuku.
Umeingia na kuku studio. Shangaa Guru amekuja na kuku studio ile, nilikuwa nasikia inapigwa simu kuulizwa kama imetaga. Back to you, Julia.
Asante Makedi. Guru is tempting us, and Guru, you have to pay us a fine. You are trying to make us hungry with chicken for chicken. Pogon, naomba utoke kwa giza. Alex alituambia sijui kwa wapi. Pogon, naomba utoke kwa giza. The screen is very dark. Pogon, wherever you are, naomba utoke kwa giza. And Makedi, that was awesome analysis. Yeah, I want to agree with you, like you just said. I don't think Uhuru had the ability to stop whatever was happening. He can't. And we should have known better. We should not even have gone for this election in the first place. So, Stone PK, are you on our side now?
Yes, I am, Madam Julia Mwalimu.
I thought you uliingia KKE sasa ndio kutaka kuongea.
Hapana, nilikuwa na multitask. Thank you.
Ulikuwa unasikiza story zetu kweli?
Kabisa. I've followed everything. I had 3 issues I was attending to, this being one of the main one because of topic ya leo. Leo tunaenda mpaka kesho kutwa.
Yes, leo juu Makedi amekuja. Makedi, chukua ushukani kidogo nikunywe kachai.
Mimi niko hapa, lakini niko na one more day. Kuanzia kesho sasa tutakuwa hapa 24 hours mpaka Christmas.
Haya, sasa niendelee Julia.
Yes, and Makedi takes over kidogo, naenda kupika kachai narudi.
Haya, kwa hivyo niendelee.
Yes, endelea.
Utupikie sisi wote chai.
Haya.
Sawa, kachai.
Thank you Julia. Thank you Richie, brother, and Kenyan, Alex, Progon. Let me begin by nianze. Leo nitazungumza Kiswahili juu nilisema lazima tuzungumze the language that people wale tuna intend wanasikiza. Kizungu mingi Kenya nimekuta kumbe ni ya wachache. Richie ume give very good view, ukweli wa mambo. And what has frustrated me so much is when it occurred to me that kumbe wa Kenya tunajidaigi tumeng'amu, yani tumechanuka, ala kumbe tu ni kubahatisha, tunabahatishanga. Yani Mkenya mahali alipo huwa anabahatisha, bahati mzuri ile pingi ponki inamwangukia, alafu anakuambia he has worked very hard. Sorry to say that, I know wengi watakasirika, but the truth of the matter, Richie, sitaki kurudia all what you have said because it was all true, but I want to ile West Africa wanasema, can I buttress my friend that what you said about Uhuru is 150% right. He is the president that Kenyans will regret for life to ever having him in that seat. He's the worst, the most, I don't want to use term ingine mbaya mbovu, but the president who had no clue, he had nothing. Yani Kenya tulikuwa punished the day we accepted him as a president, but it was to the advantage of Ruto. No wonder Ruto would stand anamwambia wewe ni bure, wewe ni kabisa, wewe ni ng'ombe. Ruto insulted our president mpaka akamuinsult na mamake. Is that a president who was in control? No. I see Kenyan with love raising his hand. But the truth of the matter, and you take a vote, Kenyans will tell you that the worst president we've ever had, worst mean you cannot be a president who has no an iota of control of a country. You give excuse in the constitution. In Africa, you don't give constitution as an excuse. At constitution, imekufunga mikono. Lazima uwe ni nongwe. Mtaani tuko kuita wewe ni nongwe. Wewe ni mdosi. Wewe ndio tumekuchagua, wewe ndio prefect wa Daro. Alafu unasema uwezi andika noise makers. Ati juu the rule is lazima sijui fairness. In Africa, what is fairness? There is nothing like word fairness in Africa. Uhuru was the worst president that the country Kenya has ever had. We will regret the damage we are having today, which will be for so many years. Uhuru is the reason why we have Ruto as the president, who will screw Kenya left, right, center, up and down, and this country is going to disintegrate into what Kenyans are shying away from, because Kenyans sisi ni wajinga. Ati tunasema Kenya iwezi disintegrate. Kenya will be worse than Somalia. Why? Courtesy of Uhuru Kenyatta, a president who had no power because of his, I don't want to use those very strong words. You are just there. Oh, Raila kuja unisaidie to run gava. Oh, sijui konini. Oh, that is not a president. I wish he had taken a quarter of his dad's tenacity. He would have managed Kenya. But this guy had nothing. Nothing. And this is a fact. Moi picked him from Uko. Sijui nini. Look at even the way, by the way, you know a leader, even by the way he dresses, by the way he talks, by the people he associates with. If he was picked, put it to Ishaweri, he got 0. He was rejected by his own village to be the MP. Then he was elevated to Kenya Tourism Board, which he had no clue about. He knew nothing about tourism. That time I was in tourism industry. Uhuru as the Kenya KTB board chairman, he would come to the meeting and talk nothing. Just to make him elevated. Unamulet. I want people to analyze Uhuru's speeches since 2013. If you are intelligent, analyze those speeches if they are ever presidential speeches. How can a president talk when you are warning people? Unasema majameni ndugu zangu, kuna shida ndugu zangu, naomba munisamee. A president, a leader doesn't ask for forgiveness. Who are you asking to forgive you? You are an idiot. You are in your own house, unatoa rules, wife amekosea, watoto wamekosea, unatoa msomo. From today, I don't want A, B, C, D. You see, you've started, I don't want A, B, C, D. Then unaanza kusema, oh, I'm sorry if I've hurt anybody, please, I just want us to have order. You water down the rules and directions and directives that you have given. Number 3, in Africa, you can never be a watermelon president. In Africa, you cannot be, oh, you know, I respect this, I respect that, so please forgive me if I'm a bit harsh. Never. In leadership, don't go giving excuses. Ati umetoa a rule, then you start watering down by saying, I'm sorry if I was a bit harsh, I'm sorry if then you are, what Afrika wanakuchukua wanakusema huyu ni nongwe. Kenyans don't even see Uhuru as a president. Kenyans see Uhuru as a betrayer. Kenyans see Uhuru as the one who has plunged this country into the problems that we are going to have for many years to come. I said this on this TV before elections. People started, oh, those who are supporting Uhuru has brought infrastructure. Uhuru has not brought any infrastructure in this country. That is 2030 vision. Kibaki vision. The strategy iliwekwa siku ya Kibaki. Period. There's nothing that Uhuru has initiated. Uhuru has not initiated anything because he's not a thinker. How can a thinker be celebrating and drinking whiskey when Ruto is stealing elections? It's not possible. You are celebrating huko with the baba. Mnaonyeshwa kwa ranch ya nani ya who? This other idiot called what we call him, the Kotu guy, Tumbo man. Mnakunywa mawiski huko while Ruto is stealing elections, and you are there lying to baba. Oh, tumeshinda elections. Which idiot goes to celebrate before the referee whistles the 90 minutes whistle kusema game imeisha? Kenyans, tuseme ukweli. And I don't want people to start saying that Uhuru played Baba. Uhuru did not play Baba. Uhuru had no capacity to make Baba president. because Uhuru never was a president for 10 years. Uhuru was a slave of RUTO. That's the truth. Take it to any bank that you wish can trust you. There's no way a president can be defeated in Africa, maybe in America and other countries. So watu wasituletee hapa, oh, you know, Uhuru was outsmarted. How? Richie and all those of us who are in this panel, how can you be outsmarted in your ati wife yako sasa Richie ati amekuwa outsmarted? Afadhali uchukue kamba ujinyonge uishie. Ati kuna game wife ameplay ikakuchukua by surprise. Shit, man, I'll hang myself that very moment and disappear. It's nonsense to say you are outsmarted by your deputy. It's garbage. You are there as a president, your deputy appoints half of the government. He puts his tribesmen. You are there laughing. And then you're asking watu, tutafanya nini? Watu wanaiba 2 billion. Nitadu? As a president, that is when Kenyans should have told him, man, go home. I don't want to use the F and K words, man. They should have told this guy, please pack and go. You're asking the electorate, nitadu? Sincerely? Oh, 2 billion being stolen every day. Really? But Stone PK would have been a better president. I can tell you, because for me, ukinishinda, I hang you. It's part of African politics. Simple. Ilianza na makina Kijiketele na wale wengine. Richi, ukikuja ukinipa kompe moja deadly, unaishia. Watu wanaraya.
So Stone, let me ask you a question. So are you blaming Uhuru?
Uhuru is useless. He has sold this
Okay,
country.
no problem. No problem.
Yes.
Uhuru is useless. He is the cause of all this. Now, are you blaming him?
I mean, what? Yes, I am pushing. I'm pushing a lot of blame on him. He made
your submission.
Ali Maiden, the bombers activity was done when Uhuru was the chief and the president of this country. And
But you are contradicting yourself. Already you have said that he was never president.
Wacha wewe Alex, umetupa, wachana na hiyo. Nimekuambia.
Actually, why I'm asking the question is,
yes, Pogo.
Why I'm asking the question is, Uhuru ukiangalia his tendencies na vile amekuwa akirun his operations, everything, the loss of the election, hiyo election vile ilienda ilikuwa ni culmination ya tabia ya Uhuru. Everybody knew him to be a soft guy, even hata yeye kukuwa nominated ku run for presidency in 2013. He was a stooge. He was doing it for hao watu wenye walikuwa wako behind him. I think for Mount Kenya. So it's not like sasa tutaanza kuja kumblame. Yeye alikuwa anatumika especially na RUTO, because there is no way RUTO could stand in 2013 and win this thing. He had to bring somebody in, prepare himself well, so that when he comes in, it's just one shot bullseye. And he did it. So let's not blame Uhuru. Uhuru has been true. Ni kama Karen Nyamu. Karen Nyamu tumejua tabia yake before akuwe nominated. Sasa hizi amekuwa nominated, ameendelesha tu vile true colors zake, sasa wanataka kumtoa. Let's not blame Uhuru.
Sawa bro, what I'm saying, unajua sasa tukianza kuleta literature na semantics, then we go into that line. But the truth of the matter, Uhuru was the president, and I would say in quote, of the country called Kenya, and he's the one who handed over the mantle to RUTO. And then over to Alex, it is, I'm not contradicting myself. I'm saying Uhuru was the president. He maidened, Ali witnessed the birth of a thief taking over the country. So I don't see where I'm contradicting myself. It is very clean. And it is because, one, he had no control of this country since 2013, when he was put in as a president. He never won any election. That everybody knows. So from 2013, that is when Kenya sank into the deepest hole that it cannot come out. And I want Kenyans to stop debating.
PK, maybe I don't know English. When you say he was not in control.
Yeah, but he was the president.
When you are not in control, then you are not the president. The
wacha
person who
hiyo.
is in control is the president.
Okay, sawa. Basi hapo English ni shida. It depends on the schools we attended. Now, this president was there, but he was a stooge. Maybe that English might be simpler. He was a stooge. And there is nothing that went in this country. Uhuru, by the way, anything he signed, it was sanctioned by RUTO. When you have a woman in your house who you call
you're
your wife,
misleading people, Bana.
and he calls you an idiot, when your wife calls you an idiot in the house, you can't say you are in control of that house. Wacha nipoza hapo, Kenyan wants to talk before I
Yeah,
come.
I think you're misleading. Not really misleading. You're very right in what you're saying, but also misleading people at some point.
How?
Because it's very unfortunate that you feel like Uhuru never did anything. Uhuru had nothing to do. Uhuru was the president of the Republic of Kenya. When you say when you apportion blame on Uhuru, I think it's really very wrong. And then what you're asking, basically what you're saying, Stone, and for the first time, I never disagree with you because I'm on the boat. I'm on the same boat with you in where you think our country needs to go. But on this one, I'm unfortunately going to disagree with you. Because what you're doing, you're also asking that the fact that this man was the president, however he got there, he was the president at the time. But you're apportioning something that he should have done something. I don't know what, I think we all know, but I don't know what you're trying to say that he should have done to make the election end up a different way. Now, we all know that Ruto did not win. But again, when you come out like that, it's like just because he was the president, was a sitting president, has to make the other person that is coming be the president. And I think that's the biggest problem that we have in our country. That is, two wrongs don't make a right, my brother. Two wrongs don't make a right. So assuming Ruto actually was winning or won, we know he'd never won. But just because you're the president, what did you want him to do?
Let me answer you.
Hold on. Let me finish. Ndio ninyamaze. Mimi nanyamaza nikitoka hapo. Because where we are moving into a country and where we want to move is to where everything is genuine. Now, we are fighting a wrong that Ruto did ya kutumia kina Chebukati on the last day. Then we are here saying that also Uhuru should have done something. So, does two wrongs make a right? No. Now, my biggest thing, and I know I'm going to get hit on this one, is that when do we end up to where that we don't need the sitting president, or we don't need Chebukati for elections to be won fair and square? I think that's where I am, and that's where I'm going to stand. I'm not going to stand to where Uhuru should have, could have, or Chebukati did, and wanna. I want us to really think about our country. Where do we get to a point where that if I go to an election with Stone PK, Richie, Guru, Alex, the person that wins fair and square. It doesn't matter if the president is there, and it doesn't matter the IEBC leader or whatever. How are we going to do this? Now, does this take a tribunal like we're going? What does it take for us to really go to a fair election. That's all I'm asking. Hizi zingine za Uhuru, whatever, hata Putin, Putin, whatever, Biden, I don't care. I want us to have a good election where we can know someone has won fair and square, the country is good, we don't have to fight. Hakuna kitu ingine, hakuna kinautu vitu tungine tunakuja. That's all I'm saying. Richie, sorry.
Safi, Kenyan with peace. Endelea Stone.
Let me try to educate some of our people.
Wengine hatujaongea hapa for long.
Yeah, Alex, nikimaliza utakuja. Wacha
Sasa
nijibu.
unajua Alex, kama uko kwa giza namna hiyo hakuna mtu anakuona, hatujui umeinua mkono saa hii ama umeinua nini. Lakini that's wacha kwanza Stone pick.
Wacha nimalize Alex, nitakupa time. Hamna shida.
Naweza kuwa umeinua mkono na hatujaona.
Yeah.
Okay, sawa, Stone pick, endelea.
Yeah,
Alex. Kama anaweza kuwa ameinua mguu.
Okay. With all due respect, the panelists, and then my brother Mato, Kenyan with love. African politics, ama uongozi wa nchi za Kiafrika. The theories that ndugu yangu Kenyan with love anajaribu kuweka kwa akili, they never work. Sijui Uhuru, what would Uhuru have done and all that. Kenyan with love, Uhuru was the chief executive of the country by the time we were going into election. Angeangusha hiyo sword chini, hapo ndio Kenya ingeenda. If you didn't know that. He is the one who held the country. Angesema nchi chomeke, ingechomeka. For your information. As a president, sitting president, you have all the powers. Constitutionally, unconstitutionally, you have all the powers to decide where and what you want to happen in your country. I know people will say, democracy and all that. In Africa, the sitting president, and this is where Kenya has failed, and it is so unfortunate, Kenya will disintegrate into something. 5 years later, wandugu zangu tukiwa tutakuwa tunakutana kwa TV, mtakuwa mnasema Stone PK talked about this. Kenya is disintegrating at a certain fast rate that you will not believe. Mutakuwa mkisema once upon a time this was happening. And I'm telling those people who were born in 1990s, they don't know it. Because the 24 years we had the rule of Daniel Arap Moi, it reduced Kenya to the day we got independence in 1963. 24 years watered everything, every gain that this country had had. It destroyed everything that you would want to talk about, from education to health to social fiber to tribalism. It dismantled country called Kenya. That is when we started. Mtu akiongea akisema jina yake mimi naitwa Stone PK, unamuuliza anatoka wapi? Not because you just want to know just because you want to know where you want to place him, how you want to approach him. That is when we call the disintegration of our country. We disintegrated in 24 years. Kenya was never a country, a nation. And up to today, Kenya is never a nation, and it has never been a nation. Now, when we talk of Uhuru as the president, he had the mandate to say what I'm seeing is garbage. He had the mandate to say Chebukati or whoever, hii kitu unafanya ni ujinga, and I don't want to hand over power to mediocrity. Mungefanya nini? Uhuru angesema hizi votes, kwa nini mumeacha kuhesabu on day 4, on day 3? Why is the media not transmitting? Why wouldn't Uhuru question that? You mean he had no power to ask IBC, Chebukati, summon him to State House under the glaring whatever of the cameras, and as a president and CEO say, what I'm seeing is nonsensical. Please up your skills and try to do what is justice to Kenyans. Mr. Kenyan, I see you have disappeared. All those who are listening to us, didn't Uhuru have power to say, if you are streaming this thing from day 1, day 5, why are you stopping to do this? Kwa nini mume stop? Why am I hearing this? Nani alikuwa na who was the overall supervisor, the trustee of the people of Kenya? Alikuwa nani? It was not Chebukati. It was Uhuru Kenyatta. If this country ingeungua, it was the CEO, not Chebukati. So Uhuru made all the garbage, all the nonsense. At one time, Raila is leading. Then it is changed. Then everything goes into blackout. Nobody reads anything. Then you don't want me to say the CEO of the country he had time to even say, please, hii game is stopiwe. We have to start afresh. Who would have hanged him? He had all the power to make sure that things were going the right way. Who tells you that the president can't summon the IBC chairman and tell him, wacha ujinga? He had all the power. But unfortunately, him being who he is, not a leader, not a whatever, is just a Kenyan, mtu wa kawaida, alikuja akapewa uongozi, mlevi wa kawaida, kama wale wengine. And that's it. That's how he gambled with the Kenyan, and Kenyans are now in this S because of his carelessness.
Stone PK, at the risk of being thrown out by the
Mato,
let me finish.
It's a question.
No, hold on.
Why would you be
Let's
thrown
Stone
out?
finish, alafu tuende kwa
Let me
Alex
finish.
hajaongea.
No, ni question Richie. Question ya kitu anasema saizi. If I don't ask right now, I'll forget.
Alafu utauliza.
Utauliza baadaye.
Iko kwa mahali anasema saizi, please Stone. Nani? Richie. Tafadhali. If I don't ask right now, it won't make any sense if I ask it later. Okay, don't you think if he would have meddled with that election and there was a tribunal like we're having today, that he would have been indicted to come and answer why he meddled with it? Maybe the tribunal that is happening right now, it could have maybe messed up something. So don't you think that maybe it could be a long-term thinking that he did not have to meddle with it because he would have? Yeah,
I get you, Mato, brother Kenyan with love. The tribunal would be questioning why the president did what he did to put Kenya in the right track. And we are happy to have that tribunal even for 100 or 1,000 years, questioning why Uhuru had to put Kenya in the right track. Did I answer your question? It would take whatever it is, but he did what he did to ensure that Kenya did not land into the hands that he had assured us. Hawezi patiana nchi kwa mwizi.
Stone PK.
When did that change?
Stone PK, in the interest of time,
yes,
because
sir.
I'll come back to you. I want Alex Ataya onge. In the interest of time, okay, in the interest of national security and peace and stability and harmony in a country, the president might decide to summon the IBC chair. I mean, that's just my observation. If you're the president, if you're the sitting president na uone ya kwamba hii kitu inaweza leta balaa, you are seeing funny things zinaendelea, election counting inasimamishwa kwa siku karibu 3, like a concerned president who is the commander in chief, who is charged to ensure that the country remains stable. Why couldn't you even, question why these things are happening? Even questioning, wacha tu isemekane walisikia ukiuliza ni nini inaendelea. Lakini hiyo nyumba inaitwa State House imenyamaza karibu wiki 2. Ile kitu tunaona the final place, tunaona Chebukati ni akiita mabishop. Sijui kama umesikia bishop wa ACK alisema aliitwa na Chebukati kwa maombi aende kumuombea kabla kwenda kutangaza uchaguzi. Kwa hivyo hata nyinyi watu mlikuwa mnangojea pale Bomas of Kenya, already akina bishop huyu anaitwa nani huyu wa ACK, already walikuwa wanajua uchaguzi nani amekuwa declared winner. So Chebukati had the guts to call the bishops waende kumwombea kabla aende kutoa hiyo foolscap yake moja apeane matokeo, na nyinyi mnangoja huko ati mnahesabu kura. Anyway, Ole Sapit amesema hapa already alikuwa ameenda kuombea Chebukati kwake, sijui ni 1 day ama 2 days before the election was announced. So hii vitu hii mingi tunapiga kelele hapa, hii kitu wachana naye, wacha hii kitu ilienda nani, wachana nayo kabisa. Alex, si nimeona umehakisha taa tena umezima bana, wewe huko kwa ndege.
Makiadi, nitakuonyesha mahali niko.
Ni sawa, so, ni sawa. If you are not okay, ni sawa, endelea.
Yeah. In 2007 wakati kura ziliibiwa, mtu ambaye alipigana akakasirika, akaenda kwa magazeti. And you could see that he was the man that was fighting alone. Ilikuwa William Samoei Ruto. Na walikuwa na beef mbaya sana na Martha Karua. Anakumbuka wakati kura zilienda kabisa, wakataka kwenda kotini, baba akampoesha kidogo. At one time Kibaki akasema kitu kimoja ambacho najua ndio kimeleta shida katika country yetu. Kibaki alisema muliiba na sisi tukaiba. Nani aliwaambia msiibe nyingi? I think that statement changed to Ruto. From that time, I think Ruto came to understand elections are not won. Elections are taken. Now, ulikuwa ukiongea ukigive submission. Stone pia akigive submission. Something came to me. Wakati 2013, Baba was supposed to run with Ruto. Ruto alikuwa ameenda Nakuru kuona Kulei. Kidogo hivi Kutunyu akamchukua kwenda wapi? Kwenda kwa Uhuru. Na hiyo maneno ikaisha huko. And it became apparent that Ruto became very powerful because he was the kid on the block. So by the time Ruto administration ilianza ya 2013, I believe he was the president. So Ruto has understood the art and science of not being voted for looking for people to make sure that he is declared as the president. So I think we have been making a mistake of going to vote, whereas Ruto is not thinking about that. That's the trajectory that I'm looking. Ruto has never thought of going into the ballot to win. He has always known that he's going to the ballot to be declared. So that's what I got from what we were talking. So in that context, Ruto has always been the president, no matter what. That is what I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you Alex, and umeongea ukweli kabisa, umeongea ukweli. Mimi nakwambia hivi, hii uchaguzi tunafanyanga Afrika hii uchaguzi tunafanyanga Afrika, wacha tuseme tu tunaendaga kupiga kura, lakini hakuna uchaguzi.
Makiadi, when in 2013, when he looked at Raila and he looked at Uhuru, he found out that Uhuru was weak, and what he made sure that he gave huyu mtu pombe throughout. I'll make sure amempea pombe throughout so that he could become powerful. That's what I think.
Alex, nimekubaliana na yeye. Hiyo kengele sijui ni ya gas station ama ni nini. Kwani nimefungua gas station? Na utuambii.
Alex alikuwa airport, hawezi kuwa
Oh,
kwa gas station.
shangaa
Was
kwani
flying out.
ako kwa gas station ama namna gani? Haya, sawa sawa. Public participation naona amekuja hapa, lakini mniruhusu, hata kama hamtaki kusikia juu ya hii, lazima nicheze hii moja. This one, hii Stone PK, hata kama ikufurahishi, mi lazima nicheze hii tu peke yake, alafu tupatie public participation nafasi ya kuongea.
Why do you call yourself a Reverend Ndumbi?
I've been ordained as a reverend.
Are you an ordained? At times you call yourself a bishop. Are you Reverend Bishop?
I've never referred to myself as a bishop, and I'm ordained reverend through the ordainment of Bishop, through the ordainment of Bishop Eric Mwangi, Newbury City Chapel.
Did you attend theology class?
Essentially, I'm a theologian.
Did you attend theology? Do you have a theology degree?
No. Through the chair, I don't have a theology degree.
You call yourself a security expert. What are your professional credentials to be a security expert?
I have served in the security field.
Do you have a degree in security studies?
Essentially,
I'm saying, do you have a degree in security studies?
No.
Do you have a security in military science?
I have certifications for them.
Do you have a degree in military science?
I have not served in military. I have certifications of the same within my areas of professional background.
So again, you've not served in any military?
I have served in organizations that offer the services for the last 15 years.
Have you served in the military, Ndumbi? Are you an officer? Have you served in the military as an officer?
I have not served in the military as an officer, but I have done operations with militaries.
Ndumbi, I'm asking you questions. Don't ask yourself your own questions. You call yourself governance expert. Again, have you studied governance in the university?
No, I have not.
Have you studied law?
No, I have not.
What degree do you have, Reverend? Do you have a university degree?
Essentially, I have a certification from the security field.
No, I'm saying, do you have any university degree?
Once you understand the rankings within...
Reverend, I'm just
allow
asking
me to
you.
answer through the chair.
No. Do you have a university degree?
I have security certifications within my field.
Chairman, I'm just asking a simple question. Do you have a university degree? Anything?
Yeah, so that we can make progress.
No. Yeah. Do you have a university degree?
Unasikia hii maneno PK. Mimi huyo jamaa asikuje hapa Mutembei, hatutamkubalia hata kuongea hapa. Hatoshi.
Unataka nikulale? You want me to go and sleep?
Huyo jamaa hatoshi hata kuja kupeana maoni yake kwa hii station.
Matter of fact, we deserve apology from Citizen TV for hosting him time and again on Citizen. We deserve an apology.
My brothers. Huyu jamaa ndio tuna security expert, sijui governance expert, sijui anasema kuna certification, anaulizwa mwai.
Hiyo maswali ni kwa ile hiyo tribunal.
Yeah, you know, when a lawyer does that, he's trying to discredit the person who is bringing a petition. So they are trying to destroy and kujaribu kumfanya asionekane ni kama credible witness.
He's not an authority to deconstruct.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, you people, you have to forgive me if I ask you this foolish question. This is the famous Itumbi.
Yeah, that is the guy mwenye unasikia ni security expert. Ukiangalia TV inaitwa sijui TV.
No. Itumbi anaitwa Ndumbi. Anaitwa Ndumbi.
That is not Dennis Itumbi.
That is
different
people. He's called Dennis Ndumbi. He's Dennis Ndumbi, but not Itumbi. Dennis Ndumbi.
He's Dennis Ndumbi. Okay.
Now,
Itumbi has an eggy head.
Yeah, so this guy.
Yes, I've seen the Ndumbi somewhere, so I was going to ask. So this guy is the one testifying against the Chideras.
Ngoja Guru. That's very unfair. Ngoja Guru.
Pogo, you are right. That is not Itumbi. Itumbi has that head you have described.
So yeah. So ngoja Pugon. Sasa ile kitu iko, this guy is one of the petitioners wenye wamepeleka kesi ya kutoa the Cherera Falls. Now this guy has been masquerading kwa TV station. Hata sasa ukifungua TV yako utampata hapo, ni governance expert, unamkuta KTN huko ni security expert, unamkuta mahali pengine sijui ni legal analyst. Sasa anaulizwa na huyu lawyer wa Masit, wewe unajitanga security expert, ni wapi ulienda kusomea military science? Anasema akona certifications in areas zenye ameserve. Okay, let's assume amekuwa security officer. Unajua security officer is a broad term. Unaweza kuwa ule wa gate, unaweza kuwa kulinda nchi, unaweza kuwa
G4 ni
hata
sawa.
G4S, hiyo ndio naita ya gate. Sitaki kutumia jina, unajua utakuwa naharibia watu majina. So huyu mtu anaweza kuwa amesimama kwa gate ya mtu kwa miaka 15 and is calling himself an expert. Ndio hiyo, kila siku ukimwona kwa TV anaenda kupeana maoni venye yeye ni governance expert. Sasa anaulizwa, wewe ni governance, uko na degree? Hii ni kitu rahisi sana Julia. Kama uko na degree sema uko na degree, kama hauna sema hauna. Hakuna mahali utapelekwa.
Yes. Anasema, I have certificate. Do you have a degree? I have certificate.
But Makiadi, you know that is a true description of a hustler. You do not see obstacles.
No.
See opportunities.
That's a fraudster.
You see opportunities.
No.
Today, let me finish.
Okay,
Today, if I think it will fit me to say I am a security expert and make a living, so be it. Tomorrow, I'll be a governance.
You are a liar.
A governance
expert.
You are a liar. Defined who is a liar.
Ni mambo ya kubadilisha kinyonga, sababu unajua the end result, the bottom line here is to make a living. It's a hustler, right?
Let me stop you there. Kwa sababu wacha tutamaliza hii. Guru, we cannot use this forum. We cannot use this forum to sanitize fraud. Hatutatumia hii forum ku sanitize fraud. That guy is a fraudster. A fraudster is a person who says what he is not. He is pretending to be what he is not. That guy is a fraudster. Na ametumika na UDA to bring down the Masit and the Chereras, thinking alikuwa credible. Alikuwa nafikiria kizungu mingi huwa anaongea kwa TV kila wakati, hatapata mtu ambaye atai-question, na amepatikana sasa. Huyu mtu hata tukiangalia credentials zake, hata hiyo shule anasema, unasikia anasema aliodainiwa kwa gorofa hapo sijui na bishop nani hapo, kama huyu ama nani. Anasomea hapo town OTC Plaza, akapatiwa certificate, anajiita reverend at ordained bishop sijui Njenga ama ni Guru, ulimpatia certificate. That guy is a fraud. Unamtetea hivyo, we will investigate.
Sijamtetea, nimesema the mindset of a hustler does not see obstacles, it sees opportunities. Aliona kuna opportunity kwa sababu when you go to a media station, you are never asked to produce papers to show that you are an expert in the area that you claim to have expertise in. So he saw an opportunity, and you never know, maybe he was even being paid to go and talk as a governance expert, as a security expert, as whatever he was labeling him in. He's a hustler.
But Guru, the way you are talking is like, when you put in opportunity and obstacles as if there is morals involved, there is none.
So where do you draw a distinction?
There are no morals. There are no morals in hustling, my friend. There are no morals in hustling.
All right, Guru. All right.
The bottom line is the sharing at the end of the day.
Guru, you have to know where to draw a distinction, to draw a line between scams and hustlers. Ama unatuambia a scam is a hustler, because this guy is a scam. He's a fraud.
Go and read the real definition of a hustler.
No, I'm putting it into context. No. Leave Stone PK. I'm putting this into the Kenyan context. These guys nimeona kwa TV, and there's another one also. Nitawatajia hapa. Kuna jamaa mwingine anajitanga Benji Ndolo ama nani, who is all over the media. Is also another scam. There's a guy that was deported from the USA. Squeezy ako kwa media all over talking about how UDA is doing very well. All these guys wenye wako kwa UDA, and they fit very well in that because these are scams, ni waskamu wote na wako nyumbani. Wacha nipatie public participation kwanza, najua hii yenu haitaisha. Public, karibu.
Kwanza public, congratulations, leo tumekuona ukiwa full. You're so beautiful.
Imagine we have been seeing shadows, only the eyes, but now we can relate. We can see the whole package.
This government bwana Uhuru, hata yeye jichunge sana, chunga bwana. Utakuta kanyotu kwa mlango yako anangojea wewe. Don't joke with this government. Hii ni government ya Moi bwana. Lazima unaona vyenye nani anafanyanga yule jamaa mwenye ajaiweka picha yake, because tunaelekea huko bwana. Sooner than later itakubaki tu akina Makiati ndio wanaweza ongea hapa. Sisi wengine wenye tuko loko tutakuwa na shida. So mimi nataka kusupport Son PK. What Son PK is saying, that in this country tunapendanga denial. We are living in a state of denial. Kama mtu aliharibu nchi, Uhuru aliharibu nchi. I don't know why he wants to sanitize that guy kwa sababu anasema alisupport baba. This guy, ile loans yenye majority of the loans which we have been left, imechukuliwa na yeye. Kwani imechukuliwa na nani mwingine? Kwenda kujenga hii SGR yenye inaenda in the middle of nowhere. Hata saa hii haifanyi, kama haifanyi. Who did that? This also who did that? Who did it? It is nani? So let's learn as Kenyans, yani, to take the responsibility. That to give the person the responsibility. Ile unaona kama sasa Moi ile yenye alikufa, kila mtu anakuja anampongeza, he was the best, he was this, he was that. Sasa akina Koigi Wamwere na wengine wakikama out wasema mtu alikuwa mbaya, everyone is like, ai, kwa nini unaongea vibaya about Moi? Na Moi ndio ameharibu nchi, kwani wewe spoiled this country more than Moi. Moi ndio ameharibu, now followed by Uhuru, and then followed by Asla. Surely, let's call a spade a spade. Na mimi ile tunapendanga Son PK, it doesn't mean words and it's not politically correct. Hii nchi shida yenye tuko nayo na huyu Hasla saa hii hatungekuwa nayo kama nani angekatalia kupeana. Kwa nini angepeana kwa ami ama apeane kwenye atapeana? But since the day when they were sworn in, Hasla ndio amekuwa in control of the whole thing, ndio amekuwa in control of the government, kwa sababu nani alikuwa busy huko na mastarehe zake na ulevi. The person who was in control, it was none other than nani, it was none other than Asla. Na hii kusema ati the last minute ndio sasa amekuja akapata akatafutwa na RUTO, that's not true. From what I hear, Hasla alienda pale papers zinaprintiwa for a good 3 months. He was, and several times anaenda huko. So he was in control, and then there were people who were in IDC who walikuwa nalipwa mshahara na RUTO for 3 years. To be able to fix, kwa sababu unajua kufix election is not a one day thing, it is something which takes time. Sasa for 3 years huko unakula mshahara yako na the same or more is also being paid by Hasla. Usifikiria ati nani amecompromisewa saa hii. Who knows, even maybe he was threatened with death. So what I'm telling you is that Hasla amekuwa in control of the situation, and that's why alikuwa nasemanga very openly ati nani ataniibia kura mimi, as in to just say in a nice way that I'm the one who has been killing the kura, so how is it now that I'm the one mwenye ataibiwa kura? Haiwezekani, unaona. So this guy had compromised IDC officials for minimum of 3 years. Alikuwa amewacompromise, and then ile kwenye chief alikuwa ADC, he made sure that all the strategic places alikuwa ameemploy watu yake, so that in case of anything vitu ziende nywe. So hii kitu sio kitu yenye while Uhuru alikuwa analala hapo hivyo na Raila pia alikuwa amelala, nani alikuwa amejipanga from long time ago. It's not now.
Sasa unaona ile kitu mmefanyia public participation, Guru. Mmefanya public participation atoroke
Atarudi.
mkiwa na Stone PK. Kwa watu wanaitisha link hapa, lakini tunataka kufunga jameni.
Hapana, wapatie Makiadi, wapatie.
Unajua, endelea public, yeah, go on.
Yeah. So guys, you see, when you're a president, you are in control. You're supposed to be in control of the country. But me, what I can blame, first of all, I can blame Kenyans for voting for this group because Shidet ilianza immediately when RUTO entered in Shidet ilianza, and we were not expecting anything different. So what I can tell you is that musishinde hapa hivi mkijaribu kusanitize Uhuru. Uhuru is another one. Who was totally not in control. Yeye alikuwa kwa pombe zake or whatever he was doing. Meanwhile, nani ako huku behind the scenes and sort from the word go. That guy alianza campaign almost immediately. The guy has been on campaign for 9 years. At least you are part of that popularity. Hata kama ataiba, isikue that is not popular. Unaona? Then behind the scenes hapo kwa IBC analipa watu ya IBC strategic people wanalipa for 3 years mshahara, monthly salary. You guys. Sasa unafikiria. So me, all what I can tell Kenyans is that let's stop sanitizing this president. Our president wametuletea starting from Moi, starting from even Kenyatta himself kuingia wakitu mashamba. Ndio sasa wakaenda hapo wametupwa na huko Rift Valley. Then coming to Moi, ameharibu. We could have been the guys who we started this Singapore, sahi wako wapi? Hatuwezi kuwaona. South Korea tulikuwa tunawalend pesa, sasa ndio tunaenda kubed. What is that actually? So Kenyans, let's not lie to ourselves that Uhuru was not in control. He has never been in control of the situation. And the person who knows how things work, who is called Asla, took full advantage. Akachukua the key posts kama finance, kama energy, walikuwa na watu yake so that he can use maximum use. Sasa, the only thing I can tell you Kenyans now, brace yourself for more because things are going to can only get worse and worse with the kind of situation better. But we lack it. Na laksisi yetu as Kenyans is when we first of all brought this group of Uhuru because tulikuwa tunachukua nani ajui history ya Uhuru. We know this guy can seriousness ana sasa na unampigia kura kwa nini? Sasa ndio huyo ameingia hapo, ameingia na the international tag, ndio huyo sasa take control of the situation, amechukua all the key dockets. Sasa ikifika second term ndio unajaribu kujifanya like you are trying to take control of the situation. The situation has already unga ishazidi maji. What? I mean, sometimes Kenyans. So me I'm supporting Stone PK. Na mtu asikuja hapa aanze kuambia Stone PK. So why are you blaming Uhuru? Uhuru was supporting. Wacha nikwambie Uhuru kama angekuwa kweli in very right mind, hangepea hii serikali kwa mtu. If he was in his very very right mind, hata kama ameshinda ya ukweli angempea. Because why should you as a president agree to somebody who you know very well what kind of a character he is? Akujaribu hii. So I'm blaming Uhuru. Uhuru alikuwa na that chance which he could have changed the trajectory of things. Aseme hapana, this guy I don't trust him, and hata kama mmempigia kura nimepea kwa army. Na hakuna bali mungempeleka. As you say, when you are an African president, you are all omnipotent or all powerful. Sasa ndio huyu ametuliza sasa kwa shimo kabisa the worst of somebody who doesn't care. So Kenyans, what I can advise you, just brace as for this character anaitwa Doom Yama anaitwa Doom. You can see the type of people who are in this government now. Kama hawa ndio sasa mwenye anaweza enda kupeleka motion against Cherera 4. What kind of a person? Hana hata degree jamani. In Kenya here people buy degree. Hata si ati lazima kuna watu wenye hawajaiona classroom na wako na degree. How is this guy not having a degree?
Hata angenunua hizo zote River Road. Hizo.
Tunakwanga na in fact majority there are so many people hata hawajai step in anybody's. Kama ule mwenye alikuwa na run for governor of Kika. Ule mwenye aliibia watu.
Hata Sakaja.
Achana na Sakaja kidogo, at least alikanyanga kwa class. There is a guy who is a bishop. Mwenye aliibia watu, alikuwa anafanya something like a sako, alafu akaibia watu hao wadogo. Alikuwa anaitwa I think ni Pastor Ngure or somebody like that.
Huyo bishop ni Waguru wanamjua, ni wa Kiambu. Ako na kanisa kubwa sana hapo Kiambu. Guru anamjua vizuri sana.
Maguta.
Hana hata certificate ya class 7 ile ya kitambo, class 7 hana. And then the
Disclaimer.
guy amenunua
Disclaimer.
Ndiye aliuzia Guru hii plot
Makiadi.
hapo, ndiye aliuzia Guru plot.
Makiadi. Withdraw that statement. Huyo si mimi sina pastor.
Nimesema ni wa Kiambu, Guru
mimi ninasimama kidete, ni Mkatoliki.
Okay, nimesema huyo pastor ni wa Kiambu, Guru anamjua. Sijasema ni wa Guru, sijasema ni pastor wako.
Gakuyo.
Basi nimekuambia namjua jina.
Bishop, imagine hana hata class 7 certificate. Ameiba nini ya mtu. Inaitangwa namba, serial number ama ni nini, ameiba ya mtu. Class 7. Aya, ametoka hapo ameiba KCSE certificate. Ametoka hapo ameenda JQuat. Ameiba diploma, ameiba degree, he is now on hata masters ako nayo ya kutoka JQuat. That's the kind of characters we're having in this country, and they are the ones who are running for leadership. Na ndio unaona Dumbi cannot feel anything. Wenda kudanganya watu hapa security expert, security what? Na saa hizo hata BA yenyewe, Bachelor of Arts sana. So Kenya, this is the more drama you can expect from this government.
Niko na swali, public participation, kwa nini umechagua Bachelor of Arts peke yake? Hiyo ndio inanunuliwa sana ama yeah?
Hiyo ndio
mimi niko na Curio Science.
Hiyo ndio rahisi kununua.
Ndio hata ndio watu wananunuanga, wale wamenunua wote wako kwa arts. Wako kwa arts. Sasa ukitaka kununua unanunua before uende kwa accuse watu kwa nini, kwa whatever, and you don't even have hata jamaa pengine hata na diploma. Sasa those are the kind of characters, and the more you can expect from this government, this state government yenye. Anyway, thank you. That's my submission for now.
Aya, Weston PK, sijui uko na mpango gani bana? Unataka kaa hapa mpaka asubuhi?
Unajua watu wana mambo, yani watu wamejam. Sasa tulikuwa tunataka to empty all what we have bana in our chest.
Aya, sasa unajua wewe uko nyuma masaa mawili kutoka mahali niko, so mimi nitakuachia uendelee. Ama unaona namna gani?
Panelists wanasikiaje?
Wataendelea. Hakuna mtu tunafukuza.
Bado tuko.
Wacha niseme jambo alafu
No. Kabla hujasema jambo, ngoja kidogo kwanza. Kabla hujasema jambo, nimeona umetetea hapo hivyo na public participation. It's like tulikuwa tunajaribu kupinga yenye ulikuwa unasema. But seriously, you're absolutely right. Yenye tulikuwa tunasema, also we need to cut some slack for Uhuru. Because Uhuru tulimpata akiwa hivyo. Kwanza hata amejaribu, yeye ndo ametupatia the closest chance yenye tulikuwa tuko naye to presidency. Ni hitilafu amekuja nazo, ni sisi wenye tulikuja tukarelax. So tulianza kumtegemea yeye. Hata yeye kuanza kuwajibika wake kwa hiyo second term, si ati alikuwa any better. It's only that alikuwa in a better congregation than ile ya kwanza yenye alikuwa kwa ndani yake. So on that regard yeye amejaribu, but yeye alitumika from the get go. Yeah, hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Okay,
mimi sikubaliani hata kidogo. Sikubaliani.
Ngoja.
I think you are just being unfair. You are just being unfair. Look at it this way. If you look at the former president Mwai Kibaki, he was a good gentleman who did not want these petty politics. He did not see government as having power as a way of using that power to advance even things that he could have, just like Moi did. I think Uhuru took up almost the same line. He thought that maybe as a developing democracy, he should not excessively use the government structures to either entrench himself or otherwise. But you see, it's because he was not, while he was a chairman of KANU, he was never really entrenched in the KANU systems as his deputy was. And that concept of power and how you acquire it by all means possible and that kind of thing was not what he had in mind for a developing democracy like ours. Therefore, what you expected him to do, to him, maybe it was morally repugnant. He couldn't agree to do those things that that he thought were not going to advance the interest of the Kenyan nation. And I believe up to the last point, he was sure that he needed not do underhand things to get his preferred candidate to win. He thought he had everything sewn up. But you see, evil as a way of fighting back. When you think you are just next to the tape, somebody can even introduce nails on the track. You step on it just some 5 meters from the from touching the tape, and then that's it. So those who are now here lamenting the likes of Stone PK and painting a rather very grim picture and an ugly one for that matter on the persona of Uhuru, I don't agree with him. I think we had been brought a gentlemanly kind of politics, carrying all the way from Kenyatta, from Mwai Kibaki, now transitioning to Uhuru. But we are now back to where we were in 1990s, the manner in which we were doing political engineering. So therefore, I don't think you can force somebody to behave what he does and feel in his heart. And unfortunately, there are those who have who show all the cans. And I think Uhuru being a gentleman, what you see is what you get. Okay? That's why he was very candid with Kenyans. You brought a constitution. You saying that when somebody is caught having stolen, this is the process. In fact, at one time he asked, do you want me to take those people to Uhuru Park and order them shut down? Which of course, extrajudicial. So, mngetaka afanye nini? You see? You understand, Makiandi? So, this is somebody who was trying to follow the narrow path of the constitution and the law. But here, PK thinks that he could have used a bit of muscle, underground maneuvers, and get his way. And I think public participation was also of the same school of thought. I don't agree with that. You are wrong, and a wrong do not make a right. Okay? So let's not overemphasize what could have been done in the sense that we want a quick win. No, quick wins sometimes can be very disastrous. Actually, I think even today, those who did what they did, you can see them how restless some of them are, and they are going to carry that guilt because it is something that is maturing. You just wait and see how it is going to turn out. Thank you.
Okay. I think I agree with most of the things that you're saying, Guru. And a quick fix is not always the best. I agree with you. But what we saw in the previous election was what you would call a quick fix, because the election was being stolen right before our eyes. And we let it go because we are law-abiding citizens. We are people who love the Constitution. We are people who uphold the rule of law. And so because we love the Constitution and we uphold the rule of law, we could see the current speaker, deputy speaker of the National Assembly, passing the forms, fake forms to IEBC officials, right before our eyes on TV. We saw that. But we could not interfere with that process because we love the law, we are law-abiding citizens, and we do not want to destroy our legacy as a president who came in, found the country peaceful, and left it in tatters. So we did our best. I agree. We did our best to abide by the law. And where has the law gotten us today? It has gotten us 5 years, and I have to say 5, which is not a guarantee that it will stop at 5. It might be 10, it might be 20, it might be 30. We are living in the era of the unknown. So we do not know how long this regime will be in power. The two guys, this is the guy who goes to functions with the white gumboots. We do not know how long he is going to be in power. So sometimes, Guru, it is good to say the truth. I agree, and I said here when I started doing my presentation here, I said that perhaps Uhuru Kenyatta was just a president by name. I agree with you, and it looks like by the time these two guys were being sworn in, one of them was preparing himself to be the next president, and he did all that he could, including making sure that he infiltrates all the security apparatus, puts his men there, the key institutions, the IBC, and most especially the IBC. Make sure that the people who determine who will be the president are in his pockets. And I think he succeeded. Right now, you can see the people that are restless right now, the likes of the CJ. It's true, these people are restless, but then it will take time for guilt to catch up with them. On the other hand, Kenyans are suffering. Most of the people that voted, probably their vote did not even count. And so we are here left with a scar on our faces for the next 5 years of a person who did not work hard as it's supposed to be, legitimately, to become a president. So people were campaigning to win the election. Someone was campaigning to buy the election, and they succeeded. Now, the question is, do you think this person cares much enough to ensure that your needs and the Kenyans at large, the needs of the Kenyans at large, are taken care of? Probably not. That is why he will go out, borrow as much as he can, probably fail to pay, steal the money with his folks. You can see all the people that are being appointed into office right now. All the people, at one point in their life, they have stolen, they have killed, they have done funny things. And these are the people that he puts into government because he does not care what you think. Your opinion is not important. For him, as long as you can sing a song, you are eligible for appointment. And let me tell you something here. When you guys are crying here about the 2022 election, this guy is plotting about the 2027 election. That is what he's doing right now. Nyinyi mnalia huko, chakula bei ya mafuta sijui iko juu nini. Yeye tayari ameanza kuangalia mbele. Anaangalia huyu mtu namba 2 huyu anaweza niletea kisirani. Wacha nijaribu kwenda Western nione kama ninaweza tafuta urafiki huko, kwa sababu hawanipendi sana. They don't normally vote for me and the coast and Ukambani. Wacha niweke mizizi huko nione kama hawa watu wanaweza nisaidia. So nyinyi mnaongea mambo ya 2022, hiyo alimaliza kitambo. Hata muende East Africa Courts, hata muende ICC, hiyo iliisha, done and dusted. Wakati aliinua kisu na Biblia akasema nimeapa, hiyo kitu iliisha. Sometimes we come here, we waste our time crying about what we could have done, what we should have done, what we should do. Watu wanapanga mambo ya 2022 na vile ninaangalia Guru 2027. Guru, vile ninaangalia, hata wewe kama usipochunga namna hii, hata usiende kupiga kura 2027, it will be a waste of time. Kwa sababu hata wale watu wataweka kwa next IBC, wacha masit 4 wamekuwa na confidence ya kubreak away, wakasema we saw something that is not legal here, wakatoka. The next election, electoral board ya 2027 itasimamia uchaguzi 2027, my friend. Do not even waste your time kwenda kupiga kura. Ukitaka enda chagua MCA kwa sababu MCA kura zake ni 1000, mnaweza kaa hapo muhesabu Guru yako ndio hii, Torotich yako ndio hii, public participation N Island, Stone PK kura zako 5 ndio hizi. Hiyo mnaona hizi vitu zenye zinabebwa kutoka polling station mpaka Bomas huko, wachana nayo hiyo uchaguzi, wachana nayo, na hiyo imeisha namna hiyo. And that is why you are seeing hata mnatafutiwa kiti ya opposition leader, office ya opposition leader, ndio mjaribu kulegitimize hii kiti yake, aonekane ya kwamba ni president, lakini yako na mtu ambaye pia yako kwa ofisi legally opposition ya kuoppose serikali yake. Hii vitu imeisha. This is a fraud government. It will fraudilize the election. Itahakikisha ya kwamba hizi commission zote, hizi bodies zote, independent commissions and the police and the judiciary is captured, so that when we come to 2027, wewe hata the thought of going to vote, ile tu thought ya kufikiria kwenda kupiga kura haitakuja kwa akili yako, and that is how they will steal the election very easily. Wewe ukikataa kwenda kupiga kura, hawatakuwa na kazi ngumu ya kuhesabu ati 90% ya sijui 27 counties zilivote. No, because people still remember what happened in 2022. People will not even dare go vote, and that's going to be an easy, it is going to be a walkover. Na umeona wakisema, ulisikia hata Mudavadi akisema wakati alikuwa Western, alisema clearly 2027 William Ruto ndiye atakuwa president. Kwa hivyo wewe usikimbie mahali pengine, don't waste your time. Hii kitu imeenda. Mimi ile kitu naweza kuambia ni hii, we Guru, nimeona ni mkulima mzuri, unafuga kuku, fuga kuku vizuri, na hiyo mambo ingine mingi yenye unafanya hapo ujitengenezee yako. Otherwise, from the way I'm looking at this government is prepared to sink the country. They'll sink the country financially. Kwanza, kitu ya kwanza ile wanataka kufanya ni kukuletea ile mchele unasikia inakuja next year February, sijui ni 600 metric tons, 600,000 ama ni 400,000 metric tons. Hiyo itaua Mwea.
Wakulima Mwea wanalia.
Wacha walie. Unasikia ile kitu inaitangwa kukula ujeuri yao. Haya, kuna watu wa mahindi pia. Watu wa mahindi wanangojea sijui metric ton 100 ngapi, zinakuja pia, very well, zinakuja. Alafu sasa nimesikia wamesema leo wanataka kulainisha nini ya maziwa, ati hawana shareholders, si shareholders wa nini ya maziwa, laini ya sector ya maziwa. So they want also to interfere with the milk sector. So prepare yourself. Ukisikia milk sector pia inataka kuguswa namna hiyo, you know who the target is. Wanafikiria wanaumiza.
By the way, jana I went somewhere, I saw hii maziwa ya kutoka Uganda, RUTO, kwa shelves. So I don't know, it first came some time back, disappeared, but now it's back on the shelves.
Yeah, they are talking about trying to regularize the milk industry, but you know very well, ukisikia William Ruto na Gachagua wanasema wanataka kuregulate milk industry, ujue their target is always, they think they are destroying Uhuru Kenyatta, kwa sababu wako na Brookside, wanafikiria sasa wakiingilia mpaka line ya maziwa watakuwa na haribu Uhuru Kenyatta. But they are forgetting also Uhuru Kenyatta hata yeye anachukua maziwa kutoka kwa wakulima ingine, so anawalipa pia. Whichever the price is, I would rather you have a negotiation whereby at least kila mtu anakuwa win-win. But what do we have to say? Tunajua hii serikali shida yao moja ni Uhuru Kenyatta. They think they are punishing Uhuru Kenyatta. In actual sense, mwananchi wa kawaida ndio wanaumia. So Guru, wewe tafuta vile mtareform IEBC. Unajua Stone PK, ninajua Saindi yako na nini hapa, ako nyuma masaa 2 kutoka kwangu, nataka nimwache, lakini mimi nataka kusema please reform the IEBC. The IEBC, msipo reform IEBC, that is your na sisi tulilala Stone PK. Hebu nikuulize Stone PK, kama uchaguzi ya 2017 ilikuwa bungled 2017, hiyo miaka yote tulikaa na Chebukati kwa ofisi tukifikiria nini? What were we thinking? So sometimes we should be asking ourselves, did we get the priorities right? Because when we raised issues about the election process in 2017, I think one of the things that we should have tried to do, and I'm saying this because I think it is important that we try as much as possible to have an election body that is not biased, an election body that is impartial, yenye inajua ya kwamba ile kura inapigwa ndio kura inahesabiwa. That is one thing we should strive to do as a country. And I gave an example here one day, and I said, in the midterm elections, when I went to vote, I arrived at the polling station at about 7. I voted. between 7 and 7:15 nilikuwa nimemaliza kupiga kura, nikaenda nikakaa kwa nyumba nikangojea uchaguzi kura ihesabiwe. By saa 2 polling station ikifungwa namna hii, nilikuwa nimeona uchaguzi. I didn't have an agent, no political party had agents. It was as simple as you go vote and then your vote is counted, na unakaa kwa nyumba unapata uchaguzi, matokeo ya uchaguzi. That is where we should strive to go as a country. Otherwise, if we continue na hii maneno ya the president has powers, he has immense powers to appoint who is going to be the electoral chair, we are going to have a situation whereby a country will continue fighting over elections for years to come. So we should look at how we are going to reform our electoral body. Mambo ya Supreme Court, and this will be my last point, mambo ya Supreme Court tusahau. Hii Supreme Court has set a precedent ya kwamba wewe ukipeleka kesi pale kotini, hii uchaguzi yenye imefanywa 2022 itakuwa one of the baselines zenye zitakuwa zinaangaliwa. Huyu mama alikuja akasema mambo ya hot air, wild goose chase, vitu zenye hata hazijaisikizwa kwa koti yoyote, not only in Kenya, hata kangaroo court haitumiangi majina kama hizo. Akakuja akatumia sijui hot air, sijui nini, everything. Now you can see the petitions, all the petitions zenye zilikuwa zimepelekwa kotini, hakuna hata moja imesucceed, not even one, because how do the lower courts look at the judgment like the one that was produced from the Supreme Court and give something that is contrary to that? It's never going to happen. From where I sit, the Supreme Court is dead. Hiyo koti ni koti ambayo haisaidiwa Kenya na kitu. It has, you look at the performance of the Supreme Court, Guru, look for the 5 years, the first 5 years. Hebu tuambie Supreme Court imetoa decision gani ya maana kabisa ambayo imesaidia wa Kenya? Even one, just mention moja. Zero, hakuna kitu. Kama ni political cases, imepeana kauli ambayo haisaidii mwananchi. Enda kwa mambo to do with corruption, hakuna. Enda kwa mambo ya CDF ambayo ilisema ni illegal. Still the political class looks for a way to circumvent the judgment of the Supreme Court. So why do we even need the Supreme Court? We are paying these men and women a lot of money. We are spending a lot of money on their security, on their salaries, their allowances. They have officers, they have all these things, but they only sit there once in a year. No, once in one election cycle. Yani every 5 years Supreme Court inakaa just once to give a decision. Hii miaka 5 ingine, why don't we even make them part time? Hawa watu wawe wanakuja tu kwa ofisi wakati kuna election petition. I think that would work, Guru. Ama unaona namna gani? We can have the CJ as a full-time employee and maybe the deputy CJ. And there are wengine wote judges wengine tuseme ni part time. Waende wakasomeshe university huko, akina Dr. Smokin Wanjala. Waende wakasomeshe university, because we don't need these guys. Ni nini wanafanya ofisi? Hata hii watu ya IBC, these IBC commissioners, why don't even we make them part time? Kuwe na chairman ambaye ni full time na maybe deputy yake, vice chair yake. Hii commissioner wengine wote wafanywe part time, waende wakafanya kazi nyingine, waende wakauze mahindi Kitale, kitu kama hiyo. Ndio at least tupunguze bei na tupunguze hii commitment yenye watu wanakuaga pale, lazima kwa sababu umenitafutia kazi lazima na mimi nirudishe mkono. Hiyo ndio kitu inaendelea, especially even with the electoral commission. Lazima nirudishe mkono wa commissioner now. I receive all the benefits, so mwenye kuniappoint lazima nirudishe mkono. I think we should be looking towards that direction, ya kufanya most of these guys wakuwe part-time employees, ndio wasiwe na deni ya kurudisha. That is one thing we should be thinking about. Otherwise, I just want to finish by saying here, Stone PK, tuache kulia mambo ya 2022. Tuache kulia. As much as we come here and discuss about 2022, it's good to dissect what happened in the previous election, the past election. It is good. It is good. Ni vizuri sana kuja kudissect hiyo maneno. Tuangalie hapa tungebadilisha, hapa tungefanya namna hii. Lakini watu sahi wanapanga 2027. Sahi tunaongea 3 months after the election, watu sahizi wanaangalia 2027. Na sisi hapa bado tunaongea juu ya vile Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa analewa. Brothers and sisters, our beloved country, hebu tuangalie mbele. If we are not careful, before hata tufike hiyo 2027, hii nchi yetu hata itakuwa na need ya kuwa na uchaguzi anymore. because where I sit I can see the governors from the governor down. Ile kiti ambayo haitakuwa determined ni nani atachukua, maybe itakuwa ya MCA, but all these people wamejua njia ya kuiba, na ndio unaona hata Supreme Court inaona evidence inasema watu ambao waliingia kwa polling station wakapigia governor ni watu 5. Watu ambao waliingia kwa the same polling station wakapigia senator ni watu 50. Hizo kura zingine zote hazijulikani zilitoka wapi, na Supreme Court inasema hiyo ni hot air, inaachilia inaenda namna hiyo. So tufikirie, tuangalie vile tuta address issues going forward. 2027 si mbali. These guys wataponda, and I said these people, their enemy is not Raila Odinga, their enemy is the real hustler. Ule mtu guru umemuita hustler, the scammer, the Dennis Ndumbi. That scammer mwenye alidanganywa kwamba hii serikali italeta freedom. Huyu ndio mtu atapiga hii serikali. Sisi wengine tutakaa kando tuangalie. That is our job. But these people that were promised heaven, na vile wanaona vile maisha inaendelea, na these are the people who will hold this government accountable. Ours is to keep our eyes open, but we should focus also. The people that we thought wakina Guru nyinyi ndio tulikuwa tunafikiria kwenda huko mbele tutawategemea at least kwa hiyo viti, nasikia siku hizi mnaitwa state house huko mnakunywa chai. We need to have people even in our party, that people ambao wako na stand, si wale watu wanatoka hapo wanaenda wanasema we can work with the government, alafu baadaye tunasikia walionekana status huko wakisema hii uchaguzi sijui ilikuwa namna hii, hatukushinda. You know, there are these stories tunaona kwa wale watu tulikuwa tunatarajia. Most of us even thought about Simba Arati. We can see ile vituko wanaendeleza huko. I mean, hapa ni kusaidiwa na Mungu labda. If we can stick by the people who are principled, wale watu ambao wana hold ideology yetu, na hao watu wasimame namna hiyo kidete mpaka 27 bila kuyumba, these are the people who will take this presidency easily. Because from where I stand, the performance of this government is 0 out of 10. Hakuna kitu ambayo wamefanya ya maana kufikia sahi isipokuwa kukopa. We can give them 10 out of 10 for having borrowed 1.13 trillion Kenyan shillings within 100 days. Mimi naweza wapatia 10. Stone PK, mimi nimemalizia hapo unless una jambo la kuniuliza.
Makiandi, I want to make you aware it does not matter how many people go to State House to print for loyalty. Kuna kitu ilitokea na imetokea hivi majuzi kwa hii siasa yetu, kusikiza ground. Hiyo kitu is revolutionary, kwa sababu hata ukienda kule na watu wanaumia pale chini, hawa ndio wataanza kukuuliza sasa, wewe isipokuwa kuenda kule majuu, na tunaona mnakula nono kule, sisi huku hakuna kakitu. Kwa hivyo sisi hiyo ni yako, sisi hatutaki. You know, the manner in which we were playing politics during my time, that when somebody seems to gravitate towards a certain political formation, unapeba watu pamoja. Ati kama sasa mtu ametoka huko tuseme Kakamega, anaenda kwa State House, anasema nimekuja na watu yangu yote, tuko nyuma yako. But the truth of the matter is that the common man has also become a bit wiser than that, because hata yeye atakwambia okay, sawa, tulikuona kule, lakini sisi hapa chini hatuone chochote ambacho kitatufanya tufuate huyo mtu mnatuambia. Kwa hivyo hiyo kitu ya kusingiza ground, hiyo kitu ya side is revolutionary in the Kenyan politics. Wacha watapatape, wacha waende State House wakule kile watakula, lakini ikifika wakati ya kufanya maamuzi, wengine wao wataambiwa hata tulikuwa tunakuona kule kila wakati na sisi tunaumia hapa chini, na hatujawahi sikia wewe ukisema tunaumia. Hawa, they will be the first casualties in the next dispensation. I can assure you that. So don't be shaken that people are gravitating and going to to those big offices and being seen to be eating with the big people. As long as the material facts do not change for the common man, forget about it. Kwanza watu ya hapa mlima hapa, they are very ruthless. Watakwambia hapana, tumeona ndio unakura kule, lakini sisi hapa tunaumia. So ile unatuambia sisi hatutaki kusikia. So I think Stone Pikai will tell you we come from a community that they make a decision, and very firm one. Now wakichukia wakimechukia, sometimes we make mistakes, yes, but we don't pretend ati because so and so has been seen in State House ati wewe unafuata tu huko na huku chini mashinani unaumia, uoni chochote, wewe ufaidiki. You just a feeling that you are close to the president or you are close to the State House. It doesn't make sense. So usije ukawa na mafikira kwamba ati kwa sababu umeona mtu mkubwa ameenda kule juu ukafikiria ati amepepa watu yote ya kijiji hata yake. Hiyo maneno tulitoka huko zamani. Sahi, the truth of the matter is that it may even become politically untenable to be seen with some people in just 1 or 2 years. Just wait and see. Hawa ndio watakuja kuanza kuambia mkubwa, unajua kule tumeenda mashinani, watu wanasema hivi, hata kumeumana huko chini hawakutaki. You know, those things they are just going to. So even as much as we may not be very well formed in our minds politically sometimes, because we may act on emotions, but we're not foolish. People will act in the best of their interests. You cannot fake happiness. So even Rita thinks that by associating up there that he is carrying his community, I think that is wrong. It will not work. Kusingiza ground ground inasema namna gani, hiyo ndio ya muhimu. And right now the ground is is very restless right now.
Haya, Guru, mimi nataka kukuambia namna hii story ya kusikiza ground hii story ya kusikiza ground haitachagua president. Hii story ya kusikiza ground hii ni ya MCA hapo kwako, na labda Cattle Dip chairman ndio atasikiza ground, kwa sababu huyo anaweza ngolewa na wale watu wa kijiji hapa. What we are talking about is the position that has political influence, and that is the president. Wachana na hivi vitu vingine ya MP. MP anaweza sikiza ground, anaweza fukuzwa na wananchi. I agree with you. Hapo MP, governor, and not mostly hata governor sahi, hata kusikiza ground is not important. Governor, mimi nimekuja kugundua uchaguzi wa governor probably is not even decided at the county level. Uchaguzi wa governor nimekuja kuona governors wanachaguliwa kutoka mahali ingine. So hii mambo ya kusikiza ground, hiyo ni inatisha MCA peke yake na maybe MP ukienda sana, labda MP. But anything county level hapo and above, whether you are listening to the ground or not is not important, as long as you know who counts the votes. That is what is important, and people have known that is the secret. So wale ambao unatisha na mambo ya kusikiza ground, labda ni MCA huyo wako hapo, ukimwambia
wacha Makiandi, mtu kama just ninia, mtu kama huyu mama wa Meru, huyu amefamiwa saa hii na ma MCA. Unajua you know she ran a very personal campaign. Hakuwa anashikiliana na yoyote yule, akiwa MP, akiwa president, ama akiwa MCA. She did her own campaigns as a person. Kwa nini walishindwa kumweza? Ni swali tu. Kwa nini hawakumshinda hata akiwa anapata machinale na nini? So don't put restlessness or despondency in people that they are helpless. Okay?
Unajua Guru, Meru is a unique case, and the reason why I'm saying this is because now whether she ran an independent campaign or not, you can see what she's going through right now. But what I can tell you is this: there are so many counties we know, many counties that people who were expected to win very easily as governors and senators and all that ended up losing the elections. And it's not just because the opponents that they were competing against were very influential or something like that. It is just that it happened that for example Kirinyaga tulikuwa tunakuta hata county vehicle pickups, Stone PK tulikuwa tunacheza hizi video hapa, pickups za county zilikuwa zinatembea na electro makaratasi ya votes, makaratasi ya governor ya uchaguzi. IBC iko na ballot boxes kwa polling station, na governor wa Kirinyaga, current governor wa Kirinyaga ako na pickup za county, anazunguka na ballot papers zikiwa ndani marked ballot papers, na tuliona hapa marked ballot papers. You know Guru one day before the election imalizwe, uchaguzi itangazwe, governor Waigoro alikuwa anasema ni sawa, hii kitu imeenda. Kila mtu alikuwa anajua imeenda, hata Ngirishi alikuwa anajua hii kitu nimechukua. A few hours later, pickup ya county ya Kirinyaga na ballot boxes juu yake imeenda, imejaza kwa constituency moja makaratasi, ikaisha namna hiyo. Na si hiyo peke yake, tumeona vitu mingi sana. Hata hii ya Nairobi mnajua venye ilienda, you know, msiseme Igathe was not famous
Unajua
he got the head support, but you know what happened? Hata hii ya Sakaja tunajua, we know very well it happened in very many other counties, you know. So I'm saying this, Guru, I'm saying this, it doesn't matter whether you're listening to the ground or not. Moving forward, and I want to say moving forward, because I know wachana na hii IBC, labda hii IBC ilikuwa captured at the national level. The next one you will see people trooping. Na mimi tuko na wewe hapa Guru, tutakuja kudiscuss hiki to a few years from now. You will see people trooping to State House simply because they know that the person at State House knows how to corrupt the vote. Watu wataenda huko kutafuta allegiance, kuunga mkono president, kwa sababu anajua he knows the person who counts the votes and he knows that is the person that matters. Watu wataenda huko. Hii story mingi ingine unatuambia hapa ya kusikiza ground, mtakuwa mnapiga kura pale chini, mnaletewa mtu ambaye hamkuchagua, and it is going to happen like that. Nimemalizia hapo.
So Matiandi, are you trying by any stretch of imagination trying to suggest that it will that the popularity of the MPs on the ground has nothing to do with or the resonation of a political party like UDA was in Central, and the popularity of the MPs has nothing to do and has no correlation with the winning of the presidency? What if people tell you that the party on which that man is coming with, we don't want it here because they have not assisted us in any way? There is the level at which you can steal elections, but there is also another level that you can't.
Okay, let me finish by saying this, Guru. I think my concern is if you capture the IBC, then if that person that has captured the IBC is the president and is interested in a particular seat, and I want to give you, and I think Mohammed Ege here has talked about one county, which is Narok County. There was no election that was done in Narok County, governors, Narok County. Hakuna election ilifanyika huko. And simply because there was a lot of influence from outside. Nakuru County is another one. Nakuru County, there's no way Susan Kehika would have beaten Liki Nyanjui. But because of the interest from the national level. And it is the same thing with Nairobi County. Nairobi County has always been an opposition stronghold. Sakaja hii kushinda Sakaja alishinda, nobody even can tell, because Sakaja unasema alishinda hii kitu, na unasikia juzi DP akisema yeye ndiye alisaidia Sakaja kushinda Nairobi. Akaulizwa kwa nini basi Margaret Wanjiru hakushinda senator. So hizi vitu tunajua, hizi vitu zote the national level was so interested, the national government was so interested in capturing Nairobi. It did its best to make sure that they have the governor there, simply because they know what influence they would have on the county of Nairobi if they had the governor from their party. That is what happened. So I'm telling you, Guru, and I want to make it very simple here. Moving forward, if William Ruto is allowed to appoint the people that he likes or wishes as commissioners to the next IEBC, then I can tell you, kuwa brave enough, kama ule jamaa alisimama kura ya president akanyimwa, akachoma ID yake. Wewe kitambulisho yako ya kupiga kura hiyo usichome, katakata na makasi weke mahali, haitakusaidia. There's no need even of going to vote. Wewe wachana na mambo ya kupiga kura Kenya. Mimi nimemalizia hapo. Acha tupatie Godfrey Ouma. Stone PK, sijui Mato kama yuko karibu hapa ama namna gani. Naona ni kama Mato yuko hapa anatusikiza. Simemuona hapo
Mato sijui ako wapi, na yeye ako na ufunguo, mimi ufunguo bado, but Mato asikize. Mato, where you are, pop up.
Yeah, hii ya Sakaja mimi nimesema namna hii. Sakaja hata ukiona anathreteniwa na Rigathi, hakuna kitu Rigathi anaweza fanyia Sakaja, to be honest. Simply because Sakaja knows wale ambao ni majority wa MCAs Nairobi hapo ni Azimio, and they told him they will not listen to what alisema. Kama ni matatu anataka zingie apeleke Madhira, they will not run Nairobi as Madhira. So Sakaja is very safe, hata kama, and he's a smart guy, because amechukua watu watatu kutoka sijui ODM akawapatia hizo CEC position, akachukua watu wawili wa Wiper akawapatia, so hata yeye amejiprotect. So hii vitisho ya Rigathi hakuna mahali itampeleka, but to be sincere, Guru, wacha tufanye namna hii. Wewe tafuta, kama hamtachagua IBC mzuri, tafuta makasi, hiyo kadi yako ya kupiga kura ukate mara 3 na uweke kwa mfuko, haitakusaidia.
Okay,
exactly. Na salimia tena.
Hiyo mambo ya kuchagua IBC
public zima yako.
Oh. Yeah, nilikuwa nasema aje, hiyo mambo ya kuchagua IBC mzuri, IBC is already infiltrated. Ni employees kwanza, permanent employees wako kwa mfuko. Sasa hata mkichagua commissioners watafanya nini? Nothing. Thank you.
Okay, niko na salimia tena. Imekuwa very long, I think almost 4 months, 3 months tangu niwe hapa. But I agree with what Richie anasema, because ukiangalia the last election, I think hata when Stone PK alikuwa analaumu President Uhuru, tusimlaumu sana kwa sababu wote walifail. Ukipata mtu kama Raila alikuwa in a comfort zone. Huyu ni mtu ambaye ameibiwa 2017, mtu ambaye aliibiwa ile 07 2013. Sasa inakuwaje au kwa comfort zone mpaka akae dakika ya mwisho? Sisi bado tuko na Chebukati, na Chebukati ndiye alikuwa mtu ambaye alikuwa amechangia hiyo vitu zote. Tukilaumu Uhuru, tulaumu pia Raila, kwa sababu Raila angepigana huyu mtu atolewe, hatungepitia shida ambayo tunapitia. But the truth is hata 2027 bado huyu jamaa atatuibia tu. Hata sijui kama kuna haja kupiga kura tena. I don't see kama kuna haja, because Guru amesema kwa tusikize ground, when the ground inasema haya twende central sasa ni leader gani ambao ata control, awaweke pamoja, alafu aseme sasa ndio barabara tufuate. Ni nani atafuata? Si ni huyu Gachagua, na Gachagua na Raila ni watu ambao wapatani. Huyu kila siku akisimama lazima atusi Raila, akisimama lazima atusi. Sasa ni nani ambao atapatia direction? Hakuna. Hii kitu hata tufanye nini? Hii kitu tuliwest, yani ilipotea. Hakuna njia nyingine tunaweza fanya, ni tukubali tu situation iko. Mimi kwangu hata mpaka sasa bado tujakubali kama tulishindwa, but ndio hivyo. Hakuna kitu tunaweza fanya. Another election ikija still bado atatuibia tu. Ni nani tutaweka pale kwa IEBC ambaye atataka ukweli? Hakuna. Ni hiyo tu tunaweza sema, hakuna kitu tunaweza sema tu.
Haya, unasikia maneno ndio hiyo. Godfrey, good to see you baada ya muda mrefu. Najua hata ulichukua muda mrefu kuheal. But that is the process. Watu tulikuja hapa tukapiga kelele mpaka tukazoea. Tuliumia.
Hawezi heal. Hawezi heal.
Unajua sisi tukikuja hapa tumemea thick skin. Tumekuja hapa tumeongea mpaka tumetoa machungu, lakini ukinyamaza peke yako huko, my friend, hiki tunajua. Tulikuwa nakumbushanga watu hapa, kulikuwa na red carpet KICC.
Sasa Pakiendi, vile umeongea ni is a helpless situation. That is not a very good way of looking at things. Patia Stone PK tusikie angesema which is the way forward.
Stone PK.
I can predict what he is going to say.
Stone PK, unanisikia kweli ama umelala bana? Naona sasa ubaya Stone PK ndiye hapo akiwa studio ana nini haraka sana, but I can tell you this, Guru, and I have to be honest with you. Hii Kenya saa hii mali imefika, there is no need of elections. Hakuna haja ya uchaguzi, and I'll keep on saying this, because if you do the same things, you do the same thing every time and expect to see different results, you are bound to repeat the same mistakes. Sisi kuanzia 2013 tumekuwa tukilia IBC, tukapata opportunity 2017 ya kureform IBC hatukuongea, ikaturudishia the same thing, and you know this is the same IBC yenye iliambiwa fungua server ikakataa, na Supreme Court ikanyamaza. Hata tunasemaga hapa Judge Maraga alikuwa the best Supreme Court judge. Kwa nini haku hold out those people against nini hiyo decision ya court? Hawakuwapatia nini, hakuwa hold what we call contempt of court. Kwa nini? Walienda scot free. 2022 even with the same decision yenye waliambiwa wafungue servers wakakataa. 2022 wakakuja tena the same group wakakari election 2022. And we did not even question them. Sisi tulikuwa tumesema tunataka sijui inaitwa nini. Tulikuwa na 6 what. Kuna agenda zenye Raila na Uhuru Kenyatta walitokea nazo ile siku walisalimiana. Wakasema hizi sijui ilikuwa inaitwa 10 agenda points ama ndio nini, Godfrey. Ilikuwa inaitwa 10 agenda points ama ndio nini. Na moja yao ilikuwa key among them was electoral reforms. Hakuna mtu aliongea kwa hiyo miaka yote tulikuwa hapo. And it ended like that. Alafu mnatarajia man kutoka Sugoi ambaye alikuwa anasema hata anaweza piga president kofi kwa sababu ya kuachilia kiti, awawachie hiyo kiti. Guru, inaonekana yule mtu mnadili na yeye bana. Huyu jamaa alikuwa nasikia, na si yeye president, alikuwa deputy wakati hiyo, na alikuwa nasikia hii kiti inataka kuachwa kwa sababu kumenusa mahali kunakaa ni kama kutakuwa na shida huko mbele. Anauliza huyu jamaa, unatarajia kuacha hii kiti yenye tumengangana kutafuta namna hiyo?
Sasa Bwana Uma anasema ana uchungu na bando naona amevaa yero. Sasa nikubali, amekubali nini?
Hii yenu inaonekana mji mna deal na nani? What I can tell you is this. Wewe kata hiyo kitambulisho ya kupiga kura. Voters card haina kazi. Stone PK, unanisikia? Yes, Godfrey, endelea.
Guru, hii si UDA bwana, siwezi enda kwa UDA. Si UDA hii.
Unajua kitu inaitwa political indoctrination inakuja na njia zingine hujawahi jua, kabla hujajua ushaingia.
Just as yourself. Kumbuka last time wakati RUTO alikuwa na campaign, akatuambia kuwa ni handshake ambayo imefanya maisha ikakuwa juu. Haya, 100 days imeisha. Mbona hajaipunguza unga? Tulikuwa tukisema mambo ya Ukraine, alikataa kabisa, akasema hakuna kitu kama Ukraine. What happened? You know, kitu ambacho Makede anasema ni ukweli. This guy is a dangerous man. Na sasa sijui tutafanya kwa sababu hatuna ile deep state ambayo ingetusaidia. Hatuna wale watu ambao wako strong. Unajua kuna watu ambao tunahitaji watu ambao kuna stand zao. Look at how people wana behave sahi. Most of the people watu ambao wanaenda na upepo. Hakuna mtu anaweza simama akasema haya twende. Hakuna. Afadhali PK angekuwa hapa tungesema PK anaweza simama, kwa sababu PK akiongea unajua huyu
Haya, PK wewe shikilia, naona Mato yuko hapa. Mimi nimebakisha masaa mawili peke yake bana. Sasa wewe shikilia hapa. Mato ako hapa. Mato, Stone PK sidhani kama ako na funguo.
Sina ufunguo ilipotea, niliuliza Mtembea nitumie, bado hajanitumia.
Haya, Mato umesikia? Stone PK yana hizia, namuona saa hii hapa. So ako karibu. Shikilia.
Haya, sasa mimi ndio nizungumze, nichukue usukani. Nibaki na ndugu yangu Geoffrey Guru. Sasa Godfrey umesema kitu mzuri. But nime insist mara nyingi nikasema na bwana ndugu yangu Guru amekuwa akinikosoa. Anasema Stone PK anataka sasa hivi, na kama si sasa hivi ni sasa hivi. Which I still stand with that. Na nimesema by now tunapitwa na wakati. In fact, by end of this week I'll declare on this TV tuache kuzungumza mambo ya Ruto. Tukae chini, tukubali, tunyoroshwe na Ruto. I'll declare that by 31st. That will be my New Year's resolution. That when you can't fix it, don't talk about it. Because this, when someone steals from you, you don't start calling for baraza. Na nikaambia watu, I became a bit more ruthless. Nikaambia the Kalenjin nature of upbringing, the culture, the doctrine, ni ya kuiba. Heroes are known by thieving. That's why they have that go, capture, iba ng'ombe, uende uoe. Wewe ni hero. Kwa hivyo, they adore and they cherish wizi. Kwao, wizi hauna jina. In fact, you ask, sorry to say this, and this is international TV, and I don't regret about it. If you have a Kalenjin friend, muulize, what do they call mwizi? Because how you know a culture of a people is by the names they use to describe certain things. In Kalenjin land, ask them whether there is a name describing mwizi. Indeed, they will tell you they don't know what that hiyo haijulikani ni nini. Watakuuliza mwizi ni nani? And you see, this is what Kenyans don't know. That some of the things you see in our leaders, it's embedded in their way they were brought up, in their culture, where you are born. When you see people who have a lot of humanity in them, it is in the culture. Ukizaliwa kwa family ya tyranny, ama ya tyrants, you'll be a tyrant. Ukizaliwa kwa family ya waganga, wewe ulikuja, when you grew up as a toddler, what you are seeing around your compound ni uchawi inaendelea. Mzee anatingiza hizi anatupa vitu kwetu tunaita mbogo, ndio unaona zikifanywa hapo. That is what you grow up knowing. If you grew up in a family that ever owned a vehicle, kwanza unapata a shell there of a vehicle, iko na steering. So as a little boy and a toddler, unapanda kwa hiyo shell, unaanza ku drive gari. You are the one making noise, vuu, gari yendi. But you see, you have started by one touching the steering. Ama unakuta old tires in the compound. So what do you begin with? By riding those tires. So as you grow up, utajua kuna kitu inaitwa gari. You will aspire to have a vehicle that owned these tires. So what I'm trying to say is, as much as we are fighting and saying all this, oh, Ruto is wrong, Ruto did this, to him, and that's why he talks with his eyes open. Ukimuita mwizi anakuambia mwizi ni wewe. Followers wake ukiwauliza wanakuambia endeni kotini, mlisema Ruto ni mwizi, alikuibia wewe. So as much as we are saying ati sijui tungoje siku 100, Ruto has no business with human beings called Kenyans. And I said earlier in this program, nipewe project moja ambaye Ruto amefanya which is mwananchi driven. Anakuambia ako na shamba ya makuku.
Fertilizer.
Fertilizer imeenda wapi? Kufanya nini? How do you bring fertilizer when people are dying of hunger? Unajua kwetu Mbere tunajuanga murogi na mchawi na mganga. Murogi ana watoto kwake because the first thing kuangalia maurogi yake ni tough, anaambiwa amalize familia yake. Utakuta murogi ni yeye na bibi yake na only one son or daughter. Warogi wengi they have no families because what you do, you begin by testing your the activity of your urogi with the people close to you. Now tunakaa hapa tunasema Ruto did this, Ruto did. You debate from evening to tomorrow morning. If he stole your election, you are lamenting. What do you expect? Akuletea kwambia pole Godfrey, tafadhali nilikuibia jana, chukua, rudi, chukua. It's nonsense. Ruto doesn't know he stole elections publicly, but inside himself he knows. He knows. Yeye mwenyewe anajua hii watu niliiba because he schemed for it for over 10 years and he knew I'll be the president. And that's why he was able even to insult Uhuru in public, and he was there to dare Uhuru. There's nobody in Africa, the entire world actually, who has ever dared the president of a country. Hakuna, even in Yugoslavia. Never. It happened in Kenya during Ruto's time, where he would stand in a public meeting, campaign rally, and dare Uhuru Kenyatta, his boss. And he was daring him sarcastically. Yani, in my language, alikuwa anamuita kaveshe ni jaribu uone, because I know who you are. Ruto knew Uhuru's nakedness. Yes. And he stripped him naked and he dared him and told him, jaribu nikuonyeshe punda wewe. Those were his words. Ni jaribu wewe kumbafu. You guys, anybody who is married and has a family, the moment it reaches that your wife asks you, wewe ni mwanaume, unajiitaga mwanaume, the day you will hear that of phrase, Godfrey, toroka, chukua kabagi kako na tunguo twa siku 3, hepa hiyo nyumba, hama kabisa, enda, hauna authority, mambo yako imekwisha. The day your wife, who at one time alikuwa anaita sweetheart, babe, honey, alafu anakuuliza, unasemanga wewe ni mwanaume kitu gani? Takataka. Godfrey, usianze kukunja shati ati una declare war, ati sasa unataka kuonyesha wewe ni mwanaume gani. Huyu mwanamke amekusoma, akaona you are useless. The best ni kuambia sister, hata usimwambie, unafungasha tunguo twako kwa ka briefcase na unatoka, unaishia without looking behind, you go and settle somewhere else because huyu amekumaliza. Yani amekaa akakuangalia akaona you are not a man. Na hakuna kitu mbaya kama hiyo. Uhuru aliangaliwa na Ruto akacheki akaona huyu hata si mwanaume. This is not a leader. This is nonsense. This is garbage. That's why he could stand in a platform anasema, anamdare, daring a president. No one dares a boss. Even in corporate. No way. Baka in UN tunawaitanga chief. Akiongea okay chief. Hata akikuambia we ni mavi, unamwambia okay sir, alright chief. Una time saa zile yako poa, unamuona informal, unamwambia chief, unajua ulinichongoa sana bwana jana kwa hiyo meeting, you really killed me bwana. Ndio anakwambia usijali, nitai correct in the next meeting. Huyu jamaa alitolewa suruali. Uhuru was circumcised and uncircumcised in public by Ruto, and Ruto did that willingly to show Kenyans that he was in control. But because Kenyans, we are idiots, sorry to say this, me included, we were just questioning. Ala, unasikia vile Ruto aliambia Uhuru? Those were debates in the village, in towns, and everywhere. Aya. Hata kwa TV analysis. How can the DP talk like that about Uhuru? But he talked it. He said it. And even dared, he said that kuna deep state gani watajua hawajui. I still have those words ya Ruto. Alisema ati nini? Deep state. Mimi mkiniangalia ni mtu watajua hawajui. Bwana Godfrey, Deputy President anasema hivyo, anasema when the sitting president anajua ana support the other side, and then he dares him. Where on earth? And when I say if I was the president, Ruto, I would have killed him. In Africa, that's what we do. You can't have two cocks in the pen. You may say Stone PK is extreme, but huwezi kuhave jogoo wawili ukiamka asubuhi they are fighting. Ukiamka the other day they are fighting. Moja huwa inachinjwa, inakuwa dina. Unabakisha moja kwa nyumba. You can never have two cocks of equal strength. Hapana. One has to go. And that principle stands even in Europe and in kila mahali. You cannot stand there and dare me and I'm your boss, and then I keep quiet, and then I'm saying we wait for democracy to take its course. Which democracy? Democracy ni tuko nayo saa hii watu wanalia 100 days. And then you just tell people, oh, you guys, you will know what it means in the next 100 days. Ati unaambia wa Kenya mtajua hamjui. Na wewe ndio president, and then you are there handing over the sword dressed in a suit and a tie. You know you are giving somebody a sword to go and slaughter Kenyans, and you are there warning them. Ati sasa nimepeana hii sword, mtajua hamjui in 100 days. It's the worst thing that has ever happened in this country. It's a nightmare. It's not a dream. People will sleep and wake up to there's somebody, including anaitwaje huyu MP wa Embakasi East. Nani? What do we call him? Anyway, alisema anamkanga akistuka Babu Wino. Yes. Anasema bado aliamini parliament when Ruto told him, asked him, do you still believe now? Do you now believe I'm the president? Ndiye akastuka akaona hala, it is true he's the president. It is a dream that is true. It's not longer a dream. This country, I know Kenyans, as I said, in the whole world, Kenyans are cowards. We say we are most learned. Yes, we are so ignorant because, again, ask Kenyans. Out of 10 Kenyans, waulize Kenya, Uganda iko pande gani, they even don't know whether it's in the east or west. Even people with master's degrees. I'm telling you, we are so ignorant. Kwanza Mkenya ikiwa hapo kwake